For years now, the FCK and their audience, the art commentary community, have greatly misrepresented the events of 2020 in order to victimize themselves or their favorites. This trick of theirs boils down to revising history, and their audience have used it time and time again to the point I can show specific examples of individuals, like the Soft Mink or Boxavox. The way they do this is by leaving out what they did themselves, or the audience leaving out what their favorites did to prompt what came afterwards. In the case of Soft Mink, victimizing Lio and the Senate, as if they didn't start the shit with me, or Boxavox, who tried to say that I was going after Pondersprocket and Fuchsia Butters, despite the fact that both of them came at me. The general consensus from that audience is that I harassed the FCK, Fuchsia Butter, Mad Libs, Nezzie Monster, and the others because they criticized me, that I couldn't handle the criticism, which couldn't be any more further from the fucking truth. So here's a full timeline of what took place across the board, including the things I did on my end. Many of you have said that this whole thing is too confusing and asked for a full timeline video. When I did a poll on YouTube, nearly every single person who answered said I should do this video. So here we are. Now, because of the sheer scale of events spanning literally 4 or 5 fucking years now, this video serves as a guide and support for the existing episodes and future ones. That, and to clear up the potential misconceptions and misinformation that my videos from 2020, 2021, and 2022 potentially have. This full timeline won't have absolutely everything, so I highly advise you watch the other individual episodes in the playlist linked in the description, but I will try my best to include everything needed for context. I will also be using clips and parts from the episodes that go over the specific part of the timeline I'll be talking about. It saves me the effort rather than having to record all of what I've already said. I will be using the evidence I've gathered over the last 4 years, tweets, YouTube comments, community posts, Discord servers, and DMs to piece together a linear timeline of events for you all to follow. Maximum effort. Or should I say, I'll get to work. That seemed to really irritate the art community and the FCK. Now, I have no fucking idea how long this will be, so make sure you have the free time, a drink, maybe a couple of snacks. And don't be afraid to take breaks. Just from me scripting and bullet pointing this, I think this may end up being near the length of a fucking Lord of the Rings movie. Considering the constant insistence that I don't have evidence, I'm gonna cram as much evidence as I can into this, so fret not. This is gonna be an adventure. We're going deep into the eye of the Tism storm with this retrospective journey. This is the magnum opus of my series, so buckle up, because we're going to Tism Town. This thrilling tale starts in September of 2019 with the art commentary community and on Twitter. There once was a woman who was a Leafy clone named Madame. She approached a fan who made fan art to work with her, and they came to an arrangement. The artist would make free art, and Madame would credit her. From what started as a simple misunderstanding, snowballed into a giant fucking mess. The 15-year-old artist by the name of Slammers then released an Instagram post to garner attention on Madame because she was refusing to credit Slammers while still using her artwork. Mind you, Madame was also using artwork that wasn't even a part of their agreement. After Slammers' post, Madame attempted to dox Slammers. The drama-hungry art commentary community caught a whiff and immediately flocked to it, like white on rice, like flies to shit. Their Captain Kirk hero complex kicked in, and they ran to the rescue, hopping on the potential bandwagon. The reason I knew about all of this was because I was following Slammers on Instagram. Contrary to popular belief, I wasn't a fan of Madame's. Seeing some inconsistency on their end, such as condemning Madame for sending her audience after Slammers, and then ignoring or excusing when Slammers did it, I decided to make a Twitter account using Light Yagami and Zamazu, and occasionally quoting other anime characters with hero complexes in an effort to mock these people. This community lacked the self-awareness to see that it was a reflection of the shit that they were doing, and they still do. So throughout the last 4 years, they've kept trying to make fun of me by calling me Light Yagami Kenny and other variants alike, mentioning the character Light Yagami, unknowingly making fun of themselves with me. Now, it was around that time in September of 2019 that I began to reply to various people. The earliest being an art commentary YouTuber named Miss Zeze or Xena, who made a Twitter post about my comment on her YouTube channel. This is the tweet where Miss Zeze noted that I was 16. And keep that in mind, because that'll be very important later. This is on September 25th, where Miss Zeze said that a child should not be vilified or lied about by an adult, and that I too was a child. That was also the same day that me and Slammers first interacted. She replied to me and Miss Zeze on Twitter, and then I replied back with something along the lines of, "Oh, you're that one dumb or stupid artist everyone is talking about." The screenshot will be put up on screen. Later on, I also requested evidence of her telling Madame her age, as she was claiming that she did. She briefly replied to me for a little bit before blocking me, but she continued to reply to me and others afterwards. Editing me here as I need to point something out so that certain people can't try to poke holes in my video by playing semantics. There's a question that they will raise. How do we know that this individual is Slimmers, seeing as the username and profile pictures have been obscured or covered up? The snapshots that I've shown you with replies to me were taken from a video that would come out later in 2020, specifically from the Slimmers segment of that video. The reason the Twitter handle, name, and picture were covered up was to supposedly try and protect Slimmers from me finding out what her new Twitter handle is.
I blocked out the name of Slimmers, and that's because she changed it because of this harassment, and I don't want this asshole finding her new tag so that he can harass her some more.
That is why Slimmers' username is covered up. The Captain Kirk hero complex that these communities have. It was also completely pointless. All I would need to do is either sign in on my account and look at my old replies to her and I'd just see her new username. Or I could just use the Twitter search bar, type in the words from her replies, and her very tweets would pop up no matter whatever name she's changed her account to. So Madlibs was being entirely performative by doing that, all to further play up this victimhood bullshit. But back to the timeline of 2019. Several defenders of hers came about, and that spawned multiple fucking Twitter threads. Slimmers replied to me in these threads while having me blocked. I saw that she was being acknowledged by the others in the thread, but I couldn't see what she was saying. So I used an incognito tab to see what she was saying and respond to her that way. Slimmers then protected her tweets so I couldn't see them. Shortly after, the art community framed this as Akumu harassed her to the point of protecting her tweets, despite the fact she was also still replying and making fun of me, despite the fact that she called for her new followers to mass report my single account because I kept replying to her, even after she had me blocked, which meant that she was going out of her way to see what I was saying. September 26th, someone by the name of Toasty Vanilla uploaded a video about his experience with Madame. Eventually, I said I'd take a more serious look into all of the details of the situation and make my own video. This next detail is something I don't want to mention because Slimmers is a friend, but unfortunately, it is important for the context of preceding events. People kept bringing up her sexual assault and telling me that because Madame mentioned it in her video on Slimmers, the 1000 IQ artist video, that meant I needed to talk about it to have the whole context in my video. It was not something I wanted to discuss. Rather, they kept bringing it up to make stupid fucking arguments, which at one point, one of the arguments was because she was sexually assaulted by her father, she couldn't ever do anything wrong. I had 3 different people make that argument to me, which did piss me off, and I made a nasty comment, a nasty reply, which was then later on photoshopped to look like I tagged her in it when I didn't. Yes, I'll be going over everything I did, even the things that I'm not happy about that I did. Even the stupid shit that I said. Otherwise, I'll just be accused of leaving it out to try and hide my actions like they've done before. You'll see what I mean. Anyways, these people pointed me in the direction of OMGIJ252's video that he made with the help of Slimmers earlier that same month. He made the video around mid-September. His video contained an image of a court case file. After watching it, I took to Twitter stating if anyone could help me, I had the details to see if this case file existed, to look into it. Fucking D'Angelo Wallace quote retweeted and accused me of trying to dox Slimmers, rallying his audience to report me. Many of them began replying to me to further accuse me of trying to dox her, and for 2 days straight, from September 27th to September 28th, I had to reply and explain what I was talking about, where I got the info, and how it wasn't doxing, and that I wasn't publicizing anything. After the first few hours of hundreds of replies, I said fuck it and deleted the tweet, screenshotting it before I did, and then making another tweet with the screenshot of it in it, explaining why I deleted the previous tweet. It was on September 28th that an art commentary YouTuber named MadlibsArt would make a video on me titled Madame's White Knight. The video consisted of reading my tweets and making fun of me, and just having a laugh at me whilst also accusing me of harassing Slimmers.
Literally been harassing Slimmers to try and equal out the backlash. He literally did it so much that Slimmers is making their account private because he keeps fucking harassing her.
Now, before we get into October of 2019 and the next following months, I'm going to show you some clips from several art YouTubers who all made videos in early to late September of 2019 about Slimmers and Madame. These clips are from Nezzie Monster, Nani, MadlibsArt, Hopeless Peaches, and Miss Zeze.
Hello everyone, this is Hopeless Peaches, and today I have quite a serious video. I will not be hiding any names in this, mostly because they've already been spread about the internet enough, and everyone will be just saying it in the comment section anyway, so I might as well just skip over that. Instead, because I will be saying names in this video, I 100% encourage you not to go harass anyone. If you have any grievances with my video, go ahead and tell me. However, if you have any grievances with what anyone of any party do in this video that I'm talking about, don't go and tell them, please. Let's be respectful and go through this in a respectable, calm manner where we act the better person. So what did happen, and what am I talking about? Well, a YouTuber by the name of Madam has recently been accused of stealing art from a 15-year-old artist called Slummers.
See, Madame is a YouTuber who was interested in commissioning an artist called Slimers. Slimers, due to their age, did not have a PayPal, therefore could not accept payment.
I hope you all appreciate the shit I do, because I had to watch this twice and the first viewing actually gave me a headache. Howdy doody everyone, I'm back, and this time I come bearing a script! So if y'all haven't heard, a Leafy Was Here ripoff is in some hot water for basically tormenting a young 15-year-old artist by the name of Slimers Cryotic. Be sure to go and give her some love, by the way, all links in the description.
For those of you who don't know what the Madam drama is, what happened is this piece of shit YouTuber who calls herself the female Leafy Is Here, not sure why you'd ever want to brand yourself like that, but she commissioned a 15-year-old artist.
Get it. I see where you're coming from, madam, when it comes to that. However, I don't think it's a reason to act the way you have been acting. Put yourself in Slimmer's shoes for a moment. You're a 15-year-old artist.
The reason I showed you those clips is to show you that these individuals all knew Slummers' age. They made sure to mention the age gap between Slummers and Madame. Her age was so important when it could benefit them in September of 2019, and yet you'll see later that it suddenly didn't fucking matter. I uploaded my first video, titled Slummers and Her White Knight Crusade, on October 2nd. Now let's read a quick sampling of the video's comment section to give you an idea. And I want you to try to remember, or even write down the names of the people that you see. I'm not going to go over all of them, let alone half of them. But I am going to go over some of my favorite ones, and a couple of them that are going to show a bit of a pattern, if you will. Starting off with Felix T. Y'all, I just noticed he has a playlist called Petty Art Theft Shit, and it includes many reasonable vids. Ah ha 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 ha. It includes Ponder's vid on the Madame drama. I'm sobbing. Now let's count the hours this stays up, since apparently this is not accurate. But literally search up Akumu Madame. You'll find it sooner or later. Or else I can post a screenshot onto my account as a tiny vid. This dude doesn't think art theft exists. Lamau. What planet does this brain-damaged incel, neckbeard, junior white knight, not virgin because I fucked a 17-year what? Was her name Hanjan? Thrown headfirst into wall fetus failed abortion perfect condom ad. Lonely, dumb fucking idiot, live on. So this person is just seething because I find the art commentary community's crusades over art theft completely fucking ridiculous. You're acting like a child. Kid, the only fucking clown I see is you. Ooh, burn. Here's Miss Nezzie. You're the embodiment of an edgy teenager, and I can appreciate that. Some pretentious comment from me. God, I love you so fucking much. He's such a goddamn cutie. Oceansis says, I really hope you grow out of this phase of constantly feeling like your shitty opinion and lack of knowledge is valid, because if you don't, the world will kick your ass. You're not like Yagami, shut the fuck up, Lamau. Mamie Diggs comes in with, yeah, no, this video doesn't help the situation at all, and it is extremely biased at that. I don't see the point of it existing other than to shame the victim and to add poorly done scrutiny. I'm sorry, but it's unnecessary, and hiding comments would only fuel more judgment from the third party, especially coming from your Instagram/Twitter behavior as of late. Only fuel more judgment from the third party. Oh yeah. But remember, I'm the one that thinks I'm like Yagami. Madlib says, someone sent this to me, and I'm very glad I decided not to make another video on you. I wouldn't have one good thing to say. This is absolutely pathetic, biased, and unnecessarily aggressive. You aren't some big man righting the wrongs of the internet. You're just a sad child who needs to feel powerful. Get over yourself. That's what I have to say. Ooh, 107 likes. Look at that. Watching you get melted in the comments is my soul. Did she DM you back? Did you actually just compare what Madame did to anything Slummers did? You fucking brainlet. Your skull doesn't house a brain. It houses dust and cobwebs, because God didn't make you with a brain because he knew you wouldn't use it anyways. Ooh, sick fucking burn. Bruiser Bunny says, imagine being so far up Madame's ass, the only video you make is justifying her doxing a 15-year-old and her blatantly attacking the girl. Dude, if you need knee pads to stop soreness promise the next time you get on your knees to kiss Madame's ass, I will gladly buy you a pair. Literal white knight. I bet you haven't had pussy since you came out of one. Literal white knight. I bet you haven't had pussy since you came out of one eye. Literal white knight. I bet you haven't had pussy since you came out of one. Just spamming the same comment over and over and over, I guess. Now, these are some older screenshots that are possibly deleted comments. Not for me. I know I didn't delete these ones. Man, what are you doing? Deleting comments you don't like, saying if you dislike this video, you prove me right. And your argument doesn't even make sense. You say both should get punished, however you hammer onto Slumers and let Madame slide because Madame has had this done to her. Also, huge Lomowit, you're trying to silence the truth and I'm not going to put up with that while deleting comments you don't like. Slumers and her White Knight crusade. I bet you'll never make a video about how Madame got her White Knights to harass her editor for asking for payment. What the fuck does that have to do with the Slumers and Madame shit? Nothing. Has nothing to do with it. Then there's Miss Nezzie, who commented on the video stating that she read the script of my video a while back and it's just as dumb as before. Also, no idea why I mentioned her out of nowhere, because it leads up to nothing. Anyways, you sure showed me and the rest of us fur fags. Yes, you're a fur fag. This video isn't biased or full of crazy rambling towards the Ana man.
And it's gone.
Oh, this guy was one of my favorite ones, where he quotes me and then proceeds to claim that I was trying to excuse it when I wasn't. You can try to explain why she felt it necessary or appropriate, but despite the explanation, it does not excuse it. As if I didn't say that. You're literally quoting me stating the same thing. Oh, that's right. Creepshow fucking cow. This fat bitch Shannon commented on it. You can't post your art anywhere and then be mad someone stole it. You are so stupid. Like, actually, that's like if I downloaded this video, posted it on my channel, and made money off of it. That is literally copyright infringement. The same way reposting / tracing / taking credit for someone else's work is copyright infringement. Now, I'm pretty certain because she nuked her own fucking channel that this comment is gone, but if you guys would like to see the full one, I'll try and find it. And
it's gone!
Madame could have at least think that she didn't have a PayPal because she is a minor. As far as I know, PayPal will delete your account if you're underage. Thing is, the whole minor age became a big issue at the time Madame started doxing her. She didn't. She attempted to. Not when she asked Slumers about commissions. Completely ignoring my point there, which is Slumers should have told her age up front. She didn't. So you use biased opinions and try to disguise them as facts. Maybe commentary isn't for you. And from Mauhao Menzie, who now goes by Conpai Mimi or some fucking weird-ass name, VTuber, she loved to run her mouth back then, and now she won't all of a sudden. She says, lol, removing the like/dislike ratio and reading comments because you got suspended on Twitter, but I'm sure you still don't realize what you've done wrong at all, and you have no fault like Slumers or Madame do in their situation. Now you yourself can go to that comment section and take a good read, a good gander. You'll see nothing but seething over the video, misconstruing what I was saying in the video, or just repeating what Ponder, Nezzie, and the rest of the FCK members had to say in regards to that video. It truly is just so beautiful how all of this aged so fucking poorly. And just to be crystal fucking clear, for that particular crowd of people, I am not arguing or defending or doubling down on my Slumers video. I know the video is bad. My script was all over the place. I was all over the place. It was horribly edited. I am not in denial of that. The problem here is people took advantage of that and proceeded to make a bunch of false claims about the video and about what I said and claimed in the video in order to misrepresent me and the video. On October 2nd of 2019, 2:17 p.m., Slumers took to Twitter to talk about my recently published video. Finally, the guy that's been thrashing on me for weeks on end made a video. And obviously the second slide is my long-ass comment reply. I don't know why he's saying evidence, as she's put in heavy quotation marks. It's just him questioning things that has an obvious answer. The first thing I want to point out here is the weeks on end claim that I had been thrashing her for weeks on end. This tweet was made October 2nd of 2019. We first interacted September 25th of 2019, or for her, late night September 24th of 2019. That is a week, a singular week, but she says weeks on end, I'm guessing to play it up and exaggerate it. I'd also like to note that we only briefly interacted before she ended up blocking me, and then she continued to interact with me after having blocked me, evident by her replies to me after having blocked me. And just to add to that, the very first image she has in this tweet talking about my video, if we click on it, it's a literal fucking screenshot of my Twitter feed from that time, and right at the top on the right side, you can see that she has me blocked. It literally says blocked in red. More evidence showing that she was going out of her way to interact with me and to look at what I was saying after having blocked me. This is before I had to make any second or third Twitter accounts. You'll find out why I had to make those Twitter accounts, because these people, the art community and the slideshow community, lied and falsely claimed that I was making these Twitter accounts to endlessly harass Lemurs, that I made them to harass her specifically. But you'll find out why I had to make those Twitter accounts shortly after, but in general, more evidence showing that she was going out of her way, not just to reply to me, but to see what I was saying after having me blocked. A couple minutes later at 2:28 p.m., she said, literally this dude showed James @OMGIJ252's DMs when he confronted him, said, hey, maybe it's not the best idea going through my sexual assault number files to prove your point. And I shit you not, his excuse was, she told Madame when she knew her for a week. Just because I said something personal to someone I really love doesn't immediately scream, I can look through her shit. You mentioned my sexual assault so much in this video saying how that's the reason why I'm getting defended. Which, Jesus fucking Christ. You don't need to mention my sexual assault at all. No one really talks about it because they understand it's personal, and they aren't trying to dig into my sexual assault files to prove a point and getting into inappropriate business to be right. So, smiley face. And then she replied to herself, correcting herself. Just about everyone that made a video on the situation between her and Madame did talk about the sexual assault. And secondly, the very Twitter threads that spawned from the people coming to defend her on Twitter from me were also bringing up the sexual assault. I was not the first one to bring it up. And then the other problem is, she's talking about how I'm trying to look through it to prove my point. She gave James the screenshot that he put in his video so that he could prove his point. But me looking at the very information that's being provided in the screenshot, after people are insisting that I look at it and that I talk about this, after everyone else has been non-stop talking about it. But I'm the problem. Okay. A couple minutes later, at 2:37 p.m., she said, also if you watch the video, just skip to 21 minutes when he shows Nani's video because it's just 99% of Nani's video showed in there. Also, good luck commenting. He deletes the negative ones. This is the earliest example I have of people criticizing, or more so claiming, I was deleting any and all negative comments on the video. This is false. The only comments I was deleting at the time were comments that lied about me or lied about my video. Later on that night, a Twitter user with a strange handle, something like IDKNM or I don't know NM. For simplicity's sake, I'll refer to this individual as CJ, because that's literally her fucking name. CJ started accusing Slimmers of being transphobic, and Slimmers responded with a quote retweet asking how that made her transphobic. If you haven't caught on by now, the people in this community love their identity politics buzzwords. So it's going to be a reoccurring fucking habit as we go through this. This eventually led to a spat between CJ and Slimmers, where Slimmers had the gall, the audacity, to accidentally refer to CJ with male pronouns. CJ is a woman. She was not trans at the time, but Slimmers accidentally referring to her as a guy set her off. And so she started saying that Madame was entirely in the right and that everything she said about Slimmers was right. And Slimmers was like a piece of shit, going on and on and on, hounding Slimmers. So I got into the mix and I came to Slimmers' defense, something that you will never see anyone ever point to or talk about, by the way. Instead, they'll just say that I was entirely on Madame's side. But I defended Slimmers. I told CJ to fuck off, that this was ridiculous, that this whole transphobic accusation was entirely silly, and that it was an accident on Slimmers' end, and even if it wasn't an accident, who gives a fuck? It's not that big of a deal. It's really not. This incident right here would lead to something else that would lead to something else. This is essentially just the setup for something that takes place and involves the events later on. A few days later, my Twitter account was suspended on October 6th, thanks to the 2 waves of mass reporting. After the suspension of my first Twitter account, I made a second, and the art community cried out that I did so to harass Slimmers, that I was making alt accounts to get around her blocking me. Not that they dogpiled and mass reported my first account. One person's account. That wasn't harassment though. Me speaking my mind and not letting them just hush me up was apparently me harassing them, me harassing Slimmers. Slimmers posted some kind of meme showing off the email she got back from reporting my Twitter account, where it said that I got suspended. So the earliest thing that I did on my second Twitter account was return the favor. I reported some of Slimmers' replies to me, which got her account locked. I then slapped together a meme with some screenshots and posted it on October 9th. Whilst we're talking about October 9th, you might be wondering what exactly led up to Slimmers getting my first and second account suspended. I'd love to show you, especially because it shows my exact fucking point about these people. Between 8 and 9 a.m., a Twitter user by the name of Eden Pastel joined the dogpiling threads to argue with me about transgenderism and to trauma dump their own situation to me as if I gave a fuck, specifically by comparing their sexual abuse to Madame, because Madame abused Slimmers, so it's totally comparable. And Slimmers herself was also active in this Twitter thread, so I'll read to you what I recovered. On October 4th, Eden Pastel tweets to Slimmers asking if she has a ref of her OC, that she'd love to make art, to make Slimmers smile. I was in your position, so I want to offer support. Slimmers says, I do, a full body mostly, but not a reference of my OC. If you're referencing to my fursona, here she is. Danky, I have some commissions to do, but I'll try my best to pump out art for you soon, kiddo. It's bullshit. I'm going through this stuff as an adult. A child your age doesn't deserve this level of stress. I'm here for you. P.S. Your non-binary OC is a doll. I said, well, maybe a child shouldn't get into an adult situation with another immature adult. Apparently this is an asinine take. Maybe you should take the L already, after getting suspended, lol. I don't have an L to take, unlike Slimmers. Yeah, I'm sure Slimmers is huge growth, and you getting rightfully suspended is an L on her part, laughing my fucking ass off, delusional. The only person possibly delusional would be you. Get that right. Second, it was false. Imagine crying that her commenting on a video was awful and makes her an idiot and consistently coming in to try and harass her. Get up and get a life, bro. Friends might make you happier. Almost like you have no life outside of the internet and your pathetic contribution to society is being a pain in the ass. The person you're replying to, not you. Even if that did, they're fucking stupid and suck at it. You're legit throwing out ad hominems in arguments based upon the concept of slinging baseless derogatory insults. This is what Lilith said right after saying, almost like you have no life outside of the internet and your pathetic contribution to society is being a pain in the ass. This shit doesn't get any better than this. No, I'm not. Learn to read. Clearly, I'm not the one who needs to learn to read and provide basic English communication when the best you can sling back is no you. I never used no you. You did, you fucking retard. Stop projecting. That looks like a no you to me, dearie. Nah, you are though. Where's the no you at? No, you are though. I remember this. No, you are, though. That's legit a no you, but with more letters added onto an attempt to sound intelligent. No, you directly said, I said no you. That means you're wrong. Just because it's paraphrasing the same meaning doesn't mean it isn't the same thing. Have you heard of a synonym? That's not a synonym. No, you are, though. No, you. Phrasing is similar. And you claim to be 16. I learned this in 3rd grade. You said I stated no you when I said you are, though. That's not the same thing. However, I was correct when I stated it, making your point meaningless. You are literally admitting to saying the synonym to no you. You are, though, and no you. It's literally the same thing. Slimmers chimes in with, isn't it hilarious? You want people to send a hate mob, but you're sending it to yourself and you make shitty excuses of how you're not a transphobe because you know you fucked up. God, I want to vomit. Off the bat, misgendered me. Then when I said I'm not a girl, calling me a dude. Bruh, I'm agender, lol. You are one of the two. If you aren't a girl, you're a boy. If you aren't a boy, you're a girl. Sorry, dude. Excuse me? Absolutely fuck this kid. This is revolting. And the screenshots that Eden has in her fucking Twitter reply right here are the ones where she's trying to compare her being raped at 7 years old and not telling her mother as a mistake on her end, trying to compare that to what Slimmers did in the situation with Madame. Fucking trauma dumping to some random 16-year-old online. Like, you're comparing two things that aren't even remotely similar. Madame did not sexually assault Slimmers when she was 7. This is not even remotely close to the same thing. This individual thought, you know what, yeah, this is completely sane. This is comparable. Totally. How dare some random stranger tell you that they don't care about your story that has no relevance? It's not even remotely comparable to what you're trying to compare it to. How dare they tell you that they don't care about your abuse because it's not relevant. It doesn't matter. The point you're trying to make doesn't even make any fucking sense while you're bringing it up. You just feel the need to tell some random fucking stranger what happened to you for some reason I don't fucking know. And how dare they tell you that they don't care? So revolting. Oh my god. Ugh. And this all took place at 9:46 a.m. Shortly after, and I mean very shortly after, Slimmers quote retweeted Lilith's tweet, "First this villainous fucker harasses me for weeks, and now he's straight up harassing people who are trans. I don't give two fucks if one of you hate on his account. I'm not allowing this transphobic fuck to be like this." But hold on, it gets even better. Slimmers then replied to herself with, "Not only that, he's harassed another user who's trans, named Jerafluff, for also being trans, before his other account got suspended." And these are the messages that she shows. Of course, she doesn't show the fact that, fun fact, Jerafluff also came to me, starting the trans debate with me because I refused to participate in that ideology in other tweets. Jerafluff replied to me, started the thread, did not like the fact that I was not entertaining the fact that he was not a woman, and cried wolf. That's apparently harassment. I'm harassing people who are trans by not agreeing with them and debating with them. At around 1:20 p.m., Slimmers tweeted, "When Twitter actually becomes helpful," with two images. First image being of them informing Slimmers that my account violated Twitter's guidelines, and then of a meme that she drew that says, "Finally, you did something useful for once," in regards to Twitter. This is also where people began to show that they were mass reporting my tweets. Darkness Stone, in fact, responded to this very tweet showing that he previously reported my first Twitter account. So not only did Slimmers and D'Angelo Wallace get my first Twitter account mass reported and suspended, but then the account that I immediately made right after, they immediately fucking mass reported because they weren't getting their way in a debate. Because I was hurting people's feelings that were coming to me starting the fucking debate. Because I wasn't entertaining the politics they wanted me to entertain. This right here is what led me to return the favor. I went through a couple of Slimmers' tweets that she had made replying to me on October 9th, and that led to her account getting locked temporarily. And Twitter notified me, they emailed me back and said, "Hey, this person violated this, we locked their account." So I threw together my own meme and I posted it at 9:18 p.m. Now, that isn't quite the end there either, because the individual Jerafluff, who Slimmers was victimizing, proceeded to message me later on that fucking night on my Instagram account. "Will you leave me the fuck alone? You came to me, Lamau." Yeah, right now to fucking say leave me alone. So fucking leave me alone. "We got your first account suspended for a reason. I already feel like shit because of you. I said I will always be on Twitter. I will always be where I want to be. Boo-hoo, my first account gone. So scary. Yeah, okay, not if we do anything about it. Want to know what the fuck you did? You triggered my anxiety and suicidal thoughts, but I know damn well you don't give a shit." No, I don't. I have VPNs, hundreds of emails. Why would I care? I never said end your life. If anyone has, take it up with them, not me. No, you didn't say end your life, but I already felt like shit. I was in a bad place, then you did that shit. You have no fucking idea how long it took to have courage and to fight for my rights. Even when it was legal, I had to fucking fight my family on this shit. There's nothing to fight. You have the right to believe whatever you want. A disagreement doesn't mean people hate you or want to banish you. I'm fighting with an asshole like you because you think it's funny as fuck to be transphobic. Even after I blocked your ass, you kept going. What Jerafluff is talking about right here all took place on my first account before I had my second one. They had blocked me, and I was still replying to them, of course, and they were going around their own block of me to keep responding to me and see what I was saying. I didn't use a Twitter account to get around their block. So they wouldn't have been able to see what I was saying unless they went out of their own way to see it and to interact with it. Now, I'm not going to go over every message between me and this random fucking guy. I know that I ended it pretty amicably by saying something like "best of luck to you, mate." But the point is, and the reason why I'm going so much in depth on something so seemingly meaningless in October of 2019, is to show you the kind of audience that these people attract, the kind of audience that watch these people. It's not just the content creators and the people in this community that have this natural reflex. It's also their audience members that have this reflex, where they will start shit with this fucking hero complex where they're coming in like the good guy to teach me a fucking lesson, to correct me, to give me a smack around, to put me in my place. Then when I get mean with them, and I show them just a little bit of, I guess, aggression, they become victims almost immediately. They'll start debates with me, arguments with me, getting back and forth with me. Then when I'm mean to them after they've been mean, oh my god, they're victims of my harassment. Meanwhile, they're dogpiling me and mass reporting my accounts and doing so gleefully to shut me up, flaunting the fact that they were able to report and get my account suspended. But I'm the harasser. I'm the bad guy, not the group of people, the mob of people that do this shit. That's the point that I want to show you early on, because this just gets worse as we go. They continue to do this exact same type of shit. October of 2019 was the month where several things coincided that resulted in so much more. It was a chain reaction of entropy that set us on this path to today. The FCK or Fruitcake Club Discord server was created on October 8th by Toasty Vanilla and a couple of friends, and they immediately began inviting people. The earliest people invited to the FCK server were Aurora, who was Madame's previous Discord admin, Nani on October 9th, Nezzie on October 11th, and Slimmers and OMGIJ252 on October 12th. But many more were invited later on. Anyone who had an issue with Madame was essentially invited because the server was made to take down Madame, a sentiment that was repeated many times in the conversations within the server itself. October was also the same month that Nezzie Monster and Ponder Sprocket began working on their two-part collab on me. I and Slimmers interacted a handful of times from October, November, and December. A couple of spats back and forth, which you can see weren't one-sided. These screenshots contain all of the messages that she had replying to me between that time. December 9th, Slimmers admits that she kept reporting me, which led to me making alt accounts. The next day she said, "This is the final nail to the coffin. I'm really tired of this dude. He legit won't stop making alts, won't stop saying crap like this, and it's pissing me off." 6 days later, OMGIJ252 released Madame Feel Bad For Me Part 3, featuring Akumu, a video which I did respond to. It isn't that important for the events, and I'm not going to rag on the guy. He was very far from being the worst out of the FCK. His video was better than many of the preceding videos that would come from them. But I will share with you something in regards to Jamesy's video on me and Madame from December of 2019. In his video, he sought to victimize two aforementioned individuals, CJ and Jarafluff, that I was harassing them because they were trans and I was transphobic. This'll come up much later on, so I might as well share this with you. CJ, after I interacted with CJ on October 2nd of 2019, defending Slimmers from CJ proceeded to follow me to every fucking Twitter account that I made to then accuse me of being transphobic. She went from losing her fucking mind and tripping out at Slimmers for accidentally using male pronouns to following me on Twitter demanding that I use male pronouns, or that she was going to kill herself, that if she couldn't be a boy, she was going to kill herself, posting ridiculous shit like this selfie where she fucking wrote Sharpie mustache facial hair all over her face and talking about how she can't be a boy, she'll kill herself, and that my life would be over, that if she killed herself, everyone would know that it was my fault, and my life would be over. This woman was around the same age as me. She would block me, block me, then unblock me, then my account would get suspended, then I'd make a new one, and she'd search that new one up to interact with me. She also went and came onto my YouTube channel under 2 different YouTube accounts, commenting the same exact shit about how if she can't be a boy, she'll kill herself, trying to suicide bait and guilt trip me. At one point, she even went and contacted Jarafluff, the previous individual that I argued with, so that they both could make Twitter threads pretending to be victims of mine. So went and found Jarafluff, then got Jarafluff involved in some other fucking Twitter spat dogpiling attempt on me. Then, because that didn't work out the way they thought it would, made Twitter threads trying to victimize themselves to me. This was all from the span of October to December of 2019. To the point that I made a Google document filled to the brim with screenshots in regards to what CJ was up to across my several Twitter accounts and my YouTube channel. And I said at the end of my video responding to James in December of 2019 that if CJ was to comment on the video, I would release the Google document publicly so that everyone could see it. CJ commented on the video, so I released this Google document publicly. Just as everything else that I've done in defense of myself, and so on. This would later on be fucking twisted to further victimize CJ. I'm not fucking kidding or anything like that when I say that this will later on be twisted to paint CJ even further a victim. But the reason I'm sharing this with you is because it involves the FCK later on, but also because it shows you even further a good look at the art commentary community's audience, the people that it attracts. It's not just the content creators that are crybullies that love to play victim when the shit they start doesn't go their way, when they aren't getting their way. It's their audience too. It is that community from the ground up. The very basis is built off of being crybullies, crying wolf the second that something they were doing doesn't go the way they want. Then they become victims. Then they have to kill themselves. This is a habit of theirs across the community that goes on for years. Let's go further throughout this timeline. Aside from the hundreds of comments accusing me of shit left and right, calling me a madame simp, a white knight, some Isterphobe buzzword, the occasional death threat, people threatening to ruin my life over it, saying that I would never be able to get a job or gain a larger audience passing even 100 subscribers, things were publicly quiet up until March of 2020. Privately was a different matter entirely. From October of 2019 to March of 2020, the FCK Discord server plunged itself into degeneracy. Here is a lengthy clip from my video on the FCK server, going in chronological order up to March 3rd. Note that it does not contain everything. Starting October 12th of 2019, Ben showed me you tits. Toasty is the big popular now. Did something big happen while I was gone? Your tits are hot, Toasty. Finn showed you my tits from when I was 16. Yes. You're calling a 16-year-old hot. Yes. Show me your soggy boobs. Hot. I'm 17, nigga. It's legal. On December 24th, we have this interaction that starts with Slimers sending in an art piece depicting Toasty Vanilla with a pair of tits. His nipples being covered by pieces of toast, so I think I can show you it. At Miss Zz, Toasty has requested that you join VC. Jamesy then comes in with, at Miss Zz, hey, we're drawing porn. Well, he says prom. Then he says porn, whoopsies. Oh my. Then Toasty ats the deleted user and says, you need to prove your worth and share your art. Deleted user says, nigger, we are all artists here. Where? Just here. We don't care. January 3rd of 2020, there's a discussion about war. Let's see where it goes. 2020 is going to be wild. I called it since 2017, and I'm here strapped in for the ride. I can't wait to get drafted into a war we won't win. I know we all finna get shot on the front lines. What do you mean we're America fighting Dester niggas? We can just throw water on them. Trudeau. What about their allies? China, Russia, North Korea. We're not going to go to war with Russia, period. Probably. Unless Iran does smooth convincing. If we did, I'd eat Jamesy's ass. On January 13th, Toasty Vanilla shares futa porn of Sandy the Squirrel with a ginormous penis sucking in a taxi cab. On January 29th, we take a trip to the chat Toasty's Tits, a chat that was dedicated to porn. Toasty tagged Slimers asking, have you seen the Rule 34 of my goat character? Wait, are you talking about the futa one? The only valid version of me is the futa version. That's the true you. And then he sent the image tagging Slimers again. February 4th, 11:35 p.m. and Toasty tags Slimers asking if she'd like to hear a funny story. Sure. Like 3 hours ago, at abandoned account, Hopeless Peaches, walked in on me masturbating and started to shame me for being in a VC alone that I didn't know I was in. This happened in this server. So Peaches shamed you. Man straight up said he had a video pause. Lamau. No, she thought it was the funniest shit ever because I was just like, hi Peaches, didn't expect you here. So she just started going on a tangent about how I'm a loser for being alone in VC. Thank God I didn't join. And then I was like, okay Peaches, so are you here to stay or are you gonna leave soon? Because I'm in the middle of something. Peaches joining the VC earlier was pretty epic. And I'm debating whether I should just go and finish it and come back or just wait until you leave. I have so many questions right now. I'm only texting monotone because I'm drawing Xena, but I have several questions. Alright, shoot your questions. Just like I shot my goo, my dude. Pause. Good. First question, why? Second, why? Third, why? Listen, I was trying to be polite. I stopped what I was doing so I could entertain this woman. Why were you in the call by yourself? I didn't know I was in a call. Shit was mad funny. So when I heard the Discord badump sound, I froze. I always ask myself so many questions when I see Toasty in a call alone. What may this man be doing in there? I saw him in call too, but I just left because I was like, probably masturbating, lol. I literally said that to myself, and I regret saying it. Lamau, you guessed correctly. Wait, really? Yes. That is probably something he does occasionally. Listen, it was the first time I've done it in a week or so. I was in the shower and I was like, God damn. I want to look at anime titties. No stress relief. Ah, you were watching hentai. How cute. Completely understandable. Not hentai. I was on Pornhub. It's all about X and XX. Hentai weirds me out. What the fuck? I respect Pornhub as a company. Pornhub for bottoms, so I use them. I use XX videos, but I mostly look up porn comics. Adult comics are good. X videos is way better than Pornhub, don't at me. Sex.com is good too. Ban deleted user for wrong opinion. Agreed. X videos is good for free HD. Pornhub doesn't have... We're getting a fucking debate on which porn site's better. eventually reaching the point where Toasty at Slimmers saying, "Join, you fucking slut."
Howdy, I must tell everyone. I walked in on Toasty Vanilla and I'm scarred for life. I will never be the same again. Ms. Zizi responds with a blushing emoji. Exactly, at Ms. Zizi. My innocence was stripped from me that day. What was he doing, though? You don't want to know. All you need to know is to remember to leave a public VC before doing anything. Was he showering in the VC again? It is my mission to never let him live this down. It is vengeance for my innocence being stripped from me. Showering? No. That is a new one I haven't heard before, Lamau. He's been in the VC while taking a shower and telling us about his shampoo. Wow, XD. Nah, that is wholesome in comparison to what I had. At Slimmers, hey, wanna hear a funny story? Sure. Like, 3 hours ago, Homeless Peaches walks in on me masturbating and started to shame me for being in a VC alone that I didn't know I was in. This happened in this server, so Peaches shamed you. Lamau. He what? Yep. I am going to beat him to death. Thank you. I have been in this server for like a week or less, and I've already got this. Is this normal? XD. Kind of. That's just a little bit weirder than usual. Lol. Good to know.
February 6th, Ms. Zizi tags Hopeless Peaches telling her to join her and play Toontown, and then sent a meme about Hitler. This then goes into them spamming Hitler, Nazi art, memes, and futa porn, like yet again Sandy the squirrel from SpongeBob, and then of a giant futa Hatsune Miku drowning the city, and you can probably guess. Then some sexually suggestive Nazi art, a pig and an anime girl pregnant with pigs, a Nazi pony, and then tagging Peaches with futa porn, Lego porn, Butters tagging Peaches with more futa porn, then Butters sending porn of a Pokemon dad having sex with his son, who is a baby Pokemon. Their spam kept going with Mad Libs later sending porn of Tony the Tiger and the Cheetah from Cheetos touching tips, tagging Miss Zizi afterwards. Peaches did react to this, starting at 3:05. She says, "I got la-pinged. Oh no. I was gonna warn you. Don't go through chat, but I thought you were already in bed. Please go through chat. Please do not go through chat. Don't. Fuck. So much porn. Oh fuck. Wah. Lamau. That's it. That's it. This is gonna expose you all. Blush face. At Peaches, did you just wake up? I didn't do anything. Did you just wake up? Yep. This is what you missed. We tried to iron out the server lore, and I think Xena became my husband. I'm not sure though. And Nazi porn. And some Toontown. We just got out of a big call. We were all playing Toontown, and we got at Libby to finally get the game to work. I see. I want to go back to my sleep. Me too, I'm tired. At abandoned account, how's that audio doing? When do you think you'll get your new mic stuff? I don't know. I just did a big boy yawn. At abandoned account, good night Homeless Peaches. I'm going to bed. Oh hey, just about to go to bed. I know we couldn't Skype tonight, but that's alright. At abandoned account, good night girl. I'll see you tomorrow. What was Mad Libs' tweet though? At just vanilla. It was a tweet hyping up her new video since I dragged a bunch of fucking YouTubers into it. I almost got the right opinion in it too, but I made her delete it because it was supposed to be a surprise. So they almost got the right opinion to collab with them. I mean, that would have been a fucking shit show. Would have really shot this group forward. Thank God that didn't happen. 11:38 p.m. on February 6th, Nezzie Monster was invited into the server. The next day, February 7th, at around 5 in the morning, they started doing their meme and porn spam again, and this time, Nezzie Monster reacted to it with a simple meme about holy water eye drops. So Nezzie Monster also knew about the porn spam that would happen in the server.
I can't see my haters because I got cum in my eyes.
February 8th, and there's this interaction. This starts with talking about Toontown, and then OMGIJ252 links his J-Station video, which is now private. LOL, sorry, bye. Toasty then says, at Ms. Zizi, I'm sorry, do I have to ban you? Toasty, you trying to slide into my Toontown DMs? Yes, yes. Fuck you. I'd fuck me too. Tell her about the time you almost got your dick sucked. No, who here has big titty? At Mimi has the big titty. I'm small titty, like B. Then Toasty sends a photo of himself, I think with a feminine filter on from Snapchat. I don't fucking know. Who that? I don't know. Toasty then sends some meme about a flat chest, thick thighs. Yeah, right, no. Then a ninja meme. My goat is thick. Toasty's isn't. Then he sends a photo of the goat to try and prove his point, I guess, about the thickness of their They're avatars. They're little avatars. Not enough. Everyone wants to fuck mine. Then Mimi sends, I don't know what that is. Supposed to be her little character, depressed, with a hat on. Then Ms. Nezzie sending what I can only assume to be cropped porn of her character. That, I don't exactly know what's happening here. Porn is overrated. Excuse me. Racism. I love racism. Me too. I think I've seen it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck this is. Yeah, that's hot. Yes, it's slow as hell. Nah. Also, my manager is busy teaching new employees, and I'll probably just leave. I'm like 5'1". More, I guess, cropped pornography of Miss Zeezy's character. Why not? I'm going to kill you, Toasty. Snatcher's my husband, yes. With the way these messages are, I think it's a little obvious that they were in a VC, or something else was, taking place. Machine is my Toontown boyfriend. Peaches is my wife. Mimi was my wife. Toasty and I are Toontown divorced. You said you want a divorce. Yes. Mimi is welcome to come back to me. Here's an art piece of Peaches and Miss Zeezy kissing. We should all watch gotcha porn. Oh shit. Shit posting hours. I guess this is gotcha porn right here. Stop, I'm only 10. Then Toasty sends some random fucking screenshot. How long y'all been smooching? Lamau. Like at least 5 hours. 5 hours. His dick was this big.
You betrayed me. You changed your profile pic? Fine. I'm sorry! Wow.
February 11th, 10:23 a.m. Toasty Vanilla says, guys, I'm a Mimi simp. At Mimi, shut up, you don't have rights because you don't have the YouTube role. I think it's the fact that your voice makes me straight. I think that's literally the only thing that makes me sexually confused. Damn, I guess I'm ugly. Oh, I'm supposed to be mad at you right now. Why would you try to commission child porn by a child? Speak or die. Okay, 1, I didn't commission it. 2, it's not porn. 3, we're both barely adults. And 4, I guess this is supposed to be something she posted. I haven't eaten breakfast yet because I'm saving room for my stomach when I eat out Vanilla Toasty's ass viciously. At Mimi, checkmate. Bitch, we're teens. Lol. We tech shit, but when it comes to drawing, we can't, so we visualize. Even though I really, really, really want to see that, but I can't. Why? Because I'm still a child for 5 more months. Oh no, I can't look at the Toasty X Mimi fan art because I'll get arrested. Woe is me. No, I meant the Slimmers one. Wait a second, what? Slimmers called you out, fool. And then they link the no access chat. Bruh, I just told Slimmers what you told me to tell her. Where's the receipts of that? Where's the evidence? Well, you told me in voice chat, so I don't have them. Bitch, I don't remember that. Ho. I would never ask for child pornography made by a child of my sexy self. For a child, eating Toasty's ass. Well, I'm pretty sure our OCs are over 18, so it's all good. Are you sure about that? Because my persona ages when I age. You were touching me. Wait, pause. Reads consent laws. Yeah, for once. Pause. Yeah, where the fuck is this soap opera going? I did not hit her, Mark. I did not. I don't know. But like I said, when my dumbass turns legal, that means that all those guys who were DMing me to lewd my Sona can do it. I'm not lying. Okay. Would you like to see? Just one question. What the fuck is this? You know what? I'm in agreement. What the fuck is that? That's you groping yourself. I mean Discord grope. I'm just watching it. Mimi Diggs and Toasty Vanilla wanted Slimmers to draw porn or suggestive imagery of the two of them, or at the least, of Mimi Diggs. Slimmers had already drawn porn of Toasty before, so hey, why not, right? It's completely normal. 7 hours later, and there's an update from Mimi Diggs. Okay, attention server. We have made a compromise at Slimmers, and Mimi sends a screenshot. I will consent to Slimmers drawing fluff/smut, but anything further than that is illegal. Go wild, I blame just vanilla. Damn, you wanted this. You presented the idea to me. Here we go. Excuse me, ho. We can kiss, we can play with our cheeks, we can touch titty, cheeks, but stick your dick in me and I'm calling the police. Cheeks? Yes, both cheeks. What does that fucking mean? It means I'll pop one of them if you don't buy me Minecraft. February 13th, 3:19 p.m. Peaches says, at just vanilla, Toasty quit flirting with my boyfriend. No. Hello, Peaches. Did you see my thighs? Oh, I see them every night, love. What are you saying? Is that Mr. Steal Yo Boy? Toasty, this is Warmade. How dare you? Not gonna lie though, your boyfriend be packing some meat down there. You don't need to tell me that, dude. And he ain't for sharing, so back off, son, or I'ma deck ya. Oh shit. You be tweaking if I think I'm gonna back off my homeboy. I ain't capping though when I say I'm gonna steal your mans and we're gonna be smashing. Bet. February 20th, 9:26 p.m. at Art Animation. So Peaches messaged me from her boyfriend's account today, and it was pretty great. I just felt like sharing this moment. What did I fucking say about texting my boyfriend, you cucker? Lol, get cucked nerd. February 29th, 12:10 a.m. Slimers sends an artwork piece of hers depicting herself sucking a dick. I really don't know what else to say aside from that. Keep in mind at the time that she was 15. Looks like it's up to me, shaking my head, cause it's great. Slimers, 2 eyeballs. Stop posting porn in FCK. La porn. Wait. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, it just looks like a banana, so we good. She's just enjoying her potassium. It's a Subway sub, the fuck. February 29th, 1:32 p.m. Fat fuck the name's Junkie said, I took a look in here yesterday, and why was there porn in here, XD? Spooky. At Slimers, explain your sins. Well, Junkie, that's a hard question to answer. You see. XD. Toasty Vanilla comes in, tagging Junkie. Sometimes we just kind of post porn whenever we want. Junkie responds with, XD. Amazing. Carry on. The cholesterol lizard can't say that he didn't know that there were minors in here because at the very least he knew Slimers was in here. He fucking tagged her. I just wanted to make that crystal clear because he has a nasty habit of flat out lying or denying something that he did do.
The hentai god himself follows me now. Eyeball emoji. Oh, good. Hey, I did the thumbnail for his Indiana Jones video, and PewDiePie saw it. Damn. Yes, that piece of art gained infamy. Thank you, Trent. I fap to that piece all the time. But it be blocks, though. Never stopped me before. Toasty likes me. He said he wants my dildo in his ass. I only love you for your money, Teddy.
From October of 2019 to March of 2020, several YouTubers and artists were invited to the FCK server. The names Junkie on December 31st, Micro Mavi or Ellie Momeli as she is now known on January 3rd, Hopeless Peaches January 29th, Fuchsia Butter on February 2nd, both Nezzie Monster and Mad Libs on February 6th, Mimi Diggs on February 8th, and One Man Show Off, or Trent as he's also known, on March 1st. Nearly every minor in the FCK server talked about their age, either by jokes or just flat out admitting that they were underage. Slimers, who is 15, and OMGIJ252, who was 16, along with Teddy the Draws, were not even the youngest of the members. The youngest was 12, and the second youngest was 14, and Toasty Vanilla was aware of that. On March 8th, Ponder Sprocket and Nezzie Monster uploaded their 2-part collab on My Slimers video, accumulating non-existent evidence. The art community for years now have shared, referred, and recited these 2 videos, telling themselves that they called me out, and that I'm only upset that they rightfully called me out. That's their cope for completely ignoring the actual issues with the 2 videos. Now, I won't go over every single one, because I've made 2 videos of my own dissecting each one. They're inside the aforementioned playlist. But I will go over the main takeaway, talking points, and claims that Ponder and Nezzie made. 2 of them first accused me of lying by omission, that I left out what people were responding to in my intro in an effort to conceal what I did.
Right from the get-go, Akumu is presenting a dishonest claim. He is showcasing the tweets of people reacting to something that he said, but he's refusing to provide us with what exactly that was. I can't believe that we're only 18 seconds in and we've got a big ol' lie by omission, a dishonestly presented accusation, and a major contradiction presented to us. That's gotta be like a new record or something. Akumu deserves a prize.
Then they accused me of attempting to dox a minor, referring to Slimers numerous times throughout both videos.
So, you didn't technically attempt to dox anybody. You were just asking if there was somebody out there who could dox her for you.
And the contradiction will come up a little bit later, but it has to do with him making note that someone out there should be able to answer his question and provide Slimers' private information to him.
Which is basically him not committing the crime, but asking someone to do it for him. Which doesn't make you innocent, my guy. Also, I'm not surprised these people thought that. You don't ask for someone's personal information on a public fucking forum. That's what we call being suspicious.
Oh yeah, by the way, if anyone has the personal info of that minor who was being harassed by a larger YouTuber, hit me up. Which is hilarious considering his bias against Slimers is very apparent from him openly harassing her and asking other people to send him her private information.
They did this by unironically omitting 2 days worth of my tweets that disproved the attempted doxing accusation, tweets that they had to scroll past to get a different screenshot from a thread, just to take that out of context and use it as an admission or confession to the attempted doxing accusation. An impressive, whopping level of mental gymnastics. They also accused me of deleting the tweet, asking for help looking into the case information to try and hide my actions, despite the fact I literally made a tweet with a screenshot of the tweet I deleted, so people couldn't accuse me of trying to hide it. If I was trying to hide it, why the fuck would I post a screenshot of it? Of course they didn't show that, because it would contradict the claim that I was trying to hide it. They claim numerous times in both Part 1 and Part 2 that I was harassing Slimmers or that I was harassing Slimmers' friends. They later on accused me of deleting tweets I didn't even fucking delete, just to further push the notion that I was deleting things to hide my actions. Of course, leaving out the fact that community mass reported my Twitter account, which forced me to have to delete certain tweets to even gain access to my account and use it. But mentioning that would be acknowledging the dogpiling and mass report campaign. Mentioning and acknowledging that would contradict their effort to accuse me of deleting tweets in an effort to hide them. It sure is odd that Ponder and Nezzie specifically accused me of deleting that tweet, asking for help to look into the information when I posted a screenshot of it after I did, considering my account ended up suspended, meaning no one but me would be capable of disproving it. It sure is odd that they accused me of deleting tweets I never even deleted that are still on my account, considering no one else would be capable of checking that. But the two insisted that I dishonestly presented my accusations, so surely it's not possible that they dishonestly presented the accusations. The two also criticized me for deleting comments, specifically for deleting Slimmers' comment on a video about Slimmers.
What he's doing here when he says that he has been removing comments from his video. Slimmers even commented, and that comment is no longer on the video. Ironic that the first thing he did in his video was talk about how people on Twitter didn't want to hear the truth and were actively trying to suppress it, and yet he hid a comment from the very person whom he was not only apparently trying to get into contact with, but also made a video on, trying to expose them for being an awful manipulative person. That's a whole other level of wow.
Ironically, in 2024, Ponder resorted to hiding my comments because I was commenting on the video literally about me. And she has also hidden several of my audience members who have pointed this out or brought up my recent Part 1 and Part 2. It's almost like someone's trying to hide it, or at least keep her audience from finding out about it. Another recurring habit of theirs from the two-part collab is twisting my words. A prime example of this was when I said Slimmers pretended to be older. Ponder and Nezzie acted as though I claimed that Slimmers lied about her age.
Is that the reason why you're entertaining hearsay that doesn't have any evidence? Because it confirms your preconceived notion that Slimmers initially lied about her age?
To Madame and told Madame that she was an adult, and then they demanded I provide evidence that Slimmers told Madame she was an adult, when that wasn't even remotely close to what I fucking said. Interestingly, and surely just a coincidence, but Micromavi, Ellie Momelli, was one of the individuals credited in the description of the collab, specifically for voicing Slimmers in it. When it comes to Ponder Sprocket and Nezzie Monster's two-part collab, it is littered with problems. So many problems, in fact, that I could not explain to you them and provide every clip for them as evidence and the context behind them in this video without extending it literally hours. So if you'd like to know the sheer level, the scope of mental gymnastics, dishonesty, and misinformation that's been clung to for years by the art commentary community, people that we're speaking of in this very video, then I urge you to go and check out those two videos. This summary here does not hold a fucking candle to everything that I go in depth on in the two videos that I've made, breaking that two-part collab down. On March 9th, Nezzie Monster took to the FCK server to inform them that I found the videos referring to her collab with Ponder. This is some of what was said.
Akumu found the vid. He learned fuck all. Nezzie Monster, show us. The comments there, my guy. Well, I don't want to dig through your comments section to find it. Even though I was digging through there not even 10 minutes ago. It, just appeared. Newest. I'm tired and lazy. I doubt that he'll realize his wrongs. This is coming from the guy who's still going after Libby 4 months after she made a vid on him. Yup. Let's see what he pulls up this time. I know, right? Thank you, Katie from Connected. Nezzie Monster, listen. If he were like me, he would not watch Ponder's video, and instead go after Toasty because it's easier to swallow/debunk someone of similar age. In this case, I don't do that because I know my ass would be handed to me by actual adults. So he's basically either forcing himself to not watch the two-parter because of anxiety and go about his blind crusade, or watch it, think about it, get encouraged / sucked off by his close friends, then go on his blind crusade. I already saw part 1, still need to finish part 2. And yes, the voice actor who played Akumu did a great job, not gonna lie. Kudos to him. He literally just read the title and stroked his dick in the comments. That's it. Bruh. I'll get to work. Oh no. I'll get to work. I am the scared. Time to go work. Smiley face. Ah! I don't know what the fucking dog. Make of that what you will. You guys are obsessive over me by bringing up dead drama and making a movie about it, lol. Anyway, Slummers is kind of hot. That makes... Oh, god damn it, Akumu. Anyway, Slummers is kind of hot. That make my boy wee hard. But I'm supposed to hate her, so like, yeah, she bad. The video took 3 months to make. Yeah, I literally saw the Halloween theme. Yes. Literally in the video, we started scripting in October. Was it extremely hard to find the constant shit this guy keeps spouting on Twitter / Discord? Because my god, he talks shit for someone in dick-flattening distance. Over drama being dead over 3 months? Checkmate. Vids was in the works at that time span. Also the fact that Ponder was on a health hiatus, that was plastered all over her DA and Twitter. Sad face. How's she doing right now? Hope she's doing alright. I think she's okay, yeah? She's back making videos, so I assume she's aight. It's just around October after all that Sashly copycat drama. She got tuckered out. Just oofsies. Sashly copycat? Yikers. Like we aren't adults with lives or something. Also, isn't he still attacking Slummers? That I am unsure. Oh shit, I didn't ask her about that. I was too busy smothering her with gay happiness. But he disassociated himself from the madame, so... Yeah, which is great. Moving on is wonderful. But like I said, if he disassociated but still harasses Slummers after it, then that's an issue. At this point, I would white knight Slummers big time. Like, I would kiss her feet. Also, I checked back on my 3-month comment with Akumu. Comments are disabled. Lol. Toasty Vanilla, you gonna make a video on his response if he makes a vid? Cause there's no point in me wasting time on a brick wall. I don't think so. I already asked if I could collab with him. I am tempted to critique thrash his content. But, bruh. I already have ideas visual-wise, like talking with a female Death Note character. I was going to point out the choice of sprites and character he decided to go with. Nah, I was asking if anybody will come to my aid since I ain't feeding him. I want to be Light's mom so bad to roast this kid. What? I'll be down for the response. I don't care if he bitches and moans. I'm washing my hands of this kid. The video was enough to erase 10 years worth of brain cells. If he refuses to learn, what's the point of teaching him? It's low-hanging fruit to make a response to his response. It'll be for attention. Your purpose was to make light of what's been going on with this kid-on-kid action and be done with it. Get it? Light? Oh god, that sounded weird.
After Nezzie Monster informed the FCK server, Toasty Vanilla replied to my comment on part 1, the one uploaded to Nezzie's channel. I replied, "Oh hey Toasty," which makes me think he and I interacted at some point before this. I vaguely remember something possibly taking place on Twitter, but I cannot find it. Toasty then later on replied again, asking me if I wanted to DM on Discord, and I said sure, ? Nearly an hour later, Nezzie went to Twitter to say pretty much the exact same thing she said in the FCK server. This insistence that I was still going after someone who made a video on me 4 months ago is again referring to Mad Libs. And you might be wondering, what was my supposed going after of Mad Libs? Me commenting on the video Mad Libs made about me, replying to other people, and replying to Mad Libs when she responded to me or spoke of me. Such as when her fucking pinned comment accused me of trying to dox Slummers. Oh, and at some point I also commented about her comic, saying that I would review it for content. I shit you not, that is all that I did up until this point. A couple of minutes later, back in the FCK server, Nezzie mentions an individual trying to dox her, and clarifies that it wasn't me, that this individual named Sherman was trying to dox her and Doodletones. On March 9th, 3:35 p.m., Mimi Diggs tags Nezzie Monster with, "I'll get to work, smiley face, mocking me again." Deleted user response, "Bruh, it's that Akumu." Toasty Vanilla chimes in with, "I'll get to work." Deleted user responds with a dog emoji. Nezzie Monster then says, "As long as he doesn't try to dox me like the other motherfucker." Deleted user says, "Who doxed you? Angry face. I just hope I don't spook anyone. Lol." Why are people doxing one another as a form of retribution? It doesn't make anyone stand in a better pedestal. Nezzie Monster says, "Commentary flashbacks begin." Toasty then says, "Also, I'm not a fucking commentary channel at Mimi. Dude, no, he's 16. Yikes. Guys, seriously, stop. Okay. But yeah, some guy going after Doodle found me and tried to dox us on my stream." Mimi then says, "Everyone got quiet and I'm scared. Probably should delete that, by the way." And deleted user agrees. "He tried releasing my name in the chat and I managed to end it and delete it before it got out of control. I'm having a very bad week. What a scummy kid. Do you not have stream mods? What the fuck happened? Did I do something? No, you're good, no worries. Was my last comment distasteful? E." Now what Mimi is referring to here with her last comment and that whole thing of saying, "Dude, no, he's 16. Mimi made a joke about doxing me. That's why Nezzie Monster said, "Dude, no, he's 16, and that they should probably delete that." The same people who accused me about a day or two before these messages of deleting tweets to hide evidence against me, of trying to hide my actions, were deleting messages in their Discord server already. But let's continue with this. Nezzie Monster then says, "Akumu didn't dox me, someone else did. I have mods now." Deleted user says, "Oh." Mimi then sends a emoji of some kind of dog, and Nezzie Monster responds by tagging Mimi, stating, "I just recommend not doing those kinds of jokes, as he's still a kid." So yes, it was Mimi who made the joke about doxing me. The reason you can't see it is because they deleted it. So what do we learn here in this very moment? Well, me deleting something and then providing evidence of what it was I deleted, well, that was me trying to hide things. Doesn't matter that I provided evidence and explained why. No. That was me trying to hide things. But them deleting shit in their private Discord server, that was acceptable behavior. Because keep in mind, Nezzie Monster was one of the very same fucking people in the collab with Ponder, accusing me of deleting shit to try and hide shit. Yet here she was, advising Mimi to delete a joke about doxing me. The reason I'm telling you about this is because it'll become very important later on, especially Nezzie's clarification here that Akumu didn't dox me, someone else did. And what she said previously only a few minutes prior. But yeah, some guy going after Doodle found me and tried to dox us on my stream. This will become very important later on. So if you can, just put a pin in this. Make a mental note. I don't know, write it down, something like that, if you want to treat this like a autistic little study. But keep it in mind. Later that same day at 8:05 p.m., Nezzie Monster returned to the FCK server again. "Guys, I'm fucking pissed right now. Whomst has enraged thee?" Someone sent me what started the Twitter thread Akumu shows in the beginning of his vid. Bruh, he's also on my Twitter. Yokes. I'm guessing that's an emoji from the server. So you know how me and Ponder thought it started because he was trying to get Slimer's number? Yeah, I did hear that part where he was trying to ask for personal info. He wasn't. He was trying to get private records. He now goes by Karma. Damn. I am fucking pissed. No, that's an old tweet. Oh, well, at least now we know he didn't went ahead and ask for personal info. It was just a minor misinterpretation. Don't be. No, I'm pissed because this is disgusting. Nezzie pretended to be surprised about the fact that I was looking into the case file information, a fact that she already knew by this point because she mentioned it in part 2 of the collab that was released 2 days prior to this message in the FCK server.
For one thing, you absolutely suck at cluing people in on what's going on. You know that unless someone was intimately aware of the situation and what you've been doing on Twitter, they would have no idea what you were talking about, right? For another, not only does this ignore the context of the tweet where you were apparently, according to you, directly asking people to send you Slimer's docs information, or at the very least, information so personal that you could have used it to dox her, you're also ignoring that apparently the information you were able to get came as a result of a bad censoring job on OMGIJ's part, and that it's kinda creepy that the one guy this obsessed with taking Slimer's down has gone out and found that document. That really just showcases how dangerous it could have been for Madame to have actually succeeded in doxing Slimer's.
How did you not realize that Slimmers may not have known about the bad censoring as it was OMG's job, and approaching her with her county and case files wouldn't be creepy as shit? That is sick.
Dumbsville was then invited on March 10th, and that same day was the day that Fuchsia Butter, aka Lucy or Butters, came into the picture. I already have an episode going over the nearly entire situation between me and him, so I'll be clipping it here, adding some, and then summarizing. This clip contains screenshots from both Fuchsia's own Discord server named Fuchsia's Sweethearts and the FCK server. Remember that Gamerzone is the FCK server general chat. Fuchsia's first mention of me is in his Discord server on March 10th of 2020 at 5:03 p.m. I'm gonna make a video on a transphobic piece of shit. He brings me up 9 minutes later in the FCK Discord. Lucy finna slam her trans cock down on a matter regarding a transphobic bitch. Relentless savagery time. Oh boy. Nezzie says, Twitter mother, coming to my defense. Protect me from the haters. I will, my child. I will. Pat. And Nezzie sent a screenshot of the DMs between her and Madlibs from earlier that day. Yo, Nezbot. Lucy asked about Akumu, and now that I explained it, she's finna make a video on him. So get ready for that. Ooh woo, Twitter mother coming to my defense. Of course my Twitter child. Lucy is my Twitter mom. Oh, you are my mommy. Oh. Two very different things. Up until the video came out, he only spoke about the script in the FCK Discord, but he did say something on the 11th in his own Discord. At 2:24 a.m., he said a transphobic, homophobic, misogynistic asshole who mocked one of my YouTube friends' sexual assault on multiple occasions. Yes, we heard. Fucker has triggered the wrath of Lucy. And he then sends an emoji of himself with the glowing eye. The poor bastard isn't ready for how bad he's gonna get murdered. This vid is gonna be harsh. I'm so excited. With a Nezuko emoji. Harsh opinions, question mark. Vengeance Butters. May I ask what this person did? What's it on? What you gonna scream about? I explained last night, but I wasn't here. An asshole who kept harassing a YouTuber friend of mine about her sexual assault. I was either not there or too emotionally exhausted to pay attention. Oh noes. As a bonus, he's racist, homophobic, transphobic, hypocritical, paranoid. Wow. And I have all the screenshots to prove it. All of them. Oh yeah. This video pulls no punches. Call him the N-word. Bury him and cum. I don't call him the N-word, but I do use many creative insults and jabs. Cause his ego is so easy to hurt. He's such a baby. I can't wait to see an angry Butters. May get new viewers. A very smug Butters. A level of smugness that hasn't been around since my original videos. Very cynical, smug-filled hatred for this asshole. He shall drown in butter. Because angry Lucy is terrifying. Blood. Blood will be spilt upon the soil. Call him a jizz guzzler. I call him some good names. I call him a retarded monkey at one point. Lucy, Lucy, Lucy. Calling someone that has African American ethnicity a monkey? This is the 2000s. What about the progress? This is white supremacy in the art community, folks. If it's not clear, I'm joking. I'm not nearly as pathetic as this crowd. I just thought it was really funny considering he called me racist, and in general, these people love their phobinist buzzwords. Kill this bigoted little prick right now. Right. That's what I'm doing. Shrug emoji. A legitimate piece of shit that I'm going to ram and take the brunt of the rebound for. Cause I'm sick of him harassing my friends. So I'm going to call him on his shit and tell him to basically come at me. Lucy doesn't give a fuck. Lucy's angry. He sounds like a pussy. He's a pathetic little child. Destroy him. I will. Oh, you underestimate how bad I will. Lucy is about to star platinum Aura this bigot's ass. Yara, what the fuck? Piano stops. The video is basically ready to be recorded. Don't you insult the Flatbush like that, Juice. I'm going to spend my time in classes today refining the script, adding carefully clever jabs and insults. I ain't like Libby. I ain't like Nezzie and Ponders. They pulled punches. This faggot won't stop. So, he's invoked my rage. You don't. Victim shame, my friends. Really put the emphasis with the periods. What the hell did I miss? Is this that Joker guy you made fun of? The Joker guy at least has some sort of self-respect. I now want to be the one to strangle him in prison. This guy has none. Who's that guy? Have you done a video on him? The guard's watching through our cells as he flails his arms around, helplessly screaming, and I'm on his back attempting to practically rip his head off his scrawny little bitch neck. She's about to. I haven't yet, but I'm about to. And no, Corey, this is someone entirely different. Oh god, this is going to be something shit. Where every time I hear a bigoted jackass speak, I only hear kill me, kill me. They victim shamed one of my YouTube friends about her sexual assault multiple times. He's gonna get obliterated. Why would you shame someone for being sexually assaulted? No. Sexual assault bad. It's more fun to twist his own blade on him. Oh boy. This is going to be a video. Watch him squirm trying to defend himself from his deleted comments. Keep that in mind. Legit, the dude's got no self-awareness. Like, how could anyone do shit like that and not think of the other person? I just wish to know who this person is ahead of time so I can actually see what caused this. And you don't fucking make fun of that shit. That blows my mind. It's really hard to make me this angry. So they definitely fucked up. Same Lucy. If someone is sexually assaulted, you don't blame them. I'm almost never angry. You have fucked up now. His blood will stain my hands. You're serious. He's a fucker. 100%. Hugs at Butters. So love felt. There's even more. This guy's fucked. Jesus. I really want to see what this guy is doing before the vid now. When you uploading it? I'm gonna try and get it out today. Butters bound to drop a content cop on us, lol. Welcome back. This bomb bound to be dropped. It's a carpet bomb of nukes. What would have happened to Japan if we didn't stop? Because I just keep going. I keep laying out the shit that he's done. Just play the hand theme over the whole thing. I keep insulting him. I don't stop. The script at the moment is 11 pages long. The comment section, I can just image the guy's probably gonna reply. He's gonna get slaughtered. Just play it during the video in the background for how hard you're slapping him. Bigoted morons make me feel bad. I think after this we need to do a stupid video. And this is where he actually quotes his video. Choke on my transsexual pink pube dick, you spineless, honorless shit puppet. Gurgle gurgle. Nice. If it's not obvious, this place was filled to the fucking brim with degenerates, but we'll get more onto that later. Lamau. He thinks he's Joaquin Phoenix when he's really Jared Leto having a midlife crisis. This is 9th grade insulting. You know what? Sure, I'll let you have this one. That one is slightly better. I don't know who this Cooper guy is, but he's onto something. He's cooking. He's a real deck of cards. If the deck was full of jokers, none of the cool ones, just Jared Leto. It's just calling me Jared Leto again. This guy is getting zero mercy from me. He deserves S-tier insults. Libby and Nezzie held back in their videos. He didn't back down, so now he gets the pink-haired transsexual filled with violent rage after him. I'm going to tear him apart slowly. It won't work like that, Lucy. Usually doesn't, at least. Cooper is keeping reality in mind. But just wait. How this guy reacts to things? Yeah. Have you seen him? If you even breathe negatively in his direction, he shifts his attention to you and throws a fit. Not gonna lie, I want to see who this man is. If you know what he looks like or sounds like, you win. This Akumu victim blamed and shamed Slimmers for her sexual assault is complete fucking bullshit. I never once remotely implied, stated, or even suggested that Slimmers was somehow at fault or in the wrong for that horrendous thing that she went through. I didn't shame her for it either. The worst thing that I said in regards to it, the tweet that I regret making, wasn't even shaming her or mocking her for it, let alone mocking it. I was mocking her dad for having done it. I was mocking the people, the art-tards, who were unironically making the argument that her having gone through something so horrible and traumatic years ago somehow meant that she was completely innocent and voided from criticism and couldn't do anything wrong in the Madame situation. Because that's how desperate many of these people were just to avoid me being right about anything. But the reason they throw those claims out is because they're constantly looking for ways to victimize other people and victimize themselves. That's why they're constantly throwing the word victim blaming around. Because words like that and the phobe and is that they love to use, it elicits a reaction from their audience. Because their audience gets emotionally invested in shit like this. And that's why immediately it brought out that vitriol dislike of me with no fucking evidence, no screenshots, no proof, and there's already a vitriol dislike. Because I was supposedly all these various things. I victim blamed. They know their audience very well, and they know that they're easily manipulated by simply using these various terms. They love appeals to their feelings. They're constantly falling for them. It's why when anyone proclaims to be a victim of X and Y, like harassment, that's one that they really love to throw around. They immediately fall for it, as you'll see throughout this video. But the main point that I'm trying to get at here is that what you're seeing, what I just showed you, is a very early but prime example of how these communities' hug boxes delude not only the viewers, the audience members, but also the content creators. Lucy, Fuchsia Butter, or Butters, was saying really unhinged, deranged shit. He was spurging the fuck out just to hype himself up, but they were validating it and inflating it to the point that he genuinely believed that it was going to play out like he thought it would, that he was going to come at me and that I was fucked, that he was not going to give me any mercy, my blood would stain his hands, he was going to slaughter me, murder me, that I was done for. It was a carpet bomb of nukes, that he was going to come at me and demand that I go at him. So let's see how long that attitude lasted, before he too would cry wolf and play the victim card. On March 12th, 2:24 a.m., back in the FCK Discord, he said, "The time is nigh. The render finishes in mere seconds." And at 3:05 a.m., Akumu, the definition of scum, was uploaded. At 3:29 a.m., in Fuchsia's server, he actually talks about the FCK. I mention this because a lot of the people who watched these people tried to deny this happening, that I'm just a conspiracy theorist about the FCK. Back in the FCK Discord at 7:45 a.m., he says, "Feels good to literally scorch this pussy." Their conversation goes on, but later this same day, Toasty Vanilla brings up the idea of interviewing me, asking Slimmers and Nezzie Monster's opinion. They go on about how they don't want me to get attacked and how I just need to learn. Their entire discussion on the 12th of March and the delusions within it are great, but they are not the topic of today. We'll get into that another time. But one last thing I want to acknowledge before I get into Lucy's video is this message right here from Mimi Diggs. "I keep forgetting that Akumu is a kid. Why do I keep forgetting that?" And Lucy replies with a shrug emoji. Again, this is on the day he uploaded the video, which was just 5 days after Ponder and Nezzie's tag team. It was March 11th that I uploaded my video responding to Ponder Sprocket and Nezzie Monster titled Pondering Their Lies. Now, about Fuchsia's video from March 12th. It consisted of strange sexual insults such as telling me to suck his pink pube dick, calling me a cum chalice, that I had a cum guzzling ego,
and talking about someone who is such an indescribable asshole that they've caused me physical discomfort just by things they've said and the fact that they still breathe. So, I will do my best to explain why I despise this low-life cum chalice of a person. How do I describe this utter waste of space? That's how much of a shrimp-dicked fucknugget he is. Akumu is literally some of the lowest scum on the earth. Disgusting bastard. You disgusting piece of shit. In the most homey way possible, choke on my transsexual pink pube dick, you spineless, honorless shit puppet. So consider this me smashing the scale and obliterating you with everything I've got. Because personally, after all this stuff I've read, I don't give a fuck about you. I don't give a fuck about your joke of a channel. And I certainly don't give a fuck about your compensating ego.
That he didn't care about my supposed ego. Mind you, that was his second time bringing up my supposed ego. He used a Photoshop screenshot of my tweet and called me pretentious, which just takes the cake when you consider that just a day before he uploaded his video on me, he was talking about how I'd get zero mercy, that he's going to tear me apart slowly, and that my blood would stain his fucking hands. He criticized me for deleting YouTube comments, painting it as though I was deleting every comment that disagreed with me.
Harass me on Twitter, maybe? Go ahead. I'll reply with has-been gifs, since that seems to be one of your triggers. For someone who hates SJWs, you have a lot of triggers. Just a quick mention, I like how you listed geeking as if it were some sort of massive accomplishment, when in reality your profile was probably something like Kink Daddy Akumu 69, with a profile filled with botched 50 Shades of Grey quotes, mixed with various horribly cropped Death Note images. I implore you to prove me wrong. Regardless of the outcome, I'm keeping comments enabled on this video. Unlike you, I can handle the quote-unquote rush of comments, as you call them. That's a creative way of saying valid criticism, dumbass. Not that it matters, since you disabled the comments like a pussy, but I do have evidence of you yourself admitting to deleting comments that don't portray you or your video correctly, aka comments you didn't like because they derailed your shaky, pathetic points or they hurt your feelings.
While it is true I did delete comments back then, I stopped doing that by January of 2020. I also wasn't deleting any of them because they disagreed with me. You can go to my comments section right now and find hundreds of comments from 4 or 5 years ago that disagree with me. I was open about what I would delete, comments that lied about me or my video. And I do agree that I shouldn't have been deleting any comments, but as you'll come to find out, none of these people actually cared about that remotely. They didn't care about censorship of comments and criticism as they were painting it, because that's not what I was doing. They cared that I was deleting comments that were making me look bad by lying about me, the lies that they were telling. Because when it came to them deleting comments, you'll see that many of them had no fucking problem doing it. In this video, Fuchsia also accused me of deleting my tweets to try and hide any evidence against me.
Also, you're so much of a pussy that when you posted your video, you wiped out your tweets to try and hide any evidence against you.
Said I was racist.
Start with the racism.
Suggested that if I liked big-breasted Asian women, I'd be a pig.
If you saw some large-breasted Asian girl dressed as Sonya Blade, you probably wouldn't care. Just a hunch that you're a pig too. I'd say that from all the shit we've covered so far, it's not much of a stretch.
Mind you, the tits on this guy's still have only increased in size, and the porn he likes constantly has giant boobs. He said I was homophobic because I don't like the idea, the mental image, of two underage characters touching tips. That's the way he worded that.
As you can see, his devotion towards his fiery hatred for homosexuals is quite heavy. The mere thought of Kirishima and Bakugo touching tips sends him into a frenzy.
And then of course, you expected this transphobic.
Now then, he's transphobic as well.
Towards the end, he lied about the Google document I made on the individual previously, CJ, to paint her the victim, the person who was following me around from every Twitter of mine and onto my YouTube to threaten suicide.
And not only do you do all these things, you put together a document of evidence against someone who was trans, who you were harassing because they were trans, that blocked you multiple times, yet you continued to hammer away at them because somehow you have no shame, yet you're also the most paranoid child on the internet.
He specifically said that I made a Google document on someone who was trans because they were trans, who blocked me multiple times. A detail he would only get by reading the document and selectively leaving out the rest, like the fact that CJ blocked and unblocked me multiple times, and continued to seek me out. Then he told his audience to come and fuck with me, that he wanted to call out this piece of shit, referring to me.
Now that I'm all done, you gonna go through my Twitter and try to cancel me? Ooh, I'm so scared. I have such incriminating tweets. Now comes the part where I say blah blah blah, don't go harass this person, blah blah, but that doesn't do anything. You guys know that doesn't do anything. I wanted to call out this piece of shit, but if you're gonna go do anything, try to think about what you say. It shouldn't be too hard to think with a higher IQ than this guy.
And finally ended his video of seething by telling me to stay in school.
Oh, and one last thing, Akumu. Pay attention in school.
The archive of his video is re-uploaded in the playlist if you'd like to watch it for yourself or even fact check me. You could even watch my video on him that'll also be in the playlist, where I go over the video much more in depth than my summarization here. I should also mention that before his video about me was released, he had commented, "Repent of your arrogance. Prepare yourself," which was likely a reference to Zamazu, an anime character that I quoted on Twitter while fucking with these people back in 2019. After the release of his Akumu video, he began replying to me in various comment sections. This one, for example, he first replied with a link to his video. 4 hours later, replied again, asking, "How's that dub looking?" He then took this very screenshot I'm showing you and posted it in his own Discord server, Fuchsia Sweethearts, ironically looking to show off how cocky I was. He also commented, "Remember to like and subscribe to me, please," on a different video, and then shared his video in the comments of my response to Ponder and Nezzie. Returning to the FCK server, Akumu, the definition of scum. Fuchsia butter. Good shit, mate. Danky. Feels good to literally scorch this pussy. We'll watch later for sure. I held back nothing. In the most homey way possible. Choke on my pink-pubed transsexual dick. Aww. I hurt his fee-fees. Also, that was a pretty quick 180. The drama's over. He sits there for a few seconds, starts itching, starts shaking, frothing angrily at the mouth before replying again on second thought. What is that emoji? Clown. I'm guessing that's supposed to be what a clown. Akumu typing his response. Oh, sick fucking burn, Teddy. Sick fucking burn. Yo, who wants to do a live reaction of it when it comes out? I'm in. I guarantee we'll be laughing our asses off the entire time. Also, I'm curious if he'll somehow make the video longer than my video on him. Depends on how long he whines. Then Toasty sends this, which I have no idea what the fuck it is. I'm not clicking on it just in case because I don't feel like having to edit that if it's something NSFW. Ah, thank you. Perfect for Twitter. Credit decooters. I shall. Akumu thinking his response will be effective while typing. I like how ages ago Mimi was giving me shit for talking about Lumi all the time, and now every other conversation we have is about Akumu. Who's Lumi? Lumi Starbun. It's funny as fuck to bully this moron. Yeah, right. Yeah, bro. Now the conversation goes to Toontown or whatever the fuck. I have no idea what it is, and then a Screenshot is sent of Lucy and Miss Nezzie hanging out, I presume, or a chat message, and then a GIF of my YouTube channel at the time. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Yes, very intelligent this man is. Hey, at everyone, I want more opinions outside of Fuchsia Butters, who says I should do it. But I have a legit opportunity here where I can interview Akumu and probably extract a lot of information from him regarding Madame's server history and shit like that. And in the way he thinks, but I'm not sure if I should do it or not. I want opinions. You're gay, lol. I know I'm gay, but I'm split. Fuck that bitch. I'm guessing your vote is a no. That means yes. I want to hear what Slimmers and Nezzie Monster's opinion, though, since they have the most, well, experience with him. Let me guess what Claire's about to say. A him. Yeah, man, go for it. I mean, this guy is an idiot. Because I could probably lay hard into him and pick his brain without him defaulting to his defensive turtle shell of lol gay people bad. What the fuck are you on about? I wish you could do that to me. Okay, Mimi, but at the same time, I also don't want to get involved and continue forth his last stand. I want to finish the Madame chapter of our lives. So he went from, November, just wanting to drop it, right? And then afterwards, really wanting to hop on that bandwagon again and write it to really, really show her that her actions have consequences. And then now he's wanting to hop on the bandwagon in a sense with talking to me. So then he gets a comment from Demon Kuro, someone who made a funny little document that Madlibs previously shared in this server called Akumu Reporting, which basically in the document calls for me to be deplatformed. Really great stuff, but we'll read it when it comes to the live stream. You want me to make Fluttershy talk about Akumu? Because so more brony shit. Then they're talking about Rebornica. I have heard that name before. Still no idea exactly who the fuck it is, but I've heard that name before. But then Nezzie Monster comes in with this. I say don't. I don't want the kid to get attacked. If he refuses to learn, he won't. Going after him isn't going to make him learn. At the end of the day, he's still a kid. Nothing is going to come out of the interview anyway. Parts that aren't about Madame at least. We all said our piece. Lucy finished her crusade. If we keep giving him more to work with, it won't ever end. I think we're at a good place right now. I agree with Libby. I don't want the kid to be bullied. I want him to learn. Nothing good will come out of this interview. For me to learn something, you'd actually have to teach me something and show me something. The greatest thing you did in those two videos was 6 minutes. Okay, there was a couple of other things that really totaled up to maybe close to 15 minutes. Being a hypocrite is not gonna make me learn. Lying is not gonna make me learn. Cherry picking my tweets to falsely accuse me is not gonna make me learn. But again, it's that internet justice crusader type shit. Teach him a lesson. Thing is though, he has to drop all his plans and refrain from bringing the heat from his end despite the criticism from multiple sources. I plead the fifth. I keep forgetting that Akumu is a kid. Why do I keep forgetting that? Shrug. It's kinda eerie considering that this reminds me of the Lumi drama to an extent. And at the point people have the mentality of this person can't learn, let them hurt themselves in their rep. To be honest, I expected a Lumi vid, not an Akumu one. Again, showing that the art community has this obsession with reputation, which is just really inconsistent and has done nothing but negatively impact them and show just how fucking stupid and inconsistent that they are. I mean, we can all ha-ha on the server or with each other, but after Lucy's video with all the evidence against him, there's really no need for more public stuff. All his fucked up shit is there. Anything else would just be repeating the same old, same old. I still think Lucy's vid was a good idea though, because the few people who've talked about him never showed all that shit. And I feel like it needed to be shown. Like the extent of it all, You're right. At the end of the day, Akumu has no chance of retaliation. Oh god no, he's fucked. Even without those vids, he's fucked. I'm still on guard dog duty if Akumu tries to harass Lemurs again. Shruggy. He said he's gonna reply, but at this point I think we should just pretend not to notice it. Just straight up ignore him and let him fade into obscurity. End with the high ground. Again, these people actually think that they're on some fucking moral high ground, that they have some moral pedestal that they're on top of. It's great. What do you guys think of that? That's fine. I mean, I think we should still have a viewing party. Just kind of laugh at it. But keep the recording unpublished. Have a fun time. He said he was gonna teach me how to troll and hand me an L. I'm curious. Troll, what's that, lol? Have you noticed he's gone like full defense mode? Like his only response to stuff now is that stonehead emoji and imagine using blank in 2020. Like he's in a goddamn corner right now. No more of his epic god intellect. Just throwing out defensive replies. Little bitty baby, laughing my ass off. Intellect in the fattest quotes you can imagine. I hope he learns his place with this and backs down. Toasty in this potential interview with me that he mentioned was from when he replied to me and Nezzie Monster's comments, as mentioned before, asking to talk on Discord. Having converted the European time and date on this archive of Fuchsia Sweethearts, this was also on March 12th at 6:45 p.m. Fuchsia Butter said, "The Akumu video is trumping my stats records. I hope it blows up more for the sake of people being more aware of his gay shit, and I'll go get the tags from the other Akumu videos and throw them on it. That same day, I threw together a sloppy response to Fuchsia called Taking Out the Garbage of Lies, because I'd like to give you all a really good look at not just the FCK members, but also the art commentary community and its audience. I'm going to show you the comment sections of my videos and even some of their videos. The first one we're going to take a look at, as I just talked about this video, is the Taking Out the Garbage of Lies video, my first ever response to Fuchsia Butter. That was uploaded on March 12th of 2020. Now as we scroll into the comments section, here we have Fuchsia Butter and a thread that has Foxed and the Freak Show Hound in it, another Fuchsia Butter comment with another thread that has Foxton in it, and who else? Let's take a look here. Crazy Kent Gamer appears. Yet another comment in thread from Fuchsia Butter. Another comment from Fuchsia Butter. Another comment from Fuchsia Butter. And here we have Mariakatsu, or Akatsu, however that fucking name is pronounced. Yes, this is the Mariakatsu. Because if you take a look at the community tab, here we have, I reached and apologized to the minor I hurt. They won't forgive me, which is understandable. All that fucking yapping in my comments section. Wow, you are a bona fide joke master. Dude, learn to laugh a little. The more sensitive you are with what people say about you, the less you are going to like this looking back when you grow up and learn what it's like to be an actual human being. Oh, look, Omega the Skeleton was apparently in this comment thread, and I replied to him. Flame the Shark. Another Fuchsia Butter comment. Another Fuchsia Butter comment. One man show off for Trent from the FCK. Fuchsia Butter, Toasty Vanilla, another Fuchsia Butter comment, another Fuchsia Butter comment, another Fuchsia Butter comment, another Fuchsia Butter comment, and another one. And then this individual right here is a member of Fuchsia Butter's Discord server, or was. Another Fuchsia Butter comment, another Fuchsia Butter comment. Jesus, this video tempts me to make a different channel just to make a video talking about this. Akumu, you're missing points hardcore. Bad video. Another Fuchsia Butter comment. Imagine being the embodiment of I am very smart. From Inky Mara. This individual you're going to see pop up reoccurringly as well. Oh, Boxafox. Huh, I know what I'm watching later. And then apparently AJ Game Guy replied, so Boxafox replied to him with, huh, I guess my name is getting around, haha. I watched it last night. Needless to say, there is a whole lot to unpack here, and I'm ready to set fire to the whole suitcase, laughing emoji. And I said good luck. Now what Boxafox is implying here is the video that she planned on making on me that she hinted at in several Discord servers throughout 2020, from Holy Majesty's Cloud9 to even Sage's Lazy's ArtCC SCC Discord Hugbox. Of course, she never made this video, but she did continue to run her fucking mouth about me as I showed you all, and to victimize Fuchsia Butter and Ponder Sprocket, a typical art commentary audience member. Fuchsia Butter, Tall Nut, which you're going to see reoccurringly. Huh. I have plans for this, Lorekeeper says. Fuchsia Butter again. Another Fuchsia Butter comment. Some person going on about transphobia. Another Fuchsia Butter comment. Another comment from Jenny. Another comment from Jenny. Akumu, please stop. It's getting cringe. Just stop. And then some guy who's returning to apologize for a stupid comment that he made a couple of years ago. I think you're using the wrong pronouns. Let's see who replied here. So yes, this should give you a really good look at the kind of people I was dealing with early on in March. And at 10:09 p.m., Miss Nezzie sent 2 screenshots into the FCK server's VC text chat, showing off that she was spamming the comment section of my video, my response to Fuchsia, with degenerate paragraphs. Now I'm going to leave these on screen for you to take a good look at. And I want you to remember that this individual previously, just a few months before, said that I was a child. And yet here she was, spamming the comments section of a child, as she called me, with copy pastas about boy pussy. March 13th was when I first learned of Fuchsia's YouTube Discord server, Fuchsia Sweethearts, and I was given a glimpse of what was being said inside. The next day, Fuchsia said that his video on me resulted in the biggest spike he's had in months, that I was a little bitch in his general discussion chat, that if I joined his server, I'd get clowned on. So I decided to go in and find out for myself. Afterwards, I uploaded a video to update what little of an audience I had, telling them that I would eventually be talking about what I saw in Fuchsia's Discord. Just a Robot and LS Mark were invited into the FCK server on March 15th. Now, Fuchsia's sweethearts weren't a fan of me fucking with the server, nor that I intended on talking about them. I'll give some brief examples of the kind of sick burns that they had. Starscream on March 15th said that I was being stupid again and that I sound low T. On the 16th, a member asked if I was underage and said that they'd go to jail if they shoved a crocodile up my ass. Someone else nicknamed their account Akumu and began typing confessions of all kinds, such as, I'm Akumu, I'm a beta soy boy bitch, that my IQ is 65, Fuchsia Butter's server was paranoid, including himself. Anyone who joined was practically fucking interrogated and suspected of me, and this paranoia lasted quite a while. Besides some discussion about me in Fuchsia Sweethearts and in the FCK server, such as Fuchsia talking about how I was fun to mess with or that I'm a clown, nothing of importance happened until March 17th. On Twitter, I offered Fuchsia the chance to just leave it be rather than I continue with what I knew and what I was gradually learning. Fuchsia refused, likely because it was very pretentious, and I told him there would be no mercy. He went back to his Discord server to say that he felt like I was stupid and bluffing, that he doubted I had any information on him, and also confirmed again that I was a kid. I also really want to note something that I find fucking hilarious here. Fuchsia was talking about my apparent tough guy talk in the same server where he was talking about murdering me, that my blood would stain his hands, that the wrath of Lucy was terrifying, that he was going to ram me and take the brunt of it. But me trying to get him to leave it be so it wouldn't end up in a poor direction for himself, and then I tried to be merciful, was my tough guy talk. These people have no self-awareness. Despite his refusal to leave it be, I was still trying to give the benefit of the doubt at the time. One of Fuchsia's admins at the time added me on Discord, and we had a conversation. The admin was bored, didn't see the big deal with me, and decided to unban my alt account. I then changed the name of my account and rejoined. This time around, I didn't even fuck with anyone in there. I just talked in voice calls and got to know the audience Fuchsia attracted. This led me to making some new friends and learning more about his Discord server's culture, but I still wasn't going to make a video just yet. March 20th at 1:38 a.m. in the FCK server, Fuchsia said, I'm very confused, with a screenshot of his video's estimated views. The views on my Akumu video are blowing up again. Did someone make another video and I'm getting recommended again? What the fuck? He's apparently the talk of the community. 9 hours later, in the general discussion of his own Discord server, Fuchsia Sweethearts, he said, I no longer care about Akumu. Not that I did in the first place. 4 days later, at 3 in the morning, the name's junkie tagged Fuchsia Butter, saying this, Get your junk in here. I see you, scaly motherfucker. At Butters. So I saw Akumu starting shit with you. Well, technically, I started the shit with him, and it was deliberately 100% on purpose. Sparrow showed me him being transphobic, and I'm like, bitch. The individual junkie is referring to, Sparrow, is Boxafox, someone who seethed about me across several Discord servers, all of which I have. A quick fun fact that is entirely coincidental. 3 or 4 years later, and she's currently now known as Blue Devu, and was a brief mod in Lyle Convoy's Senate server. Returning to March 24th of 2020, in the Fuchsia Sweetheart server, at 9:16 p.m., Fuchsia sent My Little Pony Futanari porn into his porn-dedicated chat named Prawn Hub. Around March 26th or 27th, Lucy made a poll in his Discord asking his audience what they'd like to see for the next video, with me being an option. All the while, many in his comments and his Discord server, mostly his Discord, advised against it. That it was what I wanted and would lead to me making another video, specifically on the server. I can't recall, nor can I find anything specific that took place during the remainder of March. It was just inconsequential, autistic Twitter and YouTube comment sections slap fights. After what I've shown you, I was hardly brought up in the FCK server. During this time, I believe I was still in Fuchsia Butter's Discord server, Fuchsia Sweethearts. March 27th was also the day that Ben the Looney was invited to the FCK server. Chaos55T was later invited on April 13th. It was April 17th that a deleted user tagged Madlibs within the FCK Discord server, claiming that I was blackmailing Fuchsia, otherwise known as Lucy. Madlib said that I didn't have anything, just the vent channel, and that I tried to use a picture of Lucy's face that he publicly posted as ammo. Mind you, I told Lucy I'd be looking into him, and he was the one to post himself on his Reddit and in his server. This was just an early glimpse at the attempt to paint him a victim when he was the one who started shit with me and turned me down when I said he should just walk away. April 26th, in the video suggestions chat of Fuchsia Sweethearts, Butters told someone by the name of Fox in the Freak Show he didn't intend on revisiting me, that I was not worth his time. Foxton then said that they plan on making their first video about me. On April 28th, Toby Majestic was invited into the FCK server, and the next day, Foxton uploaded her first ever video titled Akumu, the Ultimate L. It was a response to my video on Lucy, taking out the garbage of lies. I am not going to get into Foxton's video and play any clips from it because I don't want to extend this video any more than it needs to be extended. It is already rather lengthy. But the point of Foxton's video was to defend the various faulty claims that Fuchsia Butter had made in his video, like accusing me of deleting tweets that I didn't delete, repeating the same exact slop from Ponder and Nezzie's collab. Foxton's description even linked Ponder and Nezzie's Part 1 and Part 2. It's the comments on Foxton's video that are far more interesting. Of course, there are some, well, just a handful of the usual suspects who had been hopping around from video to video as if they were dicks, but considering the dick riding, I'm not all that surprised. It makes sense. Like AJ Game Guy, Omega the Half Skeleton, Puncher UV Fish, and Willowfish. These are just some of the reoccurring commenters that were fucking everywhere at the time. But the main event is Ponder herself who left a comment on Foxton's video, which meant that she was at least following some of what was taking place. Strange. Why no video on Fuchsia Butter? You know, demonstrate the wrongdoings and contradictions. It's apparently what her videos were for. What came after were some lengthy arguments from Twitter to YouTube. On May 15th, Ben the Looney sent a Twitter post about himself into the chat. Another day, another furry pissed off at me. The Twitter post reads, "Some people told me about Ben the Looney. It's one individual who's a complete winebag on his rant videos, all while a creepy pervert who draws aged-up versions of underage cartoon girls and sexualizing them in an explicit way. You can tell there's so much wrong with this dude." Toby replied, "Do you?" Miss Nezzie said, "Oh yeah, I saw this before. I can see where they come from about the aged up shit, but I don't see a problem in the fourth image. People just find reasons to cancel people, and sometimes the reasons are filled with dumb and petty ones. And Ben is just getting attacked over drawing aged up characters, despite the fact there are multiple artists that draw aged up as well." Later that day, Teddy returns to announce that Mokafua believes the Ben accusations, and Toby seemed enthusiastically curious. While we're talking about May of 2020 and his Discord server, Fuchsia Sweethearts, there is another event that involves a specific audience member that adds to my experience with the art community. For full context, of course, we're going to briefly go back to March 10th of 2020 in the FCK server. This is where the FCK members were gathering evidence for Fuchsia Butter to use in his Akumu the Definition of Scum video. Madlibs shared a Google document titled Akumu Reporting. This Google document was made by an individual named Demon Kuro, or Maximus Kurosawa, and it was made on February 13th of 2020. So let's take a look at it. This YouTuber has been harassing and bullying people like Slimmers in his videos and in his comments. Oh my god, people were commenting on my video, and I dare be mean to them in my own fucking comment section. The comments alone will show how much of a mess it is for people trying to show him how wrong it is to make these two videos without supporting enough evidence and not showing any type of respect to his own people who comment on his channel. And then there's links to my videos. On Twitter, Slimmers is forever bullied by him. Here's more screenshots of his actions, let alone some he deleted. His actions on YouTube and outside of YouTube is causing people to want to commit suicide and drive people mad on his comments, and a hole full of hatred to others and to Akumu. Akumu did so many things where he thinks he doesn't need to stop and want to be a bully to pick on people. YouTube is supposed to stop creators from doing this, and I may be the only one who can show something that will help make him to continuing to spread false information about Slimmers and to stop bullying them for no reason. So we have a hero complex, as typical with this audience and this community. Slimmers already been hurt and have art stolen from Madame, Princess Ash, and now being hurt by Akumu. Oh my god, I'm hurting people! Akumu is the type of YouTuber that will lie about things and try to cover up his tracks. He is a bully who hates transgender people and trying to force them to be their real gender by calling them she instead of the gender they legally changed it to. Shows no respect. Making fun of other people with things that they are very personal and decide to comment back in a very hostile manner, which makes others backlash to the same behavior as Akumu does. YouTube, I'm not really asking much, but to delete his channel and he should be punished his actions, because this is very unprofessional and very wrong what he does on YouTube and on Twitter. This is illegal because he continues to bully and harass others, making them insane, or trying to commit to suicide. This needs to stop because he is that dumb and shouldn't be allowed to get away with this. Here are some screenshots between me and Demon Crow going back and forth. Some other individual named fucking Springtrap. Not a shock that this community likes Five Nights at Freddy's. These are screenshots from my comments. Oh, look at that. Would you take a look at that? Look who that is. AJ fucking Game Guy. He appears yet again. These screenshots were taken in either January or February of 2020. So AJ was arguing with me in my comments all the way back then. If you all didn't notice this guy, this is the same guy who was in the comment thread when Fuchsia replied to me with a link to his video, and the same guy who was in Fuchsia Butter's Discord server, Fuchsia's Sweethearts. He specifically joined Fuchsia's Discord server because of the video on me, and this would not be the only server AJ joined out of his dislike of me. But back to Demon Kuro in this whole situation. Returning to May of 2020, Demon Kuro would continue to start arguments with me in my comments, usually throwing a tantrum over my Slummers video or about my refusal to participate and entertain this community's beloved politics, specifically identity politics to do with gender. If you haven't already caught on, a good majority of this community's vitriol and obsessive hatred for me comes from my refusal to participate in their socio-political rituals. The accusations that they kept using were just more justifications for their hatred, and a means of attacking my reputation. Let's take a look at some of these comments from this Demon Kuro individual. You keep talking about the issue on YouTube and Twitter, so what the hell are you doing in life? You didn't even know that they got your IP address and banned you from some places. Dude, you being a dumbass, toxic person. Slummers showed her proof of you doing more wrong than anybody else. You can't block off hate because it follows you for the rest of your life. People got information on you enough that you were basically wanted in areas you don't even know about. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? If you moved on, you would have deleted the videos. If you want to be a better person, admit to your mistakes. No one took the L because they wasn't a loser like how you were still being. This fucking grammar is atrocious. And here's one in defense of Ponder Sprocket and Nezzie Monster. They didn't ramble for 2 hours. They talk about each thing you said to clear misinformation or to debunk your opinions and claims. Bruh, no one is falling for your bullshit. Get it through your head. Too many strangers are telling you you are wrong. Listen, the herd mentality. Well, if everyone's saying you're wrong, you must be wrong. Well, look how that aged when it came to the FCK. I swear of God, Akumu, you seriously don't know what you put yourself into. You really don't. And I'm like, I don't know, 1 year older than you. You can't talk about whatever you want. You didn't read the laws and moral on freedom of speech. You can have that taken away from you so easily. People use you, and it shows a lot. Stop it and move on. Oh, look, there's AJ Game Guy again. In May, Demon Kuro also joined Fuchsia's Discord server, Fuchsia's Sweethearts, in May, and suspected that my alt account, named Radisson Ahaddis, was me. So this individual's idea was, dox me to verify that, as in dox both the Radisson Ahaddis Discord account and then me on YouTube to see if they had the same IP address. Fuchsia Butter knew about this and didn't care. Not one bit. Not until his server members spoke up and said something. Then Demon Kuro was banned for wanting to dox someone in the server, another member of the server, let alone a minor. I was 16 at the time. But hey, you know, just another audience member that was batshit fucking crazy and constantly hounding me. But I was the harasser. I, the one individual, versus the hundreds, even thousands of people. My Light Yagami LARP was completely ridiculous. There's no similarities between these people and Light Yagami, not one fucking bit. There's no delusional hero complex, and it was just stupid and idiotic of me to even mock them with Light Yagami. There's no similarity whatsoever. Now, there was another very important event that took place on May 16th. At 10:53 p.m. back in the Fruitcake Club Discord server, inside the Slummers NSFW chat, the porn chat dedicated to Slummers' porn. It was shared throughout all of the channels, so I don't know why they made a chat dedicated for her NSFW artwork, but it existed. Ben the Looney, who has now changed his account name to Puffy Zillaman, with a profile picture of Godzilla, says, "Okay, hear me out, I like twinks." Toasty then says, "That's fine, twinks are great, but like..." So when I say character characters are 18 and up, that means I keep the size short, but I make it clear they're legal. That's why I made his dick bigger. Toasty says, it still looks sketchy to me. I'm not saying you meant to draw him to look like a child or that you're into shit like this. It's just that it looks really sketchy. Well, it's a sketch. Joking aside, what are your concerns? I'm concerned that you may have drawn CP for other people without knowing it. That's on the extreme end, but to a lot of people, they will view that as a child. Yeah, that's a pretty harsh accusation. I mean, you said you were a fan of Shadman, right? Toasty then says, okay, I worded that wrong. I'm just trying to look out for you. I'm not accusing you of anything, and I don't think you deserve the hate you're getting right now. I just think you should be a bit more careful, especially when dealing with characters that everyone genuinely recognizes and views as a child. Ben says, I view them as cartoon characters. Nothing more, nothing less. I get an idea for a drawing, I draw it. Then I move on to the next one. Toby chimes in with, what kind of fucking explanation is that? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Cartoons are just cartoons. They can't feel anything, but it's like, man, be careful. You get an idea and you just draw it and go on to the next one, question mark. What Toasty is trying to say is, that was a deleted user. I don't know whether that was Teddy or somebody else. Ben says, yeah, pretty much. I ain't got any grand plan or anything with my art. I just do it for fun. Some of your stuff doesn't look aged up at all, and having big tits and a big dick isn't a sign of adulthood. Interesting thing to say, Toby, because Fuchsia would disagree with you. You'll see what I mean later on. Twinks are great and all, but canonically KO is a 12-year-old, and when I look at this, I don't see an aged up KO who's 18 or 21 eating another adult's ass for porn. I see KO as a kid. Also, Twinks. How do that have anything to do with him looking like a kid? Are we applying real-life ages to cartoon characters now? And then Toby sends this photo and says, that's a fucking twink. Now, I'm going to somewhat blur this photo in case of YouTube, but it's nothing necessarily. It's sexually suggestive, but there's no porn or anything like that in it. They are stated for a reason. And how do you know that boy ain't a 12-year-old? At a glance, it's hard to tell what age he is. Yet we are applying real-life ages to cartoons because those cartoon characters have real ages. No, it's not. Fascinating thing for Toby to say. You'll see in just a little bit that this is really fucking ironic. Toasty then says, at PuffyZillaman, Ben the Looney. Well, yeah, he looks 12. Cartoons are based off of reality, just exaggerated. Also because my brain has a part in it that is designed to detect age, and when we see a child that we think is a child, it will go off and turn off sexual hormones and lets out other hormones. And then Ben sends an image of OKKO. And then he says, I don't know any kid that looks like this. Toby says, question mark, it's an established character in a series with an age attached to it. Dude, calm down. Dude, suck my balls. You should know better. We shouldn't have to have this conversation. You should know when a character isn't okay to draw. Oh my god. There's literally porn of baby Mr. Peanut. Yeah, and it's fucked up. And then Toasty and this deleted user, could be Fuchsia, could be Peaches, agreeing with it. Do you see me standing here saying it's okay? No. Yeah, and clearly, I don't like that shit either. I have my standards. People make porn for baby Peanut for shock value most of the time. We're just trying to look out for you, man. Then why did you bring it up? I brought it up. And my art ain't. Like I said, I wake up, I get an idea for a drawing, I do it and move on. And keep in mind, a good majority of my art isn't even like this. I mostly draw chicks with big tits. I know we're not attacking you, Ben. I am. Fuck you, dude. Toby, you know better. God damn it. You wake up and just draw shit? You have to understand some shit isn't okay to draw, especially with porn / NSFW shit. And I've done plenty of research on this, and whether you like it or not is up to you. But legally speaking, I'm not doing anything wrong. In fact, ENJQ has flat out said he doesn't care about people making porn of his characters. Why are you bringing the law into this? I don't give a fuck what other people are doing. And you can draw what you want, but when you make it public, people can say whatever they want as well. And I understand that. So I'm just answering y'all's questions. You're not excluded from that dipshit, especially when you heavily crossing the line. And you're free to your opinions. I'm aware. I don't need you to tell me that, master, with a flip-off emoji. God, she's so fucking annoying. I mean, all these people are annoying, but Toby especially. But there's a reason why I don't share a lot of my art in here. And alright, rude much? Oh no, but you do it on Twitter. That literally makes no sense. XD like we can't see it on Twitter. Toby, stop. stop, enough, you're going too far. Dude, literally go draw that Chomo shit someplace else. I'm out. Well, alright. Toast, you got anything else to add? Be more careful, dude. You can draw whatever you like, but just be mindful about what you be posting. What do I have to worry about? What's going on right now? The stuff you told us. And what happened as of recently on Twitter. Being labeled a pedo. So I pissed off a few furries. Boo-hoo. And you don't want that, dude. I've been through this before. I can survive. Kiwi Farms doxed my house once. We're not gonna label you one. I'm just saying don't put yourself through shit that you can easily avoid. Toby says, if it's a continued issue, then that's a yikes. You don't want to end up like Shadman. I'm not drawing real kids for fuck's sake. I'm drawing damn cartoon characters. That character isn't physically aged up at all, and somebody can take you to court and that can be seen as CP. You have to be more mindful, dude. Dude, again, that's a pretty harsh way to describe it. If somebody wanted to take you to court or report it, they could. No. Mad Libs comes in with, I'm gonna toss my hat in the ring here. If your only way of aging them up is saying, oh yeah, they're 18 and up, that's hella sketch, and you can't really get mad when someone takes it the wrong way. If they don't look like adults at all, aside from the big dicks, which is usually just a thing drawn in porn anyways, and not an indicator of age, then people will see them as children and will see the porn as porn of children. That's what people are trying to tell you. That's what I'm saying. It does matter what you post since it's porn. There's literally a show on Netflix that showed kids nude. How is that any different? And that doesn't mean it isn't weird. It's not. I didn't say it isn't weird. Because you have this character eating a girl's ass out. I'm just saying that I've seen bigger companies get away with worse shit. With his cock out, question mark. That's literally my point, Lamau. That shit's gonna be received and seen as weird. That's what everyone is trying to say. That doesn't make it okay. What the fuck, dude? Alright, you know what? Toasty says, like what Libby said, we have parts in our brains that are designed to guess age, and when we detect children, we don't have a great reaction. Ben says, if it really bothers you all that much, I'll tone it down. Jiminy Crickets. Libby says, and big companies have gotten away with causing death because of products. Does that make that kind of thing okay? Legal or getting away with it doesn't make it okay or seen as okay by everyone. We're just trying to tell you why people are saying the things they're saying, man. So this doesn't blow up in the future to be bigger than it is now. This ain't the worst I've dealt with. I'm immune to it by now, and 9 times out of 10, the people who don't care are the only opinions that matter to me. K-Chomo! I don't even know what that means. Libby says, that's not good, man. But if you want to keep drawing what clearly looks like cartoon kids as porn and justifying it with the they're 18 though excuse, go ahead. It's a free country. But don't get mad when people see it as what it is, and this kind of thing gets worse. Who said I was mad? Like I said, if it really bothers y'all, then I can tone it down. I don't really even draw stuff like that too often anyway. But I've been on the internet for 11 years now, and if it's one thing I learned, no matter what you do, people are going to find ways to be pissed at you. So you have those options as a human being. Either walk on eggshells and try to please everybody, or do whatever the hell you want and damn the haters. Toasty says, yeah, I just want you to be more careful and mindful. Toby says, you draw porn. You can't just wake up, draw what you want, and post it. It does matter. You can be taken to court and go to fucking jail. You have to be more mindful about what you post. And Toby wants to strangle you. I do. Hey Toasty, come and get me. Remember that one story Trent told us? Stop drawing child porn, it's that easy. Those are fighting words right there. Also, no I don't. Also, not drawing child porn isn't walking on eggshells, but okay, dude. Cartoon characters, dude. Child porn is when real kids are getting exploited. No, Toby. Deleted user tags Toasty again with, you don't remember. Ben says, don't exaggerate, I was abused as a child. I take that shit seriously. Oh my fucking god, no, it's not. Any child drawn or real, sexually or lewd, is child porn. You fucking dipshit. Nezzie Monster says, what we're trying to say is, regardless of whether they're real or not, is that it's a child being put into a sexual position. People get uncomfortable from that. People typically do not like to think of a child being in that position to begin with. So even if it isn't real, the thought of finding a child sexually attractive is disturbing and wrong. Ben says, which is why I'm very selective with the art I post in here. I didn't ask for this. Nezzie says, Toasty is simply asking you to be careful. If you don't want to take that advice, then fine. And I very much appreciate it and see where he's coming from, but at the same time, I'm not going to censor myself to please others. If people want to judge me without knowing me, then that's on them. It's not about censorship. It's about the fact that the premise is disturbing. We all have different standards on what we find disturbing. I believe cartoons exist in the realm of fiction. Nezzie says, child pornography should not be in question when it comes to disturbing. If the portrayal is a child, that is the issue. If you fail to portray that they are an adult when people know them as a child, That is where the problem lies. And then Ben sends a screenshot, a cropped one, from his Twitter account where he has highlighted all characters drawn are 18 and up. How much more obvious can I make it? I literally put that if you fail to portray a character as an adult, that is the problem. Madlib says, they're 18 though, and question marks. Means nothing when they look like children, and that's what they're trying to tell you. That's what this whole thing is about. Why aren't you listening? Bro, you are defending child porn hella hard. Not everyone will see that, but okay, dude XD. Well, I said my piece. I appreciate y'all thinking about me. Albeit, I think you guys take this a little too seriously, but hey, to each their own. I don't expect everybody to like or accept it, but hey, what can you do? Ben, what part of viewing a perceived child in a sexual manner is disturbing are you not understanding? Well, when you put it like that, sorry. I didn't mean to upset anybody. I understand that the situation has some nuances when it comes to aging up characters and such, but this is a case where that has not been made clear to the audience, regardless of what you say. Actions speak louder than words. Oh, yes, they do. And we trust what we see more than what we hear. So I'm glad you understand now to be more careful in the future. Wonderful words there. Trust what we see more than what we hear. Cool. Everybody cool? I'm not one to want bad blood brewing. Yes. And they agree. Now, I want to make sure everyone can speak for themselves. At Toby, at Toasty, at Libby. Y'all cool. Yeah, I'm cool. You just concerned me with how gun-ho you were with defending it. I'm an artist and a First Amendment lover. It's my natural instinct. Just try not to defend Shadman while being concerned about me. That makes you look very hypocritical, not gonna lie. Oh my god, a rational take from Ben. What the fuck? On May 17th, literally just 12 a.m., they've been arguing since fucking 10:53. And can you please delete my drawing above? I don't want to look at it anymore. No, this whole thing makes me super fucking uncomfortable to associate with you, so I'll choose to just civilly not speak to you or about you, okay? Well, alright then. Same. Come on, guys. Don't be like that. I said I was sorry, and I'll tone it down. I deleted the tweet. I'm going to bed. Give it time. I wish I was here and not on hiatus. I missed out on a lot. No kidding. And then Trent sends some kind of fucking tweet of something that he put out. There are 2 points that I'd love to make. 2 observations, I think, that should be pointed out. First is the heavy emphasis on how it'll make Ben look and how it'll make them look if he publicly shares it. And this is something you'll see that continues later on. This right here was the true setup to the Toby drama that would happen later on. So keep that in mind. And secondly, I love the lack of self-awareness and the irony here. They're having a debate on whether or not it's okay to sexualize underage characters, and when it is and isn't okay. You gotta age them up, because that makes it okay. Ben, he just wasn't aging it up right. So they're having this stupid fucking retarded debate on what porn of underage characters is and isn't okay. And they're having this debate, this argument, this conversation in a chat that they made to be dedicated to a real person that was underage, a minor's porn. Slumers' fucking porn. They're having this argument about whether it's okay to sexualize fictional underage characters in the chat of an individual that they knew was underage. A chat where they showed porn and were showing off their own porn and motivating them to draw porn. It's fucking asinine. This silly, stupid fucking argument over fictional underage characters and how it's Chomo or CP while they're sitting in a server that they've shown dozens of minors porn. But that didn't matter. It was the underage fictional characters that were being sexualized. That was the more pressing issue. From Foxton joining Fuchsia Butter's Discord and making a video on me, she became very quickly close with Fuchsia and several other FCK members. Fuchsia's viewing party idea that was mentioned before in the FCK server, and his reacting to my comments idea, which he said previously in his own server, were merged into a group reaction to my comments on Foxton's video. Foxton released reading Akumu's comments on my video about him featuring Fuchsia Butter, Miss Nezzie, and One Man Show Off on May 18th.
A furry made a response. I don't even need to make a video. It's a intro is just far beyond my edge.
Incorrect. There was evidence. It was provided.
I feel so attacked.
Denying such is a blatant lie. In this video, you would only have your word and opinion. I take a view that favors neither. Simply desires it would be even for 2 people who blatantly lie and manipulate their followers. God damn it. This hurts. This hurts so much. Incorrect as well. I don't give 2 fucks about any background music. I make my videos how I desire, just as you do.
My fucking god.
Yeah, I'm Akumu. I like Death Note.
You made the video in April, which wouldn't garner much attention like you intended. If you intend to use someone for views or drama for views, do it while drama is active. I ended it. So if you're gonna be that commentary YouTuber like Panda, although she isn't the greatest role model considered else.
It continues on the next pick.
Oh no.
Oh my god, every time this fucking little boy says I ended it. It's so funny, because no the fuck you didn't, because you keep replying to everything.
Fuchsia Butter repeatedly called me little boy in this video, and he also said that they'd use me for views as much as they wanted.
That's because you were on a trending thing.
Exactly.
But congrats.
Thank you.
Sorry, kid, but we're gonna use you for views as long as we fucking want.
Yeah.
Interestingly, I saw no one in the audience, no one in this community, call him out or accuse him of being a clout chaser. That's food for thought, knowing that I'd now be making a video, specifically because his audience kept telling him to leave it be or that I would make another video. Fuchsia Butter told his audience in his Discord server to mass report my video if I talked about the server and the vent channel. Mind you, his server was, and still is, fucking public. It was this video from Foxton and the FCK members that pushed me to finally keep my word. That, and why say something if I'm not going to stick by it? Especially when the FCK clearly intended to just keep pushing with this. So my 16-year-old self left a very pretentious comment that reads, "Damn, well I tried to put it to rest. You're so desperate for my attention, you'll get it. All of you. Rest in peace that server and its insecurities. You made your own grave." Afterwards, I got to work yet again, deciding that my video would discuss multiple topics. Fuchsia's video calling me the definition of scum, Foxton's reply to me, and the Fuchsia Sweethearts Discord server. Foxton had become a mod within Fuchsia Sweethearts and set out to try and weed me out. This was also around the time that I learned more about Fuchsia Butter's server, Fuchsia Sweethearts. The Prawn Hub chat had a lot of bestiality and lolicon. There was even porn of underage My Hero Academia characters as well. Big shock, I know. It's not like the guy who owns the server literally defended that in his video on me. Here's a screenshot of Lucy admitting he likes porn of Naranancia, a character who is 17. Yet that wasn't remotely the worst of it. There were a couple of minors in Fuchsia Sweethearts who had access to the Prawn Hub chat. Still, that wasn't even the worst of it. There were sexual conversations between adults and minors about kinks, sex toys, and positions, and there were even porn shared between adults and minors. Adults and minors were even sending sexually suggestive photos of themselves in fucking lingerie. Now initially this wasn't something I wanted to put in my video or to even talk about. It wasn't like, oh my god, I got evidence, let me just save it for a video. Sure, it was ammo, but I didn't want to use it as ammo. So we came up with an idea. Why not first approach Fuchsia to have a conversation about it, so that maybe something could be done, rather than make a video while the issue still remains. So 2 server members approached Fuchsia Butter and asked if they could have a call at this specific time about this very subject. And when it came time to have this call, Fuchsia Butter didn't show up. Why? Because he was too busy playing Terraria, even though he agreed to have that Discord call at that specific time. Foxton then informed Fuchsia that there would be videos made mentioning these specific details, and suddenly he sprung into action. Fuchsia Butter wanted Foxton to add the 2 of us into a group chat, and on May 28th of 2020, she did. Fuchsia asked what would be in my video. "So what exactly is this video on again?" ? And he said, "That ain't very specific." He pressed further, asking like what? And when he couldn't get the specifics he was seeking, he told me that he was really honestly done with this drama, that we're both people and have better things to do. that he could see my interest in other content because of my video on Battlefront 2's Scarif update. I told him that if he was trying to sway my mind, it was far too late for that. I know we aren't exactly friends, probably never will be, but if you're fine with agreeing to a ceasefire of this, I'm fine too. I already told my server in an announcement that them mass disliking your videos isn't okay, if it wasn't obvious. He was asking for a ceasefire because he knew that I had damning shit in my video that could potentially hit his public reputation, something that he was steadily building up and up as he grew in size from his various collabs with the FCK members, especially Dumbsville. On June 6th, I uploaded my video, Content Nagasaki, Fuchsia Butter. Now you might be wondering, how did the art commentary community or the slideshow commentary community react to my Content Nagasaki Fuchsia Butter video? It was mostly the art commentary community that even reacted to the video, and most of them didn't even fucking watch the video. They instead bitched about it either in Fuchsia Butter's Discord server or several other hug boxes that they were in, usually victimizing Fuchsia Butter to the shit that he started. That I was harassing him. Now another reoccurring habit that they did, because most of them didn't even fucking watch the video, again, is this long-standing trick of theirs. And you can go to the comments section and verify this for yourself. Instead of taking issue with the fact that he lied about a minor, which was apparently a taboo thing to do when it came to Madame and Slammers, that he lied to their fucking faces, that he did absolutely nothing about the problems in his Discord server, Fuchsia Sweethearts, up until it risked becoming public knowledge and thus affecting his reputation. He didn't give a single flying fuck about any of that. Not about the fact that adults and minors were having inappropriate, degenerate fucking conversations and sharing porn with one another, not about the lolicon or the bestiality and the Pokemon and human trainer porn. They didn't care about any of that was going on in his server, let alone the fact that he broke the biggest taboos that they set during the Madame and Slammers drama. Bad to lie about a minor, it's bad to vilify a minor. No. Their biggest issue with my video was that I didn't use his preferred fucking pronouns. I wish I was joking. I didn't call him she or her. I didn't refer to him as a woman. How dare I? That was their priority. I'm not joking. That's what they constantly do. These people have backwards-ass fucking priorities. First world problems are their priorities rather than the things that they supposedly condemn and see as a bad thing to do. They've always done this type of shit. You can go as far as back as 2016, 2017, and 2018 with Just a Robot and Dark Scythe and several others. They would use language policing to dismiss your criticisms or your issues with them in their community. Ad hominem, even though they have no idea what the fucking ad hominem actually is. Or you're being too mean, and if you're too mean in your video, I'm not gonna watch it and hear you out. Or, in this case, identity politics slop such as, you transphobic bigot, how dare you not use her fucking pronouns. Returning to the Fruitcake Club server, on June 7th at 2:01 a.m., Fuchsia Butter said this. So Akumu made another vid on me. And shocker, it's just as fucking bad. Oh no, he tried to say I condone pedophilia in Lolicon because people posted it in the NSFW channel of my server. But, 1, I didn't know about it. 2, when I was told, I fucking deleted the NSFW channel. One man show off, or Trent as he's known, said this. Exploiting a mistake to make you look bad. Oh wow, how dare you make a mistake that you fix up on? And Jamesy says, I want some cheesy sausages. I'm really hungry, but I'm not home, sad face. Now you might be wondering, why are you using a phone screenshot instead this time? Well, the reason I can tell you that is because if I were to use a PC screenshot from Discord, it would just say deleted account. Because, as of February 2024, Fuchsia Butter immediately deleted his account when all the stuff about the FCK came out publicly. In Fruitcake Club fashion, instead of admitting to his fuck-ups or just shutting the fuck up, Fuchsia Butter grabbed a shovel and dug himself even deeper, responding to my Content Nagasaki Fuchsia Butter video with a Twitter thread on June 9th at 3:56 p.m. I'm putting a stop to this now. I was done, but apparently he's not. Akumu made a video on me with a bunch of ridiculous claims. Some were valid, which I give him credit for in a comment, but the rest was a stretch. Now he's legitimately trying to cancel me. So after making fun of me for saying I ended the drama, that it didn't make sense because I was still responding to everything, here he was responding and claiming that he's putting a stop to it. How fucking ironic. This was a combo play of two very common art commentary tactics. The victim card with a subtle projection. The shit he started went south, and so he thought pretending to be the victim would pull him from it by accusing me of trying to cancel him. His biggest thing he keeps trying to push is that I like, protect, or support pedophilia content. His evidence? Me not noticing that someone posted lolicon in the NSFW section of my Discord server. I didn't notice because I don't ever look in the NSFW channel. This is a lie for two reasons. The first lie is the claim that I was trying to push that Fuchsia Butter likes, protects, or supports pedophilia content. I did not use the problems of his Discord server to claim anything like that, and even he knew that, because an hour after he made this Twitter thread, he admitted in his Discord server, Fuchsia Sweethearts, that I never said he liked child porn. This was something he made up just so he could cry wolf publicly. He had admitted in his server that it wasn't true just an hour later. This is how daring these people are. This is how boldly they lie, because they know just as well as I do, just as well as we do, how fucking retarded and gullible their audience is, the people that they appeal to. What I did say in my video is that he has a liking to porn of underage characters, that it was a reoccurring coincidence, and that he clearly liked porn of underage characters. If he and his friends, the FCK, consider it the same as child porn, that is them. That is their cognitive dissonance that they're going to have to manage on their own. My evidence for this wasn't even the lolicon in his server. It was his liking of Naranancia, a 17-year-old getting fucked, along with his defense of My Hero Academia porn. The second lie is the claim that he didn't ever look in the NSFW channel of his Discord. When he admitted to liking Naranancia porn, that was in the NSFW channel of his Discord server called PronHub. He previously sent My Little Pony Futanari porn in that same exact fucking chat. The reason he so boldly lied about his involvement and knowledge of the NSFW chat, claiming that he wasn't ever in there, you'll see in just a moment. So let's continue. In fact, I removed said NSFW channel when people told me about the lolicon posting in the first place. Another point he's trying to use, which he sent to Dumbsville, is that I don't think aged up My Hero Academia R34 is child porn, because it isn't. Fuchsia claimed that he removed the NSFW chat when he was first told about the lolicon in the first place. This is also not true. He knew about the chat and the lolicon that was in it, but he did nothing about it until he was told by Foxton that two people would be making videos about it, me being one of them. The same day, Foxton put me and Fuchsia Butter in that same group chat so he could ask what would be in my impending video, May 28th of 2020, was the same day he deleted the NSFW channel, PronHub, from Fuchsia Sweethearts. This is why he previously so boldly lied about his involvement in it. He likely thought that because he had just deleted the chat, I wouldn't have any evidence of him being in it. That is my best assumption as to why he would even lie about him not being in the chat, considering he will not be honest about any of these events. I also never said Fuchsia Butter doesn't think it's child porn either. I said he likes underage character porn, and my evidence to Dumbsville was the My Hero Academia porn, which consists of minor characters and Naranancia. Not only that, he tried to allegedly bring up me liking femboys as a point. I shouldn't need to clarify this, but I guess I need to. Dumbsville said it himself. Femboy/traps tend to be 18 and up. I shouldn't have to defend an attraction to feminine males. Dumbsville apparently said himself that femboys and traps tend to be 18 and up, but the one Fuchsia said that he liked was not. And my question is this. Aside from his My Little Pony porn, why is the porn he's constantly gooning over, caught liking, consist of underage characters? And why did he defend it so much? That isn't to suggest that he's a pedophile. It's to suggest that he does in fact like porn of underage characters, that he's a degenerate fuck. One other thing, I never have and never will support pedophiles. Their stupid #MapPride bullshit is a disgusting attempt at trying to normalize pedophilia. They're not welcome anywhere but a therapist's office or a jail cell, so stop trying to say I support those freaks. I never made this claim in any of my videos. He falsely claimed that I was falsely claiming that he supported that. You know what's really odd? You'd think an outright lie like this would have caught the eye of an art or slideshow community individual to talk about this, and yet that never happened. So strange. He's not doing this because he has anything legitimate to say. He's doing it for fun. This screenshot is from one of his alts he used to spy on my server. Akumu, I tried to let this go, but you're seriously such a disgusting, petty, attention-craving child. And he shows a screenshot of my 16-year-old self stating, I'll make this entire community burn as a hobby. He tried to let this go. He actually typed this shit up. When exactly was that? Oh, right. He only tried to let it go after he found out I was making a video that had damning information. Before that, he turned me down when I tried to let it go, said I was bluffing when I told him to walk away and leave it be. He changed his Discord bio to handing Akumu an L. He told Junkie that he started the shit with me deliberately. He wanted to make another video about me. He held a vote about it in his Discord server, and then made a video laughing at me with his friends, and said he'd use me for views as much as he'd like. It was only when he saw a potential threat to his public reputation that he wanted to cease fire. So what if I am doing this for fun? That doesn't mean I don't have any points to make. He obviously enjoyed making his video on me. The video where he said he wanted to call out this piece of shit. He talked about how excited he was to make his video on me. In his Discord server, he gleefully talked about, showed, and shared bits from his script in his server and in the FCK server. The day he uploaded the video, he said in the FCK server that it felt good to scorch this pussy, that it was funny as fuck to bully me. So what's with the sudden switch up a few months later when I'm enjoying it? Now it's bad to enjoy this? This is a perfect and yet small instance from many you'll see of how the people in the art commentary community switch up the standards and expectations. He has fun scorching me, calling me retarded monkey, talking about how my blood would stain his fucking hands and that he'd murder me. That was a-okay. If I'm having fun when defending myself and showing a lot of the unsavory details about him and his server, it's a problem. It's wrong of me to enjoy it. Truly fucking fascinating how that works. This all happened because he chose to get involved, tried to fuck me over, and couldn't listen. This coward then tagged several of his friends with this tweet. At Hopeless Peaches, at Miss Nezzie, at Manga Common, at Just a Robot, at Skyjack, at Vanilla Toasty, at The Name's Junkie, at Muffin Man Dan, at Madlibs, at Nezzie Monster. I'm sorry for adding you all, but I need to make sure every one of my mutuals sees this. I'm so fucking done. One other thing, his idiot fan base is now going out and doing this. Thankfully, YouTube recognized it as spam, so I could just remove it simply. The same person who previously criticized me for deleting comments because they didn't agree with me or debunked my shitty points.
Regardless of the outcome, I'm keeping comments enabled on this video. Unlike you, I can handle the quote-unquote rush of comments, as you call them. That's a creative way of saying valid criticism, dumbass. Not that it matters, since you disabled the comments like a pussy, but I do have evidence of you yourself admitting to deleting comments that don't portray you or your video correctly, aka comments you didn't like because they derailed your shaky, pathetic points or they hurt your feelings. And when that became all of the comments, it was just easier for you to disable them.
Even though I had already stopped deleting comments by that point, and I was not deleting them for disagreeing with me, was now happy that he could censor the comments from my audience. But it gets even better. Remember, this is the same fuck that told his audience at the end of his video to come and comment on my shit.
Now comes the part where I say blah blah blah, don't go harass this person, blah blah, but that doesn't do anything. You guys know that doesn't do anything. I wanted to call out this piece of shit, but if you're gonna go do anything, try to think about what you say. It shouldn't be too hard to think with a higher IQ than this guy.
But my audience commenting on his, that crossed a line for him. So fucking pathetic. Not only that, but he encouraged people misgendering me, which they're doing, which is just fantastic. It doesn't bother me unless it's deliberately on purpose, which in this case it most certainly is.
Oh, boo-hoo! Let me play a sad song for you on the world's smallest violin. This is serious.
Again, the best jokes from this community write themselves. The guy who was talking about murdering me, my blood staining his hands, that he was going to drown me in butter, that he was going to give me no mercy, that he wanted to call me out, called me a cum chalice, told me to suck his pink pube dick. That was all okay for him in that community. But the line in the sand was me referring to a man as a man. That was where the problem was. How dare I do that? When I say that none of them said anything about his video on me, the definition of scum video, none of them had an issue with it. They were all for the video, sharing it around, having a good laugh, and enjoying it. Just some screenshots from Alex showing just how transphobic he is. Again, Rat in the Hat was the alt he used to spy on my server. Of course, he left this out of the thread. His mod, Alex, who's still around in the server, started an argument with me over pronouns, and we took it to DMs. Disagreeing with you is not hatred of you or prejudice towards you. The fact that you cannot handle someone not participating in your worldview is not the other individual's fucking problem. Another bit about something he's trying to use all of a sudden, his age. I am now fully aware he's a minor. But I was not when I made my first video. Either way, that doesn't excuse the slander that he's trying to throw my way. The slander I was throwing his way. What a fucking joke. After lying in his thread, not just about what he did, but also about me, he wanted to talk about how I was slandering him. He claimed that he didn't know I was a minor when he made his video, that he became fully aware when he made this thread. But in his video on me, he said I was the most paranoid child on the internet, and made the exact same joke Ponder, Nezzie Monster, and ZZ made about me needing to stay in school at the end of the video.
Oh, and one last thing, Akumu. Pay attention in school.
The day he uploaded the video, March 12th, in the FCK server, he replied to Mimi Diggs, who said she kept forgetting I was a kid, with a shrug emoji. A few days later, the day he said I was bluffing, he told someone else that I was technically the only kid. And he likely lied about this so he wouldn't have to acknowledge his own rampant fucking hypocrisy. Since we're at this point, June 9th, I might as well just go ahead and share this with you because it refers to something that I showed you previously. At 4:48 p.m. in Fuchsia's Discord server, Fuchsia Sweethearts, he said this. People referring to aged up My Hero Academia porn as child porn. They're absolute morons. Bruh, I hate how pedo is thrown around on the internet. No child would look like an Amauto. I think that's what it's called. I don't know what the term is. Probably pronounced it horribly. Butter says, those characters have exaggerated figures beyond beliefs. They do not match their ages. But if the person looks mature of age, I fail to see the issue. No one would look at Momo and go, yes, high schooler. What he means by exaggerated figures beyond belief is big boobs. I'm not shitting you. That's exactly what he proceeds to say later on. I wish I was making this up. Now, one of the earliest reactions to Fuchsia Butter's June 9th Twitter thread was actually from Junkie, and I find it very interesting, so I'm going to share it with you. Someone by the name of Marine Jet replied to Fuchsia Butter's thread stating, Fuchsia, what the goddamned hell are you talking about? Generally, when you do this, you link to a tweet/video where that happens. Can you do that, or am I supposed to take your word on that? Fuchsia responds, feel free to watch it if you want. It's on Akumu's channel. Marine Jet says, oh, you're talking about his newest video. You do know that everything there is backed up by screenshots he provides. Maybe find something that isn't before saying that, or get screenshots of your own. And one of Art Commentary's biggest fucking cowards replies with, you do know that everything there is backed up by screenshots he provides, quoting this Marine Jet individual. I watched it myself. It's full of out-of-context screenshots. Plus, throughout this Twitter thread, Fuchsia does show what the guy is doing behind closed doors. It's pathetic and disgusting. This was at 7:12 p.m. and Fuchsia Butter liked this tweet. Now what this is classic fucking denial. Damage control even, by claiming that the screenshots in my Content Nagasaki Fuchsia Butter video were out of context, which I'd love to have an explanation for because I go very much in depth as to what these screenshots are in relation to as I show them on screen. But this is a common tactic from Art Commentary and the SCC. When you provide evidence that is inconvenient for the narrative, prime example being Doodletone's diaper fetish, the easiest way that they can push aside your evidence to dismiss it is to claim that you're missing context. You'll see this very same tactic later on. But my absolute favorite thing about this thread is this part right here. Fuchsia does show what the guy is doing behind closed doors. It's pathetic and disgusting. The fucking gall, the testicular fortitude from a guy who constantly runs away, constantly blocks, who can never stand his ground on fucking anything that he wants to weasel his way into, to sit here and say that, after we can see what he and the others were doing in the fucking FCK server. But of course, they never expected us to find out about that. No. That was meant to stay an insider secret, something that they were all going to keep quiet because it would damn all of them. They didn't fucking expect the public to see any of that. Meanwhile, you're the same fucking coward that when you question the porn spam in the chat, you just tell them to continue because Toasty explained it for you, even though you yourself knew it was inappropriate. And then to have that pathetic little groveling sob story unlock his fucking stream when asked a few questions about the FCK. And then again, this guy does look like an overweight estrogenized fucking Wojak, so it's not really a big shock that he's also a titty baby. Something that is right on topic. Something that was behind closed doors. That actually is fucking pathetic and disgusting. I know exactly why he said nothing and didn't see an issue with what was going on in the FCK server. Because once Toasty explained it to him, he didn't give two flying fucks. And I think I know exactly why that's the case. He was probably too busy jacking it to the idea of maggots being in his dick. And you might think, oh, that's such a disgusting picture to put in your head. Don't worry. Instead of just putting the picture in your head, how about I show it to you? You see, as it turns out, Junkie apparently commissioned this from Chaos55T. And here I was for a second expecting a rational fucking response from someone like this. But let's return to the timeline and see the other FCK reactions to Fuchsia Butter's Twitter thread from June 9th of 2020. Madlib's Art immediately quote retweeted Fuchsia Butter's June 9th Twitter thread with, "Shit like this is fucking disgusting. I knew he was bad, but holy shit." A couple minutes later, and Toby Majestic did the same, stating, "I'd try and cancel Akumu, but you can't cancel somebody who's irrelevant." Junkie then replied to Fuchsia Butter's thread with the caption, "Me right now," and a Doomslayer emoji to try and be intimidating. And then he quote retweeted this thread, first quoting me with, "I'll make this entire community burn as a hobby. Lol, how cute. He thinks he's intimidating, XD." Shortly after seeing this, I got on one of my alt accounts and joined Madlib's Discord server, messaging her at 10:31 p.m. "You know, you talk shit, can you do it in VC?" She replied with a question mark. Then I said, "I also never claimed Fuchsia is a pedophile. A confirmed pedophile was in his server, and a possible second. I proved he supported / endorsed nasty, morally questionable underage shit." "Oh, it's you, Lamau. VC question mark. I'm in a VC right now, so nah. Ask the others in Fuchsia's server. I'm pretty chill in VC. Tell me when you're ready to carry that same energy. I'm off to play Titanfall in a moment. I do expect a good old ban, so I've got another watch account." That was me referring to the fact that I had another alt account in her server just in case she banned this one. Madlibs replied, "Also, nah, you're not exactly good at taking a look at your mistakes and thinking about other opinions, and nothing you say is going to change my opinion of you. It'd be a waste of time on both our ends." Now, you gotta see the irony here. She says, "I'm not good at taking a look at my mistakes and thinking about others' opinions." And then she says, "Nothing you say is going to change my opinion of you." So her opinion of me is not going to change, but I am the one who can't think about others' opinions and take a look at my mistakes. It's a real-time projection. It's a complete lack of self-awareness, all in one together. And she typed this whole thing up right here, but it doesn't end there. I said, "Changing your opinion, question mark. What mistakes are you going on about? Is this that moral pedestal talking?" My video has got screenshots proving what I claim in quotation marks. Fuchsia was told to back off. He offered the ceasefire after he realized what I had. This is a great example of subsize and like ratio incel thinking. What the fuck am I on about? That got him where he is. Praying for one of you to end the hellfire. I guess I'm referring to Fuchsia's call for the help of others. If I wanted him cancelled, I or Ghost Juice could have taken it to YouTube and Discord. Madlibs then says, "Nice try, buckaroo. Unlike you, I don't need to prove myself to everyone who disagrees with me. You can think what you like, I can say what I like, and so can you. Not everything is a war, a battle that needs to be won, or an anime that needs an ending. That's something you need to learn. When you do learn that, I'd be happy to VC. But honestly, if you want to talk shit, I don't get why none of you are willing to actually do it to my face." Lamau, a passing comment on Twitter really seems to hurt those fifis. Laughing emoji. Fuchsia didn't. Demon didn't. Vav won't. Passing comment. Nah, you talked smack before, and you are again. You can do it when I'm not around, question mark, but when I am, you hush up. I don't get you CC people. Shit talking isn't done face to face. You make videos judging morals, and when you get a taste of your own medicine, you beg for mercy. He says, "Bruh, I'm doing it right now. I still think you're a sad kid who needs to learn when he's wrong. You also need to learn not to let little insults and comments get to you. If me saying, 'I knew he was bad, but this is fucked up,' is enough to rile you up that much and get you trying to poorly impersonate an anime villain, then that's your problem, not mine." So apparently me asking for her to just talk shit directly to me rather than this, let me say something online and on my Twitter, but then if you say something else back, suddenly I'm being harassed. Instead of that whole charade that constantly keeps taking place, I'm asking, why can't you do it directly? Why not have a conversation with me? Why are so many of you so resistant to that idea when you claim to be so open? That's apparently me LARPing as an anime villain. Not when these people are sitting here talking about my wrongdoings and I need to learn when I'm wrong. That's not anime LARPing. Just 7 minutes afterwards, and Toasty Vanilla joined my Discord server, and I believe he was in the call that Madlibs had just mentioned to me in the DMs. She likely mentioned in the call that I messaged her, and that prompted Toasty to join my Discord server. Toasty then joined the public voice call in my server. This call wasn't recorded, and I don't remember much aside from these few things, such as Toasty defending Fuchsia Butter and shifting arguments each time one wouldn't work. First it was the aged up argument, and then it was, well, I'm thinking of these characters as adults, and then it reached the point of who cares. A few others were present in the call and gave their testimony of it in my video on Toasty from 2020. Late June, on the 24th, Toby Majestic got into a Twitter slap fight over her yaoi obsession, and the topic shifted to a drawing Toby made of a My Hero Academia character who is 16. Toby's reply was, hee hee, two things. The BNHA picture wasn't sexual, nor was it drawn to intend to be such. Also in that picture, he's not supposed to be a kid, he's supposed to be an adult. Second, if you think it is kiddie porn, you retweeted it, so you're distributing child pornography. Listen, he may be in BDSM, but if she says it wasn't sexual, it's not sexual. Her Twitter post on her account sharing it says, hit him harder, and is tagged with yaoi, hard, BDSM, Todoroki gay, but it's definitely not sexual. June 28th, Lucy quote retweeted a drawing of Azula, a 14-year-old, in a bikini with the caption, step on me, a tweet he later deleted. But wait! I thought Fuchsia said deleting evidence against yourself was bad. Turns out that only applied to others when he could accuse them of it. Shocking. At some point within either August or June of 2020, a friend of mine who we will call Person A had become friends with a member of the FCK named Teddy That Draws. He was 16 and she was 17 at the time. The reason I'm no longer censoring her name is because she's publicly spoken about the situation, so there's no point in concealing that it was her. It was on June 30th that Person A was talking to Teddy when he mentioned how people were reacting to a photo, and out of curiosity, Teddy told him to send here. While I am censoring the photo for privacy's sake, it is not sexual. He is shirtless and wrapped in Christmas lights. I'm mentioning this event now because this is when it took place, and because it unfortunately sets up something very pivotal later down the line that the FCK would twist for a gotcha. In early July, because this is another event that I cannot pinpoint an exact date, Toby Majestic commented on my Mandalorian video. Do you make expose videos on all my friends but me? I'm so hurt. Howdy there. No, I don't recall exposing your friends. You're friends with Fuchsia. Fuchsia, Nezzie, Libby, Junkie, Toasty, Slimmers, the whole gang. So you've talked about all my friends but me. I'm so hurt. On July 14th of 2020, Toby tweeted a clip from her live stream with the caption, fuck you all. And 3 days later on the 17th, I replied to her with, are you wearing fucking elf ears on stream? Strange screenshot you see is from a video that would come later in 2020 because, well, shockingly, Toby deleted this tweet. I quote retweeted one of Toby's tweets from June that said, stop defending child porn. I said, but wait, aren't you literally friends with Fuchsia, who I literally exposed for underage character porn? The FCK, particularly Mad Libs, later claimed that this was guilty by association. It was not. I wasn't saying or claiming that Toby was guilty for what Fuchsia Butter did out of association. I was pointing out that Toby seemed so against porn of underage characters, yet one of her closest friends at the time loved it. Afterwards, I tweeted to Junkie with, so you're the scaly that shit talked. Underwhelming. 2 days later, and Miss Nezzie or Xena put out a video on an individual named Deviant Crow, featuring Fuchsia Butter, who out of nowhere brought me up to compare me and Deviant Crow.
Getting tired of seeing this one post again and again.
Even sounds like Akumu. Damn it. It's so like this kid, he talks like Akumu, and it pisses me off because it's the same condescending bullshit. He's talking out his ass so hard. It's just bad.
Between July 20th and the 24th of 2020, an individual named Lugia commented on a live stream where someone else from the slideshow commentary community named Slumber had compared me and Dan Stein, something to do with me defending Madame, and Dan Stein defending someone named Sonic93. Slumber, thinking Lugia was me, ran to the vent chat of Fuchsia Butter's Discord server, Fuchsia Sweethearts, with a screenshot of Lugia's comment, and said that it was 100% Akumu. Shortly after, Slumber uploaded a 9-minute video titled A Bit of a Rant, Akumu in parentheses. At the start of the video, admitting that an individual named Michael, specifically Michael is here, had told them that Lugia wasn't me.
Hey everybody, so today we're talking about Akumu. Hooray! Yay! We're all happy about that, aren't we? So this guy who Michael told me, unfortunately, is not Akumu. It would have been so much more hilarious if it were, but unfortunately it's not.
Yet here they were, still making a rant video about me. This video is all over the place, but at the 5-minute mark, Slumber talks about my hate boner for Slummers, then cites Ponder Sprocket and Nezzie Monster, and claims that I was trying to act like Nezzie Monster and Ponder Sprocket were terrible people because they completely destroyed my first video, even stating that I only had 95 subscribers at the time.
Oh, but my fellow gamers, we aren't even fucking done yet. Oh no, I'm trying to give myself a stroke while I edit this video. So yeah, apparently, okay, so this isn't apparent because it's true, but I'm just gonna use the word apparently. Apparently, Akumu is obsessed with Slimmers. You know, the artist that I was talking about earlier? Yeah, he's literally obsessed with her. Like, he has a strong, very, very strong, powerful, it pokes out of his pants physically so much that he has a very strong hate boner for Slimmers. Cryotic, the artist that Madame commissioned and then decided not to give the proper payment, and then on top of that try to dox her. Although according to the wonderful people that are Ponder Sprocket and Nezzie Monster, if you wanna make the claim, you can, that she technically did. It just happened that Slimmers could change her information. So Akumu, the fact that you're trying to act like Nezzie Monster and Ponder Sprocket are terrible people because they completely destroyed your first video, your first ever video, you know, the one that should have propelled anybody from subscribing to you, which I don't know why you have 95 subscribers, but I have more than you. Haha, you're a stupid noob. I don't understand. Why would anybody subscribe to you? Like, I don't know how to put it, so I'm just gonna move on.
On July 24th, I believe I commented on Slumber's video, and I also responded with an even shorter video called ASMR Slumber Can't Think. It was a compilation of every time Slumber said tisk, or even clicked in the rant video on me. We eventually spoke in DMs, and 5 hours later, Slumber uploaded a Right So an Akumu update. This video talked about our DMs. The next day, I uploaded an actual response to Slumber's first rant video on me, and Slumber uploaded a GIF for Akumu. The whole situation turned into a stupid back and forth in the comments, mostly from Slumber calling me, you guessed it, transphobic and that I was misgendering. On July 25th, Slummers made a Twitter thread on Ben the Looney. Contrary to popular belief, and even my own previous belief, Toby was not the first one to publicize the FCK's issues with Ben the Looney. It was Slummers. And Madlibs also replied to Slummers' Twitter thread. I was only able to recover this because of Madlibs' reply, and thanks to whoever archived it. On the 26th, at 12 a.m., Toasty tweeted, "It really be the whole Fruitcake Club versus it's only a drawing Twitter." 10 minutes later, Toasty was arguing with a Twitter user specifically about Ben the Looney and defending himself, because he was caught liking futanari porn of two My Hero Academia characters, Toga and Deku, both of which are underage. It was just 20 minutes later that the infamous tweet from Toby was tweeted. "Hey guys, @Ben the Looney is a pedophile. Make sure to block," with a peace sign. Toby and a user by the name of Raikutaku got into a spat over this very tweet. If anything, we should call you out for falsely attacking someone blatantly while you yourself have engaged in heinous acts worse than what you claim he does. Toby quoted this with calling out @Ben the Looney for posting inappropriate CP illustrations when, privately, me and the other peers discussed this with him a while ago. That same picture to be exact. He said he'd stop. He didn't. Also, please point out the things that I've done worse than drawing CP. One man show off, aka Trent, was then banned from the FCK server the next day, July 27th of 2020. Toby quote retweeted someone else stating, "This person consumes underage porn. Please block them." At 6:41 p.m., Raikutaku said on Twitter, and here is @TobyMajestic, otherwise known as Alita Mari, acting out on threatening to attack Ben the Looney and a mutual friend of ours for the same thing. She's trying to throw dirt on these two artists while hiding the fact she groomed a child and showed toxic behavior, along with publicizing a screenshot of Toby messaging Trent on an alt account. "This is Toby, this is my alt account. You defend and support a pedophile who makes child porn. Literally, fuck you, Trent. I'm making a video on Ben calling him out, and I swear I'll drag you into it if you continue to support him. Let me know. Peace, bitch." Fuchsia Butter mentioned Ben in his Discord server Fuchsia's Sweethearts, stating, "A pedophile YouTuber/artist he and a few others knew posted pedo art on Twitter and defended it / refused to take it down. So we've all kinda not really been okay with that, and a ton of pedos have come out of the woods to defend him and admit they like CP. On the 28th, Toby made a community post about this. This post was also deleted not long after. So Trent, an ex-mutual friend of my friend group who supports Ben the Looney, leaked my sex work Twitter that I keep private from my YouTube and art life for reasons, and he knows that. So I feel violated, angry, and officially fucking dragging all of this stupid shit out into the open. He's so fucked up and really buried himself into a hole with pulling this shit. As it turns out, the alt account Toby messaged Trent on was her e-whore account, the name she was using while plastering herself and her asshole online for a couple of bucks. After messaging Trent with this account, threatening and attempting to blackmail him, his friend publicized evidence of this, and Toby cried wolf. Instead of acknowledging that she shouldn't have used this account to threaten Trent over her ridiculous fucking crusade, Toby and the FCK hopped over that, dodged the personal accountability that Toby has in this situation with choosing to use that fucking account, to then cry out that Trent leaked Toby's sex work account. How dare he do that? What a fucking joke. And yet another instance that shows us that these people instinctively, like a reflex, rush to the scapegoat, the light of victimhood, when something they did results in a response that they don't like. At this point, Toasty Vanilla was replying to several people about this degen porn crusade, like here where he said that he's not that passionate against CP, that he's been forced into this position. Out of everyone, he's the most liberal, and that he's pissed at Ben because he posted something they had a problem with. Someone then brought up that Toasty followed Shadman. He said that he didn't support Shadman's past at all, but that Shadman has great art and a good mindset when it comes to personal growth, which he fucks with. In a Twitter thread with both Toby and Ben, Toasty said, "Long ago we called him out on a sketch that we said looks like CP. After a while of arguing, he eventually agreed and said the drawing looked like CP, and now just a few days ago, he recolored the exact post we had a problem with and reposted it." That wasn't all of what he said from the 28th, but I can't really pinpoint when these things were said, the times of these tweets. I only have rough estimates of the days. Toby Majestic's tirade on Twitter picked up, calling Ben's porn child porn multiple times, and that Trent leaked her sex work account. She then made another community post about it all. Those of you on my Twitter, I want to say that I am so sorry for all the replies from me that might be in your feed. I wish Twitter had a function where it wouldn't put what I replied to in your feed so it won't clutter it up. If you did not already know, a while back I was invited to a small group of fellow creators. It was great, and I liked the majority of the people there. However, there was one YouTube creator / Twitter artist in the group that I was unaware of who draws underage characters in sexual situations and does nothing to age them up. The specific one we in the Discord had gotten angry about is of a Cartoon Network character who is 12 years old. She is referring to this discussion between her, Toasty, and Ben about OKKO. Doing inappropriate things I will elaborate on to somebody else, and the character looked exactly like it does in the cartoon show. There was no attempts to age them up at all. We had discussed this with him privately, telling him that it was disgusting, inappropriate, and trying to get him to understand that even though he said the character he drew was aged up to the years at 18th, he had made no physical attempt to make the character appear to be above legal age at all. Me, offline, I tend to be more, let's talk this out kind of person, except when it comes to the cases of people trying to justify CP. Now, why we had discussed this with him privately, he said that he was not going to post it and he would stop. However, recently, he decided to post it anyways. So at this point, we already attempted to talk about this privately, and he decided to basically say, fuck you, I'll do whatever I want, and posted it anyways. So now, while he has his map friends defending this kind of artwork, I would like to tell you, if you were following Ben the Looney, you might want to reconsider. Also, to those who follow me on Twitter, I'm sorry for cluttering up your feed with me replying to a bunch of maps trying to defend their pedo art. I know replying to those people will get you nowhere, because at the end of the day, they don't care, they're going to defend it anyways. So again, I want to apologize for cluttering your feed. On July 28th of 2020, Teddy That Draws told the FCK in their VC text chat that Ben the Looney was sending people after Toasty Vanilla and Fuchsia's Sweethearts. It's kind of hard to classify it as an accusation when there's many screenshots of him defending the CP. And this is coming from the same guy who adamantly defended porn of My Hero Academia characters because they had big anime titties. So it's totally different, because they have big boobs, guys. July 29th. Toasty tweeted, "I'm only gonna say this once. Child porn of any kind is not allowed on Twitter. That's not up for debate either. I don't make the rules here. There is no, but it's only a drawing. It's not hurting anyone. They can draw whatever they want. Take that shit somewhere else, please. And Toby retweeted this. On July 30th, Toasty Vanilla put out an announcement in the FCK server. At everyone, y'all should probably report Bin the Looney, by the way. If you scroll through enough, you should find enough examples. I found 4 good ones with 5 minutes of scrolling. But here y'all go anyways. I'm heading out of this situation. It's been draining me. And they reported him on Twitter for child sexual exploitation. Fuchsia Butter had this to say in his own Discord server. Bin the Looney draws child porn, tries to defend it, making a video on him because he's gross. He's just a pedo. It was around this time that Nezzie Monster messaged Toasty Vanilla, telling him that he needed to remove the Slimmers and SFW chat from the FCK server. 5:50 a.m. Nezzie says, Toasty, you need to remove Slimmers and SFW chat. I'm not in charge of that. You'll have to ask the admin. You're friends with the admin. I wouldn't really call me and him friends, but sure, I'll ask him. Just warning you guys, that could become an issue. Interesting way to put that. Could become an issue. Because of the time zone differences between me and Nezzie Monster, since she lives in Japan, the screenshots from her says August 1st at 5:50 a.m. For me, this was July 31st, as you'll see in just a moment. Then on the 31st, Toasty added a deleted user stating that Nezzie wants you to remove #unknown. And sorry guys, no more porn. Oh, poor degenerates. No more porn. This unknown chat was once Slimmers' NSFW art chat, and they deleted it just a few days after they found out that Ben was threatening the group. At 5:58 p.m., Fuchsia Butter made a tweet that stated, drawing sexualized children perpetuates and inspires the idea that doing such acts with a child is okay. It's not just a drawing, Ben. It's sick. And a couple of hours later at 11:21 p.m., he uploaded a video titled, We've Had Enough Ben. In this video, he said that Ben the Looney had not only drawn CP, but defended it, and he also called Ben a pedophile multiple fucking times.
So, some of you already know what's going on with this situation, some of you don't. But I'm going to start this off with a fucking warning because this is bad. If CP triggers you in any way, you may not want to watch this video. We will be discussing someone who has made repeated offenses of defending, drawing, and posting CP, alright? Let's get into it. We'll start with how I came to know and meet him. Sometime after joining the Fruitcake Club, I remember someone introducing me to Ben in a VC. I was doing my Peter Griffin voice, a few Haloises here, a few freaking epics there. He was laughing. At the time, I thought he was decent, but something still felt off, so I kept my interactions with him to a minimum. I discussed MLP with him a few times in DMs, but really kinda left it at that. I admittedly ignored most of his messages and whatnot, and hadn't really heard much of him for a few months. Until the last week or so, when it was found out that he posted a completed version of a CP sketch which people in the Fruitcake Club told him not to post. Not only that, he initially took it down before. After that, I stood in the background observing as I wasn't really sure what was going on, until Toasty Vanilla and Toby informed me of everything. The fact that he's had a massive and expansive history of pedophilic actions, screenshots of him defending CP, screenshots of him posting drawn CP, etc., etc. It's unacceptable. Normally, I remain neutral in situations like these. I'm the Switzerland of YouTube drama when it's between people I know, but this situation is absolutely where I draw the line. Pedophilia is disgusting, and it makes me want to vomit. This entire situation has seriously pissed me off, so I'm going to cover this alongside the other YouTubers involved. Ben, you have had way too many goddamn chances. So, as many of you know, if you have a kiwi farms made about you, that isn't exactly good. But as you can imagine, Ben has one, with 121 pages dating back to 2014. Yeah, that kind of speaks for itself, doesn't it? There's way too much for me to personally cover, and I'd recommend you check out the other video being made on the topic, because I most certainly am not the only one in on this. I'm going to talk about a few things that have disgusted me the most about the situation. There's a situation related to this that really pissed me off that, at first, I didn't want to talk about, but I have to after thinking about it more. Toby will certainly be discussing it further, and when her video releases, I will paste a link in the comments. But essentially, Toby is privately a sex worker and has made many efforts to keep it separate from her YouTube channel, which she has every right to do. However, someone we all knew leaked this information publicly while defending Ben and the Loonies' actions, and this was absolutely unacceptable. To anyone who would shame Toby for being a sex worker, you're absolutely pathetic subhuman garbage, and I want nothing to do with you. My subs, if you guys can, I'd like you to go over to her channel and comment some words of support, because she could really use it.
Fuchsia Butter accused Ben of being a pedophile for drawing porn of underage characters, of characters that were minors. But just a month prior to this, he falsely accused me of accusing him of being a pedophile because I dared to point out that he liked porn of underage characters. Now, aside from this attempt to victimize Toby because Trent publicized her blackmail attempt, I noticed something odd with what many of the FCK said back then. It was said that they knew of Ben's CP sketch and told him not to post it. Fuchsia just said it in his video, Toby said it in her community post, and Toasty has said it in multiple tweets. This whole thing was kicked off because he posted it a second time after he told the FCK that he wouldn't, that they previously had him take it down. If they truly believed it was a drawing of child porn, of CP, and were oh so disgusted by it, why wasn't he immediately banned from the FCK server? And why didn't they accuse him of drawing CP and being a pedophile when they first found out about it? If that's what it was from the very get-go, if that's what it truly was, why is it only after he posted it that it's become a problem? If you know the guy has no problem sexualizing underage characters, and he's in a server with minors, a server that was very sexual, why wasn't that an immediate concern? They only told Ben to delete and not post it again, and then when he posted it for the second time, they responded with finally banning him from the FCK server and accusing him of being a pedophile. It seems like they cared more about it being posted publicly than it being a CP sketch, probably because he was a member of their group and they didn't want it to come back to them and damage their public reputations. Oddly similar to when Nezzie told Toasty that the Slimmers and SFW chat could become an issue. Not that it was an issue. Returning to Fuchsia's video on Ben, to go a step further, Fuchsia claims to be so disgusted by Ben the Looney's Shota and Lolly artwork, and yet when that same type of porn was in his own server, Fuchsia's Sweethearts, he didn't give a fuck. He knew about it and didn't care. Not until it risked becoming public knowledge. And also, if Toby was oh so disgusted, why was nothing said about Fuchsia, let alone fucking Toasty? But let's continue throughout this video.
Now back to Ben. This screenshot here is pretty fucking incriminating by itself. People have been calling him out on drawing clearly child characters in sexual situations. This is not taking someone like Momo Yayorozu, Azula, or Misty and drawing them with clearly aged up features like this.
He repeated his same argument from before, that the characters' sexual features don't match their ages. By that logic, if a teenager has large breasts, a fetish of Fuchsia's, are they free real estate for him to goon to? My question to you is, did you catch that? Did you recognize what he put on screen? The same Azula drawing from the tweet he retweeted back in June. The same one he deleted. If he truly believed this aged-up excuse, why did he delete that tweet?
The thing about what you said that's so stupid is you shouldn't be toning down your art for one person, when you have been told numerous times over the last several years to stop drawing sexualized children. You promised to Toasty, Nezzie, and multiple other people that you would stop after they confronted you. But you didn't listen. So suddenly you're just going to stop because of one person? A person who's had a history of being hurt and manipulated? Eat a dick. Also, toning it down? Not anymore, apparently. Now then, for a little comparison just to show you how disgusting your art is. I saw someone retweet one of the thread comments saying that something along the lines of, oh, people just trying to cancel another NSFW artist. Well, let me do a little compare and contrast with some NSFW artists that I follow versus Ben's art. This is a comparison of the content, not the quality. This is aesthetic memes art. Let's see, what is the difference between these two images? Well, the first image clearly features a character who, based on their bodily features, height, build, and demeanor, is an adult. The second one is a blushing child staring at his you-know-what. I think I got my point across, but for the fucking hell of it, let's do another one, just to hammer it into your fucking skulls. So let's see here, in this art by C.S. Lucas, same thing. Height, body type, everything signifies an adult character in this image. This image, however, is of two underage characters, clearly not aged up, appearing as they do in the show, only now they're sexualized. The first piece in this last comparison, done by Hell on Earth, is the same shit. Adult body types, height, etc. And the second image, Do I even need to explain this one? Gathering these images and censoring them was extremely painful and disgusting, so much so that I wanted to vomit the entire time. And you cannot pull the excuse with this art of being naive, because you've demonstrated you know how to draw adult figures and body types on your DeviantArt. Why these specific characters do you not age up? Also, for everyone who's defending Ben saying he's innocent, or not drawing CP, take a look at this DM between him and Toby. After calling him out for not aging up some of his drawings, his witty, amazing response was, "Who cares?" Nice job, dumbass. And not to mention that in this tweet of his, he tries to say we're the ones demeaning actual assault victims by going after him for just drawing things. You are the one demeaning assaulted children by drawing it for shits and giggles, you jackass. One last thing, remember when I said the Fruitcake Club talked to him before about this? We did. I also have the screenshots to prove it. When they spoke with him, he was on the defensive the entire time, then pulled the good old they're 18 plus argument. However, they then rebounded saying that it means nothing when said 18 plus characters look like fucking children. This was all regarding a recent CP sketch he had posted, an image which had recently been re-uploaded into a colored form, after saying he'd take it down. And now that we're applying heat on him, it's down again suddenly without a word of acknowledgement.
The 1st of August starts at 1:06 a.m., with Mad Libs sharing Fuchsia's video on Ben the Looney in the update channel of her own Discord server named Mad Libs. I'm so sorry this is late. This isn't my video and I'm not in it apart from a few screenshots, but this person and their pedo-defending audience have been attacking my friends. Here we go with the fucking victim complex every fucking time. Please watch it or at least share this video about this disgusting individual. Warning, it's about CP, so if that is triggering for you, don't watch it. Mad Libs said more just beneath it. A few more of my friends are going to make videos about him too. More in depth with what him and his audience/friends have done to them specifically. I'll be sharing those too because the kind of accusations they're trying to put on them to keep Ben the Looney safe after drawing minors in a sexual way is disgusting. Now I have to really reiterate this point again because it's actually fucking ridiculous. They're having this entire retarded civil war over what porn of sexualized minors is okay for them to jacket to. Meanwhile, these are the same fucking people that were showing real minors, real underage human beings, pornography, spamming it in the server, pushing them to draw porn. That didn't matter. It was the fictional minors and which ones they weren't allowed to jacket to get off to. That's the more pressing issue. I can't even put into words just how fucking skewered these priorities are. Now, Fuchsia Butter was surprised from the audience's reaction to his video on Ben the Looney, and he said quite a bit about it. Peeps trying to call me a pedo in the comments to defend Ben because I like aged up MHA porn. Lol. The porn I look at doesn't have children that are a third of the size of their sexual partner. The porn I look at has big anime titties. The same argument from before, just more explicitly stated. He also said, I think I may just back out. I'm probably not going to re-upload it. I can't handle the pedos coming after me. I can't handle the stress. He further elaborated, because I don't need my channel being taken down because of a swarm of pedos trying to say I'm distributing their gross-ass CP. Fuchsia Butter also made a community post addressing this. In summary, people in Fuchsia Butter's comments began pointing out the hypocrisy of Fuchsia Butter calling Ben a pedophile not long after he falsely accused me of calling him a pedophile. That and Ben was drawing the same shit that he had also defended not long before. Porn of underage cartoon characters. I also remember a few of the comments mentioning my 2 recent videos on Fuchsia Butter, but take this with a massive grain of salt as I have no evidence of this. Because I don't have the comment section of that video. It was privated really shortly after being uploaded. Fuchsia didn't like that so much and began playing victim, crying out that pedophiles were attacking him and he just couldn't handle it. When in actuality, he didn't want more people knowing about my videos, so he put his Ben the Looney video on private. It barely lasted a fucking day. A housefly had a longer lifespan than this video. On the 7th, I joined Miss Zezzie's Discord server and then messaged her. Just in case you didn't see my message beforehand on Twitter, keep my name out of your videos and out of your mouth. I gave you and Fuchsia a chance to speak your mind in a voice call. Ms. Zezzie replied by asking who I was. I told her to guess, and then she told me that she was busy. I said Akumu and asked if she got the memo. Sure bro, nice. Plain, direct, and simple. But it did not stay this way. Now, before we move on, I'd like to elaborate, because this too was later misconstrued by the FCK and the art community. As typical with anything I ever say, the FCK, especially Madlibs and Xena, would go on to twist this by pretending that I was upset at the mere mention of my name. In truth, my problem was that they kept telling everyone else publicly that they were done with the situation and done with me. Fuchsia said this multiple times, and yet there he was mentioning me again in a video that had nothing to do with me. But when I said anything about him, it was a problem. This is the pattern. These people would continuously poke and prod with videos, comments, and tweets consisting of jokes to mock me and throw false accusations at me, that inevitably their audience of thousands would go on to repeat. I would then eventually respond to it and give them my attention since they clearly sought for it, and then out of nowhere, they would cry wolf, that they were being harassed by the meanie pants Akumu. The cycle that I just described to you was my problem. They pick a fight, which their audience tags along for, and then cry out that I'm harassing them because I'm either making fun of them back or clearing up the false accusations. So I told them to keep my name out of their mouth to save them the trouble. If you don't like beefing with me because you end up being harassed after you started it, don't mention my name in the first place. That was my point. Don't like the outcome. Quit doing the same thing over and over again that leads to it. It's literal fucking insanity. Again, they did not take this advice, they twisted it. August 9th of 2020. One of the individuals who was giving me information on the FCK and their server, Teddy the Draws, suggested I talk to Ben the Looney and hear him out, that he had information for me. The next day at 8 a.m., I asked Ben on Twitter if he had a Discord account, and we added one another. An hour later, I tagged Toby in a tweet. So wait, it's not okay for Ben to draw underage character porn, or for people to be friends with him despite that, but it's okay for Fuchsia to like underage character porn and you be friends with him. Neat. At 11 a.m., I messaged Fuchsia Butter on an alt account in a poor attempt to get a hold of his video on Ben the Looney by claiming I wanted to make a video on Ben. I did want to make a video on Ben, but Fuchsia and Toby were going to be included in it too. Over the next few hours, Ben gave me evidence showing the sheer scale of the FCK's hypocrisy and this little civil war over what porn of underage characters is and isn't acceptable to lust over. For example, Fuchsia Butter calling a 10-year-old character named Dorothy thick on Twitter. Toasty Vanilla's Twitter likes, such as porn of Futanari Shota and Lolly Art, My Hero Academia futa porn between two underage characters, and porn of two underage characters from some cartoon show named Glitch Tags, one character 16 and the other 15. As mentioned before, Toasty was also following Shadman at the time, but he immediately unfollowed Shadman after someone pointed that out. Ben also provided me evidence from one of Toasty Vanilla's other Discord servers named Toasty's New Groove of a chat dedicated to Slamerz's porn. I asked Ben about the FCK server for any info he had about it, and he told me, I didn't hang in there much. All I know is for a while, it had a NSFW section, and there are lots of minors using it. I asked him if he could get me evidence, and that any info he had about them would be useful. No, I left the server before the drama started. After knowing about Fuchsia, Toby, just finding out about Toasty, Toasty's New Groove, porn chat in Toasty's New Groove specifically, for Slamerz's porn, that there was a porn chat in the FCK server, and lots of minors in the FCK server, this confirmed some rumors that I had heard previously from a source I will not be naming. Before anyone asks, why didn't you immediately tell someone? Who would believe me? No one would listen to me. Anytime I said anything about these people and what they were up to, I was the bad guy. Every fucking time. Their audience would and still do claim that I'm just doing this to get back at them for them rightfully calling me out. Regardless, I did eventually try to say something and it was ignored. So keep watching this video and then tell me what I should have done afterwards. I knew that running with these screenshots and testimonies would not be enough. If I took it to Twitter or YouTube that very moment and accused the FCK of this, they would just deny it and wipe the FCK server. They already yeeted Slamerz's porn chat when Ben threatened the group. At this point, in August of 2020, they had no problem deleting their own shit to hide it. I considered that my reputation at the time was Akumu lacks or has no evidence for his claims, a bullshit cope and mass gaslighting to avoid the points that I make in my videos. So I decided I'd hold it and wait till I had undeniable proof. You will, however, see me vaguely reference the FCK server a couple of times in a very poor attempt at getting the FCK members I was speaking to at the time to slip up on a detail. so just wait. At 1:33 p.m., I tweeted to Junkie with a photo of himself drinking milk out of a wine glass, a reference to the cum chalice meme and yandere dev, the recent hot topic that the art community, and especially the FCK, were hopping on board for collaborations. I said, this is the guy who tried to shit talk about me. August 11th, I replied to Toasty Vanilla and a Twitter user named DragonKnightKX. This person is a reoccurring art and especially SCC audience member, friends with several who associate in the SCC, and an orbiter who is a big fan of the FCK. In this Twitter spat, in one of my replies, I brought up the call that me and Toasty Vanilla had back in June, further adding to the fact that it did happen, despite my lack of evidence and recording of that call. DragonKnightKX replied to me in defense of Toasty Vanilla, stating that I'm not relevant, so nothing I could say would do anything to him. You really think that you're actually someone? I don't know what's more pathetic, your ego or your desperate attempts to get in the spotlight. No, I have a pretty good memory. You're the laughingstock of the CC, and people just ignore you for the most part. I'm just enjoying watching you try to talk big while failing miserably. Toasty Vanilla even replied to DragonKnightKX with, imagine being the laughingstock of the entire commentary community. Oh wait, he doesn't have to imagine. At some point, he also replied to me with, sorry, I don't speak human trash. Fuchsia Butter messaged me on August 12th of 2020, and I vaguely remember what prompted this interaction. Fuchsia and I shared a mutual Discord server. It was one of his fans' Discord servers. I believe he mentioned that Sherman was DDoSing his livestream, and I said that I would talk to Sherman to get him to stop. I won't go over the entirety of our DMs or every message, this video is long enough as is, but I'll show and summarize. We first spoke of the FCK, and I compared the group to some kind of secret society, and stayed vague about it, saying that everyone seems to tie into it, including Slummers. I know there's plenty of personal drama and shit that's gone on surrounding some of the users, but I'm just here to make content and be friends with YouTubers. That's why I'm here. I can confirm to you that all I want to do is make people happy with my content, because it's what I feel inside, and I wouldn't make videos if I didn't feel it that way. I elaborated with, our dilemma was just the surface to what appears to be a whole rotten tree, growing some bad apples. I suppose it's due to our history and what I now know. Well, whatever you're talking about, I have no idea what it is. If there's some major conspiracy, I am not a part of it, XD. I don't have any real control in the FCK. I replied, I wouldn't say major conspiracy, more like a group who are infamous hypocrites and power hungry. I'd love to spill everything I have, but I can't. Fuchsia said he didn't feel threatened, but confused, that he wasn't going to show our DMs because he had gotten better with that, private DMs were now private to him, and that he just figured he'd bring that up. Really strange. I told him I wasn't worried that he would, even if he did, or if he told them, referring to his friends and that I know stuff, that it was fine. That's why I couldn't tell him anymore. Either way, thank you for telling the guy to back down from my streams and shit. That's enough for me. When will you talk with him? I said when he's awake. Alright, thank you. We spoke more about the FCK, I called them hypocrites, and I called Toasty a liar. I said something about if I told Fuchsia about it, I run the risk of him telling them that our conversation doesn't change my perspective on him, but I was blown back and shocked by it. If something genuinely bad has happened, I won't try to protect the person who did the bad thing. Question mark? I mentioned that I kept track enough to know that he deleted the Azula tweet. He acted surprised and said that he might have deleted it when he deleted his tweets about Ben. We spoke more about what happened in the previous months, his rationalization and reason for making his video on me, that he did it out of spite, that he was manipulated and partially abused as a kid, so his mental state was whack and he reacted on impulse when finding out about me. Later I mentioned that I wasn't done with the situation, that our beef was mostly settled, however the Ben situation brought me to a new consensus with what I knew. Mind you, I didn't know a lot, especially when it came to the specifics, but I knew enough to have an idea as to what the FCK server was and what they were doing in there. Though the server would still turn out to be far worse than what I initially expected. Fuchsia said he assumed my problem was with Toasty now, and I told him all of you, but less of you. Fuck, I was pretentious. After I said I couldn't respect him, and he couldn't, but I found it to be a wise decision, referring to him staying out of drama. He told me he moved past it and gained some respect for me, my willingness to talk and settle our differences. I seemed like someone who thinks concisely, that he wanted to apologize, and he did. He said, you done something for me, so I only see it as fair. I said, no, you don't actually feel sorry, thus no apology is needed. He elaborated that he was, and why, and I said today was an odd day. On August 12th, in a tribute video about her dead dog, where Toby talks about the decline of said dog, she then at the end goes into another fucking tangent about Trent and Ben.
I spent the entire night with him downstairs because at this point he couldn't go upstairs anymore. Like his legs were so weak he couldn't go upstairs anymore. He couldn't come downstairs. I had to chase after him because when he was coming down the stairs for the last time, he fucking collapsed and he tripped because his knees gave out, and I had to run after him and I had to get him before he face planted into the fucking floor. I spent the whole night downstairs with him because he couldn't go upstairs anymore. Right? He likes sleeping in piles of clothes. Rather than the nice bed I bought him, he likes sleeping in the pile of my clothes. So I tricked my ass upstairs and I brought a pile of my clothes down so he could spend his last night with me on my pile of clothes while I slept on the floor next to him. And I spent the whole night also playing, right next to him, playing Minecraft with Mad Lib. So shout out to you, Lips. Thanks for being there for me. So if anyone else was ever wondering, yes, Mad Libs and Nezzie Monster are in fact married, and they're my parents.
Oh, you know what? That explains so much. The victim complex didn't fall far from the tree.
He got to leave this world knowing that he was loved more than anybody else could ever love him. So I would kick a bitch in the throat for him. I would drop kick a bitch in the throat for that boy, for that fucking animal. You bet your ass I would. Oh, you bet your ass I would! So last thing we're gonna do is talk about the video projects that I'm not doing anymore. I'm not doing any of these projects. It's not because they fell through or anything, it's just because after I was working on them, the time when my dog was passing, and I just don't care anymore. I just don't fucking care. I just don't care about finishing on them. I don't want to work on them. I just don't give a shit. It just seems insensitive to be completely honest. I just don't feel right doing them anymore. Ben Lou's a pedophile on Twitter who draws underage characters fucking. Some of them he ages up, like physically, but a lot he doesn't, which shows that he actively chose not to do it. He also has a fucking revolving door of maps that follow him on Twitter. He also follows other maps on Twitter too, which is great. Hey Ben, you don't want to be called a pedophile. Don't draw underage looking children fucking people. It's pretty obvious not to do that. But technically, technically, they're drawn, so it doesn't matter. Sorry, fuck you. Child porn.
Imagine making a video about your dying dog, and then you feel the need to segue into a rant about your petty, hypocritical little fucking crusade on the internet. This same day I tweeted to Toby with, "Bro, imagine having an OnlyFans," and she replied, "What's an OnlyFans?" I said, "Playing dumb or just dumb. Either one, wouldn't be surprised. It's coming from someone who wears elf ears on stream. I've never streamed before, nor do I even own elf ears, so I'm not exactly sure where you're getting this type of information, but I'm super flattered to hear you're a fan of my YouTube content. I always appreciate a new fan." Now, it's really easy to get this bitch going, so the interaction just kept going. But my favorite is back up here. "I've never streamed before, nor do I even own elf ears."
I just got a list of people I'm IP banning. I'm not a mother, stop it!
On August 15th, around 8 or 9 p.m., there was a call in Toasty's personal server, Toasty's New Groove. This call was with Fox and the Freak Show, Teddy the Draws, Toasty, and some FCK orbiter named Geo. It's an 8-minute clip discussing the FCK and how I needed to stop keeping tabs on them.
Look, and this is going to be really weird. Look, when I say this, it's going to come out really weird, but me and Akumu, Akumu, he does have some mindsets that I do not agree with, and ideals that I don't agree with, and how he goes about things I do not agree with. But to be honest, he can be very chill. He can be. He can be. And I'm not saying that what he's doing is right, but he's not. I don't think he's like a shitbag person. I just think he just got some fucked up ideals in general.
Oh yeah, no.
I mean, Akumu considers me his friend. Akumu kind of sick. Oh, hi.
So how about that airplane food?
Oh my fucking god.
I hate you!
Why was that an echo?
Because I'm in a kitchen.
Oh
Yeah, this is the kitchen where she belongs.
Before we continue,
I had an interaction with Akumu just recently, actually, and I told him, "Hey, about this whole situation that you're trying to pull off, let's stop stop it while it's still starting, because one, you've already made videos on Lucy and the group. Two, you need to stop. The way you handle things isn't great."
No, yeah, like, and yes, Joseph, you literally see me in the call right now. I don't know, maybe he's mute. He's deafened or something.
Yeah, he's muted.
He's mute.
But like, no, I told him like, look, with you still lurking in Lucy's server and how you're like trying to keep tabs on people, I'm sorry, that still comes across as weird to me, no matter how you put it. Like,
No,
you
like
being
he's
like,
definitely
oh, I just
sorry.
wanna.
He gets
No,
very
yeah, and I let him know. And I don't feel ashamed about talking about this with y'all because I tell him straight to his face. I don't agree with him, lurking around people's servers just to make sure that he has the upper hand. Like, he's still doing that with Lucy, and he's doing that with Slumber, and I'm like, look, man, to a certain point, you just gotta stop giving a fuck about what people think. Good lord!
I feel nothing but pity for him.
I agree.
rough.
He's a pitiful person.
Like, he's very obsessive to the point where it's unhealthy, and it's
No,
not
yeah.
fair.
And I'm trying to like break that to him. I'm like, hey, I'm sorry, but it makes me very uncomfortable that you were doing that, because we actually got into a discussion about like why I think we were actually talking about how I have like 34 double D tits and how I'm like a fat bitch, but no one wants me or something like that. We were talking about my curves.
Oh.
And I think it got like really jokey.
Aren't you a lesbian?
Oh, I'm bisexual.
You're bisexual.
Yeah, I'm bisexual. I'm 40% gay. I have more of a preference to men than I do women, but I am not against, dating women. But anyway, back to the thing at hand.
Wish I could relate.
Oh god.
Here's my
Anyway.
fictional girlfriend, by the way.
Oh my fucking god. Anyway, like, it kind of got to the point where I feel like, I didn't know if I would call him a friend, and we talked in DMs. And he's like, well, why, what have I done that would, would have, stunted, like, a growth of our friendship? And I'm like, well, the ideals about how you think about trans people, I'm sorry, I don't agree with it. And he doesn't think about it in a hateful view. He says unless it's fully scientifically possible to fully transition into a female, not just like through cosmetic, he won't believe that, he won't like officially say, oh yeah, you're a woman now. He has really messed up ideals about it. And I'm like, and I made him like I made him agree to at least call whenever in case they ever interact, to at least call, Vav, Lucy, and Rosa, they at the very least. Because I don't want them to get secondhand dysphoria, because when first talking about Akumu to this group of people, someone was like, okay, I gotta stop listening to the conversation, it's giving me secondhand dysphoria. And I'm like, dude, it hurts people. It does. It hurts people, but he just doesn't understand. And then I talked to him about like him lurking. I'm like, I'm sorry, that just makes me super uncomfortable. And he's like, well, I like to be able to like have the upper hand in case they try and attack me. And like, look, dude, I understand you like trying to like get info, but like, come on, to the extent that you take it, it is so unhealthy, and I'm sorry, it creeps me out. And I told him that, and like he just doesn't get it. He doesn't, and I don't agree with how obsessive he gets, because I remember he heard Lucy and Nezzie make a joke about him when they were making a video about Deviant Crow, and he was like, Lucy needs to keep my name out of his mouth. I'm like, dude, are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? Why do you care? And I let him know, look, man, I'm gonna let you know right now, I think this is fucking stupid. This is honestly just total, it's not worth it, honestly. Yeah, there's a certain point where you honestly just need to stop giving a fuck. Like, move on already. Come on, please.
The worst part about
And
it is that it's not even gonna fucking matter.
Yeah,
Like, at
he's
the
just
end of
gonna
the
keep
day.
doing it. And I told him, listen, no one's gonna listen to you because you don't have enough credibility and you do not have the
But
like you don't
credibility,
respect
I don't
Yeah.
need my credibility to cancel someone. I don't need all your YouTube subscribers.
His whole argument is that
I'm
no,
literal
you're
living
wrong.
proof. I am living proof that you don't need YouTube subs to have an immense amount of credibility. I myself have immense amount of credibility and influence
No, I
in this
mean
general
like
sphere.
I
no,
just
I
feel
mean
like if he's. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I mean like when you attack people and you like say things and you stalk them and your credibility is lost because you continue to make fun of people and you practically just you kind of downplay yourself and then people are going to look at you and be like he's just a kid and he doesn't know what he's talking about, and that is
Oh.
literally what everyone's been saying about him, and it makes me so sad.
Yeah, I've been convinced that most of the CC community like views him as a joke, right? Is that wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, thing is, I'm only like a year older than him. So, like, I just feel like if he didn't start trolling, like when he first got into it, and he stopped
Teddy,
having that trolling nature.
why does your self-insert have a titty window? You're
I
supposed to be a
like
wholesome Christian girl.
I like it, okay? Leave it alone.
Teddy,
Toasty,
you're
shut the
supposed
fuck
to
up.
be a wholesome Christian woman. Why do you have a titty window?
4 days later, August 19th, and Nezzie Monster DM'd Toasty Vanilla about everything he had done. We need to talk. You just can't keep running away when you feel like you're losing the argument. Plus, we seriously need to talk about some of the shit you've been doing because you can straight up get arrested. I'm tired of you constantly being selfish and switching sides when it's convenient for you. I'm tired of you brushing aside how people feel because you can't control it. Bullshit. You can, you just choose not to. You ignore everything anyone says and then only notice once they leave. I'm tired of it. We're so inconsiderate of everyone else's feelings, and then when it blows up in your face, you do this shit or play victim. Sound familiar? This seriously needs to stop, or I don't know if we can continue being friends. You seriously hurt me and others because of this, and every time you apologize, you just do it again. You keep getting into drama and expecting us to help you, and then you don't listen to what we say, but keep expecting us to help you. I'm tired. I don't know what you expect me to do anymore. Okay, let's talk about this. You're gonna need to be more specific. 1, you don't listen to any of us when we tell you to stop. Stop sending porn. Stop liking porn on your main. Stop talking about certain things because it makes people uncomfortable. Stop means to fucking stop. 2, stop throwing yourself into debates on Twitter or between friends and coming to us for something when it backfires on you. 3, stop using the excuses for when you get called out. Stop deleting everything when you get called out and just leaving everybody. The porn shit needs to stop because some of the shit you're doing is straight up illegal. You know what? You're completely right. Honestly, I should have cut myself off from Twitter and Discord a while ago because it's been toxic for me for ages. I didn't want to leave. Bad blood when I left. Honestly, I wasn't trying to run away from any issues, but just trying to give myself breathing room. But I think it is best if I leave for a good period of time to focus on my real life shit. I understand this is stressful for you, and I understand that my actions have been stupid and hurtful. So I also understand if you don't want to be my friend anymore. I'm fine with that. I also understand when it comes to the whole being insensitive to feelings things, you've also kind of done that to me, where I've told you directly how something you've said made me feel like shit, and then just brushed it off or called me a pussy bitch for being uncomfortable with a joke. But that's just a separate conversation to have. Explain. By the way, this isn't just about being insensitive. I'm trying to help you because you're sexually harassing people, and I don't want you to get ruined like V, because I care about you, and I don't want you going that same road. I appreciate that you're looking out for me, but this sexual harassment is pretty out of left field. Sending porn without permission and getting porn made of a friend when they said to stop is sexual harassment. It's technically an unsolicited picture. Who? Mad Libs and Teddy in particular. And every group chat we've been in together. Are you talking about the Futa thing from January with Mad Libs? Yes. That wasn't cool, Toasty. Not to mention there's a period of time where you kept sending the Sandy Cockfor thing. I thought it was a joke until she bonked me in the head to stop, and I did stop. And I already apologized to her about it, and she said it was fine because I stopped and I didn't share anything. The Teddy thing, me and her ever are genuinely okay with sending NSFW to each other. Also, yeah, not gonna lie, that was kind of stupid. Which led to Mavi blocking you for a period of time. Mavi is Ellie Momelli, and this means that Ellie Momelli knew a bit more than she let on in her Twitter threads. You still kept the fucking picture, and mentioned it when we were in group calls. Toasty, that is weird. You even asked if you could send it to certain people. Then the first question I get when entering FCK is my breast size. Was it? Yes. While I appreciate that you stopped asking that's weird to ask in the first place, or a picture of my thighs like you did Xena, especially when we had barely known one another. I think the thigh thing was started by Mimi, but if someone was uncomfortable by it, I don't think Xena was weirded out by it. And the fact you still have the picture Madlibs told you not to get people to make in the first place. I actually don't. I don't have a memory of deleting it, but I know I haven't had it in a long time. Then tell her that. I didn't think she'd cared. Toasty. She did tell me she didn't care if I kept it. Having unsolicited porn made of you by a friend is weird. The fact she told you to stop and you kept it for a while anyway. She didn't want it made in the first place and you disregarded that. I stopped when she said. I do remember asking her if she wanted me to delete the only copy, and she said she didn't care as long as I didn't share it. And I didn't disregard it. I thought she was okay with it until she told me directly she wasn't. Sending porn without permission is wrong. What you did to Madlibs is wrong. Yeah, then you asked if you could send it to Xena. Then you kept bringing it up in calls. It shouldn't have happened in the first place. Well, if she didn't like it, then why didn't she say anything? Why does she want to bring it up now, when the topic has been dead for months? Especially after she told me she wasn't bothered by it anymore. 1, because she thought you still had it. 2, so just because she didn't say no, you think what you did was okay? I was teasing her. I would expect her to say, hey, don't tease me like that if she was bothered by it. I didn't think teasing her about it would do any harm. Teasing or not, you were involved in porn made of her. She told you to stop, and you not only accepted the picture, but you kept it. You need to talk to her. Because I didn't think there would be anything wrong with that, especially after she said it was fine for me to accept and keep as long as I didn't share it. I'm willing to. It should not have happened to begin with. That can be seen as pressuring, I guess, but it happened a long time ago, and at that time I did realize that was stupid to do. There is no new lesson I can learn from that. If she's still hurt about it, I'd like to make sure she could at least heal from it. Is there anything else you want to bring up? Other than that, no. You were talking to me about V, and he got in trouble for similar stuff. I don't think you're a bad person, but sending porn without permission and sending it until the person is okay with it can be seen as grooming-esque behavior. V got in trouble for sending porn to minors despite the fact they were uncomfortable with it. Me and Teddy have had a conversation when it comes to shit like that. We both agree that we're fine sending NSFW stuff to each other as long as it's not spammy and really weird and made up with that other thing. I don't think me and blank, I'm presuming Madlibs again, are on talking terms, but if she's fine talking to me about this, then I'll talk to her, but probably not tonight. You can message her, no excuses, just apologize. Does she want to talk to me? I don't know, you'll have to go and see. Now, after I saw that 8-minute clip from Toasty's New Groove where they spoke of me, my friends decided to join Toasty's New Groove on August 23rd to fuck with Toasty. I was cooking something at the time, and they were blowing up my phone to tell me that they got Toasty to agree to another call with us that I needed to get on. After finishing dinner, I got on my phone and I joined the call. Toasty said that he didn't want the call recorded, and I told him I wasn't going to, not that I could have. Again, I was on my phone. Someone else recorded the call, and I wasn't aware of that until after the call was done with. Overall, the call was similar to the one that we had back in June. Toasty kept making excuses and changing his arguments when it came to his and his friends' condemnation of Ben Looney, even claiming that he was told that Deku was 16, which didn't really make his case any better. Another focal point is that I asked him about Madlibs' Discord server, their moderation when it came to the porn chat. He said that as an admin, he didn't care, and that it was too much effort to keep the minors out. That kids were going to see porn regardless, so they just let them in. The call is a little cringy, and I do cringe at my past self. I think at times I'm a little over the top, but I'm still going to show you regardless, because it is in relation to an FCK member, partially the FCK server, and in this case, one of the worst members in the group and in the server.
I can show you right now the porn I have saved.
No.
You want to see it? I'll show it to you. I'll show it to you.
Toasty, you're gonna get yourself in another situation.
Yeah,
Because that would be showing.
No, please
Toasty.
don't. Please don't.
Ready?
Toasty, you're literally gonna be proving that you're showing porn to minors.
Let's compare
you need
dick sizes.
To stop.
Fuck it.
I have a very small porn collection, but I do have one.
Toasty.
Oh my god.
Stop the live stream, or I'm gonna kick you out.
Hold on. Let Foxtron speak. I can't hear her.
Toasty,
what were you saying?
You're literally gonna prove that you're showing porn to minors.
Are there minors in this call?
Yes! I'm a minor.
Tell
Akumu is a
Stan to be
minor.
a kiss
Silver's
at the
a minor.
beginning.
Stop.
Oh shit, that's right. Akumu's 16. Yeah, never mind. I'm not showing that.
And you know I'm 17. You know I'm 17.
So I still felt like a minor. So I still, like didn't really care.
I was gonna bring up Mad Libs, which I know there have been some server changes since I brought that up to you.
What about Mad Libs?
Convenient, but I brought up to you in Mad Libs when you joined our VC. I brought up to you that the fact that you
What about
allowed
Mad Libs?
minors, and they openly admitted their age in the NSFW channel. I showed you the screenshot.
Wait, hold on. Rewind. What about Mad Libs? I didn't quite catch
In
that.
Mad Libs server,
Mhm.
you admitted to us that you allowed minors in there because you did not care.
I remember that.
Like I said, I didn't feel like it was
that.
my responsibility to like be the sole gatekeeper from minors and porn.
You were an admin.
Yeah, that's part of your job. That's part of your job,
SFW
Toasty.
channel. Like, I'm not saying I'm going to search. No. I said in her. No. I actually do remember the point I made. I said in her server, I'm not going to actively check ages because
You could just look up my
that's
age
so
in the
much
search bar.
work.
That's exactly what I did. I typed in my age and it popped up like that. And they admitted it in the NSFW.
Well, I'm not going to check that for every single person mainly because I.
You don't have to check it for every single person. Go to the search bar, you type in my age, and everything that has anything to do with that pops up.
Well, like I said, I wasn't an active mod in there, so I didn't. I was someone else
You
going
all
to do it.
didn't care. It wasn't a big deal.
Yeah, I still kind of don't think it's a big deal if
Oh.
minors look at porn. I'm not responsible for what they do. They do whatever they do.
Guys.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not
Guys.
responsible if a 14-year-old
reel it
decides to type Pornhub into the search bar.
Look.
Yes, but you can prevent them from looking at it in your server.
Yeah, because you're responsible for it.
Mad Libs denies sharing that sentiment. She even made a comment on my Toasty Vanilla video, clarifying that it was only Toasty who believed in that. The call between us and Toasty is in my video on him from 2020, and I'll link it in the description. Later on that night, my friend, Person A, joined Nezzie Monster's Discord server. On the morning of the 24th, Person A tagged everyone in our group chat, telling us that he had joined Nezzie's server, had been banned, and that Nezzie Monster announced to everyone that he was banned for sexually harassing a member of the server. It was specifically at 10:24 a.m. when Nezzie Monster tagged everyone with, "Person A has been banned for sexually harassing a member of the server. Please stay away from them. Do not interact with them." By this point, this group had been falsely accusing me of all kinds of shit. Photoshopping evidence, crying wolf, but now it was my friend who was being falsely accused, and falsely accused of sexual harassment. My other friends joined Nezzie Monster's server to defend Person A, and they were quickly accused of participating in the sexual harassment. How, you might ask? There was no fucking explanation for that. Just assumption to smear the people defending him. I guess they somehow took turns sending Teddy shirtless photos? I don't know. No evidence was provided for the sexual harassment accusation in the first place, but they did retract the notion that my other friends were a part of it. I joined and went straight to Nezzie Monster to try and hash it out directly, sending her a total of 16 screenshots to disprove it, including the one showing that Teddy said send here. Let's read the DMs between me and Nezzie. I won't read everything, but I will show you all of the DMs while I summarize and point some things out. So fret not, you will see the glory of my pretentious 16-year-old self and all. I started our DMs at 10:56 p.m. with a message that reads, "You should probably keep your private narratives to yourself. Person A didn't sexually harass Teddy. We have evidence that she asked and liked for the shirtless images of him." Now what I meant to say was, we have evidence that she asked for and liked the shirtless images of him. Nezzie Monster replied a minute later, "Do you also have all the texts of him making comments about her body, knowing she was in a relationship?" Nezzie first clutched to Person A making comments about Teddy's body, that Person A knew Teddy was in a relationship. Then she sent me a screenshot from Yume, a friend of Teddy's, asking Person A questions. Yume claims in the screenshot that Teddy never asked for the photo, but Person A didn't claim such. He didn't even acknowledge it in this photo. So Nezzie focused on the fact that he made advances at Teddy while knowing she was in a relationship. This is what she was primarily insisting as her justification for accusing sexual harassment. He continued making advances knowing she was in a relationship. and the advances should not have been made in the first place. She is in a relationship and has been. Looking back at this, there seems to be a disconnect or presumption that Nezzie Monster was struggling with. This idea that making advances to someone you know is in a relationship inherently makes it sexual harassment, especially considering the fact that Teddy continued to speak with Person A despite those advances. She continued to share information about herself and befriend him, later on sharing her NSFW artwork, and even buying him games at one point. She never expressed to Person A that she was uncomfortable. Had he known that and continued, Nezzie Monster would have a point, but that's not what happened. The accusation of sexual harassment didn't come up until they were no longer friends, and I'll tell you why later. Returning to the conversation, I then sent Nezzie a total of 16 screenshots. Screenshots showing Person A and Teddy were close, on a first-name basis, that Teddy told me that she trusted Person A with her life, of Teddy and Person A sharing pictures of their faces, and even Teddy spamming Person A with his real name. By the way, all of which took place after the shirtless image was sent. The last screenshot I sent Nezzie Monster clearly showing that Teddy told Person A to send here when he was talking about the photo with her. Again, back in June. Like I said, going off of a one-sided argument, blaming him for what they both did. Let alone I have more two-faced behavior that I can't mention because it has nothing to do with you. Now this two-faced behavior claim of mine about Teddy is referring to a misunderstanding on my end. The screenshot seemed to change Nezzie Monster's mind. She said that she would talk to Teddy and reconsider the ban, and then she thanked me for coming to her with this. I thought I could trust her, and she sent me evidence. Never ever make this sick accusation against a friend without asking him for the evidence first. This statement is basically me telling Nezzie Monster not to accuse my friends, and that she could have asked for the DMs between the two of them at any fucking point. She didn't do that. Not once did Nezzie ask Teddy, let alone Person A, for their DMs. I don't know Person A, first off. Second, Teddy came to me requesting a ban with what she had. Knowing she's been a victim beforehand, I thought I could trust her. I'm talking to her now, send Person A to me. You want to talk to Person A after accusing him publicly? I want to talk to him. I will admit I was rash. As I said, Teddy sent me what she sent me. I wanted to keep her safe. Every argument used by the court of law when they arrest an innocent man. And as the owner of the server, I wanted to keep them safe. Yet again, Nezzie Monster sent the same screenshot with Yume from before and said that I was still ignoring it. That according to it, Teddy didn't ask for the photo. I asked her if she went through the above screenshots and described some of them, and she told me, yes, I have. So if Nezzie Monster did go through the above screenshots that I just sent her, why was she falling back on a screenshot of some third-party person claiming Teddy didn't ask for the image? After I just sent her the screenshot from Person A and Teddy's DMs, showing Teddy said, send here. It's really odd. And that suddenly means you can throw around accusations and not ask questions. Super ironic. I admit I may have made a mistake. Do you want it fixed or are you going to revel in it? May. Join my Discord. Person A is in it. What's your numbers for your Discord if not? I honestly have no idea why I asked her for that. I could have just checked her fucking Discord myself. Nezzie Monster 2782. I will talk to both of them. If I have made a mistake, I will fix it. She then asked me if I was Akumu, and then sent another screenshot from Yume and Person A. This one being Person A's thoughts about Teddy's boyfriend. So Nezzie asked me if Person A was accusing people of being a pedo. Once I told her it was me, she repeated the same lie from Fuchsia Butter, aka Lucy. Didn't you call Lucy a pedo too? Once she knew it was me, Nezzie got defensive and tried to claim that it was someone else and not Lucy when it came to Lucy liking porn of underage characters. Nezzie said, also, just because the person responded doesn't mean Teddy was comfortable with it. Again, as if she didn't just look at the screenshot of Teddy telling Person A to send the photo, and then later being comfortable enough to spam his first name and share her drawn porn artwork with him. When I started getting into what Lucy admitted to liking and sharing, she resorted to the aged up excuse. So I clarified the fact that they were in their high school uniforms. Barely an adult, and you can still be an adult wearing it. She likely didn't know how old they were. Still doesn't make her a pedo. So I pointed out it's odd that they'd be adults wearing their high school uniforms, and clarified that I never said Lucy was a pedo, and that Nezzie was trying to rationalize it. When that defense didn't work, she asked me if the minor characters that were in their high school uniforms were doing something sexual, and when I told her yes, she did an appeal to triviality. The server's been deleted, so why is it still a problem if you don't mind my asking? Mind you, the server wasn't deleted. The chat was deleted, and as I previously went over, Fuchsia knew of the problems with the Pornhub chat, but didn't delete it until he was told by Foxton that I and another server member would be publicly talking about it in videos. Nezzie Monster then resorted to the classic victim card. And why are you still obsessing over taking me down after all this time? Lying with alt accounts and slinking around. The community you surround yourself with is sickening. Lying, no one's lying. Using other people and accounts, why all this? And I said, that's my business. Now I have no idea what she meant by using other people, but looking back retrospectively, fret not, you will find out much later. Also, no, I don't condone the imagery. I thought you were simply saying it was a picture of just them in a uniform. Anyone could easily fall for this backpedaling. If it wasn't for the fact that just a few minutes before, when Nezzie first said I was trying to call Lucy a pedo, I clarified MHA porn in my message. She was ignorant to the claim and what I even said about Fuchsia or Lucy in the first place. So she bought into Lucy's self-victimization because Lucy was her friend. Then when her ignorance and semantics failed her in argumentation, she had to walk it back because she looked stupid. Continuing on, no, explain. What is your deal with me? I don't like liars. Why do you keep going after me and my friends after it's been months? And I'm not lying. You can think that, but alright. I don't like those who parade around some moral high ground while at the same time being sick. I don't. I simply know what I know. I already ripped you a new one by confirming the dozens of lies in your video. And you're doing the same thing. Wrong. Sure you did. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Oh my god, I'm so cringe. This is the consequences for pretending to have some grand morals and pointing it around, neutralizing each of you one at a time. I don't. If I need to sleep, melatonin exists. I don't need any wins to sleep. You do. Like I said, I know what I know and do what I can. You and Ponder both. You're the one pretending to be Batman on YouTube of all places. Nope, not Batman. I'm having fun doing this. Okay, like I said before, I have no grand morals. I just do what I do, and if I made a mistake, I try to fix it. And yet your own actions show otherwise. You're the one going around punishing people based on nothing. It's pretentious, even funny. Not punishing, and not based on nothing. That's how I dealt with Fuchsia, by evidence. Want a VC? I don't mind if you record, it'll make no difference. You just like feeling the superiority or moral high ground that you need to take others down. Wrong. And I can't, I'm outside. Then why do you tote this taking people down bullshit so much? I dislike liars, I dislike dishonesty, and above all, the foundation is corrupt. I'm pulling weeds one at a time. Sure, you're interesting, I'll give you that. You may not believe it, but it makes no difference. I've already got the gears in motion. Now that I've read at least some of my goofy and pretentious messages to Nezzie Monster, I'm gonna summarize the rest. She told me she wasn't better than anyone else on the platform, and I told her that she quite literally acts like it. When she asked how, I brought up her lying in the collab. I've never said my word is law. I just make shit, and if you agree, then fine. If you disagree, then fine. And everything in that vid was backed. If you can't see that, I don't know what to tell you. Everything is since is mostly silly vids about stuff like Disney movies and Animal Crossing. It wasn't, hence why it was picked apart. You had 2 good points at best. Sure. Like I said, you think what you want. I told her that it's not about what I think, that I go by objective truth, and that's reinforced by my response video. Like I said, sure. And then I gave her a tip that if she quit pushing a narrative in her big analytical videos, she might actually do well. Still pretentious as always. It's funny, you don't realize how hypocritical you are. I told her that it's logical and plenty of others have explained the biggest issues with the commentary. I've said my piece. I left this a long time ago. The fact you're still mad says a lot. Let's put what she said into perspective. I left this a long time ago. And by a long time ago, I mean just 5 months ago. I lied about you deleting tweets that you never deleted to falsely accuse you of trying to hide evidence against yourself. I falsely claimed you lied by omission and then lied by omission myself. And I falsely accused you of attempting to dox a minor in the same video that got hundreds of thousands of views. And I'm now falsely accusing your friend of sexual harassment. But the fact you're still mad says a lot. I then told her I wasn't mad about her video, but that it was greasy but easy to pull apart. That it would be like getting angry at winning Connect 4. That she was biased and that the people she associated with have skeletons in their closet. I don't know why you're still obsessing over that vid though. I kind of just explained the problems with that vid, but anyways. I told her that I'm not, that her actions mentions that Day reminded me a lot of it, that she isn't singled out and I watch every server of theirs. As if you haven't tried contacting me before. Also, that's hella sad. She's referring to when I messaged her asking, how's that L? That's hella sad is also pretty interesting considering that it came from the same person who admitted to watching my Twitter account up until it was suspended back in 2019. She also had someone else watching my Twitter account and whose group was watching my Twitter account. Mimi Diggs talked about it in the FCK server. In fact, I found out a month after this that Madlibs was lurking on my Twitter all the way back in fucking July of 2020 and taking screenshots at 3 a.m. when I was tweeting and arguing about gender. I then shifted the conversation to their secret little group, as I called it. What group? The FCK or Fruitcake Club. Yeah, we mentioned you because you were bothering one of us again. Wait, I thought you guys weren't talking about me at this point. Which is it? You mean Slummers? This bothering one of us again was referring to Slummers, specifically because in July, I retweeted Slummers' art and made a tweet to her, telling her that I didn't take anything she said personal, that we didn't have real beef, and that my issue was with the people around her. That's what she's talking about. I shit you not. And now you're stalking all of us? I know it all. Stalking? No. Taking each one of you down one by one? Yep. Sure. Skeletons don't always stay in the closet. You really are pretentious, aren't you? Nope, just truthful. My info isn't as limited as you think. No, 16-year-old me, you were definitely very pretentious, very cringy, right for the most part, but still pretentious. I'll still talk to Person A, but you have fun with that. And, in fact, you've taken part in such a toxic group and done nothing. Guess how that's gonna look. Sure, have fun. You did this to yourselves. Kick back and enjoy. Lay in the bed that you made. It's comfy, Nezzie said. I wonder, is it still so comfy? Oh, I bet. Underage character porn, doxing threats, and so much more. Oh, and tell the group I said hi. Slummers too. On Person A's info, his Discord info. She then messaged me back that she had to get her phone sorted, that these were the last few things she was going to tell me because I'm essentially a brick wall. 1. Your whole argument with Teddy is literally she didn't say no. She didn't ask. End of story. What the fuck was Nezzie smoking? I sent her the screenshot showing Teddy said, send here, when they were discussing the photo. Still gonna talk to Person A if he sends me a DM, because he should know not to do that, and he can get into serious trouble if he continues. 2. You seriously need to get over your weird obsession with us. 3. Best of luck to you in the future with whatever the fuck you're doing. Well, thank you, Nezzie. Bye, and have a nice day. Since she said something about Person A getting in trouble for a shirtless photo, I pointed out that Person A and Teddy are the same age. Technically, Teddy is older than him. Nezzie replied, what happened to the age isn't an excuse thing, which wasn't even my point. Again, whatever the fuck she was smoking. 2, you literally just brought up his age. She's older by a year and you should be telling him not to send those photos to begin with. Oh, is that slut-shaming, Nezzie? So he's in the wrong for sending it, but Teddy isn't for literally saying send here and talking about his body. How buff he was. Is that right? Him making comments about her body in a relationship is bad, but her making comments about his body while in a relationship, you're just gonna ignore that. I brought it up because he can be in danger for sending those pictures. A shirtless picture which she liked. That's not pornographic. She shared porn images to Person A, laughing my fucking ass off. Talking to you is literally like a brick wall. She didn't want it, and it made her uncomfortable. Bye. Her drawings of hentai, and guess what? He didn't ask for them. After that message, Nezzie Monster kicked or banned me from her Discord server, subsequently making it so that I couldn't message her anymore. Looking back at these DMs, my over-the-top, dramatic, and very pretentious replies definitely did not help when trying to get her to own up to being wrong. That said, I did give Nezzie Monster evidence. Her calling me the brick wall again and again is funny considering she was just ignoring the screenshots, and the screenshot that I gave her, that she admitted to looking at, that showed Teddy told Person A to send the shirtless image, all to keep her resolve in the false sexual harassment accusation. But I'm pretty certain I made it very clear as to what I was referring to. I mentioned the FCK, I vaguely talked about what was going on, and I said that she knew about the toxic behaviors, and I asked her how it was going to look considering that she knew about it and did nothing. So I don't believe for a second that she didn't know that I knew, especially considering the fact that from the FCK server we saw that she saw what was going on. We saw her confront Toasty about it just a few days prior per this timeline. So the question is, since she clearly knew of it just a few days before and much further than that, and I'm talking about it in the DMs with her now, and I'm asking her, how's it gonna look? The fact that you knew and have done nothing about it. Why didn't she ever ever come out about this publicly and say anything about it. In fact, she does the exact opposite of saying nothing. You'll see that later on in this timeline, though. And to be clear, my issue in and of itself isn't that she said nothing. She's not under any obligation to say something. It's the fact that her and people like her and the community that surrounds her loves to put this obligation of speaking up on anyone else. The entire slideshow community essentially has this belief that you're under some obligation to speak up, and she's applied that obligation to other people before. And yet when she knew about shit, she did the exact opposite of not say anything. She's a fucking liar. And that's the problem I have right there. I would have liked to omit this entire thing involving Person A and Teddy from the video. I understand that both of them have moved on. I know that Teddy's tired of hearing about it, and I'm fairly certain Person A's tired of hearing about it. And we all know Nezzie Monster is definitely tired of hearing about it, because it's her fuck up. Had I omitted this out, there would be a lot of questions left unanswered, because I make tweets later on that are misconstrued, and I made claims later on in this timeline that pertain to this particular event. So leaving this out would have left essentially a gaping hole, which of course the SCC and the ACC would have pointed to and either questioned the validity of the video, proclaimed that I was trying to hide something as they always do, or filled the gap in with whatever they want to invalidate the video. I know how these people are. They've done it numerous times again and again with my previous videos. Secondly, leaving this out would do more damage than it would good. And you're probably thinking, well, you just sort of already explained that. And I mean this in the sense that this is a repeated pattern with Nezzie Monster. She will die on the hill of something that she knows is false because it's against someone that she doesn't like. And there are many people like that in the art commentary community, audience and content creator. But this has to remain in the video to give you the full story. On August 25th of 2020 at 12:23 a.m., I messaged Teddy about Nezzie Monster making the false sexual harassment accusation. Our messages about it would continue throughout the day. At 12:49 a.m., Nezzie Monster put out another announcement in her server regarding this. At everyone, please do not attack Person A as he is underage. He should not be sending the type of pictures he did, not just for the safety of others, but for his own. Please keep in mind the images were not pornographic, but the nature of the images were inappropriate, and he still made someone feel uncomfortable and was sent without permission regardless. The reason why I'm stating this is because of finding out his age and by the request of the individual that requested the ban. Please stay safe for everyone and have a nice day. I will not be talking about the situation anymore. I want to clarify that he isn't evil, but I will not tolerate his behavior and or actions. Not once in this PR speak announcement did Nezzie Monster retract the accusation of sexual harassment against Person A, let alone admit she was even wrong. She also proceeded to again falsely claim that the photo was sent without permission. Another thing that I'd like to point out is that Nezzie jumped to this the second she found out about it. Person A was publicly accused of sexual harassment for sending a shirtless photo that he was told to send, and Nezzie Monster wouldn't admit to being wrong about it. Yet Toasty Vanilla, who has done far worse, by this point we know Nezzie Monster just a few days before confronted him in the DMs for the various things that he's done. Toasty gets privately accused of sexual harassment. Yet this 16-year-old, who Nezzie Monster has no evidence for the sexual harassment to even begin with, gets accused of sexual harassment, and then when she gets evidence contrary to it, she dies on the hill of the claim. In my DMs with Teddy at 2:20 a.m., I told her she's trying to blame Person A and made accusations against him for both of your actions. She's accusing him of sexual harassment. Teddy said, she's the one taking this too far. I don't want any involvement. I described my conversation with Nezzie and her insistence that Teddy didn't ask for the photo because Person A made advances at Teddy, and ignoring these screenshots to insist that he was still at fault. To me, it came off as though it was just because he was a man, but that was likely just a naive assumption on my part. I think once Nezzie Monster learned he was my friend, she was determined to believe it because she didn't like me and wasn't going to admit that she was wrong and that I was right. As Mark Twain said, the truth has no defense against a fool determined to believe a lie. Teddy then clarified that while it made her uncomfortable, it wasn't sexual harassment. When I brought up that she complimented his body, she said that she was just being nice, assumed that I was pinning this on her. She assumed Nezzie Monster would have handled it privately. Teddy, no one is pinning everything on you. This just isn't sexual harassment. I know this. I didn't say it was. I told her it wasn't. It just made me uncomfortable. There was a miscommunication. It was a mistake. When I brought up again that Teddy complimented him and that Nezzie Monster told me that she came to her about it, she wanted me to speak to her friend Yume about this, that they would explain it better than her. Explain it? Person A is getting accused of sexual harassment because Nezzie's an absolute chimpanzee. Listen, sexual harassment would have not been the word I chose. Please talk to Yume. You had Person A banned because of something private, Teddy. That caused all of this. Can you tell me why? Talk to Yume. I'm done talking. I'm not angry, I'm just defending my friend. I said I was uncomfortable. You didn't tell Person A that. This is the first time we're hearing about this. Do I need to tell someone? Do I? Like, I understand it's a thing, but what he said about it made it worse. When you make it into an issue after, which leads to him getting accusations, yeah. Nezzie's blaming him for an issue equally on you both. What I'm saying here is that it's his fault for sending the photo, but she did say send here and never communicated to him that it made her uncomfortable. That's why it's an issue on both of them. Teddy then sent me the exact same screenshot that Nezzie Monster first did, with Yume and Person A. This is a screenshot of when it was brought up. Leave me alone, please. I wasn't involved in this. Nezzie told me you took it to her, so Nezzie lied. I did. Both Person A and I agreed not to be contacting each other. I was uncomfortable with him around, so I told her and gave her these screenshots. It was taken too far. I apologize, but that wasn't what I thought was going to happen. It should have been handled privately. My point is, Nezzie is asking for war. We do have shit on her, and she's only building it up. Cringe and gay of me. Cringe and gay. Don't. Then tell her to apologize to Person A. She's just protective of me. I told her the whole. She's leaving it alone. I can't tell her to do anything. She can make accusations on me all she likes. My friends, nope. And so am I. Let her know she either apologizes or she goes down along with them. Stop it, Akumu. She's just trying to help. She's been with me through a lot. Focus on whoever else it is you were chasing. She is a part of the FCK. Teddy, she made a serious accusation against my friend. She herself, she owes an apology. Yes, but so has many other people. It's mistakes. It was very miscommunicated. Don't make this bigger than it should be, please. Otherwise, I'll be the IRS. Then inform her that we expect an apology. Akumu, please leave it alone. Apology, Teddy. Not from you. From her. Nezzie wants to drop it, so I'm leaving it too. I can't force her. Please just don't do anything. She isn't even in the FCK. She just made a small mistake that was corrected. She admitted it to me. Please don't. You just lied to me, Teddy. I wouldn't know. I don't look in there. Teddy explained that she thought Nezzie Monster left like most people, that the FCK server was dead, and that no one talked in there. I insisted that Nezzie needed to apologize to Person A, that she could unblock me and send it, and block me again, or just send it to him directly. Teddy said that Nezzie Monster was done, that she can't tell her to do anything, and I said an apology is owed. A lot of people owe an apology, she told me. I've already tweeted her on Twitter. Tell her to check it. Teddy told me she wasn't arguing about it anymore, that she didn't want to, and Nezzie wanted to leave it alone. She wasn't going to bother Nezzie about it anymore. From Teddy's perspective, it was a small mistake, a misunderstanding. Now, it's a little odd to go and have someone banned, and then when you're questioned about it because accusations were made, demand people talk to a third party. Point is, if you're uncomfortable about something, you should communicate that to the person who's making you uncomfortable. Complimenting someone and proceeding to casually talk to them will keep them from knowing that, especially waiting to bring it up after the fact to someone who's clearly impulsive and irrational like Nezzie Monster. At 3 a.m., Person A told me that he was banned from Miss Easy's Discord server, so I messaged Miss Easy and asked her, did you ban Person A? And she replied with a yes and a meme. Why? The accusations are false. I really don't want a bigger issue, but Nezzie owes an apology. Lol. I then explained that Teddy said she was uncomfortable with it, but that she complimented him, proceeded to send him pictures of her face, and even spammed him to VC. That she even said she trusted him with her life. Only to get another lol from ZZ. He will be returning and Nezzie owes him an apology. Next time, before banning someone based on pure accusation, get both sides. And ZZ sent another meme. It prevents stuff like this. Cool meme. And I got another lol. I continued to explain that accusations aren't always what they seem, a great example being what Nezzie tried to pull. I said, since you're also part of the FCK, the warning she was given also applies. ZZ then sent me a picture of her dog. After I told her that it was blurry, she sent another, and I said that the head was sort of fish-shaped, then asked if everything was clear and if she needed context. She sent another meme. That doesn't answer it, I will assume yes. Person A will be returning if he decides then. Lol, no, and a meme about Missouri. So you want issues with us? Nezzie's accusations are false, therefore the ban was unwarranted. Another meme. Alright, then yes, he can return. Lol, nope. So you have a valid reason for his removal. What rule did he break? Evidence of this as well. Because he's associated with you and I hate you. Followed by another meme. I said, you hate me. Well, this is what happens when you think you're going to get away with this shit. And ridding me is impossible. This isn't the only account of mine in your server. Lol with what? I know all about the FCK and its issues. You certainly knew of the issues. Said nothing. Lol, what issues? The toxic behavior, blatantly underage character porn, apparently some doxing and threats, pretty nasty stuff. Lol, that's Kiwi Farms. And yet that shit is in the FCK. No, lol boy. One at a time, it's going bye-bye. Pro tip, I suggest no longer associating with it. Cringe and gay. Very cringe and gay of me. Hee hee, funny little man thinks he's intimidating. Thanks? No. That's why Toasty is in his frenzy. Toasty's like 17, 19. I'm older than you and him. And baby boy, small child, baby. Everyone in this community has their skeletons in the closet. It's only a matter of time. Lol, alright, I suggest going to Tumblr. Don't pretend to have some moral high ground and then be into some pretty sick shit. Like what? That goes for plenty of you all. What am I into? Getting there. I'm closer to you all than you think, laughing my fucking ass off. It's not hard to pretend to be one of you. I'll give you a freebie. I'm really into thick thighs. Sick shit, I know. As Thuman pointed out in a call, that's an interesting thing for Xena to say, considering she was not only sharing images of her own thighs, but going around and asking other FCK members for images of their thighs. Some of those members being minors, though this wasn't something I knew about back in 2020. Nope, I was mostly referring to underage character porn. Silly goose. Fuchsia thought it was all a bluff, a joke. A month later, the Backlash came around. Oh wow, good thing I'm not into children. You may not be, but those you associate with, oof. Who? Lucy's into underage character porn. Toasty. No, you're not. Holy shit, you are like this. Little boy, get over yourself. You seem so eager on my age. Call it motherly instinct. They did it to themselves, really. Even Doodles has a lot of stuff to hide. The Foundation is corrupt as hell. By the way, a no screenshot rule in the Discord doesn't stop screenshots. Lol, laughing my fucking ass off. It was at this point that the conversation just turned into her sending Splatoon memes and photos, whilst I made points about her and the group remaining quiet, yet being so vocal about others, especially vocally wrong about others. ZZ then started conversing with herself about Splatoon and its characters, so I started making fun of her for it. It was a really weird and eventually retarded conversation all around, including me. But I'm showing it to you to show that A, she lied to hide what was in the server when I brought it up, and B, that she was more than aware, considering her statement about thighs. She didn't take me seriously and likely thought nothing would come of it. I told Teddy that Person A was banned from ZZ's server, and that I informed ZZ that the ban was a wrongful ban. At one point again, reiterating, apology or it's war then. I can't give you the apology. I can't control Nezzie. I mean, you went after her friend. I don't know why I'm even talking to you though. This is honestly pointless banner. Like, I'm on no one's side at this point. I want out of it, so just leave the situation alone because it involves me. So she's basically apologized without actually apologizing. Unfortunate. This was in reference to the aforementioned announcement from Nezzie Monster's Discord server. I told Teddy that Nezzie was attempting to push a narrative and to look into Nezzie's server. She was given an opportunity to end it, and yet, Nezzie is not as bright as she likes to push in her videos. I quoted the announcement, inappropriate images, and clarified he was shirtless and that Teddy had sent him an SFW, telling Teddy to tell her friend, Nezzie, to hush up. She knows little to nothing. Teddy seemed shocked, as though she didn't remember doing this, and apologized. It was besides my point. I was and have been trying to point out the inconsistency with the claim and Nezzie Monster's focus. Now before we move on, I'll show you a couple more screenshots from this. Like when she said, I don't know if an OC is the same as a person, despite the fact he was just shirtless, and her porn was very much sexual and nude in some cases. I told her that she complimented the photo, that if she was uncomfortable, she should have told him and not Nezzie weeks after the fact, to which she told me that makes no sense. Teddy told me the photo was unwanted and that her complimenting him was just being nice. She suggested I drop it and leave it alone. I'm fed up with drama being invited to my doorstep. Teddy told me I was being blocked, as were most people involved, that it's petty drama, that it's been sorted, that people don't care as far as she was aware, and then proclaimed that I was stalking Lucy or Fuchsia Butter in the fucking FCK. Something else I'd like to point out is this message here that came at 11:46 p.m. With it was a screenshot of my own message talking about the events where I described that Teddy told Nezzie about it. Nezzie claimed sexual harassment, and then Teddy later messaged Person A on Instagram to tell him he wasn't being unbanned. That if Teddy didn't want involved, why was she involving herself? Teddy, in response to this, said, "You will get nowhere with this. I didn't make the false claim. Nezzie did, and Nezzie told me to send that. I didn't have to, but she wanted him to know." Question time, folks. If you believe someone has been sexually harassed and you ban the alleged sexual harasser, what sense does it make to have the victim of the alleged sexual harassment reach out to their alleged sexual harasser to get in contact and tell them they won't be unbanned? What person does it serve to tell him after he's been banned that he won't be unbanned? That doesn't make any fucking sense. In a quick and short summary of everything that just transpired, Person A joins Nezzie's server. Teddy sees this. Teddy tells Nezzie that he made her uncomfortable from some shit that happened in June and gives her 2 screenshots from the conversation Person A had with Teddy's friend Yume. Nezzie Monster jumps to sexual harassment and bans him while publicly accusing him of such. I speak with Nezzie Monster, and once she learns it's me, she plays the victim card and falls back on the previous claim even after seeing the evidence. ZZ then bans Person A with the justification that it's because he associates with me and that she hates me, but she didn't ban me. Teddy then insists that she doesn't want involved despite igniting the event, telling me she didn't tell Nezzie Monster that it was sexual harassment, that I should just move on, that it's settled, that no one cares, that it'll go nowhere, and proceeds to message Person A again. This entire thing was a mess, so I understand if some of you just can't wrap your head around this, and it even had younger me very pissed off. From the 2024 perspective, both Teddy and Nezzie Monster have alleged that Person A sent a second photo. This only came up at the end of 2023. Teddy described it as the same as the shirtless photo, but with her name written on it. I've seen no proof of this, and both Teddy and Person A have deleted their original accounts, so they have no way of even getting it. The point of the matter is that Teddy didn't tell Nezzie that it was sexual harassment to begin with, something I have claimed repeatedly, notably in the 2023 call with Nezzie Monster, and I finally recovered the evidence for this. The next day, I tagged Nezzie in a tweet. Yo, any more false accusations you want to spread? And on August 29th of 2020, inside Toasty's New Groove, Toasty Vanilla told people in his Discord server that I had done many unforgivable things, like harass a girl for her sexual trauma over the course of 6 months, referring to Slimmers. That didn't happen. The most consistent and still few interactions between me and Slimmers were from September to December of 2019. That's 3 months, not 6. Secondly, the sexual trauma was only ever mentioned on one account, and I wasn't the one who brought it up. It was the people defending her who kept mentioning it as a, "Oh my god, you're being mean to someone who was sexually abused," or to compare sexual abuse to fucking Madame. A few minutes later, Toasty said Akumu is scum of the earth. He harassed my friends about this whole thing, knowingly spread pedophilia accusations. September of 2020 was yet another explosion of events for the art commentary community to milk. Of course, the FCK was right at the epicenter. A lot was revealed, and to preface this, I'd like to make a brief recap. Nezzie Monster and Ponderous Sprocket previously admitted in the collab to watching my Twitter account up until it was suspended, and the FCK server, Mimi Diggs, was even watching my Twitter account. We also saw that Nezzie Monster had someone else watching my Twitter account, or at the very least giving her screenshots. For the record, the individual behind it was Gregor Eblin, or Merc Silverblood, as he goes by now. Early September, I continued to make tweets and quote retweets at Nezzie Monster discussing the false accusations she had yet to own up to, among vague things to do with the FCK as a group. September 10th is where things get interesting. Toby posted a video titled, "It's Still Wrong If It's Drawn."
It's not quote-unquote CP. Porn requires consent. It's CSEM. And more importantly, it quite literally cannot be drawn. I personally think it's fucking gross. But that doesn't make it CSEM. Even if you ignore or disagree with this comment, Toby, as a survivor of CSA, please call it CSEM at least.
No.
this point, I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated with the stupid constant thing where people feel overly compelled to try to defend these disgusting fucking perverts who draw CP. Let's all call it what it really fucking is. Don't even try to be like, technically, no. It's fucking, I can't even say the word. Child porn. It's chomo porn. Do you know what chomo is? Chomo is an old-fashioned slang term for somebody who likes to diddle kids. It's basically what it is. And honestly, no. I refuse to cater to these stupid dipshits who think that it's okay to draw this shit. I don't care what kind of argument you try to make. It's all fucking stupid. It's not okay, period. I shouldn't have to say that. Really shouldn't have to say that. But I guess I have to. So, here it is.
It's not okay. Period. The way she talks makes me want to blow my fucking brains out.
If you think that drawing children or children that are drawn in sexual situations is okay, or you do it, or you consume it, or you're like, it's not technically CP, so like, it's okay because it's like drawn, you're fucking dumb. You are a pedophile. You support pedophiles. You have no empathy and you don't fucking care, or you're fucking stupid. Straight up. What? Try to come at me. You hurt my feelings because you said... Fuck you. No, I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck if you were a goddamn survivor or not. That does not mean that it is okay for you to say that this shit, there's nothing fucking wrong with it. You are fucking dumb, and I don't care that I am saying that. I do not care. I do not support pedophiles having access to content, whether it is drawn or live action or written. I don't give a shit. It's not okay.
Then why did you make it? If you consider porn of underage characters the same thing, why did you draw it? And why didn't you say anything about your close friends liking that same shit? Why was your tantrum only focused on Ben the Looney's degeneracy when your two closest friends liked the same shit? On September 13th, on an alt account inside of Nezzie Monster's Discord server, she and I talked about the false sexual harassment claim, where she defended making it and wouldn't admit to being wrong. It was that same day that an SCC member by the name of Mr. A and Mario called me a tool in the replies of other SCC adjacent individuals. You see, during this month, a lot of bitching about me would occur from the art and slideshow people, all because I was poking fun at their favorites for the shit that they were getting up to and mocking their communities for the dogpiling of me. 2 days later, on the 15th, I quote retweeted Nezzie Monster with this: "Imagine if you didn't make false accusations against a minor. Imagine not giving your friends a bias for sick shit when you'll happily try and get on someone else's case. Sad face." I also quote retweeted Doodletones, who was bitching about Harry Potter. I believe it was an actor from the films who had the audacity, the gall, to defend the author, J.K. Rowling, that had Susie shitting the diaper. Doodletones went on to say he was gonna mute the thread and that I was a little transphobic. And the next day, I quote retweeted Doodletones again, pointing out the common flaw in the typical outcrying of transphobia, and I got this reply: "The SCC is the pinnacle of banter. I mean, just look at this. My God, what a sick fucking burn." Doodle's pack of drooling idiots were frothing at the mouth and throwing a shit fit. How dare I talk about their leader? How dare I poke fun at Susie Doodletones? How dare I bring up the diaper fetish? And how dare I refer to a male as a male? Hidden Bonsai, or AO Speedwagon, also known as Avi Holtman, now boyfriend of Nezzie Monster and one of my favorite orbiters, even popped up during this specific event. This is one of our earliest interactions. Now, out of all the people to come ratio and dogpile me for daring to speak about their diaper-loving overlord, Umbrus, Cosmic, Bacon Lover David, that Bowser guy, and so on, the two I find the most interesting are Avi, or Hidden Bonsai, and Mr. A and Mario, because both of them insisted that I was obsessing over Doodletones. Avi asked me, "What did she do to you specifically that makes you so obsessed over her?" As if I can't dislike Doodles for actions that don't necessarily involve me. And Mr. A and Mario said to me, "You're also a blatant transphobe who won't stop obsessing over Doodletones," and then told someone else that I seem to obsess over Doodletones. What I suspect happened is that these people were yipping away in their Discord servers, bitching about my tweets about Doodles. One of them probably said I was obsessing over Doodles, and they just sort of picked it up and ran with it so that they could come and say something about it. They gotta, shut that shit down. And I'd like to point out that by this point, I had said very little about doodle tones. The first time I said anything about doodles was July 16th and 17th of 2020. The next time I said anything about doodles was September 15th of 2020, which is what caused them to say I was being obsessive over doodles. I had talked about doodles 3 times within 2 to 3 months. That was it. So Avi, Mr. A, if that's me being obsessive over doodle tones, then what does that say about the SCC? That community has been running their mouths about me ever since 2019. From Twitter, YouTube, and Discord. Several Discord servers, mind you. Many of which I have in my collection. Hell, just look at Michael, who was siding with you all in this dogpiling. He had said plenty about me for months on end, ever since 2019. It just takes one search on his Twitter account. Much more than 3 things. Oh wait, let's not forget the fact that Michael, by this point, September of 2020, had been arguing with me throughout multiple different YouTube comment sections, or talking about me throughout multiple different YouTube comment sections. And let's not forget Discord either. How about Bacon Lover David, who did the exact same thing by this point? He had been running his mouth across YouTube, Twitter, and Discord about me. Primarily YouTube and Twitter. I can keep going with this and name specific people in your community or around your community that by this point had been talking about me for months on end, arguing with me for months on end, across multiple different platforms. YouTube, Twitter, and Discord. Avi himself certainly went on to say more than 3 things about me. Mr. A himself went on to say more than 3 things about me. Your entire community, for months on end, ever since 2019, had been constantly bitching about me. You 2 idiots calling that obsessive shot your community right in the fucking face, and you didn't even realize that because you were just speaking out your ass like you all usually do. On September 16th, Toby Majestic held a stream on her YouTube channel with Nezzie Monster, considering the false sexual harassment accusation that Nezzie intended to die on the hill of as of 3 days before. I messaged in the live chat, I commented, and continued to try and confront Nezzie about it.
Wow.
Someone
That's
said,
sad.
wait, your stream. What? What's sad?
The like dislike
Yeah,
ratio.
I'm aware. No, it's no allegations. It's just somebody who's trying to currently ruin Nezzie's life by doxing her. So ignore him, please, guys. Thank you. Moving on.
I mean, pretty much.
Yeah.
Toby?
I'm sorry. I'm currently trying to decide if I want to quickly mod somebody just for shits because your person who that one guy Spaghetti Meatball,
my
yeah,
stalker?
on Twitter.
Yeah. One of my stalkers?
There's 2 things I'd like to point out here. The first is that Nezzie was already pushing this, he's stalking me, he's one of my stalkers, by September of 2020. And secondly, Toby's referral to Noodle Meatball Spaghetti. That whole thing right there. I think that might be referring to, and this is purely speculation, I have no evidence for this whatsoever, that maybe Nezzie Monster told Toby about our DM interaction on the Noodle Cup Boy account. Or maybe even the FCK, but I can't really find anything in the FCK server. That isn't to say that they didn't speak in other places, because there are other servers and group chats that are referred to multiple times in the FCK server. Purely speculation. And we're not going to get an answer from Toby, because earlier this year I did reach out to Toby for a comment and just to even offer some questions to see if we could get some context from her. Particularly to see how well, things aged and what her thoughts currently are on the FCK. And then once she remembered who I was, well, it didn't go very far. She started coping and victimizing her friends over the shit that they had started. We're probably not ever going to get an answer to this, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
There's a lot of... Oh, that's probably why there's a lot of dislikes.
Oh, because of his alts?
While I was using alt accounts to avoid the fact that she kept blocking or banning me from the comments, I was not using any of these alt accounts to mass dislike the stream. Perhaps, Toby, it might have had something to do with the fact that your hypocritical crusade on Ben caught a lot of negative attention and flack because of your hypocrisy. But she couldn't fathom that. She couldn't accept that people just didn't like her, so she had to run with this, well, it's gotta be him using his alt accounts to mass dislike the stream.
Yeah, so there's a person who I'm never going to speak about because he gets off on the attention. But I feel like at this point I have to let my audience know so they know who the person is. But
one of my multiple stalkers.
She says she isn't going to talk about me because I apparently get off on the attention when she made a tweet saying that she would cancel me if I wasn't already irrelevant. And then also later came into my comments, commenting on my video, complaining that I hadn't made a video on her yet. Yet I'm the one who gets off on the attention. That sounds about right.
Yeah, he also ends up stalking another creator, Fuchsia Butters, where they go on to tell, quote unquote, him as fucking, what was it, this dude would like to say because he doesn't like to, what's it, observe somebody's pronouns, and keeps calling our male to female trans friend he, and refuses to call her she. Really great person, by the way.
So here we have Toby victimizing Fuchsia Butter, the individual who was talking about my blood staining his hands, who told me to suck his dick while knowing I was 16, who called me an honorless shit puppet, who called me a cum chalice. And I'm being grandstanded while she's defending this individual and victimizing him to the shit that he started. Over pronouns. Over pronouns. That's where the line in the sand is drawn, as it's been shown again and again to you all. The line in the sand is pronouns.
Has repeatedly tried to dox and hack Nezzie's PayPal account and her address. He's a very bad person.
He's not the one hacking me. He's friends with the person that's been hacking me.
Same thing. Same fucking thing. Let's all be realistic. So, whenever
Toby says that I'm friends with the person who's hacking her, and then Nezzie Monster goes, yeah. And yet later the FCK would try to spin this as though Nezzie was clarifying that it wasn't actually me doing it. No, you're very obviously suggesting to the viewer over and over again that I'm stalking you and that I'm trying to have you hacked and doxxed. And here's a little fun fact that I've already gone over that might have slipped your mind because of the amount of bullshit that's in this video. Remember back in the FCK server? They spoke about Sherman and talked about the fact that Sherman was going after Nezzie Monster back in March of 2020. That was before I even ever spoke with Sherman. But because they saw that I publicly admitted and was open about the fact that I had spoken to the guy a couple of times, they then took that piece of information and they used that to their advantage by twisting things to make it seem as though I was behind what Sherman was doing to Nezzie Monster because he and I had spoke, even though he had been doing it to Nezzie Monster before he and I had met. That's how manipulative these people are.
he also has alt accounts, so anytime anybody's ever spamming something like that, it's from him. It's because of him. And he's just saying shit just to get stuff riled up. So
yeah, I mean, he's made it very clear. He's like been trying to cancel me for a really long time.
The first problem is, Toby's claim that I was spamming the chat is a flat-out lie. Provably so because I have access to the stream and to the live chat. I first joined the stream about 7 or 8 minutes into it. That's right before you see the first mention of Nezzie Monster calling me her stalker. And the first thing that I said was, any more false allegations against a minor you want to share? I then said, yo Nezzie, any false allegations against minors you want to share? Which is why Toby then responded on the live stream by saying that there's no false allegations, that I was just trying to ruin Nezzie Monster. And about a minute or so afterwards, I said, bro, one defends Shane Dawson and has 2 friends who are confirmed to like underage character porn, and the other has friends who do that and make false allegations against minors. Beautiful. That's not spam. Spam is when you copy and paste the same message over and over again to fill the chat with that message in particular. Whatever you're spamming, you're supposed to fill the chat with it by copying and pasting it. And that's not what I was doing. Sherman hadn't even popped up onto the stream yet to start spamming the stream for her to even possibly confuse me and Sherman for doing this. So she was just saying I was spamming the chat when I wasn't spamming the chat. And I was still on my one singular account right before she blocked it, and I moved to my next one. Because yes, I did use alt accounts. If you're going to ban me from the stream or try and remove my ability to say something, I will use alt accounts if I want to say something. And I find it baffling that the people who were against me blocking or deleting comments, perfectly fine and willing to do exactly that. But regardless, this was not spam. And the fact that she claimed it was, despite being able to see what I was saying, and the fact that we can see that, shows that it's a flat-out lie. And secondly, the perpetual fucking victimhood. I was against and have been against this whole cancel culture bullshit that you partake in, that you were happy to do when it came to Madame, mind you. You even said that you were in support of it when it was used against people you don't like. What I told you on our DMs, Nezzie, was that I was going to be taking your group down one by one. I never said anything about canceling you. I never said anything about, making you people run off. There's no need for any of that. There's no need to just sort of chase you off or get your YouTube channels fucking deleted or your Twitter accounts mass reported. I don't need to use your tactics. You see, that's the beauty in all of this. All it takes is a little truth.
He's VCing you right now and he's not dislike bombing? Yeah, okay.
That was one of my friends popping into the live chat to clarify that I was not using my accounts to mass dislike the stream, because I was in a voice call as the stream was going on, and I was streaming the stream to them and using my phone to go from alt to alt because she was banning and muting these accounts so that I could communicate in the chat. Now, I know the OBS recording is very jank and low quality. I barely know how to fucking use OBS. I especially didn't know how to use it back then.
Sure. He's also not spamming my chat either. He's also trying not to dox Nezzie. Yeah. So fucking, yeah. I bet.
Yeah. It's because, fucking doxers. Well, people got nothing better to do during quarantine, I guess.
No, it's just because mommy and daddy don't love him enough, so he has to go online and try to get it from somebody else.
Oh my god, that's fucking great. That's fucking great. Okay, I forgot about this part. So the e-whore wants to talk about how mommy and daddy didn't love me enough. If it isn't the pot calling the kettle black. Kinda like the phallic object that you were sucking on for a couple bucks, right? Which one of us has their asshole plastered on the internet? Because I don't think it's me. Which one of us has a video out there where we're pretending to be waiting for our stepdaddy? Because I don't think it's me. But then again, I probably shouldn't question the expert's opinion. After all, they know the best. And her profession just screams a lack of parental discipline.
I'm sorry that your brothers and sisters are better than you, but that's not really my problem now, is it, dude?
Toby then had the Names Junkie come to the rescue to ban me from the live chat.
We can play and have fun in a minute. I didn't know that he'd follow you all the way here. So I'm gonna go find one of our friends to mod for a second. What if what Junkie's doing? Junkie can probably do it.
Do you want to bring Junkie into the call?
He can come into the call if he wants. I want him to get into my chat and mod. I have little 12 and 14-year-olds who hate mob against me, and I don't even have the same problem you do. Shit. 16-year-old boys really be like that, though.
Well, let's summarize. When you falsely accuse and smear him in a video to hundreds of thousands of people, then you're in a friend group who continuously keeps poking, prodding, making fun of him, using him for views, right along with the hundreds of thousands of people behind those individuals also falsely accusing him and mocking him. And then you go and falsely accuse one of his friends of sexual harassment when the supposed victim of such never even said it was sexual harassment. And then you refuse to admit that you were wrong and apologize to the individual that you made the accusation towards. And you think you can just sort of sweep it under the rug like it didn't happen and move on without saying you were wrong. I could see why he'd want to come on stream and inform people about what you did. But perhaps that's just my bias.
No, I just have a fucking doxer and multiple stalkers.
I hope I don't get those. I've already said before, if anyone actually was able to legitimately dox me, that'd be a very big shock. I don't use my real name for anything. Hopefully, Junkie will come in. I sent him a link. Sorry guys, I didn't know that Nezzie would bring over such trouble. Who would think that a fucking YouTuber like Nezzie with no controversies, because she knows how to keep her mouth shut, unlike some people, me, would have such a fucking person to come after her? The fuck? I'm a bigger target. I feel almost slightly insulted.
But you said I get off on the attention. I'm the attention whore.
Hey, you know what? Another thing is so funny because the person who was bitching about numbers all the time, they were never interested in me until I had numbers.
I mean, that's
mind you. Exactly. So sit the fuck up and shut up.
There's a couple of problems with this, but for context to preface this, what Toby is referring to is our back and forth, our lengthy argument back on August 12th of 2020, which is where I said a fan, nah, I just love making fun of hypocrites is all. You talk big game, but let's be real, you're nothing. Your size is entirely irrelevant. It's crazy how people said I have an ego. From what I've seen, someone's always on their period, huh? Blush phase. She says, my size is entirely irrelevant, because it was never part of the conversation, lol. You brought it up. I said correct, incorrect. I brought it up for a reason, however. You all genuinely think your size grants you access to treat people however you want. Now she's pretending as though I was the first one to bring up size and that I wasn't interested in her until she had size. She's the one who came to me and put my name in her mouth first. She's the one who quote retweeted Fuchsia Butter, saying that she'd cancel me if I wasn't already irrelevant. Calling me irrelevant is starting the conversation about our size difference. It's pointing out that I'm apparently irrelevant. I don't have the size she does. And then she went on to comment on my video, apparently wanting a video on her. So why she's doing this silly little dance pretending as though I made the conversation about size initially, when no, I brought it up later on August 12th. It's fucking ridiculous.
Sit the fuck up. Sit the fuck down.
Yeah, this is exactly why I stopped streaming onto YouTube.
Nah, fuck it. I'll just mod. Literally, fuck you, dude. You ain't jack shit. Fucking tongue fuck my asshole. Oh wait, no. He's underage. Go fucking light firecrackers in the street. Or do whatever you want.
I instead messaged Nezzie Monster on Discord, asking her if she had any more false accusations that she'd like to make. Ironically, right at the point of the stream where Nezzie said I was friends with Sherman and implied that I was working with him or behind whatever he was doing because he was trying to get into her PayPal. Sherman had popped up into the chat and began spamming it, and another attempt to get some kind of conversation going about the false sexual harassment accusation because Nezzie Monster was just too chicken shit to admit she was wrong, something she insists about me, mind you. I then messaged Mad Libs about it. Your friends seem to have a real allegation problem. One minute I'm doxing people, the next I'm responsible for someone spamming, while simultaneously I'm just there to call Nezzie out, because she runs from confrontation, yet can talk shit. That pussy shit we spoke about last. The only reason I even started making fun of Toby in the first place is because she opened her mouth and spoke out on something she knew nothing of. Might want to let her know time is money and she's wasting time streaming. She has an OnlyFans and an army of simps to milk dry and spread her ass for. Bills to pay. You can remove me, but you can't respond. Don't be a puss. Compared to the other DMs, that was pretty brief. September 17th was one of my favorite events, though. Mad Libs not only had her own spy in my Discord server, but was also working with Slumber, the individual I mentioned previously from the slideshow community, to get evidence, because Mad Libs was cooking up a hit piece. Slumber was pretending to be casual with me, as though we set our petty but funny spat behind us, and as if we were chill, even allowing me to stay in their Discord server, to which they would ask questions, I would talk, and those screenshots were relayed back to Mad Libs so they could be stripped of context and used to make claims in the hit piece. Gay-opping 101. And this goes into my second point for why I'm telling you this. If it was stalking for me to look at what they were saying on their public fucking Twitter accounts, how dare I use an incognito tab? Why was it not stalking when they constantly looked at mine to get evidence? If it was stalking to join their public Discord servers to gather evidence, why was it not stalking when they were doing it to me? 16-year-old me made a very pretentious tweet. If you think about it, I basically pulled a Madara on the CC. First it was James, then it was Ponder and Nezzie, and then Fuchsia. I don't count Foxton because she dropped it the moment the seriousness of it hit. I was likening the art and slideshow community's dogpiling of me to weeb shit. The Shinobi Alliance dogpiling Madara. Both the art CC and the SCC didn't like that notion that their favorites lost or that they had lost, and decided they would mock me for this by taking my tweet and quote retweeting me and each other with it as a copy pasta. Art and slideshow adjacent people hopped on the bandwagon and took part in it for about roughly 6 hours. Hidden Bonsai or Abby took part in it. Pepper, Michael is here, Mr. A and Mario, Boxafox or Sparrow as she was going by, and many more. Even a now friend, Renmankins, who was going by Jesp at the time, took part in it. But remember, if I make mean tweets mocking them, it's harassment. Editing me here because I have a quick point that I'd like to make. This Madara comment that I made has had them annoyed and sort of poking fun at it for 2-3 years now. They were still talking about it in 2021 and 2022, so a year or two after I even made this comment, after they did that whole dogpile mockery of it. And yet look at their community now. While I was screenshotting all of this for later use, I suppose that later use being right now, Junkie chimed in, so I replied to him. That turned into a brief spat between the two of us. At one point, he called me a lolcow. Yes, the guy who gets off to the idea of maggots crawling around his fucking genitals was calling me the lolcow. It doesn't get any better than that. When someone else asked him who I was, he replied by linking Ponder Sprocket and Nezzie Monster's collab, saying, "A special kind of guy if you catch my drift." Later on, Madlibs tweeted, "I've been really considering breaking my never talking about people rule. This chick is just too good." September 19th, a Twitter user by the name of Diana the Egg Queen tagged Toby, asking about Toby's hypocrisy with a photo of her Todoroki drawing. I've addressed this multiple times. 1. The account it's on were before I got into the art community and didn't understand how to tag stuff. 2. He's aged up, and I know he's aged up when I did it, because somebody asked me to draw it, and I didn't know the character was a kid. Now this is a lengthy image of replies, so I'll let it scroll while I make a point. First, how was her drawing of Todoroki aged up? How did she age up the character if she didn't even know he was underage in the first place? Second, this is beyond fucking ridiculous. The FCK was having a civil war because the differences in the porn of underage characters that either side liked. It was this same day that Omnia uploaded The Faults of Toby featuring Kai Wise. The main point of their video, like the videos preceding it, was criticizing Toby Majestic for her rampant hypocrisy. The fact she was calling Benaloni a pedophile for drawing underage characters in his pornography, when she had previously drawn Todoroki and Sailor Moon very much sexually. At 8:09 p.m., Junkie and Madlibs in their DMs discussed making a collaboration video responding to Omnia and Kai. The earliest response that I've been able to find from Toby was on September 22nd in a tweet. For those of you who are wondering, I am currently working on a response video to clarify and clear up things that have been said about me in the past couple of months, and recently in a video. I'll be apologizing, clarifying, and defending myself. Madlibs also made one. Been breaking a lot of personal rules in terms of videos lately, but hey, when someone decides it's okay to cut DMs, lie about situations, and be two-faced in DMs to farm a friend of mine for content, well, somebody's gotta step up. I'm pissed. Get ready. Omnia responded to both of Madlibs' subtweets. Toby then accused Omnia of twisting things, lying, and cutting up their DMs. My favorite part of the Toby saga is this tweet right here. Wow, not only did somebody try and falsely frame me as a pedophile and went behind my back, but they also publicly posted about a story about my family that I wanted to keep private because I wasn't ready to tell it. What an amazing creator. There are two things I'd like to point out. First is that Toby accused Kai and Omnia of trying to frame her as a pedophile just for pointing out her hypocrisy. Does that sound familiar? Does it ring any bells? Because it should. What previous individual tried to proclaim they were being called a pedophile because someone pointed something out against them? Fuchsia Butter. Toby used the same exact fucking play that Fuchsia did just months prior in this attempt to victimize herself. The second thing I should mention is that after Toby and the FCK accused Omnia of cutting up the DMs to make her look bad and that she left out context, Omnia then publicized their entire DMs, and then Toby cried wolf that a story about her family was publicized because it was in the DMs. Omnia initially used select excerpts or pieces from their DMs to talk about their conversation because she didn't want to publicize those private details. Toby and the FCK then used the fact that not all the DMs were shown in their complete entirety to proclaim that Omnia was being dishonest. And then when Omnia did what they wanted and publicized the full DMs, they tried to spin it so that Omnia was still in the wrong. Nezzie Monster tried to compare Omnia to fucking Madame because she publicized the full DMs, only after they complained about her not doing so. This is how ridiculous these people are. And this just goes to show that their issue wasn't that the DMs weren't accurately represented, nor cut up to frame anything. It was that the DMs made Toby look like the idiot she was, so they needed something to bitch about to try and save her image, by making it appear to the public that Omnia was being dishonest. You can't win with these people by playing their game to the rules they set, because they don't follow the rules themselves. You cannot appease them. They will twist everything. Now, Kai and Omnia went on to clarify that they weren't calling Toby a pedophile, though Toby and the FCK knew that already. It was just their public spin. Kai then made a follow-up video that addressed the Twitter drama, and specifically what the FCK had to say. There's plenty more of Twitter back-and-forth replies between Kai, Omnia, Madlibs, Toby, and the other associates of the FCK. I don't think I need to get into every single one for you to understand what the FCK were up to, but I will say I find it interesting that they're allowed to take part in Twitter arguments without it being harassment. At this time, Madlibs was scripting with Junkie and was somehow bamboozled and confused that Omnia knew the tweet was about her, as if it wasn't fucking obvious. Let's think about that. The same day, Omnia and Kai's video comes out on Toby, a video that contains some cropped DMs. Toby made a tweet that clearly referenced a recent video made about her and claimed that that same person, she won't name, cut up DMs. And then Madlibs made a tweet on this same auspicious day, repeating Toby's claims about cut-up DMs. They couldn't have made their silly little subtweets any more obvious. But how could Omnia have possibly known it was about her? We definitely need the Mystery Machine and gang on this one to Scooby-Doo this shit. These people are fucking retards. I don't know what it is with the Art CC and the SCC. They constantly subtweet about people, and they're fucking horrible at it. Zero thinking, just impulse to bitch, and fingers crossed hoping that the person they're seething about won't find out that it's about them. It's just so fucking childish. On September 24th, Toby uploaded addressing my controversies, and she also blocked me on Twitter. Madlibs clarified that the impending video wasn't about Kai and Omnia, instead about someone who has been harassing and trying to dox her friends. She still didn't admit that she was scripting a video with Junkie on Kai and Omnia, a project that was, mind you, very poorly hidden because Toby, at the start of her video, said that two friends were still making a video on Kai and Omnia. This thinly laid veil wasn't fooling anyone, except maybe their audience of window lickers. It was as if they put the window tint on backwards and obscured their own view, while everyone else could see exactly what the fuck they were up to. Madlibs then released her big hit piece video titled A Year of Harassment and Accusations with Miss Nezzie, the names Junkie, Doodle Tones, and Slumber on September 29th, getting 17k views and 1.6k likes. This nearly 2-hour-long masterpiece was edited by Ocean or Oceansis. Perhaps you all recognize that name from before. They were in the comment section of my Slummers video from October of 2019. Oh, and turns out this individual is also a moderator in Madlibs' Discord server. Whoa, the world just brings people together. Just like Bonder Sprocket and Nezzie Monster's 2-part collab from March of 2020, Madlibs' video is littered with problems that I wouldn't be able to truly explain in detail within this video without dragging it out much longer than it needs to be. I will be dedicating a future retrospective episode to it that'll go far more in depth than what I'll tell you here. By the time you're watching this, it may even be out, so if you're interested, just check the playlist. With that said, I will summarize Madlibs' A Year of Harassment video and link it down below for fact-checking. The video had 18 segments in it, starting with the intro, my transphobia, my homophobia, apparently my ignorance, lies, alts, and deleted things, the doxers, apparently my hypocrisies, trolling and fun, a Slummers segment that was followed by several other segments aiming to detail and share their experiences with me, all of which left some things out and or lied. However, I'll go over some of my favorite bits. 22 minutes in, Madlibs tried to backpedal the doxing claim from Twitter, the one that I just showed you all, only to say I heavily associate with doxers, and then use guilty by association to suggest that I had something to do with Sherman going after Nezzie Monster, whilst admitting he was after Nezzie Monster before all of this.
Now, this next part is where things start to go from an ignorant teen to harmful to other people, and it's only going to get worse from here. Now, to my knowledge, Akumu himself has never doxed anybody, and I'm not trying to accuse him of doing the doxing. However, he heavily associates himself with multiple doxers who are part of something called the UTTP, a group dedicated to doxing YouTubers and other people. Not only that, but another person from UTTP has told another YouTuber Slumber in the DMs that they and Akumu are allies. They also admit to being the ones who doxed Ponder Sprocket on a different account. And I also have DMs of this account talking with Akumu about UTTP in another server. This person goes by Lugia, and you can see him in Akumu's comment section and on other people's videos on Akumu. And you can see, of course, this account admitting to being Lugia in these DMs. I also have evidence of Akumu admitting to knowing Sherbase, aka Sherman. If you guys have hung out in the streams of anybody in the art commentary community, you know who he is. He's a loser who spends all of his time poorly doxing people using bots in YouTubers' streams. He does this on multiple streams, and I actually have many of his alt accounts hidden on my channels list, as you can see.
I think Sherman's here.
I don't give a shit. It could literally, I can't say anything. The only ones that need to be blocked and banned are the ones, like I said before, that was the doxing material that I told you in DMs, or if somebody's spamming the same thing over and over and over again, separate messages, then you can do that. Everything else, though, I can handle.
Oh no, this is Akumu's friend we're talking about. The dude who is trying to not only hack into my stuff and take my money, but also has attempted to dox me on numerous occasions. And if that's who he chooses to associate with, fine then.
Now, it is true that Sherman was bothering Nezzie Monster well before all of this happened, but nobody has ever tried to break into her Twitter or PayPal before she had problems with Akumu. That only happened after Akumu was having problems with Nezzie. Now, Akumu claims that he told Sherman to stop messing with her. However, I think it's very interesting that as soon as Akumu gets into some bigger beef with Nezzie after all of this time after her video came out, that somebody, for some mysterious reason, starts trying to break into her Twitter and PayPal. Yes, her PayPal. The thing that she uses to make money through her commissions. The thing that has her personal banking information on it as well as her address, endangering both her financial situation and her personal safety, and this shit is not okay, for multiple reasons. The first and worst of all being that this could put her and a lot of other people that he's trying to dox in danger.
At 30 minutes in, she admits that one of the reasons she made the video was because I was beginning to garner an audience of cronies.
Speaking of being taken seriously, another huge reason that I'm making this video is because unfortunately, this kid has started to gain some traction. He's started to gain a few little cronies who want to participate in his harassment, as shown by everything I'm showing on screen right now. And that's not okay. Somebody who makes false accusations, takes things out of context, and exaggerates things to tear people down should not be taken seriously.
So yes, it was a hit piece because people were beginning to listen to me. Even though by this point I had maybe 100 subscribers, she at one point shows my channel and the subscribers I had at the time in the fucking video compared to her thousands of idiots who went on to repeat this slob. But mine are cronies. 48 minutes in, the start of the Fuchsia Butter segment, Madlibs claimed that I harassed Fuchsia, and that was why he took down his video on me.
Now Lucy, aka Fuchsia Butter, has decided that she didn't want to be part of this video because she's sworn off YouTube drama and she just doesn't want to touch this. So I'm going to be talking about this situation instead because this one especially needs to be talked about. Now shortly after my video on Akumu, Fuchsia Butter decided that she was going to make a video on him as well, one discussing a lot more serious stuff that he's done, whereas mine was just reading tweets. The video has since been unlisted due to all of this drama and harassment.
55 minutes in, Madlibs repeats the false accusation that I accused Fuchsia Butter of being a pedophile.
After he goes on about the not safe for work chats, he moves on to a worst accusation, and coincidentally the one that he likes to bring up the most outside of YouTube. Akumu tries to claim that Lucy is a pedophile. Now in a later video he says that he wasn't saying she was a pedophile, he was saying she was, how did he put it?
To be exact, I said he liked underage character porn and proved such.
Now there are many more issues with that video, and I will be covering it, so look out for that retrospective. Madlibs took any and every argument or claim from the videos that came before hers, specifically the ones from the FCK or whoever associated with the group. For example, reusing the Photoshop screenshot that Fuchsia used, or claiming I deleted tweets to hide what I was doing, a claim that was previously peddled by Ponder, Nezzie, and Fuchsia. Of course, the same habit of revisionism and crying wolf is a reoccurring thing in the video, but there were some new claims too. The video was structured so that each individual would have a segment in it, where Madlibs would cherry pick and inform the audience only one-sided details of what had happened, to present each of the individuals as victims of my harassment. In the Nezzie Monster segment, Madlibs repeated the false sexual harassment accusation against my friend, claiming that I was falsely accusing Nezzie Monster of making false accusations, that the sexual harassment accusation was true. She relied on the exact same screenshots that Nezzie Monster was trying to use back in our DMs. This was because Nezzie Monster withheld the key screenshot and only gave Madlibs a few of the others that I gave her. Out of the 16 I sent Nezzie, Nezzie only gave Madlibs 6 of them, and not the main one. October 21st of 2020. Only Jesp, as they were now known, now Renmankins, made their own video on Toby Majestic and Toasty Vanilla, I citing my video on Toasty and talking to Teddy the Draws. Just daring to use me as a reference and source upset quite a few people, such as Minty Shit who commented about it. On October 24th, the video was posted allegedly in Ponder Sprocket's Discord server, and Nezzie Monster reacted to it. The FCK was spoken about here, so here is that conversation. Now for some additional context, This is October of 2020, and this is their reaction to Ren's video that came out around that time on Toasty Vanilla. This is a full recording, but to break it down for this video, I'll be showing snapshots or screenshots from it, reading the messages, just to slow some things down and so that everything can be fully comprehended. A user with the, I'm assuming, nickname Wife Material links the Only Jasp Toasty Vanilla video. Bruh. I didn't care about the Toby parts, I only watched the Toasty segment, and yeah, I'm kind of angry. Oh boy, somebody's angry. The Polka Dork, who is Nezzie Monster, says, what happened in the Toasty segment? She called Toasty a predator and groomer without proper evidence. She's basically siding with Akumu. Oh no, oh god. Saying he encouraged minors to look at NSFW. She even brought your name up, at Nezzie Monster. From what I remember, it was that you and others were in the former friend group with Toasty. They're talking about the FCK. I used to be friends with him, yeah. I stopped because of some of the stuff he did that I didn't agree with, and cut him off because he also mistreated a friend. Was he sending porn to minors or encouraging minors to look at NSFW? I don't know about that, but I do remember he would send porn as a joke in the friend group, and we were all adults. I see. He did admit to allowing minors in the NSFW chat, though. Susie Doodletones comes in with, well, if it's Akumu's video that Jesp is using as the crux of her argument against Toasty, what evidence does Akumu have? I don't know if I even want to look at Akumu's video. And he tried saying Libby allowed it when he modded for her server, not bringing up that he was fired, and that she said explicitly to not do that. When was he a mod, if I can ask? And when was he fired? I'm trying to piece together the timeline. A while ago now, but he was fired for spamming and adding everyone. Libby didn't know about the NSFW stuff till the vid. Right. Scarlet Otaku comes in with this banger of a take. Akumu can't be taken seriously with how he goes about gathering his evidence, as well as his general attitude. I'm frustrated with Jesp's lack of evidence and hateful attitude in the video. She straight calls him a groomer. I don't like the fact Toby is in a video with someone she believes is a groomer because it makes it look like she's involved. She's not friends with him either. Having griped with someone isn't the same as calling someone a predator. She even calls him a gaslighter during the Akumu call when, no, Toasty was asking for clarification to a question. Yeah, that's another thing that irks me. She's pushed herself into a situation that she knows little to nothing about. Nezzie says, Toasty has undeniably done some bad stuff, but I don't think he's a terrible person. I highly doubt he's a fucking predator of all things. Annoying, sure, but fucking going after minors sexually? Fuck off, Jesp. I remember warning him about sending porn as a joke before I cut him off. There was also the whole Shadman shit. I checked who he's following. Shadman isn't on the list. Not recently, no. Jesp even says at one point he was a fan, meaning he is not a fan anymore, meaning he does not like Shadman's work, meaning Jesp is poisoning the well. They love not knowing how to use logical fallacies. I'm aware he isn't anymore, but he used to defend it. He doesn't anymore, but yeah. Then again, her whole video is just, the entire water supply is undrinkable, there's too much poison. She's dangling his past mistakes over his head, and it's disgusting. Nezzie says, there's other stuff, but it's not my story to tell. I don't think he's a predator, but there is stuff he needs to fix. This video is not the way. I'm very, very frustrated with her, but I know if I speak to her about it, she's going to have a meltdown and subtweet me. October 27th of 2020, I experienced some technical issues consisting of my entire drive corrupting. So I lost not just the save file of my response to Mad Libs, but a lot of my organized evidence, which delayed my response video. After Harsh Opinions, Nani, and several others came to the rescue for Toby Majestic, this eventually led to the infamous video from Just a Robot with the FCK. Toby drama, featuring Manga Kamen and Fuchsia Butter, uploaded on November 3rd. Fuchsia previously claimed to be done with drama in his public statements and the DMs with me, and yet there he was, right back at it. Kinda like when he said he was done with me, only to be in another video about me like an abandoned dog. These people can't even stick to their own fucking words, their promises to their audience. It's one thing to change your mind, it's another to keep saying you're just done with drama and exhausted by it when it doesn't go your way, and then to put yourself right back in drama when you think you can flip things around. Just a Robot's Toby Majestic video was a very biased mess. No thanks to Fuchsia Butter, who was hellbent on defending anything Toby did, along with the fact that the information that Manga Common and Just a Robot used for this video was not only wrong, but was given to them by the name's Junkie. At this point in the timeline, September and October of 2020, I think it's more than fair to ask this question. Where the fuck was Ponder Sprocket? Ponder Sprocket commentaries are meant to demonstrate wrongdoings, contradictions, or dispel false narratives. The same person who said smear campaigns and lying about a minor was bad when it was Slimmers, who milked the Madame situation with several videos into 2020, whether it be the video she made by herself in 2019, the 2-part collaboration she did with Nezzie Monster in March of 2020, or how about the 4-part collaboration she did with Darkness Stone on October 6th of 2020. And yes, the same Darkness Stone, who was previously reporting my fucking Twitter account. Just another coincidence, I bet. From the events that I have detailed to you so far, does this whole thing not reek of what Ponder normally talks about? But she didn't. My response to Mad Libs didn't come out until November 16th of 2020. A couple of days later, on the 25th, Ms. Nezzie had a stream titled Playing Mad Father, considering her segment in Mad Libs' video, where she recounted her supposed harassment whilst leaving shit out. I'll get into the specifics of that when I cover that video. I decided to pop into the live chat. At an hour and 22 minutes into the stream, I appear. She says something along the lines of being tired of me and that I was acting like a stalker, repeating what she said in Mad Libs' video.
Akumu made another account just to spam. Yeah, I swear to God, like, I'm so tired of him. He's acting like such a fucking stalker at this point.
I clarified that I was not spamming the chat anymore, as I'd rather see her admit her lies, to which she said, lying about what, Akumu?
It isn't spam, but we did momentarily, but we'd rather see you admit your lies. Lying about what, Akumu? Actually, you know what? Fine, you caught me. On my Twitter once, I said that black licorice isn't that great. You caught me. I actually don't really like black licorice that much.
2 minutes later, she reads another comment of mine where I clarify my issues with her and her group. This is where she starts to spiral.
Who lost her eyes. You lied about me and my friends, and you tried to manipulate the truth and other creators to defend your friend. The list goes on. I'm not getting anybody to defend my friend. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You lied about me and my friends. I'm not lying when I say that you never stop fucking bothering me. That's exactly what you're fucking doing. You try to manipulate the truth. The truth what? The truth that I'm saying about how you're fucking bothering me? You're doing it right the fuck now. Fuck off. Holy shit. I really fucking love how he does this. Like, oh, you're just lying about me and my friends. I'm not fucking lying when I say that you contact me on multiple fucking accounts, because that's what you're doing right the fuck now. Holy shit. I'm just trying to find a fucking bucket or something to carry water in. I don't need you bothering me right now. Holy shit. Is there a way to ban people on YouTube? Trust me, guys, that is exactly what I'm doing with his alt accounts. And like I said, exactly how I'm describing it to you. He comes back on multiple fucking accounts to bother me. And yet somehow it's a fucking lie when I say that you never leave me alone. You want to take a breather, King? Yes. Guys, I don't know if you understand, but I've been dealing with this for over a fucking year because he doesn't know how to take a fucking L.
Because he doesn't know how to take an L. There it is, folks. The art commentary copium. They have had themselves genuinely convinced that it is my L to take, that I lost, and couldn't accept that. Mob mentality and yes men have the most bizarre effects on people's perspective on reality, completely warping it.
Or at least understand when I say, hey, I'm fucking taken and I don't want you bothering me, alright? Go the fuck away. Doesn't understand that.
I have no idea why she kept trying to spin this as if I was remotely attracted to her. She said in the Mad Libs video back in September of 2020 that I was acting like a stalker boyfriend.
See, He and his little friends were sneaking around in my Discord server. I kicked out one of said friends due to allegations of sexual harassment. And no joke, almost immediately, Akumu contacted me and tried to explain to me that his friend did nothing wrong. So, here's the thing. I was pretty tired, and I was also doing something else that was pretty important at the moment, so I was not taking him seriously that night. I even got to the point where for 5 straight minutes, I argued with myself over what Splatoon idol is better. Meanwhile, he kept going on his tangent about how awful me and my friends are. I guess he eventually got tired of me ignoring him and began insulting me. Meanwhile, I was still there fangirling over Callie. I'm honestly so amazed that during that whole damn thing, you couldn't take a goddamn hint. Bro, I'm sitting there talking to myself about cute girls and purposely ignoring you, yet your potato brain convinces you that you're such an intellectual you felt justified insulting me. Like, seriously, did it ever just occur to you that maybe, just maybe, I was messing with you? I swear, never in my life have I encountered someone so dense. It doesn't even stop there. A few days ago, Akumu tried to contact me again. The conversation itself isn't important. What matters is afterwards. That night, I was exhausted, and all I wanted to do was play video games with my friend. I was not going to put up with Akumu. So I just deleted our conversation and I kicked him from my server. And then, like an obsessed boyfriend, he messages me on an alt account saying something like, "You'll never get rid of me." I did the same thing to that account, and then he adds me on Twitter, once again, singing the same tune. Akumu, listen to me. I don't know what your damage is, but I want nothing to do with you. I don't care about you, and frankly, you're acting like a stalker. You get so upset at the sheer mention of you. I can't imagine being such a sad fucking individual where you're at a point in your life that you're stalking a bunch of people you hate and watching their every move on your 70 plus accounts.
I never expressed any interest romantically or sexually towards her. My type has never been whiny lying whores. Then again, Xena, her friends in the art community, had themselves convinced I was into Madame and simping for her. So maybe that's where she got the idea from.
Use the flame retardant on your item. Yeah, I got it. Alright. Because I'm fucking stupid. Hold on. Can we use this? Yes. Bruh, it's been over a year, LMAO. Yeah. Can we throw this? Look inside fireplace. Yes. Alright, guess we'll throw those in there. Can we not throw them in? Huh. Or do we have to do it while looking inside? Yes. There we go. The girl stopped crying. Oh, I guess we have to go out and check on her. Save this. Alright. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. That's just... I'm so tired. I'm so fucking tired. Like, holy shit, how hard is it to respect someone's boundaries when they say leave me alone? It's really not that fucking hard.
She wanted to talk about respecting boundaries. You spammed my comments with degenerate copy pastas the same day your friend uploaded his Hitpiece. But boundaries, right? But I couldn't learn to take an L. You kept running your fucking mouth, and I told you all to leave it be, or I would just keep going. You specifically were told this on Twitter and in DMs.
Hold on. Akumu, you're still fucking here. This isn't about a relationship to a year of bothering you. The ovaries are on the ovaries are on this one. I'm only returning to the bullshit you and your friends threw at me. I'm not throwing any bullshit at you, Akumu. Literally, if this is about the Libby video, all I asked is for you to leave me the fuck alone, and you can't respect that. What the fuck is wrong with you? Jesus. God damn it. I'm so fucking tired. And holy shit, this isn't about a relationship. I'm fucking kidding, Akumu, but you know how to take a joke. Block them. Trust me, guys, I am. I'm blocking him from my account. I'm blocking him from this chat. And like I said, they get on their multiple fucking accounts to ignore me.
Now, because of this hysterical fucking tantrum, she ended her live stream just 5 minutes later, telling me to fuck off. This is where we make our way into 2021, starting off on January 5th. Name's Junkie, with the help of someone named Phantom Heart, put together a video on the Toby drama, in which he sought to be fair to all parties involved, to detail all grievances, and whether he did or didn't is very debatable. However, Junkie and Phantom went around doing interviews with people about it, one of which was Toasty Vanilla, and the interview is rather damning. And I have the entire thing. It too will be re-uploaded and within the playlist below. Considering it's 2 to 3 hours, it was of course clipped and cut down for the video. January 22nd, 2021. Nezzie Monster released a twit-longer apology. So drama from a couple of months ago that I do need to clarify. A couple of months ago, I apologized for not handling a situation correctly. I banned someone for sending a shirtless photo to another individual without permission. I reacted hastily. I undeniably panicked and warned the server. Someone then came to me saying that I was falsely accusing his friend and proceeded to send me screenshots that were not related to the situation and in fact from months before. They decided to wait and make a video showing the screenshot proving otherwise instead of showing me then and there to clear the air and rectify the situation. I let them talk and they decided to withhold information for some kind of gotcha moment. However, I am still at fault. I should have calmed down and properly looked at the situation. I have already apologized for how I handled the situation before knowing this, but I want to apologize again. I did not intend for this to happen, nor did I have any malicious intent. I apologize to the individual I banned in causing panic in my server. It will not happen again. Have a nice day. Perhaps you've already caught the plethora of issues with this twitlonger, but I'll break it down. The first problem with this twitlonger is that nowhere in it does she state that she accused Person A, that she accused this guy of sexual harassment. She says that she banned him and announced it and warned the server, but she does not clarify what she specifically said that he did, which was apparently that he had sexually harassed a member of the server. She does not state that she accused him of that, and she does not apologize for falsely accusing him. No, she instead apologizes for the fact that she banned him and acted hastily and didn't properly look at the situation. Almost as if she's trying to tiptoe around what she did and avoid people connecting the dots on what I'm accusing her of and what she did with this apology for what she apparently did. But if I accuse her of that, well, then it's a bad faith assumption. A couple of months ago, I apologized for not handling a situation correctly. She never apologized. She didn't even fully retract the claim, let alone admit she was even wrong. Nezzie Monster claiming that she apologized months prior is a complete fucking lie. She's just whipping the shit up, saying it, so it looks like she actually apologized for it. Because I have everything. The August 25th announcement, the day after she falsely accused Person A of sexual harassment, she didn't say she was sorry. She didn't apologize. She didn't use any of those words. She doesn't even clarify that she falsely accused him of sexual harassment in the announcement. No. What she does is she clarifies that he's not evil, but she won't be tolerating his behavior and not to attack him because he's underage. That's not an apology. So where is this mystical apology? Because it wasn't on her Twitter account, wasn't on her YouTube. She proceeded to allow Toby in the live stream on September 16th to claim that I was falsely accusing her of making false accusations.
No, it's no allegations. It's just somebody who's trying to currently ruin Nezzie's life by doxing her. So ignore him, please, guys. Thank you. Moving on.
I mean, pretty much.
It's rewind time.
I mean, pretty much.
And then she gave 6 screenshots out of the 16 that I gave her to Madlibs, so Madlibs could say that I was falsely accusing her of making false accusations.
Now we're going to move on to Nezzie Monster. Now, she didn't actually want to be in this video in person, but I'm still going to be talking about her experience with this kid regardless, because it's probably the worst of them all. Now, obviously, this all started when she and Ponder Sprocket released a 2-hour collab ripping his Slimmers video and harassment of her to absolute shreds. And he, of course, responded to the video in both a comment and a sloppy, hastily made video that came out about a week after theirs. After that, it was apparently all well and good. He only DM'd Nezzie a couple times to ask how is that L, as she's told me in voice chats. These conversations have since been deleted because she's blocked him because she no longer wants to deal with his harassment. He also probably bugged her on his old Twitter accounts, but those accounts have been suspended because he breaks the rules all the time. While all that may have been deleted, I'm sure it was just typical Akumu spamming. What hasn't been deleted, however, is his most recent little tantrum he's throwing at Nezzie, one that has been going on for about a month now. And guess what he's doing now? That's right, spreading false allegations. And what false allegations is he spreading about Nezzie? That she spreads false allegations. Allow me to explain. About a month ago, somebody in Nezzie's server made another user uncomfortable by sending inappropriate photos to them. This first announcement has been deleted because she did update the announcement later, which I will show. Now, these images were not pornographic, and she specifies this, but the user did send inappropriate topless photos of himself to another member of the server.
So that Mad Libs could double down on the sexual harassment claim. That was September 29th. So at what point did she previously apologize? Because nothing was said about it after in October, November, or December. I banned someone for sending a shirtless photo to another individual without permission. If she's admitting to being wrong, why is she still phrasing it as though he didn't have permission to send the photo? That's a little odd. I reacted hastily. I undeniably panicked and warned the server. Someone then came to me saying that I was falsely accusing his friend and proceeded to send me screenshots that were not related to the situation and in fact from months before. She's referring to yours truly. And the reason these screenshots were from months before was because the very incident where the shirtless photo was sent to another individual, that incident happened in June, she learned of it in August, and banned him in August. Obviously, if I'm going to send you screenshots that are in relation to the event, they're going to be from months before. You fucking idiot. They decided to wait and make a video showing the screenshot proving otherwise, instead of showing me then and there to clear the air and rectify the situation. I let them talk, and they decided to withhold information for some kind of gotcha moment. Here's the kicker, folks, and this is where Nezzie just shot herself in the fucking face. She said that I decided to wait and make a video showing the screenshot proving otherwise, and the video that she's referring to is my response to Mad Libs, and particularly the segment responding to the Nezzie Monster segment where the false sexual harassment accusation was peddled once again. And here's a little fun fact, by the way. All 16 screenshots that I sent Nezzie Monster in our DMs on August 24th, I used in my video responding to Mad Libs. All 16 of them, not a single one less. If the screenshot in that video disproved it, that would be the same exact screenshot that's in our fucking DMs. The screenshot where Teddy told person A to send here, which anyone can go fucking look back and see it's right there in our DMs. I should have calmed down and properly looked at the situation. I have apologized for how I handled the situation before knowing this, but I want to apologize again. I did not intend for this to happen, nor did I have any malicious intent. If you didn't intend for it to happen, why did you refuse to admit to being wrong? I took this to Twitter. You all said that it was harassment because I was accusing you of what you did publicly. I had another conversation with you in your server, Nezzie, and you still refused to admit to being wrong. That was the same day that you were on the live stream with Toby, where Toby was denying that you were making false accusations. So if you knew it was false and that you made false accusations, why were you denying it September 16th? Why were you allowing Toby to deny it on your behalf on that live stream? If you knew that you were wrong then, and you apologized for what you did then, why did you allow Toby to say that I was falsely accusing you of making false accusations? And why did you allow Mad Libs, in the video that she made, in the segment defending you, to say that exact same thing? Your story is not adding up here. Accusing someone of something that you know is false and refusing to admit you're wrong is malicious. But because the SEC had this cope of, well, if I just say I didn't have any malicious intent, you can't say I had malicious intent because you don't know my intent. Actions speak louder than words. I apologize to the individual I banned for causing panic in my server. It will not happen again. Have a nice day. Nezzie had person A blocked. He would have never seen this twit longer had I not shown him. She didn't have me blocked. That's the kicker. As mentioned previously, Nezzie Monster sent 6 screenshots to Madlibs, and 2 of them wound up in Madlibs' video. But none of them were the screenshot of Teddy telling person A to send the photo, proving that it was Nezzie Monster who withheld the screenshot from Madlibs, which is just ironic considering Nezzie claimed in that twit longer that I withheld it from her. That's not all, folks, because Omega Slime, who used to be an FCK member, replied to Nezzie Monster with this. But you didn't apologize to him, though. I literally just did. That was the whole point of this. I did it multiple times. I would have apologized sooner if I didn't have information literally withheld from me. So here she is repeating the same thing that she said in the twit longer. You mean this information you got months ago? You're blatantly just lying at this point, plus you have person A blocked. If you really wanted to apologize, you would have unblocked him so he would have seen this. And in his Twitter reply, he has a recording that I gave him of me and Nezzie Monster's DMs. So what did Nezzie Monster say in response to a literal top to bottom, or bottom to top technically, recording of our DMs? 1. I have him blocked because he was sent to stalk me, as Akumu literally admitted. 2. I got a cropped screenshot saying, send here, and that's it. The situation is done. I fucked up and I admit that. I have apologized publicly. We're done here. At no point did I ever say, claim, or admit that I sent person A to stalk Nezzie Monster. Are you seeing the early reoccurring theme here? It's either I'm stalking Nezzie Monster, or I'm one of her stalkers, or I'm sending people out to stalk her. The perpetual victimhood is never ending. And this was just in 2020 and 2021. And then her claiming that she only got a cropped screenshot that said send here and that was it. That's a fucking lie. That's a lie that she can see in the recording that she's replying to. Nowhere in that recording do I admit to sending person A to stalk her. Just throwing claims out there with no proof, or contradicting a fucking recording that was just given to her just to keep supporting the lie that she's trying to peddle to the public. But if I accuse her of lying, it's a bad faith assumption. Shortly after Nezzie's twit longer, Madlibs uploaded a mistake in my Akumu video. Considering how short it is, I'll play the whole thing.
Hey guys, it's Madlibs again. I'm really sorry about all the fucking downer uploads lately, but this is something that I feel needs to be addressed. Recently, somebody came to me with concerns about a segment in that video I made about Akumu. They sent me a screenshot which proved that I made a huge mistake in the Nezzie Monster segment. There was a screenshot that proved that the person in question, whose name I censored in the video and whose name I'm still not going to say directly, did ask before sending the shirtless photo of himself. I had never seen this screenshot. No one ever sent it to me. If I had seen it, I would not have included that segment in the video at all, or I would have heavily rewritten it. The girl who this happened to has been talked to, and she says that she was still made uncomfortable, and I'm not trying to say that her feelings are invalid. If she was uncomfortable, she was uncomfortable. However, since the way that I wrote the segment was heavily reliant on the misinformation that the person did not ask, I feel like it would be wrong to keep it in, because it is spreading misinformation. I was going to wait until my video where I come back to talk about this. I was going to have a segment at the end where I apologize for all mistakes that I've made regarding current and past dramas. But Akumu has been making videos claiming that I'm cut it out because I'm trying to hide it and trying to act like nothing ever happened, completely ignoring the fact that there is a pinned comment on the Akumu video acknowledging and apologizing for my mistake, but I can understand how that can come off as me trying to hide it. So I wanted to say it in a video. I made a huge mistake. I did not look as deeply into the situation as I should have. I acknowledge that mistake, and I apologize. I'm not going to say the person's name because, again, I censored it before and I don't want to put his name out there all of a sudden. But since I'm sure he's going to be watching this, I'm very sorry that I ran with misinformation. And I'm very sorry that I put that out there. And I just... this whole thing's been a mess. Anyway, I felt like it was only appropriate to address this in an actual video instead of like a post or something. So yeah, there was a big mistake there. I have cut it out of the video, not because I'm trying to hide it, but because I felt like it would be wrong to just keep that in the video when I know that it's wrong, because new people who come to the video aren't going to see the pinned comment all the time. So I just want to put this there, cut it out of the video, and take control of the big misstep that I made. Once again, to the person that I accidentally spread misinformation about. And I'm not saying accidentally because, oh, it was an accident. Don't get mad at me. It was a fucked up mistake that I made. So to that person, I am sorry.
Mad Libs had then removed the Nezzie Monster segment from her video, and I, at the time, in 2021, believed that Mad Libs had knowingly made the false claim and was just trying to hide it or cover it up. So I did accuse her of that in a couple of videos. That accusation was false. Mad Libs was just misled by Nezzie Monster. That doesn't vindicate the rest of the other issues with her video from September of 2020, and trust me, I'll be getting into them in a separate video. But it was still misinformation that I put out. My fuck up. Overall, there were quite a few events in 2021 that aligned the stars for what you're watching right now. 2021 was the same year that I kept mentioning the possibility of me making a retrospective series on the FCK and what really took place in 2019 and 2020. Only if the art and slideshow communities, because they're totally so different, and their audience kept pushing the narrative from the FCK and Co. That was the prerequisite for me to make this series. If they left it be and actually moved on from the situation like they had constantly told me to, I wouldn't make it. They did not move on, and I'd like to show you just a few examples of that. February of 2021, specifically on the 9th, there was a group chat comprised of several people. The priority names are Communist Creeper, Call Me Neil, Lovely Lena, and Carmen Rider. Now, the earliest mention of me is actually from Carmen Rider, who said, "So, Fry told me that Akumu was giving you problems, ? And Lena said yes. He showed me a comment from your video, because I commented on Lena's video. Carmen then says, "I know about Akumu from Madlibs' video, so I'm aware of his antics. Is he doing anything else to harass you?" "No, but I fear that he'll likely dox me." "Alright, well if he does bother you / dox you, you can let me know. I'm not going to be afraid to bring him to light. He may be a doxer, but if I remember correctly, he's a kid, and I'm not going to let some kid ruin people's lives." Thank you so much, Carmen. You're welcome. I'm glad people are joining my side. I will be away from my PC at 1 p.m. CST, and a bit after, but if something happens with Akumu or Luke, just let me know. If there was something that I've done, I would admit to it. It's one thing for Luke to get himself into petty drama. It's another thing for Akumu to dox people over said drama. Yeah, I know that, and I don't have any money for a VPN. I have $84 in my account. I know there are ways to get a cracked VPN, but either way, we can't have him getting involved. What sickens me is that, ironically enough, Akumu used to be a fan of Jar, one of the people Luke threw under the bus. Akumu even harassed him and doxed him too. So apparently, I also harassed and doxed just a robot. Wait, so if I'm getting this correctly, Akumu harassed Doodletones over something related to Jar, which is funny since Jar most likely doesn't even care about Doodletones anymore, but then he doxed Jar as well? How does that even make sense? I do remember that someone did attempt to dox Jar over the drama with Timos Boss, but I don't know if it was Akumu or not. It's possibly Akumu. Probably. Basically, they were trying to show his real face, when in reality they showed the old channel owner's face. The person who doesn't even mind their face being shown. I can't believe this man is still going. That's actually funny, but sad. Oh, and that as well. Part of me wants to laugh at how ironic it is, but another part of me knows how sad and pathetic it is. The conversation continues on a little bit about some shit that I don't care about, nor do I even remember what it was about. Fry then says, "If he doxes me, I'm going to beat the shit out of him." And Lena says, "If he doxes all of us, then guess who we're gonna get?" And then Fry says, "And reporting him to the authorities." That I can probably do, but I can't really sue him since lack of funding, plus I'm not gonna sue a teenager. Either way, if his parents catch on to his doxing, and shit, then he's probably not gonna see a cell phone until he's 35. Oh my god. I said, guess who we're going to report Akumu to? Well, the authorities, of course. Well, the first person is just a robot. Oh, him too. And then after that, we get him into a Discord call with Akumu, and then tell him to call the cops on himself. That way he'll be arrested. Ooh. However, we must find out where he lives. If we do find that out, we should probably keep it between us and law enforcement. He may be an asshole, but I doubt his parents deserve the harassment from a potential dox. Has he made any threats to you, Lena? Well, that's helpful. No. Considering he's doxed people before, he probably wouldn't be so open about it. Or how did you have any word of this video? He didn't upload the video yet, and he didn't say anything recently to me. Like, how did you know he was making one? Fly Die Sky told me because she's a detective of him and a friend of Doodletown's. Do you know how long it's going to be or any other info? No, I don't know how long it is, nor do I have any information on the situation. Because of the doxing claim that the FCK peddled, especially Ponder, Nezzie, and Madlibs' videos, Carmen and Lena were gleefully imagining me getting arrested and beat by the police in front of my family for doxing. For context, they, mostly Lena, were pushing Call Me Nil to make a video on me, whilst telling Nil I might dox him because of it. That if I were to dox Lena or Nil, they could just call the cops. That my mom would give me a whooping when the cop gets there. Okay, editing me here, because I just now noticed what Lena said at the top of this screenshot. Common even told me that if he ever tries to dox you or anybody like your parents or friends, call the cops. This was said in the group chat after Lena was on stream with Sin and Common, where Common, while drunk, was running his mouth about me. So I believe that there is possibly some credibility here. It is Lena, and anything she says should be taken with a massive grain of salt, but it was said right after being on a stream with Common where he was running his mouth about me, so it wouldn't shock me if he did say this. Nowadays, nobody really knows the definition of accountability. It's crazy. There it is. The art and slideshow community's favorite fucking word. Or if the mom allows this shit, both her and him get an ass whooping from the cops. God, I'm just picturing it in my head and it's fucking hilarious. Lamau. Score one for me. Just a kid and his mom being pummeled by batons before getting dragged into two separate patrol cars. I would grab my popcorn for that. Me too. Just a lovely sight I would watch for sure. I would even record it too. This was all because lovely Lena thought I would dox her or Nil because of Ponder the fucking fruitcake cocks. But Akumu, do you have proof of that? You can't blame them without proof. The same day they said this shit about me getting beat by the cops and arrested in this little group chat of theirs, I got into a comment slap fight with lovely Lena, where she specifically brought up Madlibs and Ponder's videos. On the 13th, someone on Twitter told Nil that Akumu has tried to dox a minor before by asking someone to do the doxing for him, and of course, linking part 1 of Ponder Sprocket and Nezzie Monster's fucking collab. February 21st of 2021, Carmen Ryder shared Madlibs' A Year of Harassment and Accusations video in the announcements of his Discord server. So yes, this absolutely was a direct result of the lies and false accusations that Ponder, Nezzie Monster, and Madlibs propagated about me. Some will say, but that's Lena and Carmen Ryder, the community doesn't like them, as a means of avoiding my point, especially when it comes to the delusional sense of internet justice. Lena was all over the place and originally liked by the majority. She was even one of the people who reacted to Nezzie Monster's announcement about Person A. Details matter, folks. Details matter. The point is, Carmen, Lena, and this group chat are just a few examples out of the many from what I've had to deal with as a result of this community smear campaign, from them fear-mongering their own community about some mean 16-year-old. It was February 28th of 2021 that the name's Junkie took to Twitter to complain about Ren, who was going by the name of Jesp at the time. He was accusing Ren of doxing. How? Because, quote, you leaked the actual funeral home that's holding the burial and cremating the body. How did Ren leak this? By showing information from the public GoFundMe page to do with the situation that Ren was discussing. So Ren is at fault for sharing it in a video, not because it was publicly listed on the page to begin with. Mind you, Junkie himself also shared this information publicly, yet Ren doing it was a problem for him. Another rules for thee, but not for me. How many have you counted so far? How about August 27th of 2021? Kai Weiss and a couple of the art audience were mocking me for having the Twitter username of Pariah. Pariah means outcast. A friend of mine named Vera made the point that I was in fact outcasted by the community, to which someone else by the name of Lindata, or Linlins as he now goes by, an ex-SCC member, big shock as you'll see, replied with this. As I said, if someone responds to being called out for being transphobic with I won't bow to your ideology, he is outcasted. But given how he labels himself a pariah in a desperate attempt to play the victim card, he got what he deserves. Bitch, you got outcasted for a good reason. Transphobes are not people. Simple. Going on about how transphobes have no right to be more than property. You know, if I really, really wanted to be as pathetic as you people, I could pull the identity politics card. How dare you tell someone with African American descent that they have no right to be more than property. Who's the bigot now? But unlike you people, I don't base my entire personality around some specific attribute of what gender I think I am, I tell myself in the mirror, or what race I am. Point is, he was throwing a tantrum over my refusal to use preferred pronouns, and then compared me to fucking Elliot Rodger, and that I was an incel with, quote, ashes cum stain on my nose, referring to Madame or Princess Ash. Which in and of itself is contradictory. How am I involuntarily celibate if I'm engaging in sexual activities? But it's not supposed to make sense or be coherent, because it wasn't coherent. It was unbridled seething, because I took pride in being the outcast. I enjoyed not fitting in and not seeking this crowd's approval, and because I didn't placate to their beliefs in copium. Tantrums over pronouns and my refusal to participate in the preferred pronoun charade has been a reoccurring thing, and will continue to be as we go through this. September 2nd of 2021. Holy Majesty and Kai were arguing with Sin, to which Majesty replied, the daycare called Sin. They said they forgot your diaper. So naturally, I told Majesty to hit up Doodle Tones for that he may be mistaken. Majesty and Boxafox replied, and that turned into a spat between me and Majesty before someone by the name of Fegos joined in. I replied to Majesty with, you're denying the circle jerk argument. You want to tell me the CC isn't one big circle jerk, especially behind the scenes. If you think it isn't, either ignorance is bliss or you're delusional. Not to worry, a ball buster of a project, it's on its way. All will be aired. You're borderline delusional if you think that I'm doing some kind of hanky-panky, hokey-pokey bullshit behind the scenes, especially considering that very little has happened as of recent. If you're gonna report on anything, report on something that has actual value, not the commentary community. If you think there's something criminal that the entire commentary community has been doing, be my guest and talk about it. But if it turns out a nothing burger like half of your videos, I'd suggest turning your attention towards helping your IRL communities, or something like that. Because after all, the best burn you have on any of us is that half of us are terminally online, using our time to make vapid videos arguing with each other. That is literally all it's been since the start, and pretending there's more than that is a delusional mindset, born out of a mentality that all must be uncovered. There's really not much aside from the spare 3 or 4 accusations with potential legal repercussions, but that is literally all that I'm aware of, and I've been around for a while. Keep playing detective and wear yourself out. I never said it's only this community. How many times are you going to suggest something to respond to? I said there are major issues in this community and a recipe for a lot of things that unfold within it, and it's not just a handful of people. It's among the masses. You sound like a conspiratorial nut on the radio. It's not as much among the masses as you think, my dude. It's got its pockets with people doing different things, some better, some worse. That's all that exists. Blanketing the entire commentary community under one slew of fodder doesn't help. I said, not really a conspiracy when I've spent the last few months building an evidence galore of it, but do you have time to come on a stream today? We can exchange ideals and I'll show you what I mean. To which Fego said, depends on what time. I'll be busy later in the day. And I said, when are you available? Any time from now to say 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I said, how does 2:30 sound? Sounds good. And Boxafox actually replied to Fegos, because they were friends, and said, hey, let me know when the stream happens so I can listen at work. I need a good try not to laugh challenge in my cubicle. I wonder, are you laughing now? And Fegos then replied again, actually, I'd be busy around 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I said, so is 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time good for you? And Fegos then replied, maybe an hour earlier. We then added each other on Discord, and I set up the live stream and the call that I held on StreamYard, where we discussed the same topic we did on Twitter. This community's double standards and its cover-ups for their favorite people. Fegost obviously disagreeing with me. He thought the idea of cover-ups and secret things happening behind the scenes was conspiratorial nonsense, and that it was a very over-exaggerated and ridiculous idea about this community. I apparently deleted the stream, but I have no recollection of ever doing this, nor can I think of a reason as to why I would. Then, on October 15th of 2021, during a debate about gender that I was having with a Twitch streamer named Bunk, a debate that was held because the aforementioned communist creeper kept starting shit with me, and then pulled an Ethan Klein and had someone else argue in his stead. Someone appeared in the chat. Someone who was grandstanding me about maturity back in March of 2020. Heaton Mitsuru, a friend of Nezzie Monster and Doodle Tones, an ex-slideshow commentator because she left as of 2024, and an orbiter of both the art community and Lao Convoy, had popped into the live chat of this debate. And guess what? Heaton immediately brought up the Madame and Slammer situation in the live chat to then accuse me of attempting to dox a minor. I wonder where she could have gotten that from. On October 22nd at 8 a.m., Fegos tweeted, "Can't believe I willingly said yes to being on a fucking debate stream with Akumu. After looking into him, it's pretty clear to me that he's pretty cringe and not based." I replied with a question mark, and he said, "You're kinda gross, sorry. Go over some of my heinous sins and make sure your info is right. I'm listening." Fegos replied with, "The trans stuff, and some other weird things others told me about. I'm not going to categorically list each thing because I shouldn't have to say that me not agreeing with your personal beliefs is why I think you're cringe." I pressed him further for specifics, only to not get an answer, and instead a block. Towards the end of October of 2021, Kai Weiss and I got into a couple of Twitter slap fights, most of which I admittedly started. He would block and unblock me, and eventually Kai made a video on me. I replied with my own video, and he struck it down on November 2nd of 2021. This whole Kai Weiss copyright strike situation was talked about all over the place. The art community was split between those who saw it as unfair and those who defended it and said that it was deserved because they didn't like me. Such as this from Darkness Stone's Discord server, Realm of Darkness, one of the many art and slideshow hug boxes that was popular back then. Since this is right on topic, a bit of info about Darkness Stone and his server. He grew to the popularity he did because of his collaboration with Ponder Sprocket and Nezzie Monster, so the audience he cultivated was a mixture of Ponders, which is a mix of art and slideshow people who also watch Doodle Tones. There's plenty of intersectionality and plenty of familiar faces. His drama chat was also nearly dedicated to talking about me, and I even used to be in the server. That was until a certain incident that had to do with me talking about inconvenient information about these people's favorites. For full context, we're going to go back to March of 2021. I had been discussing the antics of the Fruitcake Club members like Madlibs and Nezzie Monster within Darkness Stone's server. The other members would insist for me to provide evidence, to which I would link my videos, and they would usually brush it off rather than actually talk about it with me. That was until I mentioned Doodle Tones, and that Doodle Tones had told someone to die only after complaining about death threats. They insisted that I provide evidence, and yet just before I could, I was told by one of the admins to stop talking about it. Later on March 15th, I saw a notification across my phone with my name in it, and clicked on it. This conversation led to Jack Lockstyle, yes, the same one who would 3 years later join Senate and go around demanding people don't listen to me or FCK leaks. Well, Jack was insisting that I had a habit of not providing evidence for my claims. Jack wasn't alone in pushing this idea that I wasn't providing evidence or didn't have evidence. He had 3 people backing him up at this time, so I'm not going to pretend like he was the only one pushing this. However, I will say that he's been pushing this notion for years that I don't have evidence for my claims or that I'm not providing sufficient evidence, even though there's a fucking galore. That's why this entire timeline video is being made, because this community constantly copes with this idea that I don't have enough evidence for my claims. So here it all is, in one timeline. You all kept pushing for this by insisting that I didn't have evidence, so I collected and collected and collected more, which makes me wonder what Jack's current thoughts are. After all, this aged really fucking horribly. But with that said, I retorted that they should watch my videos, and they shot back that I should provide screenshots in the Drama Time chat, that they shouldn't have to do research for my claim. Eventually, I told them that I would send it, but I told them not to complain, and that I was plugging in my evidence drive. They asked how old this was, and then when I told them that it was 3 to 4 years old by that point, they began complaining. Once I sent the screenshots, they immediately started denying Doodle's hypocrisy, on the basis that it was 4 years old, and that Doodles had apologized for it. As if apologizing for hypocrisy suddenly means the action is no longer hypocrisy. Apologizing doesn't wipe the slate clean, it doesn't mean that your action is suddenly changed. It was copium huffing. The same moderator, from before, came back to do some finger wagging, and she told me that I was going to be barred from the drama chat because I discussed my goals and brought up what Doodle Tones had done again, to which I was then given a role that prevented me from being in the Drama Time chat. Despite the fact I was not the one who brought that topic back up, Jack did, and I was doing what they kept demanding of me and telling me I needed to do. Yet I was punished for sharing information. If I was just barred from the chat, how did I end up banned from the server? Stone's server members ran ran to him privately to proclaim that me being in the server made them feel unsafe. So he quietly banned me. If that alone doesn't give you a good idea as to the kind of audience these individuals in these communities cultivate, well, this should do the trick. Just as I mentioned before, these people were split in a divide. Those who saw Kai striking my video down as unfair, and those who defended Kai striking my video because they hated me. Hence the messages that were unironically talking about bringing me to justice, even though I'm apparently light Yagami, and the other loon suggesting I'd be assaulted by some alphabet person, one of Darkness Stone's mods. Flight Eye Sky, you might recognize that name from before, had the audacity to disagree with some of the server members inside the Drama Time chat. Specifically, they dared to point out that my video on Kai was fair use and that Kai's strike was illegitimate, and that he struck my video just to get back at me. On March 1st of 2021, around 3 o'clock, there was some conversation again talking about how, look, I don't like Akumu either, but that's too far. Basically, Akumu made a video on Kai Weiss. Kai reported the video. He's allowed to. I don't know how that's too far. I mean, with the shit Akumu makes, I wouldn't be surprised if it was literally just an attack on Kai Weiss. Isn't he just horribly transphobic as well? He is. Yeah, then I agree with Kai. He can cope, lol. I fucking hate this kid, and he's my age. He seems like such a pretentious prick. Wait, he's 17? I'm 15. Not that much older than me. Yeah, oh. He also said there was 2 genders in his Super Straight video to me in the comments. Oh, so this is someone that has argued with me in the comments. Like I said, these people were in the comments. Again, coping and seething because I dare to accept a fact that this is a little inconvenient for this crowd. Eat him. The fuck? Even that argument doesn't make sense. Transphobic or not. Yeah, guys, sorry, there's only 2 genders. Half our system just fucking disappears. I guess intersex people don't exist. This is a common argument that these people do. They think that intersex somehow contradicts 2 genders. I'm not going to get into it in this video. That's for another video. Akumu is stupid as fuck. That's my answer. True. Only 2 genders. Intersex people just fade away. Joke. Yeah, he's a lackey for Carmen Rider, Lamau. I know there are more, so I am kidding. Okay, so this person's very clearly autistic. Who the fuck is that? Ew, Carmen Rider. The conversation keeps going. Up until Dice comes in, down here. Dice replies, he's 18. Oh wait, he's my age. Still old enough to face consequences. Consequences for what? Saying mean things? Like I've already said in this video, these people think they are the judge, jury, and executioner. They dish out the punishment and the consequences. LOL, y'all really only remembered him from the Madame drama when he was 16, only to continue remembering him at that age rate, XD. But nah, he's 18. He told me so. I mean, he acts like a fucking child, Lamau. I just thought he was 17. Nah, he's 18. That's kind of upsetting. Kai/Omnia versus Akumu/Harley/John Swan, and possibly someone else that I won't say. The fuck? What the hell's even going on? I don't even keep up with these people. I know everything that's going on. Fucking Harley is siding with Akumu, the fuck? What's happening, Lamau? I'm kinda curious. So Dice starts to explain. This drama isn't about who's a Jersey or not, but now it's about if the copyright was used fairly or not, since Kai can get sued or get in trouble for unfair copyright strikes. So it's not the matter of who you are, it's the matter of copyright. Yes, but why would you even go to court over something like that? Seems like a waste of time and money. Was it a copyright strike or did he report the video for harassment? I don't even know what started this. Yeah, we kind of just got nothing with no context. Well, there was some, but not much to go off of. Honestly, defending Akumu, not saying you are, won't get you anywhere. Kai copyright strikes it and Kai wouldn't be able to say harassment because he did the same to Akumu and did it first, so he would probably get a report back from Akumu since they both made fun of each other. Sorry if I'm typing weird. I did my nails and they do belong. If you want to know more, I know a lot. That's fair, lol. What even started this shit? Like, what video was struck? Because to my knowledge, Akumu tends to drag things on. I already stated why I don't fucking like him, so. Again, because of politics. Well, what happened was that Kai made a video on Akumu criticizing him, and Akumu made a video defending himself while also criticizing Kai, and in return, Kai copyright striked Akumu's video. I mean, from the screenshots, it's implied Akumu wasn't just criticizing him. Okay, Akumu's kind of known for spreading false information as if it were true, as well as being high-key racist and transphobic. If Kai got the video taken down based on any discrimination that may have occurred in the video, he wouldn't be in the wrong. Nuance is important. They really love that word. And so far, none of the questions as to what this video actually contained has been answered. Now, this discussion continues on for a bit, with DICE informing them that I'm mixed race is just a fun fact, to which they tried to imply and act as though DICE was saying I couldn't be racist if I'm mixed race, which isn't what DICE was saying at all. But as we keep scrolling down this chat, an interesting individual appears. Hey, I'll be the moderator here, so we have two sides. This Glatt individual who's using a bot, this is the person that would later go on to talk about assaulting me, or alphabet individuals assaulting me. And the reason there's a bot talking is because the server had a bot so that people with multiple personality disorder could use the bot to express their alters. So this individual is basically LARPing as multiple people using this bot that was put in the server so he could LARP as multiple people. I was wrong for the strike because he supposedly had no reason, and we don't know for sure because Akumu has openly and repeatedly harassed Kai in the past, but nobody's providing enough evidence to know if the video was harassment. The two sides. I'm gonna say what I think about this, okay? Akumu had it coming. Akumu has repeatedly harassed Kai and their girlfriend Omnia. So when someone asks what's with the bot, he goes, "Hi, I'm Glad, not a bot. Hi, please look in the pinned messages of General. If you read other pinned messages, you'd be educated enough to know." Basically, they had this pinned message explaining that he uses this bot to sort of pretend that he's multiple people. Anyway, yeah, no, Akumu got what was coming to him. He's a legal adult. Even when he was 16, he should have known better than to repeatedly harass people. Okay, I have not been here for a long time. All good. He's done this to multiple people for what, 2 years? And we're supposed to believe that he didn't harass Kai or Omnia or fucking someone else? That'd be so out of character for him that I'd be concerned. Anyway, no, someone should have reported him for harassment a long time ago. And then DICE responds to this individual. And Glatt says, I think it should have been done when he defended Madame for attempting to dox a minor and then harassing said minor. So once more, the history revisionism. These people have successfully, in the larger public eye, rewritten history to conform to this idea that I was defending Madame for attempting to dox a minor. Unbiased. Individual literally has a history of being racist / transphobic / etc. Ha, yes, see, no. Akumu deserves this. Neither of us have a bias. We just know how Akumu is, and we've deducted he's a piece of shit. He regularly harasses people on Twitter. I don't know Akumu much at all. Mostly POC, gay, or trans people. Yes, and because of that you might be biased. Do you know what the word means? I just know Kai committed a crime. Fly, look at me. DICE, fucking relax, bud. Yes, but I'm willing to trust that Akumu isn't about to stray from that pattern, so I see a transphobe who openly harasses people on Twitter, I throat punch. Ooh, you feel those chills? I feel those chills. I am relaxed. I didn't say Kai was right. I just said there's probably more going on behind the scenes, and no one is saying what. Kai blatantly admits to false flagging here. Oh, and Glitch, you said you don't know much about Akumu. I can give you a brief rundown. Alright, third time. As a mod, I should mention, I think we should slow down in the fucking chat, because everyone's typing faster than I could fucking read. DICE says, but anyways, let's just wait and watch everything go down on Twitter. See how that goes. I agree with this. When did Kai say it was a false flag in that tweet or confirm it? And this other individual responds to Glad with a link to the tweet. Maybe I'm just an old goat who can't read, but point out the phrasing to me. It's okay. Let's watch Twitter burn of this drama, lol. Pointed out, I'm waiting. Me when I lack basic reading comprehension. Hardly pointed it out here. That doesn't tell me shit. That's what this situation feels like. No one knows how to read. God damn it, for the love of fuck. Basically, this already unhinged individual who spends his time LARPing as multiple different alters, all of which have a hate boner for me, was losing his fucking mind and getting aggressive with just about everyone in the chat. As we keep going, DICE just don't say anything. Alright, it's fine. What did you say? DICE no, stop. DICE chill. This is where this Glatt individual finally drops the alter and starts talking as himself. The Satan 1015 is him. Ugh. Now I see why Glatt is so pissed off. This situation is like throwing gasoline and lighter fluid on a raging garbage fire. Honestly, can't say I feel bad for Akumu. He said way too much transphobic shit on his Twitter timeline. Man makes J.K. Rowling look like a trans ally. Hey, that situation has long passed and everyone was told to stop. I wasn't in front. I went and looked because as the host of our system, it's important that I'm aware of what goes on when I'm not around, because I will still face the consequences of whatever Glatt does. I'm just letting you know the situation Glatt got in was really heated. Now this is where Darkness Stone chimes in with this. I don't like Akumu on a personal level, but it doesn't mean he deserves a false copyright strike, unless he did in fact take enough of their video with no context or commentary that would not allow for it to be fair use. But as Akumu's content quality is getting better with more cuts, I honestly doubt it. I haven't seen a video or anything on it yet, nor have I really looked into the situation. This is just my base level opinion. So that is the general gist. Well, on November 3rd of 2021, Stone's server members couldn't accept this disagreement and ran to Darkness Stone's DMs, telling him that Fly Die Sky defending me made them feel unsafe. I do agree about being fair to other opinions, but defending him in general is making people feel unsafe in the server. Fly Die Sky explained that the server has been heading in this direction for some time and that the sensitivity is so high, citing an event where apparently someone threw a fit over an Among Us meme, and that Stone suggested to DICE that they wait until the individual wasn't there just to share the meme. DICE stated that it was hard for them to even want to talk in the server, even pointing out that Stone himself had the same opinion as hers, that I didn't deserve a false copyright strike, and he expressed it in the server that same fucking day. Yet here he was, seriously entertaining these crybabies that felt uncomfortable because DICE dared to disagree with them and dared to defend me. Okay, so I'm trying to figure everything out. Lots of people are coming at me in many different directions, trying to make points to and for this. I want to be fair, but we also need to be as safe for as many people as possible. Please give me a moment to respond. Darkness Stone removed me, not because I broke any rules, but because his server members apparently felt unsafe. He demodded his fucking admin and seemingly a friend of his because his server members got offended that they disagreed with them and somehow felt unsafe by that. Mr. Lawyer Larper didn't question the sheer ridiculousness of this. No, he took it seriously. He did all of this under the guise of the server being safe for as many as possible. Safe from what exactly? Opinions they don't like? Facts that they don't like? What is unsafe about someone expressing the fact that my video was unfairly striked? A take that Stone himself said in the server, yet he remained the owner. He remained in the server. He wasn't punished or stripped of his position. This thin masking of keeping the server safe for everyone was and is nothing but safe space bullshit, all to justify punishing and removing people for dissenting opinions. It's not that he's catering to everyone, it's that he's catering to the worst crowd imaginable, the kind of people who believe their feelings are inherently indicative of reality, that believe that everyone needs to know how they feel, and everything around them must warp to accommodate those precious feelings. If not, it's a problem. If they're offended by something, that something is a problem that needs to be changed, regardless of what they're offended over and the logistics of the situation. So it's no shock to me that a good majority of this server's seething about me has been mostly about my refusal to entertain the pronoun charade over my fucking politics. About the same person who was talking about me being assaulted had a mental breakdown after looking at my Twitter feed where I defended Kyle Rittenhouse and admitted to this in the fucking vent channel. This individual also had a bot so that they could LARP as multiple people, all of which these supposed multiple identities just seethed and bitched about me. The point is, this reflects these communities and the people they attract, because many of the people in Stone server were also in the comment sections and in several other Discord servers, like Ponders, several of whom went on to join Senate. This also reflects on Darkness Stone. He's a giant fucking coward who couldn't put his foot down, so his server turned into a constant bitch fest, full to the brim with sensitive wine bags that screech to the hilltops over the slightest fucking thing. Stone thinks that I don't like him because he's one of the people who called me out. His words, not mine. And we'll talk about his videos with Ponder from October of 2020 separately. That's for another time, because there's much to be said about it. But in actuality, I don't like him because he's a man-child, a pushover with no semblance of a spine, who made a giant baby crib that pampered and catered to every fucking whine from the other titty babies and man-children he accumulated. A hug box full of control freaks who hide their controlling efforts behind how they feel. Oh, you dared to prove something that they denied? You're barred from the chat and later quietly banned from the server because they felt unsafe. They don't even have the testicular fortitude to tell you you're being banned. Oh, you said something they don't like? Defended someone they don't like? You lose your admin privileges and potentially get removed because they felt unsafe. These were and are people who can run their fucking mouths for years, but couldn't take it. Stone himself is pathetic for even allowing it to reach that point. For a guy who named himself Darkness Stone, it sure is pretty fucking ironic that he turns out to be such a brittle little bitch who rolls over when any push comes to shove. Now, several people made videos talking about the copyright strike situation, like Harley TBS, John Swan, Spockter Theory, and even Optimus. In each of their comment sections, the same art commentary audience members immediately brought up Madame and Slammers, often peddling the false accusations and misconceptions from the FCK, mostly from, and you guessed it, Ponder Sprocket and Nezzie Monster. For specific examples, how about Kai's own community post from November 5th of 2021, where he said that Ponder and Nezzie already called me out for harassment, doxing, and using too much of a person's video. How about another example? An art commentary YouTuber named Luna Tuna uploaded a video on November 8th of 2021 titled, "So Kai Wise, Funny Stuff Am I Right?" In this video, she specifically brings me up, along with Ponder Sprocket and Nezzie Monster. This is what she said.
There's another player in this that you should know about. His name is Akumu. Akumu is a very young little edgelord who is very wrong about most things he talks about. His points aren't very good. We all kind of collectively do not like him. We would have happily shat on Akumu, and only Akumu, since the Madame drama and him trying to excuse and justify Madame's behavior, which I believe Ponder and Nessie did a video on that. He's just been a laughing stock. I mean, he was one before that, low-key, but still.
I also commented on Luna's video to inform her that she was wrong and that I would likely be talking about it in the future to clear it up. Wonder what I could be possibly referencing there. And someone else named Salty, now Dixie Normus, you might recognize that name from before, replied to warn Luna of taking me at my word and telling her to watch Ponder Sprocket and Nezzie Monster's videos. But wait, there's more. A couple of days later, on November 14th of 2021, Kai Weiss accused me of attempting to dox a minor, referring to Slammers on Twitter. He has apologized for this, so the only reason I'm even including it is to show you that the art and slideshow crowds cling to misinformation and false accusations just to jingle them around like keys, as a gotcha to be held over their opposition's head, no matter the validity. It was this situation and me seeing all of this that made me realize the art community and the slideshow crowd were never going to move on and let it go, like they kept telling me to do. I realized that they weren't telling me to move on and that it was old drama because they too wanted to move on. They were telling me to move on just so I would shut up about what their favorites did and how they lied and backed them for it, so that my side of the story wouldn't get out there. It would get drowned out, and theirs would permeate. Any mention of my name, and these people took it as an opportunity to spread their narrative about me. They couldn't run me off, so they opted to try and hold it over my head. And I was damned if I was going to do nothing and just let that happen. Especially from the same community that pretends to be these moral arbiters, that constantly claims to care about the truth, all the while they blindly bought into anything they were told from their favorites about anyone they didn't like. December 5th of 2021 isn't really that much about the FCK, but I do think it's important for you to get a full understanding of not just my problem with these communities, but also just how ridiculous they are. The sheer inconsistency and bias at hand from people who especially claim otherwise. Someone by the name of Dulu, or Chuli, she's gone by many names, put out a video talking about an ex-friend of hers named Feghost. Yes, the same Feghost who was 2 or 3 months prior denying the double standards and cover-ups, who told me that it was a wasted effort for me to dig shit up, that I'd burn myself out playing detective, and called me a conspiratorial nut, and then later said I was kinda gross. You see, Feghost was someone who was closely associated with many in the art and slideshow communities, such as Ponder Sprocket, The Names Junkie, and even Nezzie Monster was following him on Twitter. He was very deeply ingrained in both communities. Now, Chuli's video detailed several incidents to do with Feghost that took place 2 years prior back in 2019. Something specifically caught my eye when it came to the detailed events within November of 2019. So I'll play a clip.
However, in November, another individual who was a friend of Feghost and Jay came forward with a paste bin that was basically just a list of testimonies about various wrongdoings that Feghost had allegedly committed, and nothing else happened after that. However, something that is absolutely crucial to why I no longer talk to Feghost and want to make this video is that there's no easy way to say this next part. As I said, another allegation made in the doc, as well as the pasteman later on, was one of Jay alleging that Feghost sexually assaulted her while making another girl, who we'll call A, watch after trapping them both in a room with them. A was said to have later committed suicide, and the pasteman stipulates that Feghost was mentioned in the note, or at the very least the abuse was. Some may think that seems implausible because they think justice would have come of it, but I believe that's an ignorant view to take on the matter, as the sentencing rate for silence is extremely low in both the US and in Canada, where Feghost is from, made even worse by the fact that the victims, J and A, were said to have been trans women who the law is already incredibly unkind to. And I brought this up to them to ask to clarify if this was just another lie or if they could expand upon what was being talked about, and I'll never forget how they responded in the call, because to this day it sends such a chill up my spine. Feghost said, "I was hoping you guys wouldn't ask about that," and admitted to being drunk and not only locking both girls in the room with them and groping Jay, who was drunk and couldn't consent, while the other girl was sober and had to sit and watch, but they also admitted to keeping both girls silent on the matter. Feghost also admitted the acts at a later date when the other individual came forward with the situation in the form of the pasteman. The assault happened in 2015, which, mind you, is when Feghost became a legal adult. Both the Google Doc and the pasteman contain half-truths, like mentioning that Jay killed herself but not mentioning that she was in jail at the time with no contact to anyone. And the doc, as far as I'm aware, does straight up lie with fabricated evidence of a fake offense regarding sending illicit photos to a child. But the fact of the matter is that Feghost admitted to the assault and trying to keep both girls quiet about what they did. They're a sex offender who clearly permanently altered these girls' lives for the worst.
So in this group chat with Ponder Sprocket and Chule, Feghost confessed to the two of them that he apparently locked two people in a room and allegedly sexually assaulted both of them. Ponder even summarized some of their conversation with Feghost right here in this group chat. Looking back to my first ever interaction with Feghost in September of 2021, I was speaking to Majesty Kai and somewhat of Boxafox about this community's tendency to hide things or cover shit up. Feghost wasn't even in the conversation until he chose to involve himself by responding to me, in denial about these secrets and cover-ups. That makes me think, maybe, he felt personally attacked or threatened by me digging into this community and suggesting to the public that there's more than meets the eye. Then again, I'm a joke they don't take seriously. It's a wasted effort, and my videos are nothing burgers. I'm more curious about Ponder's lack of talking about it. If she has, it's usually vague. After all, she is the person with the bigger platform. I think I know why she didn't, so just hear me out. This is an assumption, but I think it's a fair one. Ponder didn't make a video about it, and she didn't even share Chule's video on her community tab, let alone her Twitter account. I've checked. Unless it was deleted afterwards, I don't think she shared it. Most likely because it would raise questions. Questions like this. Ponder knew about Feghost as nearly as November of 2019. She and Nezzie Monster had started scripting the collab on me a month prior, October of 2019. That's why the video is Halloween themed. Why did Ponder prioritize some random 16-year-old who made a bad video over the alleged sex offender who was not just in her friend group, her circle, but her community? An individual that apparently confessed to her to supposedly locking two people in a room and sexually assaulting them. This wasn't degenerate shit on the internet. This was apparently something that happened in real life, though Feghost did end up admitting that he made all this shit up about himself, that it was one big elaborate ruse to punish himself, which is still completely mentally fucked. So why prioritize me over Feghost? Why did Ponder take part in a smear campaign and go as far as twisting my words, making shit up about me, omitting information she had so she could then falsely accuse me left and right, and subsequently make a false narrative comprised of biased conspiratorial ramblings, all of which she claimed to be against? Well, if we take Ponder's word from her comments, because it makes content. Content is content, and me apparently being stupid does good for her content. Nothing came out about Feghost until the end of 2021, and the person to make the video about it was the person who was the same age as me when it happened. Julie was 16 years old when it took place in 2019. Ponder was 27 years old, and yet saw some random 16-year-old who made a video with only 3K views as the bigger problem, a more important thing to discuss than the supposed sex offender. Amazing priorities. I am in no way saying or arguing or implying that Ponder, let alone Julie, were under some moral obligation to talk about Feghost, that they had to talk about Feghost. They needed to warn everybody. The fact that they didn't, how dare they? What I am trying to point out is that the communities who do believe in this call to action, you better speak up about it if you know about it and call it out, otherwise you're enabling it. The very same communities who spout that bullshit, the art community and the slideshow community, worship the ground Ponder walks on. They refer to her as Octomama, Queen Ponder. They glaze and dick ride anything she does and overinflate what she's capable of, let alone what she's done. The collab on me is a perfect example of that. And I find it fascinating that the two communities who have shown to apply that to everyone else have not applied it to Ponder. They don't talk about this. Me talking about it right now is no doubt pissing them off. It's a sort of taboo. And if you do bring it up, you're usually met with the same exact excuses that Ponder likes to vaguely refer to in Cat's Lair. The facts are this. Ponder, at 27 years old, who made a career in YouTube channel off of lecturing others about what they should have done, not just partaking in the call-out culture she speaks on, but also helped cultivate that call-out culture into the cancerous mess that is in these communities, heard Feghost confess to her to supposedly sexually assaulting two people, that one of his supposed victims went on to apparently end their own life. Yet she prioritized smearing and dunking on a kid over talking about someone who confessed to her to supposedly being a sex offender, of committing a heinous crime. That was her priority, evident by the decisions she made in 2019 and 2020. I'm going to take an issue with the fact that these people worship her as some great figurehead, calling her justice incarnate, claiming that she'd make a great lawyer because she LARPs as one to a bunch of autists online, when those are her choices. Now we get into the 2022 of the timeline, particularly April 29th of 2022, and it yet again involves Ponder's Brocket. On Ponder's Twitch channel named Reanimated Octopus, she held a 5-hour research stream, and in it, Ponder got upset with the actions of a minor, and she said, and I quote, word for word, "Someone fucking figure out who the hell this kid is so I can call her parents." Seconds after, she then added, literally, if someone gives me this kid's phone number, I will call her goddamn parents. No shame. I will tell them what she's been doing.
Proof, bitch. I already addressed the tracing and the harassing, etc. Like, what else do you losers want from me?
To stop and to acknowledge that you're a disgusting human being who's just going after someone for no fuck damn reason. Get offline! Someone fucking figure out who the hell this kid is so I can call her parents.
So overall, it's Moxie, happy, soft, and...
Literally, if someone gives me this kid's number, I will call her goddamn parents. No shame. I will tell them what she's been doing.
Just 2 years before, in the collab on my Slummers video with Nezzie Monster, the two of them tried to accuse me of asking for Slummers' phone number to then accuse me of asking for the private information of a minor on a public forum.
So, you didn't technically attempt to dox anybody. You were just asking if there was somebody out there who could dox her for you.
And the contradiction will come up a little bit later, but it has to do with him making note that someone out there should be able to answer his question and provide Slummers' private information to him.
Which is basically him not committing the crime, but asking someone to do it for him. Which doesn't make you innocent, my guy. Also, I'm not surprised these people thought that. You don't ask for someone's personal information on a public fucking forum. That's what we call being suspicious.
Why are all of these dumbass retards being mean to me? They're attacking me for no reason. Oh yeah, by the way, if anyone has the personal info of that minor who was being harassed by a larger YouTuber, hit me up. Which is hilarious considering his bias against Slummers is very apparent from him openly harassing her and asking other people to send him her private information. For another, not only does this ignore the context of the tweet where you were apparently, according to you, directly asking people to send you Slummers' docs information, or at the very least, information so personal that you could have used it to dox her.
So why in 2022 was Ponder asking her audience for a minor's phone number on her fucking Twitch stream? Twitch, a public forum. One of the very things she and Nezzie Monster claimed I did to heavily push the accusation of me attempting to dox Slummers. An accusation I have never heard the end of. I've been accused of it 8 times in 2024 alone. But no one said a fucking thing when Ponder did this. As of 2024, when I pointed this out, several people tried to make excuses for Ponder doing this. They do this by either bringing up what the minor did as an excuse and justification for Ponder's hypocrisy, or they proclaim that I cut the context and that it's missing context, only to then mention what the kid did to excuse and justify Ponder. My favorite instance of this is actually from her own comments section. A user asked if she had done any form of response to my videos, and someone else replies with this. The stream clip came from a channel that edits down B streams. Reanimated Octopus VODs should be the channel you look for, and look for the Kenji situation videos. The clip is very out of context. The clip is B asking for the contact information of a minor who is harassing an individual so the minor could get proper punishment for harassing someone online, and to also help the person sue the minor for all the stuff the individual was subjected to. I hope this helps, smiley face, so the minor could get proper punishment. But I'm the light Yagami lover. Yet another example again from the audience to show you that these people think of themselves as the moral arbiters, the judge, jury, and executioners who dish out punishment. Returning to this comment, the person first claimed that I cut context. Then they proceed to admit that B, Ponder, asked for the minor's contact information, the thing I accused Ponder of doing. After saying I cut the context, that there's cut context, they then admitted that Ponder did exactly what I said she did. You can't make this shit up. And this is a common habit from that community. They'll deny something that they themselves know is true just because it's inconvenient. Another common excuse for Ponder is that she had good intentions when asking for the minor's information. But her having good intentions is not an excuse for a 30-year-old to be asking her rabid drama-hungry audience to get the private information of a minor. Her reputation in some autistic online community does not mean she has the authority to do so. Delusional e-celebrity worship. Her good intentions out of her justice LARP is not an excuse to do the very thing she falsely accused me of doing. The intent with the action does not change the action, and to think it does is nothing but cope to desperately avoid the reality. Ponder falsely accused me of asking for Slamer's phone number, of asking for a minor's private information on a public forum, as the basis to then accuse me of attempting to dox Slamer's. Now, we apply this consistently because no one is above their own standards. 2 years afterwards, Ponder went and asked for a minor's phone number for their private information on a public forum. And yet she catches no flack for it. I don't see any YouTube comments, any YouTube videos, aside from my own, and any tweets aside from my own talking about this. And it just goes to show these communities, they don't actually care about the standards that they apply against whoever it is they're bitching about at that particular moment. Had they actually cared consistently about this, they would have said something when Ponder did it on her live stream, let alone when it was re-uploaded to YouTube. But they didn't because it's Ponder Sprocket. Because of her reputation, they give her special treatment. And that's exactly why we're here right now. Turning to April 30th of 2022, another event took place that's almost on topic. An art commentary individual and orbiter of the SCC named Mushroom Girl got into a spat with a friend of mine named Kumo, and decided to randomly mention me and the fact that he and I are friends to take pod shots at me in my Slamer's video from 2019.
Hey Kumo, I noticed that you took the Nekokoda's channel link out of your final chapter video description. Apparently it was because she was sending your fans to harass you or something, which I'm pretty sure isn't true. But where have I heard that before? I mean, you are friends with the person who made this trash-ass video, so what can I fucking expect from you? What's next? You're gonna call Nekokoda unprofessional and then attempt to dox her phone number?
On May 1st of 2022, I uploaded a very short video titled, It's Gonna Be Biblical. This clip was from the movie Law Abiding Citizen, where the main character talked about pulling down a disease-corrupt temple, referring to the justice system.
In the business, we call this foreshadowing.
Then on May 2nd of 2022, I replied to Mushroom Girl with a video titled Mushroom Girl in Arguments, where I suspected that she was just a ponder-tard reciting what she heard from those two videos. Like fucking clockwork. She responded that same day with Akumu's video on me, plus content update. In this video, Mushroom Girl said that Ponder and Nezzie spoon-fed it to me, but that I was doubling down on my disgusting attempt to get a minor's dox information, referring to Slamer's.
Dude. Like, Ponder and Nezzie spoon-fed this shit to you, but apparently you're still gonna fucking double down on your disgusting bullshit, your obsessive, disgusting bullshit where you asked for a minor's docs information.
In Mushroom Girl's description, she linked Ponder and Nezzie's two-part collab. This was fuel to the fire, further motivation for me to make that retrospective series that I kept promising. You see, ever since 2020, there was an idea that kept popping up at the back of my head each time this would happen. Each time one of these idiots came swinging at me and trying to use that narrative. That idea was, if the FCK's false accusations and lies about me were going to follow me around and be held over my head, let alone 2 years after the fact, shouldn't what the FCK did follow them? It's more than fair for 2 reasons. A, they had an audience of thousands, I only had a couple hundred. And B, I didn't need to lie or make things up like they did. I would be, and I have been, accusing them of the shit that they did do. It was this very reasoning, this very point, this very idea, that I was so annoying and pestering to Nezzie or Madlibs, on top of the fact that the group had no problem pestering and running their mouth about me. So every time their audience would comment on my shit and repeat the false accusations and lies, I would then comment or tweet to the FCK, accusing them of what they did do. This is what I mean by fuel to the fire. This is why the next time the sexual harassment accusation from Nezzie Monster would be brought up was June 12th of 2022, because I made a comment about it. Her further denial prompted me to then put together the first ever retrospective series, a taste tester for what was to come in the FCK and the art community series on my channel. Since July of 2022, Neko Koda had been getting into reoccurring slap fights with someone else by the name of Shaggy. This little feud would go into December, where it culminated into Neko Koda scouring the internet for any information about Shaggy. Everything kicked off around December 7th, with Koda first finding Shaggy's TikTok, which had their real name on it. Koda messaged this Xavier individual, asking if they were an expert hacker. No, I'm good at doxing people. Oh, damn. Was hoping you were legit. When Shaggy tweeted about the TikTok finding, Koda quoted with, "Lamau, you're really bad at covering your paper trail." There was some silly back and forth about dead naming with the name Jay, but the overall point is that Koda was hunting down information on Shaggy. When questioned on why, Koda pushed for a Discord call, telling Shaggy that his patience was running thin, that it was in Shaggy's best interest to talk on Discord, or one of my favorites, "Watch your tone with me, boy. I know more than you think." In what appears to be a group chat, Koda told Shaggy that there were a lot more malicious people on the internet than him, and then not even a minute later said, "I could shut off your internet myself if I wanted." Koda decided to list their home and IP address, but was sure to clarify that he didn't intend on leaking it.
You obsessive, disgusting bullshit where you asked for a minor's docs information.
Basically, Koda was blackmailing Shaggy with, "You either call me on Discord or I contact your parents." And that's one of the reasons I'm telling you about this. Shaggy was 17 and Koda was 20-something. Koda, an adult, searched for the private information of a minor and was blackmailing said minor under the threat of calling their parents over fucking internet drama. Specifically because Shaggy made fun of Mushroom Girl and was in a Discord server of people that didn't like Mushroom Girl. That's what all of this was over. And I'm telling you about this because of the fact that Mushroom Girl, who previously accused me of trying to ask for a minor's docs information, went on to defend Neko Koda. It was wrong of me to do, despite the fact I didn't even do it. But when Koda does exactly that, she defends it. This is the epitome of the sanctimonious hypocrisy I've been talking about. A perfect representation, but fret not, we'll have plenty more. On December 15th, I uploaded the first ever episode in my series on the art community in the FCK, focusing on Nezzie Monster while setting up the future episodes. Later, I decided to mention the false sexual harassment accusation again in early January of 2023. I made a video about that, so I'm just gonna clip that too. Accountability is only relevant when you're the one trying to hold someone else accountable. Does it ever get tiring pretending to be something you aren't? The facade, and coping to keep said facade up. On the 5th of January, she responded with, "Bro, I took accountability 3 years ago. Get over it. I'm saying this 100% seriously. I hope you get therapy and heal from whatever the hell you're going through. This isn't healthy and you deserve better than this." I decided that this would serve as an additional reminder or updater, posting it on my community tab and tagging her with my thoughts, and she commented on it. "Whatever helps you sleep at night, man. I genuinely wish the best for you. This will be my final message to you. Best of luck to you, man." And she linked a tweet. People legit obsessed, and it's sad. Like, genuinely sad. The apology is still up to this day. I have hidden nothing. I've just moved on with my life. Literally, everyone involved with that has moved on. It has been 3 years. Get therapy, and I mean that genuinely. Decided to update it real quick. I genuinely hope you get better, man. I used to be angry, but after therapy and meds, I just feel bad for you. Later quote retweeted this with, if you want context, because they say I'm lying when I say I took accountability. Yes, I fucked up. I have said it many times. I like to think I've changed since. And I shit you not, the dumb bitch links the same tweet to her twitlonger from 2021. The same one discussed in my previous video on her. You know, the one where she lied numerous times, claiming I withheld the evidence. She goes on to say, apparently they plan to make a big expose on me, I guess. They threatened me before with a weird, you have 24 hours a DM. I'm sorry for my fuck-ups. I've gone to therapy, gotten diagnosed, and got prescribed meds. I genuinely do not know what you want from me at this point. To disappear, to die. I don't know. I don't hold this much of vendetta over the woman who physically abused me. But okay, I'm doing the best I can to be a good person. This is literally all I can do. I wish you the best, man. I honestly do. I hope you heal from whatever hurt you. I hope you can find happiness and live a good life. I honestly wish you the best. Have a good day, dude. A big expose video on you. I already made your fruitcake cuck episode, if that's what you're referring to. If you were oh so sorry for your fuck-ups, you wouldn't still be lying about them. You wouldn't have linked the same twitlonger apology where you lie about what you did and lie about me. I offered you the opportunity to speak with me directly. Otherwise, I would continue with your part of the project. It was a similar offer to the one I gave your friend, Fuchsia Butters. I did it because at the time, I delusionally thought you would eventually be honest. Now, someone asked her what exactly she did, and this is where everything comes full circle, where her whole I'm sorry for my fuck-ups falls apart. What the hell did you do? I'm out of the loop here. A couple years ago, I accidentally accused a guy of sexual harassment when I thought he sent an unsolicited shirtless photo to a friend at the time. I have since apologized to everyone involved and moved on. Apparently for some, though, that's not good enough. A dude has kind of followed me around since a video I did with Ponder and admitted to me he intends to take me down. She's oh so sorry, but here she is again lying, saying she accidentally accused him. You didn't accidentally accuse him. You may have when you first accused him, but you did it again. This isn't even the only person who asked about it that she ended up lying to. You say the apology is still up, that you've hidden nothing, but you don't mention anywhere in the apology that you accused him twice, that the second time you accused him, you had the evidence, but chose not to use it. You said, fuck it. No, you don't mention any of that. Instead, you lie in the apology, claiming you weren't sent it, that I withheld it from you, lying to your audience and followers, saying you accused him by accident. How is this taking accountability? How have you changed? How exactly are you doing the best you can to be a good person if you're still lying about what you did 3 fucking years ago? How have you even moved on since you're still lying about it? You say you aren't lying and then you link the apology where you lied. And then you lie to someone who asked about it. What this is a specifically crafted narrative to make her seem virtuous, to make it look like she's taking accountability and apologizing for a mistake of hers, while conveniently leaving out details and lying to make me look bad and her look more favorable. She's doing this by dishonestly framing her mistake as accidental, essentially trying to make it less than what it actually was. A subtle means of downplaying and concealing it. It's so cowardly and pathetic. She apologized for something she didn't even do and lied to hide what she actually did do. She isn't taking accountability for the fact it wasn't an accident, that she made the accusations while knowing they were false. Why else would she need to claim she wasn't sent the evidence when she clearly was, and even shared some of it to her friends? It's the same reason she refuses to address the lies in the twitlonger, and keeps pointing to it as if it ever will amount to anything. Originally, my video discussing the problems of the FCK server would only be using testimony from Slummers and Jamesy, with both of them blurred out, because even they knew that there was a risk of the audience lashing out at them for speaking up about their favorites, let alone agreeing with me on this topic. This was testimony I had been gathering from both Slummers and Jamesy since roughly the end of 2020, but I put it off for the longest because because this crowd and their audience kept telling me to move on. I also previously tried to get Teddy the Draws to come out about the FCK back in August of 2020, and she refused to, out of fear she would just be berated and not listened to. These people had far larger platforms, far larger sizes, so her idea was let bygones be bygones. They can do whatever they want because it wouldn't end well talking about it. So when it came to the private matters of the FCK and their Discord, all I had was matching testimony from several sources. That was until early 2023. While chilling in a call with Slamers, she signed into her old accounts for shits and giggles, and realized that she was still in the FCK server. She then asked me if I wanted an invite, and I said sure, just let me get an alt account to throw in there. Upon me joining the FCK server, the first thing that I did was archive every chat that I could with a Discord exporter. Then I remained quiet for a few months while I took screenshots and organized them. April 1st of 2023, Nezzie Monster made a vague subtweet about someone else who apparently brought up the sexual harassment accusation, and 8 days later on the 9th, she released a second tweet longer discussing it. This will be the last time. This is the last time I'm talking about this situation. Bear in mind, a lot of this will be going by my memory, which isn't the best. For context, I made a claim that someone sexually harassed a friend of mine. It's almost like she's not outright admitting and actually avoiding stating the fact that she falsely accused him when they sent a shirtless photo without permission. What do you mean without permission? Why are you now going back on that and claiming yet again that they didn't have permission? That's a little odd. I received 2 separate screenshots. One was cropped into my server while the other was sent via DMs. He's referring to our DMs. I mixed these two up. Not only did I mix them up, but I later found out there were 2 separate photos that were sent. The screenshots that were sent only showed one of them. That was the photo that had been shown to me and was part of the original claim. Nezzie is stating that Teddy initially only showed her the shirtless photo of him wrapped in Christmas lights, and she based her sexual harassment claim on that. So why is she mentioning that this supposed second photo was sent when it wasn't originally ever a part of the claim? This is a ploy. Oh guys, there definitely was sexual harassment. I was right in my claim now, because there's this other second photo that was sent that I didn't even fucking know about when I made the claim of sexual harassment. That makes so much sense. In the group of screenshots I was sent, the same one appeared 3 times. I didn't think they were useful. While I did accidentally send her a couple of duplicates, she's still admitting to going through the screenshots, which means that she would have seen the screenshot of Teddy stating, "Send here." I want to make something extremely clear. I was not equipped for this situation at all. Some reasons are very private. I never intended this maliciously. This was not a planned thing. Everything just kind of happened because I panicked like an idiot. I take full responsibility and I apologize to a certain someone as A. She's talking about me and yet still refusing to say my name. My fucking Beetlejuice. By the way, to clear something up, the FCK was not made for you. It was just a chat filled with other creators as the person who owned it was social. It broke up because a lot of people disconnected from that person due to personal reasons. Yeah, personal reasons. That's why the FCK broke up. Not your rampant hypocrisy, your attempts to control the narrative, or the fact that you all were spamming the server with porn and showing minors pornography. Oh yeah, just personal reasons. The only times we ever brought you up was because you kept following us around. Oh, you're not going to state why I was following you around. Maybe the constant false accusations, hit pieces, watching of my Twitter and Discord server might have something to do with that. I don't intend to make a video of this, and I don't intend to talk about this again. Do not bother anybody else about this. This situation was entirely my fault. I take the full blame. I mixed things up, I panicked, and I approached this the same way, and for that, I am sorry. Ever since the situation, I have gone to therapy, been diagnosed, and have been properly medicated. You can choose to stay if you wish, but if you as my audience, my friends do not wish to, I fully understand. Thank you for reading, and have a nice day. It was around this time, April of 2023, that I made the interesting decision to reach out to Lao Convoy to help me get a call with Nezzie Monster, because every attempt to talk with her went absolutely nowhere. This was another choice of mine that aligned the stars and put us on the path to the shitstorm back in early 2024. Now, just before our call, Nezzie Monster and Susie fucking Doodletones coincidentally reached out to Teddy the Draws to apologize for what had happened in 2020, and then her, Teddy, and Doodles got into a call. From a third-party source who was present in this call, it was allegedly aimed at getting Teddy to try and align their stories for the upcoming call with me. Totally not suspicious behavior at all. Why would you need to prime yourselves if you're planning to tell the truth? There's a difference between preparing for the call and sort of refreshing yourself and trying to get someone to agree to a set of events for your public call. While I do trust this person, please take this with a grain of salt, because I don't have any evidence nor any other sources that align with the details, or supposed details, of this call in particular. It was then on May 7th of 2023 that I and Nezzie Monster had the Call and Lao Convoy Senate server, with Doodle Tones tagging along as sidekick. That'll be a pretty consistent theme moving forward. As usual, I'll summarize, but the recording with and without my post commentary is provided in the description. Nezzie Monster and Doodle Tones couldn't keep the story consistent in the call. On the topic of our DMs from 2020, Doodle Tones said that Nezzie Monster thought she deleted our DMs and didn't know she had them the whole time.
If I may, I was in a call when Nezzie went back and looked for those DMs. Nezzie didn't even know that they still had the DMs open.
On the topic of the sexual harassment accusation and Madlibs' September 2020 video, Nezzie's reasoning for not giving Madlibs the key screenshot was that she blocked me, closed our DMs, and had no way of getting them back.
Like I said, I gave what I gave to Libby, and I gave her the wrong things. I will admit that. We had a conversation about that. We left on good terms. Because I was an idiot, and I mixed up screenshots, and I misremembered a lot of shit that happened. Because after our convo, I had blocked you, and I also ended it, and I didn't know how to get it back.
Which is contradicting what Doodles first said, that we know is the truth for once, because just a few days before this very call, Doodles sent Kumo a screenshot from Nezzie's perspective of our DMs. Now, anytime I started bringing up what Nezzie Monster had done, her false accusations or her hypocrisy, the topic was immediately shifted to my mean statements, my mean comments, or even me being on a stream back in 2020. For instance, when I started to discuss her deceit, she shifted the topic to a mean tweet that I made about Slammers, insisting that it wasn't photoshopped to have her @ in it. The few times that the topic wasn't shifted, she said she couldn't remember much, only to continuously remember very oddly specific details for her claims, some of which never even happened. She remembered that I called her a bitch in a video, or that I was on her live stream in 2020, yet any time I asked about something on her end that she did, oh, I don't remember that. Another issue with the call, they put the onus for evidence only on me. I have no issue with evidence being demanded or asked for making a claim. However, I do have a problem with only one person being asked to provide evidence. And not once was Nezzie Monster pressed to provide evidence for any of her claims. Totally not biased, though. Not a biased call at all. That's a ridiculous notion. 15 minutes into the call, I point out that it wasn't the first time I've tried to have a conversation with the FCK. Nezzie Monster stated, "I know from the several different DMs you've sent me."
And this isn't the first time I've tried to have a conversation with you all. I've approached you all multiple
From
times to have a conversation.
The several different DMs that you've sent me. One
About
of which
3,
said you have 24 hours.
I said
The one
24 to
that said you
48
have
because I was
24.
editing the video at the time, and this was specifically the video. It was specifically the video that was made right around the time the Mad Libs Lies Again video.
Do you not
where
understand how threatening that message is?
You had
You
been
have
ignoring me
24
the entire
hours?
time beforehand. If I joined your
You have
Discord, I got
24
banned.
hours for the truth to come out with and not only that, but this was from an alt account that you didn't state your name. I didn't know
No,
who
the
you
alt
are.
had my name in it. All of my alts
No,
have
it
my
did
name
not.
in it.
Keep this in mind, it'll be real important in just a bit. At 18 minutes in, we talked about me messaging her on alts after the Madlibs video from September of 2020. As he specifically claimed, I did so 3 times and stated that she didn't know why I was trying to reach out to her when she actively didn't want to talk to me. I told her that it was because she kept lying about me, to which she said, no, I did not.
The only account that I used to reach out to you last year was the
You have come to me with 3 different accounts.
3 different.
I don't
know.
remember any of them. I don't know why you kept trying to contact me when I actively didn't want to talk to you.
Because you kept lying about me. And then
No, I did
anytime
not.
I would, yes, you did.
I don't talk about you. I don't care about you.
Part of this is a lie, one of which I've already shown. In Nezzie's Twitlonger from January of 2021, she claimed that I withheld the evidence from her. That was a lie. A flat-out lie. A projection, even, because she withheld those screenshots from Madlibs. She only gave Madlibs 6 out of the 16 that I gave her. Then there's her tweets in 2022 and 2023 discussing the accusation, where she insisted and claimed that it was an accident. It is not an accident to continue pushing a claim that you're aware is false, that you were given evidence and initially admitted that you were wrong, then walked it back, refused to admit that you were wrong in what you did, allowed your friends like Toby and Madlibs to deny your actions for you, and then lie about the person who gave you the evidence so you could blame them instead. That is in no way an accident or a mistake. Those are repeated conscious decisions. Continuing on though, note that Nezzie agreed just 3 minutes prior that she knew I wanted to talk because I DM'd her multiple times, and here she said it was 3 times. Please keep this in mind moving forward.
Okay.
Akumu,
After the video was done, I was done with everything. You can respond, and if you're telling the truth, then there is your truth. But after that, I don't fucking talk about you unless you come to me.
This is false. The January 2021 Twitlonger alone is proof of that. If she was oh so done talking about it after Madlibs' video in 2020, she wouldn't have made a false claim about it in 2021. Then there's Nezzie saying, if you're telling the truth, then there is your truth. There is no such thing as your truth or my truth. There is your claims of what happened, my claims of what happened, and the truth. Whoever's claims mirror the truth the most, and hopefully accurately, is the one who is being truthful. It's relativism, and in this case, the truth is relative, subjective, and then it varies from person to person. This is used to imply that all viewpoints are valid, regardless of evidence and reasoning, by pretending there's no such thing as objective truth. People like Nezzie are incapable of separating or setting their feelings aside. To them, whatever they feel is how it is. They conflate their feelings with the truth. Yet she's also revered as an unbiased source of information. Once more, the best jokes write themselves, especially with people like this. Seeing as many from the SCC were listening in on this call, a community that loves to talk about logical fallacies, loves them so much that they impulsively invoke them all the time and often incorrectly. They still have yet to grasp what an ad hominem is, something that's been explained to them multiple times over the last nearly 10 fucking years. They think that simply hearing or seeing an insult makes an ad hominem. Point is, why was nothing said about Nezzie's logical fallacy? At 19 minutes in, Nezzie said that she's tired of me constantly coming to her DMs and coming to her streams with my friends, specifically stating that she remembers me following her Twitch stream on 2 different accounts.
And that's it. I don't give a single... I mean this in the nicest way. I don't give a single shit about you. I just want to move on. And I'm tired of you constantly coming to my DMs, coming to my streams with your friends.
I haven't. Hold on.
Coming into
coming
my
to your
chat.
streams. Hold on. What?
You followed me on one of the streams.
I came to one stream, which was yours and Toby's. That was
one
it.
of that. You came to 2. No.
No. There was yours and Toby's, and
No,
then I
no.
showed up in one with Madlibs, which wasn't even
you
about
showed
you.
up-
That was me fucking with Lucy.
No, you showed up in the stream with Toby, and then you showed up on one of my Pokemon streams. I remember because you followed it with 2 different accounts, which was Akumu and Nightmare,
Hold on.
or Villain Lord or some shit.
On your Twitch stream?
Yes.
This is a lot of specific details and memories for someone who can't remember much. All of what she talked about there happened in 2020, yet she acted as if it was recent. I may have falsely accused you and your friends to hundreds of thousands of people, but how dare you show up in my stream making fun of me for it, and informing my blissfully unaware audience of people who normally grandstand others over lies and deceit. Now, I haven't touched a single stream of hers in 4 years. I also only have 1 Twitch account under this name. My other one I haven't touched in years before all of this. What I have done is bring it up on Twitter or YouTube so people would know about what she did and what she was lying about. Then at 24 minutes in, Nezzie Monster mentioned stuff between Toasty and Teddy, Toasty and herself, and Toasty and Madlibs, or Libby, that it wasn't her story to tell.
There was a lot of stuff that happened that you don't know about.
Well, okay, fair enough.
A few of the things, there was a lot of shit going on between Toasty and Teddy. It's not my place to say that. Between me and Toasty, there was a lot of uncomfortable stuff. He did uncomfortable stuff with Libby. Not my story to tell, but they did a lot of shit in the server that was very uncomfortable.
In regards, clearly, Nezzie was remembering something. 5 minutes later, we discussed the 4-year-old collab on me with Ponder, and specifically that her audience keeps bringing up the false claims from the collab. Nezzie Monster did not apologize for her false claims. She instead told me that if I was that convinced in my own point, to just tell the people to fuck off.
No, it's like this was 3 years ago, and I don't remember this. I don't keep track of everything. I don't take screenshots of every DM I've ever had. I don't remember every video I've ever made, because once the thing is done, it's done for me.
Well, the
It's
only
finished.
reason I am so adamant about it and have the details is specifically because people keep bringing it up.
Then
In
tell
the
them to
Kai
fuck off.
situation, it was brought up. Fucking last year, it was brought up. I think a month and a half ago, it was brought up again. So it's not like something where I can just pack up and walk away like you guys did, because the claims that I tried to dox people, that I sent doxers after people, all of that stuff was purported by you all, and then you guys just walked away. At least most of you did. There's Lucy, just took the video down. And then the Mad Libs said that I bullied Lucy into taking the video down, despite the fact that Lucy willingly took the video down. We had a whole DM discussion where it was like, I think you should leave the video up. No, I feel like taking it down. But regardless, it was claimed that I bullied Lucy into taking it down.
The best advice that I can give you to all the people, if what you're saying is the truth, and you have shown people this, then tell them to fuck off. I don't know why you gotta drag me into this.
Who keeps bringing this stuff to you, Akumu?
Just various people all over.
Then tell them to fuck off.
Well, they're using either your and Ponder's videos or the Mad Libs video, even though the Mad Libs video was taken down. They're using the archive of it. And have
if your evidence is enough, if your evidence is enough, it would
I
convince them of
guarantee you
otherwise.
to your audience, it's not. I could whip out evidence for days, and I have before in conversations with them. It doesn't matter.
Then tell them to fuck off.
Why are they?
If you are that convinced in your own point, then tell them to fuck off.
Does that sound familiar? Back to our DMs from August of 2020. I said I don't like liars. She said she's not lying, that I can think that, but alright. When I told her I ripped her a new one by confirming the dozens of lies in her video, the collab, she said, sure you did, whatever helps you sleep at night. When I said that she lied in her video dozens of times, and that's why it was so easy to pick apart, and everything in that vid was bagged. If you can't see that, I don't know what to tell you. It wasn't, hence why it was picked apart. You had 2 good points at best. Nezzie replied, sure. Like I said, you can think what you want. And like I said, sure. Later stating, I don't know why you're still obsessing over that vid though, after I just explained to her that she lied dozens of times in it. Same video that she got hundreds of thousands of views with. But it's much easier to pretend my dislike of that is just me obsessed with the video, and that she has no idea why. This feigning ignorance and omitting issues to then complain about my issues is a long habit of the art and slideshow community. Both content creators and the audience do this. That's if they don't just tell themselves I'm salty or upset over being called out, just to avoid the actual problem with their favorite people. The point I'm making is that her telling me, if you're so convinced in your own point, is just the same smug skirting around of the issue that she did 3 years before. An issue that she created. 39 minutes into the call, Nezzie did apologize, but only for her contribution to Madlib's Hitpiece, a Nezzie Monster segment that involved reciting the false sexual harassment accusation against my friend, with Nezzie stating that she regretted it.
One of the points that was brought up in 2020, specifically in the Mad Libs video, was that I would repeatedly show up and raid your all streams. In this video,
Then that
was supposed to
wasn't
be
my
for all
claim.
of
That's your problem with Libby, not with me.
the video
I
was
didn't
made
write
to
that
speak for
script.
all of you.
No, it was not. It was meant to speak for us separately, which is why everyone had their own points.
So, okay.
I wasn't
the
a
video,
part of the making of the video. I only contributed that one part, which I really regret and I apologize for. I wasn't a part of the script. I didn't read the script. I didn't watch the video.
54 minutes in is especially noteworthy because I asked Nezzie about the porn spam inside the FCK server. Nezzie mentioned that Toasty would spam porn even in their conversations, and specifically brought up that Toasty had a chat for Slimmers' NSFW, her porn artwork.
What is with the porn spamming?
I don't know. He would do that in our conversations too.
Well, he wasn't the only one that did
It was just kind of.
I know.
It was just kind of the environment that Toasty built. I do
Yeah, and
remember
there was NSFW specific chats. I don't like the fact that he had an NSFW chat specifically for Slimmers for her art.
Well, yeah. But the NSFW
Which is one of the reasons why I left.
led out of the NSFW chats.
Unfortunately,
there's an example.
I think that's primarily a question that you'd have to ask Toasty more than anybody else.
Yeah.
He recently answered a question I had, but he is not a very he doesn't have a very good track record of being honest. No.
Yeah, I don't trust Toasty either because I found out later on that he faked screenshots between Peaches and Toby to get them to fight for whatever fucking reason. I don't know why. I don't know what his deal was. He did this with me and Teddy. He did it with Toby and Peaches. He did it with almost all of us.
Did he do it with the bin situation, or was that just a Toby thing?
I wouldn't know because I don't remember much that happened between Ben and Toby.
If I recall that conversation correctly, I think it was just a Ben thing. I don't think Toasty really got involved too much with that.
He mostly tried to get it to keep quiet at the time. That's what I remember.
No one else mentioned that, brought it up, or even alluded or implicitly, remotely mentioned it. Nezzie was the first one to specifically mention the Slammers chat, so she obviously remembered it. Yet when asked why none of this was brought to light, she constantly insists that her memory is oh so bad, that she couldn't remember these things. Yet something like a chat dedicated to a minor's porn, and was essentially a large group chat with adults and other minors, she remembered instantaneously, completely on her own. At 59 minutes in, Nezzie Monster told me that she still stood by the collab with Ponder, and that if I wanted more, I should talk to Ponder instead.
And
My
like
only point of contention is the shit being brought up again, like repeatedly.
We'll tell them to fuck off. Because here's the thing, right? I cannot control that other people come to you, and I cannot control what people believe. They choose what they believe. I stand by that video to my recollection of it and from what happened to it. If you want more closure on it, I would recommend talking to Ponder because I have a really fucked up memory because I'm stressed all the time and I'm not very
I've reached
smart.
out to Ponder before. I don't see that going anywhere, but I could attempt to.
Then an hour and 3 minutes into the call, we again discussed my attempts to talk to the FCK, and specifically Nezzie Monster.
Nezzie brought up some valid points about how you're conducting yourself, obviously, but that's what I think needs to go. If you want to have conversations, and I do mean conversations, not dicking with other people who have been involved, I implore you to do it in a sensible way.
Well, I started dicking with them after things didn't go anywhere.
You should have been dicking with me to begin with.
You shouldn't have been dicking with me, to begin with, is fucking hilarious coming from her. Nezzie and nearly her entire friend group was dicking with me all throughout 2020. Don't forget the 2 communities worth of Spurgs right behind them, which I've shown you a sampling, a taste of what I dealt with. But apparently the line in the sand is drawn at her being made fun of for what she did, and accused of the things that she did. Now here's one of my favorite parts.
Akumu, I've dealt with...
If you wanted to be communicative, like I said before, you have a history of dicking around with people. How do I, when you, I think at one point you even called yourself a troll, how am I supposed to know when to take you seriously and when not to?
Well, when I reach out to you on Twitter wanting to discuss it, like,
The one time I remember you coming out to me was, how is that L? And that's it.
Nezzie claimed that she only remembers one time that I approached her to talk, which was me asking, how is that L? While this is partially true, I was petty enough to message and ask her that, that is not the only time I've messaged her, and she knows this because she said so previously in this very call. Remember, at 15 minutes in, Nezzie said I DM'd her multiple times.
And this isn't the first time I've tried to have a conversation with you all. I've approached you all multiple times to have a conversation.
The several different DMs that you've sent me.
3 minutes after that, she said I did so 3 times.
You have come to me with 3 different accounts.
Yet later on, when I state that I was trying to reach out to talk, putting the onus on her for dodging that, she changes her story to claim she only remembers me DMing her with that one question. How is that L? She previously agreed that I DM'd her multiple times so she could complain and victimize herself to that with, well, why were you trying to reach out to me when I actively didn't want to talk to you? Then when I state that I've been trying to talk to her to clear all of this up, she switched up, claiming to only remember one time I tried to, so she can then grandstand me about how I wasn't actually trying to talk to her. I wasn't being communicative. Fascinating how that works. Now, just a few seconds after Nezzie contradicted herself, we discussed our DMs from August of 2020. Nezzie claimed that she asked me in our DMs if I was going to revel in it, and claimed that I said yes, then claimed that I said I might.
No, because before that, when the initial video was made, I think this is the first week that the video was made, the Mad Libs one, in regards to the whole like sexual harassment thing. The first thing I did was I tried to DM you, and then it went nowhere, and that's why all the tweets that are in the video, which again can be found like at Nezzie's segment of the video on the Wayback Machine, all those tweets were made because no response was made. And then I got, hell, you fucking, when we were talking on the Noodle Cup Boy account, I wasn't dicking with you then, and then you yeeted me out of your server, and I tried to send
No,
your friend
you
a
were kind of dicking with me on there.
You brought up the shit with Lucy, and so I responded in kind.
And when I asked you to get this situation sorted, are you going to revel in it? And you said yes. You didn't want the situation to be fixed. You wanted to
No,
rub it
I
in
didn't
my
say I was
face.
going to revel in it. What
Yes,
I
you
said
did.
was that
There's literally
no.
a screenshot of it.
Hold on. Let me go to the DMs.
I said, are you going to revel in it, or are we going to get it fixed? And you said, I might.
This is untrue. Looking back at our DMs, Nezzie said, I admit I may have made a mistake. Do you want it fixed or are you going to revel in it? I responded, may, in all caps, quoting her because of her audacity to think she may have made a mistake after I gave her the screenshots. 4 minutes after this, she repeats twice that if I wanted to talk, I could have reached out.
Just like, here's the thing.
Own it, I guess.
Here's the thing. My biggest issue with you, right, is that you come off as a very hostile person. And no shit, nobody wants to deal with a hostile person, especially me as someone with like anxiety and someone that has to like takes a lot of meds just to function. I'm not going to react well to it. If you wanted to talk, you could have just said, hey man, there's some stuff that I disagree with. You mind like hashing it out? I'd be like, sure. I'm not going to respond to you have 24 hours till the truth comes out.
Well, the what about the one after that one? Because the one after that one in 2022, I was like, hey, I'm working on this video, and I kind of want to talk about it before. I wanted to talk about it before posting it.
That one
I didn't want to
remember.
make the second.
Also,
to last
you don't
video
announce yourself. You never announce yourself. You just expect me to know which one is supposed to be you.
Well, the account was like named me. So, but
and
to
you
be fair, I
expect
should
me to think that every person named Akumu is you on the vast wide web.
Fair, but if I'm bringing
has
up
a weeb name,
if I'm bringing up the Teddy and Silver situation, I think it would be fair to assume that it's me.
That's why I said that I don't remember that DM at all. I don't even know if I read it. I could have just seen your name and fucked off. Because it doesn't show the full DM. It also probably went into the DMs. It's like, hey, warning, this person is suspicious. And I'm like, well, fuck it. Because I have that on my thing.
Yeah, there's a third category of Twitter DMs.
Like, dude, if you wanted to talk from the very beginning, all you had to do was be like, hey, what's up? But no, every time that you've ever talked to me, every time you've talked to anybody, has been incredibly hostile.
First, she agrees with me constantly DMing her so she can complain about me reaching out, that she actively didn't want to talk. Then she only remembers one time and tells me I could have just reached out. The fucking gall. Never mind the fact that while she's acting like she would have been open to talking with me had I seriously reached out, despite the fact I did multiple times, and she's already acknowledged that. The only time when we were talking, she fucking blocked me. She previously admitted to that in this same call. Remember Heat and Mitsuru? She was listening in on this call and squealing in the text chat with the rest of the Centaurs, going on about how this was old and that it's never stopped being brought up. Kind of like the false doxing accusation I've dealt with. Something Heaton herself is guilty of claiming towards me. Though a notable difference is, Nezzie falsely accused me and later my friend. I haven't falsely accused her. Heaton went on to say, the whole point of this is that he won't leave Nezzie alone. That was not the point of the call. Heaton even linked the part 1 of Nezzie and Ponder's collaboration. I want this nerd to leave my friend alone. If you'd like to see the entire call and the whole chat reaction to it, it's within the video about the call. It was after the call that I tagged Heaton and brought up her reciting the false doxing accusation back in 2021, to which she defended herself doing so, but couldn't even get what I asked for right, to even defend herself in making the claim. Heaton also said that the FCK should have kept Slimmers far away from me, as if my mean tweets were the real and true danger, not the group of adults showing her porn and getting her to draw it, one of whom was Heaton's friend, Nezzie, who knew and stayed quiet about it. Priorities are great. She then told me to cope, ultimately running away from the conversation because she didn't have her friends backing her, like in those silly little slideshow calls. Even after the Synod call, Nezzie Monster went on to downplay the sexual harassment accusation she made, again, in a few calls with the slideshow commentary community.
To them, because that's partially our job. And I want you to understand that I too have fucked up before. And I have believed someone with very little evidence.
And you want to know what I did?
What did you do?
I wrote out an apology twice because I also got something wrong in my first apology. I wrote out an apology trying the best that I could with my memory. I tend to have a bad memory because of my mental health issues. That's not an excuse, it's an explanation. And I shared that on every single platform. I had an apology sent to the individual in question because I didn't want to contact them. They were, I believe, friends with a doxer at the time. And I had a conversation with one of the people involved. I didn't hide anything. I didn't talk to them and say, well, you should take this. I did tell a friend if they could take it down, which I do regret. They didn't take it down. I didn't bother them again.
Whilst grandstanding someone else, talking about how they needed to be held accountable.
If you do this bullshit again, we're going to bring this to Lio, or you're going to have to deal with me again. Do you understand me? So if I see you do this shit again, you're going to deal with me.
But I personally feel like, I'm not saying it needs to be right now, but I feel like you, at some point, once Key and Tippy are like emotionally better, you need to like hold them accountable. You need to just go up to them and be like, hey, you guys need to be actively working to improve yourselves, you know?
No, they need to be actively accountable right now. Something that I've noticed in this community is that Tippy and Key tend to be held with kids' gloves. You don't need to go down on them hard, but you need to hold them accountable.
Yet presenting her false accusation as though it was a mistake, an accident. Not that she made the accusation with no evidence to begin with, which is ironic considering her and Ponder's whole claim is that I lacked evidence. And of course left out that she continued to defend and lie about it for 4 fucking years. Don't think that this train stops just yet. If it's one thing I've shown you all, it's that these people can't help themselves. They have to dig to rock bottom. We're now in 2024. The precipice of everything you've been shown so far. In February, I finished the video on the FCK server with the help of a friend named Inla, who you've seen and heard narrate. It was while I edited the FCK server video, someone I told ran back to Lio Convoy, setting up these next events. The FCK server video was uploaded and then scheduled to premiere February 26th of 2024. On February 23rd, 3 days before, Madlibs put out her statement about the FCK and the server. It was an info dump that touched on the sexual harassment accusation, Toasty, Junkie, and even pissed off Dumb and Dumber, Nezzie, and Doodles. Yes, I was in the FCK server. A lot of terrible things happened in there. I should have stood up and said something, but didn't, and that's my fault. I left the server and stopped talking to anyone involved in it years ago because everything in it didn't sit right with me. Even when everyone tried to tell me it was fine, I should have said something about it, but I didn't. I stayed on extremely distant but decent terms with everyone as well if they ever messaged me afterwards, but I shouldn't have. I was afraid that if I said anything or didn't play nice, that everyone I thought were my friends, some with platforms way bigger than mine, would turn on me and throw me under the bus the same way they did to anyone else who disagreed with them. That should have been my first clue to get out. This does not excuse anything, but for what it's worth, I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry to the minors in that server that were exposed to so much and harassed by some members. I'm sorry I stayed quiet. I'm sorry for the couple of NSFW things I sent in the chat, even if they were the result of conversation I was having with other adults, never directed at or meant for minors. It was unacceptable of me. And she shares a screenshot of our DMs when we spoke a few months back, and I reached out to her for the project. If it's any consolation at all, I don't ever plan on returning to my platform on any social media, so I don't care if any of my former friends want to call me a backstabber / bad friend for saying this. That server was wrong, and not even half of what happened should have slid by. I'm done with all of you, and I have been for a long time. I don't have a platform to risk or so-called friends from the art commentary community to lose anymore, so fuck you Toasty Vanilla, I should have dropped you when you got people on my server to draw porn of me, and held it over my head, begging to show it to other creators even after I told you it made me uncomfortable. And here are the 2 DMs that she shares. There's Toasty sending the image. She says, hey man, can you not encourage this anymore? I'm like legit starting to get uncomfortable. I was gonna say choke slap me with your thighs, but then I remember the last time I said something like that, I almost made things really awkward. It wasn't what you said, it was the literal porn bounty you put on my head. Well, never thought I'd say that sentence. Well, now everyone in the group has trap porn made of them. It had to be done. This is what porn rot does. For admitting you let minors into the NSFW chats when you were a mod because it didn't matter. Glad I banned you after that shit. Screenshot from my mod chat. And having the gall to have an interview with Junkie telling him that people stepped over your boundaries. Here's the message. Please don't accept it. I know him, he's drama hungry. Plus, I recently blocked him, so he's probably mad about that. Obviously, if you want to accept it, I can't stop you and it's your decision, but I've been through this shit with him before. He just wants to stir shit up and continue drama. I'm actually fucking pissed at him right now. That Akumu guy made a vid on him, and apparently Toasty Toasty told him we let minors into the NSFW chat because we don't care, that's too hard to monitor, which is not fucking true at all. That's how he runs his bullshit server, not us. When you would constantly be a fucking creep to everyone no matter how many times people told you to stop, along with a million other things that I was scared to talk about, because your favorite thing to do besides masturbate all day and talk about it was to threaten people behind the scenes with how many screenshots and DMs you had saved, to say I'll always win and I have more on my side during arguments, even bragging in VCs about having certain YouTubers face pics when they didn't want to show their faces. Fuck you, Nezzie Monster, for telling me that Akumu's friend sexually harassed someone and giving me every screenshot except the one where the person had asked for the shirtless pic to be sent. And you and Doodletones telling me you just forgot to send it years after the fact. You said it was cropped to only say send here. That's the one I remember getting sent to the server. I didn't remember the one here. I don't even remember it being in the original time we had DM'd each other. Apparently you can change URLs. Yeah, you can. URLs? Yeah, I think so. I don't know. All I remember is that there were two photos and the cropped one got sent to the server and I may have mixed them up. I want an explanation, and hopefully you can see that oopsie I forgot isn't a great one. I can, but I can also see it being a realistic one. Saving only a few screenshots, closing the DMs, then not having things when asked. Didn't remember they had those. That's fucking convenient, isn't it? If someone had closed their DMs, I wouldn't pretend like it's only to save their own hide. Like, I get you're angry, but seriously, don't really have much reason to accuse Nezzie of doing this for any ulterior motive. Except for the fact that Nezzie Monster never closed the DMs. You all admitted this and couldn't keep consistent to that story in the Senate call that releases today. Fuck you, the name's Junkie, for coming to me to make a video against Omnia and Kai, then turning around and telling everyone that I wanted to make it, and that I had terrible critiques based on nothing, and you never understood my admittedly bad criticisms on Omnia's video. You want to collab on this? Like, how? Like a collab response vid. Like how most commentary videos do it. No, I mean, what part would I do? What? Oh no, we'd set up a script and edit together like how Ponder does her stuff. Or we would both go over the whole thing together. We'd both go over it. When we watched it together, you agreed with my points until your editor came along, and suddenly you were just a poor innocent man who was helping a mean friend with her video and saying you didn't even know what happened on Twitter in an interview you did with Minty Shit. Not sure how she knows about it. You've never told anyone other than Toby that this vid is about her. Interesting XD. And then they are sharing screenshots. And may I add, I expressed doubt about the video and you encouraged me to keep going. The whole thing was bad and I don't agree with anything from the Toby drama, but how dare you act like I was the instigator, like I was the one pushing you when I was the one to drop the collab. We know what we're doing. I've never gotten it before and it's like, hell, I even asked around for similar thoughts on this, and a lot of people that are critical of me agree that this video needs to be made. My worst fear regarding this platform. Okay, Libby, it's gonna be okay. Sorry, I know you're better at dealing with this. It's just worrying all the people that believe her because they don't know the full context. Again, trust me on this, we're fine. Many of my friends have been noticing how egocentric Omni has been getting. Oh yeah, we have to include that, by the way, all the shit she's been saying. Yeah, I'm gonna slam her for that, cause 43 minutes in so far. Hey man, you're going to be upset at this, and I understand that, but I can't do this collab. I know you're gonna be disappointed, but I physically can't do this. With all the shit and blank being a concern right now, I'm really close to a breakdown. I'll make my own video or we can pick this back up in time, but right now I can't. That's why it kept taking me so long to get you the audio, because I didn't want to do it. I'm really sorry. You reserve the right to be mad and not talk to me, but I can't. Well, do you want me to continue working on the video or do you want me to push it aside for now? Push it aside if that's okay. You were the one who brought Harsh Opinions up to me to further encourage her to make videos on Kai Weiss. Hey yo, Harsh said hi, and she might tackle Kai's garbage 10-minute video. Oh my fucking god, please. Also, what's her Discord? I'll say hi back. Yeah, 1 second. Harsh Opinions numbers. There you go. You still there. Fuck you Doodletones for telling me you just had some diaper fetish stuff from 2014 when you liked to sexually roleplay as a fucking 8-year-old in the past. Granted, I should have done my research. That one's on me too. But most of all, fuck me for defending, abiding, and standing idly by all of you fucking assholes because I stupidly wanted to be a part of your community. To be accepted by people that I now realize have nothing in their lives beyond their 100k YouTube channels. I'm glad I left, and I'm glad this is all finally out, so I can say all of this without worrying about a platform or a cult-like group of assholes that don't even matter in the real world. Fuck you all, goodbye. She also went on to quote retweet herself, even more about Toasty. Oh, and another thing, another 2 things actually, let's not forget about one of Toasty's favorite hilarious stories. About how he was masturbating alone in one of the FCK voice chats, and Hopeless Peaches came in and he told her to get out because he was busy. Never could verify it before, but in the video below he talks about it, and mentions how he loves chicks with dicks, as he puts it, which puts the porn of me with a dick, and how he brought up he still had it on his computer while in VCs with other people and wanted the same for his friends. in a more disgusting light. God, I hate how long it took me to realize the way he acted wasn't okay. I hate that. I told him everything was fine when it wasn't because he insisted everything was just a joke, and he learned people's boundaries by overstepping them. That's everything so far. I don't know if she's going to say anything else, but Doodletones did respond to that part about them. It is far too early to deal with this, and I am so unbelievably tired of addressing this particular one time and time again. I know what my next video will be doing. Now, something I'd like to point out that I pointed out in my tweets, if you go to that post, there's about 2 to 3 different attempts at roleplays. Each time, Doodles describes the character as being physically underage. The worst one, the one with Kirby, that lasts, I'm not joking, a month. Now, I can only show you a little bit here and there without getting banned, but I think I can link it down below. Doodles has also claimed that this roleplay in particular made them uncomfortable. If you're uncomfortable with a situation, a conversation, a discussion with someone, do you make an alt account to come back and continue the roleplay that you're uncomfortable with? Well, apparently, Susie does. On February 25th, Hopeless Peaches had a call with Lao Convoy and someone by the name of Crystal Flame. Crystal Flame talked to a crying Hopeless Peaches, explaining that she should make a Twitter thread to get ahead of us talking about the FCK server. Now Peaches should go about that. It was also during this call that Hopeless Peaches admitted to knowing that Slammers was a minor.
On Saturday, February 25th, Crystal Flame asked Akumu for the logs of the FCK. Since he did not provide them at the time, I offered my copy to Crystal. While I had the logs for a few months, I couldn't pour through all of them at once. Asuka, someone on my staff, was the one with the logs. They're massive, and we only now had a full team to dig through them. Originally, when I got the logs, the purpose was to look through them because I heard through a third-party source that Akumu was going to use them against Peaches to make accusations, along with the fact that he mentioned several people were scheming to harass him at the time in 2020. Helping with the drama dispute, despite the fact that these people should not have targeted a kid in general, or the prevention of false accusations being brought about, really isn't on the level of predation, which is why the logs weren't immediately come through in their entirety. Whilst we did find Peaches' messages, I didn't consider them to be a massive issue worth addressing immediately. While that was my opinion at the time, it obviously needs to be looked into more, which is what's being done now that Crystal brought them to my attention again. Crystal poured through them and found some things that concerned them, so we got in call and started talking about it. This is the first time Peaches heard about this.
I wasn't, like, hiding it or anything.
Oh, no, of course not.
Because when Akumu started asking me about, like, FCK stuff, I didn't even remember what that even meant. For ages. And then, like, when I did finally remember, I only remembered a couple of people who were in there.
Funnily enough, Crystal made it clear that what we found of Peaches conducting herself inappropriately around minors was nothing too bad, just something that would give Omnia and Akumu more ammo. And it wasn't something they were too concerned about. And Crystal had the full logs. And Crystal did voice that to Peaches as well as soon as they joined the call.
No, I'm stressed out because I don't remember.
Just hearing your voice, I generally believe that you don't remember these screenshots. You don't remember these chats taking place because, you know, it's such a little bit of your life. And well, I can give you that benefit of the doubt. We all know they won't. It just sucks.
Crystal said they understood Aaron didn't remember these things, and told them that there was no need to take immediate accountability.
Let's work out next 6 hours, okay? Next 6 upcoming hours. Or it could be longer if you want, but I think 6 hours is a good time frame. First half an hour to an hour, you know, we're gonna finish this chat up, you know, all that happy stuff. And then within that time, you're gonna be with your friends, you can compose yourself, okay? You're gonna, you know, come back, you know, where you are, calm your mind down and everything like that. Then you can go over what has been sent, what has been shared, what has been talked about, my points and the points that Lion might have, and then you talk to you and your friends and work out, okay, how am I making a post about this? And you can make hundreds of drafts if you need to within that time, you know, how to phrase this best. And if you need me to comment on it, I'm more than happy to help you write that public post as well, okay?
When we went through the logs, we found Peaches making inappropriate comments in the server, a space that had minors in it due to the lack of age gating and rules to distinguish minors from adults. Yet, Peaches never posted anything pornographic, nor had a sexual conversation with anyone they knew was a minor. Yes, there were minors around, but Peaches never purposely directed sexual content at them. However, Peaches recognized their past behavior as inappropriate and was reasonably distraught hearing about this. This upset was present throughout the entire call. I don't need to drag this out to make it believable. The choppy clips are due to the mental distress Peaches was in. We explained everything to Crystal, including that Peaches was still under the control of their groomer when they were active in the server, which left them having learned their kind of behavior as normal and desirable, even if their groomer wasn't present in the server. This wasn't used as an excuse, merely to give context to what kind of situation Peaches was in back then, and how it influenced their actions.
If Slummers was there, then I think I knew their age as 16 or 17.
Yeah, but you were also dealing with the after effects of being groomed because you were still in contact with the guy who groomed you. But this is what, right before Cosmodor stuff happened? This is before Cosmodor, so you didn't even come to realization of what happened to you until after he got exposed, because that's when you started questioning things. Crystal originally told Peaches to take a break and comforted them, so we left the call with the understanding I would handle the situation as Crystal had agreed to within the call.
And that's the sad reality of the fact.
I'll get it handled.
Okay. I'll hold you to it. Because...
Well, I'll get it handled, and I can easily get this video up for him. Even if I stay up all night, I can get it done.
Nezzie Monster put out her statement at 7:08 p.m., asking if everyone could stop kicking a 4-year-old hornet's nest, that there's no winning for her in this situation. Here is the full statement. If people could stop kicking a 4-year-old hornet's nest, that would be really great. If people could stop throwing me and my friends under the bus when they were also involved, that would be great. Do not come to me for shit. There's literally no winning with people in the fucking FCK situation. I chewed out Toasty and then I left. Do I wish I did more? Yes. Can I go back in time? No. You don't actually give a shit about anyone involved. You just like having a target. I know this because then it would have been over the first time. It's like dealing with a toxic ex or parent, bringing up the same shit over and over again when it has been talked about to the point of exhaustion, and I ain't doing it anymore. Stop dragging me into your bullshit. I am tired. A fucking life, get a hobby, touch grass, fuck off. I'm done, and I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not gonna be a fucking content punching bag and wallow in years old shit. Explain this, explain that. No, I want my fucking privacy back. Fuck you. An hour later, Hopeless Peaches put out her own Twitter thread discussing the FCK. With an old server I used to be in coming to light, I had a third party look over the exports of the server to check what was in it due to my own memory issues. About 4 years ago at the start of 2020, I was invited to a friend-only server. I wasn't very active in the server, but the people I asked to look over it did find instances of where I did speak in the server, and it made me very disappointed and disheartened with myself. Back in early mid-2020, I didn't filter myself and stay cognizant of the fact I was in a public space, and where I made unfiltered NSFW jokes as shown in the first 2 screenshots. My account is highlighted. The messages that I feel the worst about are the second 2, where I was woken up at 8 a.m. by pinging with what I've been let known was porn. I asked why it was sent, but didn't push on it either through forgetting or simply not thinking about it given I just woken up. I should have pushed harder on this and conducted myself better, since I realized in September of 2020 that the guy I was close to had groomed me. I realized I needed to be better and have an understanding on how to act in open spaces. It doesn't excuse it though. In the 4 years since then, I've changed as a person. However, despite the fact that looking back at these messages doesn't trigger any memories, I am still holding myself accountable for my actions in that server. For my past actions, I'm deeply sorry. Strangely, Peaches left out the fact that she knew Slummers was a minor, something she just admitted before making the thread in the call with Lio and a Crystal Flame. On the 26th, coincidentally just a few hours before my FCK server premiere, Lio premiered his Conundrum video. Towards the end of the video was a rushed last segment addressing me and a couple of friends of mine, with mostly guilty by association. Lio said he drew the line at lying, that I was going to make false claims about Peaches by misrepresenting the FCK logs, and that he doubted Peaches knew there were minors in the FCK.
And hanging out in Kumo's server with In-Law is the latest false accusation supreme himself, Akumu. We'll get into him later. You know who else is in In-Law's server? Conundrum. Nice company he keeps. What, did you think we wouldn't know? One of the longtime members of that server came to us the moment these freaks started joining to tell us what's going on. These people care so little about victims of predation that they'll release a call some fool gave them that he had no permission to do, completely disregarding the victim's wishes. Because they care so very much about what's right. Now, let me address the Akumu comment. I'm not going to deny that Akumu was done wrong in the past by ArtCC people. If he wants to address that, he can. Specifically some comments made to him by Miss Nezzie. However, I draw the line at lying. There's a reason he's not going to release the FCK logs until after the video drops. It gives him control of the narrative. We, however, had a longtime server member give us access to the logs that Akumu will not release. Logs I asked him for months ago, by the way, that he refused to give. Not only to me, but to other adults who asked. Now, I know some of my audience are minors, which is why I'm not going to release the logs here because there's porn in there. He's going to try to use cherry-picked examples to try to frame it as Peaches being okay with degeneracy being shown to kids. So here's the most troublesome stuff that happened in there concerning Peaches. Here we have Peaches making a joke about the KKK. This is not a joke specifically making fun of a race, just a throwaway joke about the group itself. Literally just milquetoast dark humor. It's also of note that this was 4 years ago. All of this was. Here we see Peaches responding to Fuchsia Butters and Miss Nezzie spamming porn in the server, wherein Peaches made a joke about it. Now, there's some context here that needs to be highlighted, and that's the fact that Peaches was groomed for 7 years. Even at the time this all happened, they were still being manipulated by said groomer. So even if Peaches was 100% aware that there were kids in the server, which, personally, I doubt, this is something Peaches had normalized by their groomer.
A really weird claim to make, considering the night before, the call where he spoke of rushing this video to get it out before me, he heard Peaches admit to him that she knew Slammers was a minor. This was the start of the, well, Peaches was groomed excuse, and subsequently Lio siding with the remnant of the FCK server members, and downplaying the server and its events, though for the record, he sternly and adamantly denies that being his intention. February 27th, Nezzie Monster took to Twitter to tell everyone that she was suicidal. If we are all our flaws, and there's no chance for change no matter what I do, then maybe I should just do everyone a favor and kill myself. I'm a bad person. Now there'll be one less bad person. The art and slideshow community have a silly habit of separating individuals into the good and bad person dynamic. The supposed good person will get leniency and excuses from the people. They do this to make the situation black and white for themselves because they often have a very delusional and passionate sense of justice, which I think I've shown again and again.
You want to act like a hero, trying to be Donnie's knight in shining armor. But here is something that should be important. A hero doesn't always do a grand battle. Sometimes they do small things, like getting cats out of trees when they're stuck. That is a very small thing, but it's a very good thing to do. And this was just a cat stuck in a tree. And instead of just trying to climb up the tree with a ladder or something to try and get the cat down, you tried to chop the goddamn tree down!
Oh, is he done?
No. No.
All right, then let me be very clear. Be more concise.
I'm sorry. Key. I know you haven't learned anything, because this call made me realize that you haven't learned anything for years. So, I want you to know this. If a situation can be solved with a simple relay of, hey, he's doing this because of his mental health or physical health, nothing to do with like hating you or anything like that, relay that fucking message. Don't turn it into a goddamn anime fight, because whenever you do something like that, you cause people to be hurt. Because you hurt Donnie in that situation. The person you were trying to help. And you hurt a lot of other people too.
And they wield it around the internet and take it very fucking seriously. These people love to point the mob at anyone else to condemn their target, regardless of whether they're right or wrong. But the second people are upset at them for what they have provably done, their life is apparently ruined. In a reply, Nezzie said, "No, he fucking doesn't. If that were the case, it would have been over by now years ago. I literally got in call with him. I've talked about it myself. There's fucking nothing I can do, so I might as well as fucking go." She's conflating our conversation about the false sexual harassment accusation as the same as the FCK server. It's not the same thing we discussed. Based off of her statement, she probably told herself that I wouldn't talk about it publicly after our call. It's a weird cope to take, but alright. When this user directly messaged Nezzie Monster on Twitter, she replied, "No, I've had enough. I've done this for years. He literally told me himself he wants to take me and the community down. There's nothing I can fucking do. This isn't over criticism. It's over the stalking and constant at my back breathing down my neck. I also have a life outside of this with shit going on, so don't you dare say it's just about this. I fucking had it. Perpetual victimhood aside, another claim of stalking. It's quite the spectacle, watching someone who loved partaking in the accountability culture, who believed in the we need to hold you accountable slop, suddenly drop it all because they didn't expect it to ever be applied back to them. Especially when you take into consideration the several subtweets she's made over the years, such as these from 2022, where she talked about how she won't pity others who have fucked everyone else over, that she wasn't letting them step all over her, she was putting her foot down, that these were the consequences of their bullshit, that they need to sit there and stew in the cell that they got themselves into. People will repeat vile actions when you show that there will be little to no consequences. It's time to make someone into an example. The mask is coming off more and more. The excuses are running out. These switch-ups are my favorite highlights of this lengthy feud between the two of us. Someone else needed to sit and stew in the cell they got themselves. They were receiving the consequences. But Nezzie doesn't apply to her apparently. Returning to the timeline, there was yet another FCK member to release a Twitter thread addressing their involvement in the FCK server. That was Ellie Momelli at 5:30 p.m. I've been made aware about my involvement in the FCK. I would like to make note that I did not send porn in that server. I did send some memes that were not appropriate for minors to see. For that I am guilty of. I'm not here to say excuses. I'm here to say what happened. Small thread. I had very little involvement in that server. I left that server not long after I joined that I couldn't even recall me being in there until today. I had no idea about half of the things that happened in the server. I sent memes with NSFW subject matter that kids shouldn't see. That was irresponsible, and I am very sorry. I have not since repeated and will not repeat that behavior again. That is a promise I can make with certainty. I hope that I can continue to prove to you all that I'm better and I am still very sorry for what I did contribute to. On February 28th at 4:30 p.m., Ms. Ezzie put out her statement on the FCK. Statement on the FCK server. Not sure how long this will be. I joined the Fruitcake Club server thinking it was a space for YouTubers, editors, and anyone else involved at YouTube. I was first invited by a user named Toasty Vanilla. I was connected to them because of the Madame/Slammers issue that happened about 4 years ago. That's about as much detail I can give for what happened before joining. The server had some YouTubers I respected, but the editors and personal friends of Toasty I was unfamiliar with. As for what happened in there, most of it is a blur. I have vague memories of things like what possibly broke the server and details of relationships that aren't any of my business to talk about. In terms of my own actions, yes, I saw the screenshots. I couldn't possibly explain what I was thinking at the time, but looking at them now, I am disgusted with myself. Talking the way I did wasn't okay, and I wish I could take it back. Nothing I said was okay. There were sexual conversations in the presence of minors that I partook in, and everything was mismanaged. I'm not sure how I didn't see anything wrong with what happened, and I can't make any excuse for it. The main issue was with one user who at the time was 17. Things were strange between us, I will admit it. They admitted to having a crush on me. I remember not returning this sentiment, but in the server convos, I was still sometimes sexual towards them. I should have backed out earlier, and maybe I thought I did. I should have tried harder to leave it alone. The server kinda imploded on itself. At least a few bigger roles in it did anyways. I did eventually leave, either cutting ties or losing contact with lots in there. I didn't get to talk to everyone, and I haven't thought of that server since I left. In the span of 4 years, I haven't given the server another thought. In fact, I forgot about it. In that time, I'd like to believe I changed as a person, being more careful with those I talk to, but overall, lessening my contact with those in the creator space. To make things clear and be completely honest, I never talked to most outside that server. Toasty and I have cut communication. I didn't pursue anyone after leaving and became more reserved. I want to take back the things I've said, things I did, and change how I treated people in the past, but I cannot. I'm aware of how predictable or corny this sounds. I can only say I'm sorry. I apologize to those I've hurt. I fucked up really badly. Nothing I can do or say can realistically make what I've done right again. I'm sure I've also lost the respect of those in my audience who enjoy my content. I'm sorry to you too. I wish I had more to say, but I don't. You don't have to accept my apology, and I don't expect to be treated nicely. Whether you do or don't, thank you for reading. What a statement there. I couldn't help but notice that there are a couple of things left out, such as the fact that she knowingly spammed the comment section of a child with copy pastas about boy pussy. And she also flaunted that she did this in the server while she was in VC. Hey, look at me. Look at what I did. See, I'm cool. I'm cool like you guys. Yeah. So that happened. And the other thing that she left out, which is probably the more damning thing, in my opinion, I think there's a reason it's not mentioned here. The thigh pictures. The fact that they were sharing thigh pictures in there and asking for people's thigh pictures. And she participated in that. Why was that left out, Xena? It's a little odd. During the back and forth with Lio and Doodletones, some key events did take place that I will mention. On March 22nd, Fuchsia Butter put out a statement on the FCK server which consisted of multiple screenshots of text to get around Twitter's word limit. I have a Tism report going over the entirety and the problems with it, but I will summarize. In this essay, Fuchsia apologized to me for the video he made back in March of 2020, only to then blame Toasty Vanilla for why he made the video in the first place. As typical with the FCK members, point the fingers elsewhere, and because Toasty is one of, if not the worst degenerate sex pests that were in the FCK, why not just pin all the blame on him, even though Toasty had nothing to do with the video on me? This not only contradicts what Fuchsia told me in our DMs from August of 2020, but also what we can see inside the FCK server. As Madlibs and Nezzie Monster both have told me, Fuchsia took interest in me and wanted to make the video after the collab with Nezzie Monster and Ponder. He approached Madlibs and Nezzie Monster for info about me and evidence on me. Toasty Vanilla had no hand in Fuchsia's video. Now, Fuchsia then got into a long, detailed life story about what he went through and his abuse. Because people like this have no concept of keeping to the fucking topic, they need to give you an autobiography to justify what they've done. Around March 24th to 25th of 2024, it was late at night, early March 25th, Ellie Momelli had taken to Twitter to tell everyone two various threads. The first one she ended up deleting, that she was being messaged on Instagram and Twitter by these alt accounts that had been recently made, or mostly recently made, calling her a pedo and saying all these various horrible things to her. I'll put them up on screen. I'm not going to read them. I've already read them in a Tism report, but you can read them yourself if you want to pause. But these are the messages that she received. She then went on to make this Twitter thread stating this. I deleted the post. I did mess up. I messed up when I posted memes that minors should not have seen in the FCK server. I have since apologized for it. I do not wish to run away from that. I have taken accountability, there it is, and I've not repeated that offense, nor will I ever. Thread. That, however, does not mean people should get on throwaway accounts to get to DM me calling me a pedo and make threats on my life and loved ones. I have gotten harassment on both Twitter and Instagram. Outside of what I have admitted to doing, I have done nothing wrong. Nothing to deserve what I've been dealing with. I know this isn't going to stop cowards from talking behind a screen pretending it's not another human being they're saying wretched things to, but I'll do what I can. I don't wish this treatment on my worst enemy. I'm not a danger to children. I was negligent. I own that. I'm not trying to silence what I did, but I am not a predator. I've never predated on children, and I never will. As corny as it sounds, I'm going to try and stay strong. I'm going to try and be a better person every day, not just for myself, but for those who care. I'm safe, don't worry. I'm sorry I scared you all. It's been very hard to deal with. It's been hard to trust anyone nowadays, and I've been feeling more and more paranoid as of late. Those still wanting to hurt me, please leave me alone. I don't think it'll do much, but I still want to try. All I can do for now. It was April 3rd that a couple of people got together for a call. The big and important names are Doodletones, Nezzie Monster, Ellie Momelli, and Teddy the Draws. It was this very call that Nezzie, Doodles, and Ellie tried to guilt trip Teddy into publicly defending them. They did this by bringing up the flack they were getting for the FCK server, specifically using the messages that Ellie received to guilt trip Teddy into clearing Nezzie and Ellie's names in the public eye. Basically wanting to use Teddy as a token victim to wave around. Nezzie, I thought your bed was comfy. What happened? Did you let the bedbugs bite? Well, I cannot provide you clips from this call because Teddy does not want the call publicized. My information comes from two sources. The first is Laka Mokalaka, who has and seen this very call and vouches for what I've told you. And my second source will remain unnamed, but they were present in the call and described what I've told you. A fun fact about this call, they all agreed in it that it wouldn't be recorded, but Doodletones recorded it anyways. Of course, I'm not going to complain. I'm glad it was recorded. We couldn't have that lost to history, even if it's not yet public. But the fact that Doodles did record it is just another example of his word amounting to jack shit. The next day, April 4th, another call was held, this time with Doodletones, Ellie Momelli, Laka Mokalaka, and Teddy that Draws to talk about the FCK. The recording of this call has been publicized by Laka Mokalaka. I'll link it. In it, Doodletones, while sounding like they're on the verge of crying, told Laka Mokalaka that my claim that the members' ages were commonly talked about in the FCK server wasn't exactly true, only to admit at least 7 ages were stated. Laka then pointed out that the ages were stated in the server, and they were known by several members of this server.
A few ages that were stated in there, because Akumu, I know, has gone on record saying that ages were very commonly talked about in there, and that's not exactly true. Only like maybe 7 of them, or 7 ages were actually confirmed in the chat. Where they were when they were stated and in what chat they were stated.
Yes, but the issue there is the ages were still stated, and many people involved were also aware of some of the ages.
Okay. He does not make that clear. He just said that ages were stated. And
I'm
there's
not
only maybe,
talking
like,
about
6 or 7
Akumu.
there.
I'm talking about in
Also-
general. Because, like, most people in that server were aware of the ages, as a problem is all of you had made videos around the time about the Slimmers incident, clearly remarking about...
I did not.
Okay, then. Well, a lot of people in that situation of the Madam situation made clear videos remarking that Slimmers at least was age of 15. Many of them including Nezzie Monster herself. Which, and also in regards to that, I read...
Himself, they prefer to go by...
I do apologize. I was informed their pronouns was any. I do apologize for that. I will make a correction. I do apologize.
It's any. It is any. Any you can get away with any, but they prefer either they or he. They don't like just defaulting to she.
You can get away with any, as if you need fucking permission. These people. Yes, let's halt our discussion over a server where minors were shown porn and groomed to try and correct someone over pronouns, and not even be correct, and it ultimately means nothing because the person uses any. Wonderful focus and wonderful concern. A little fun fact, Doodle's interjection stating that they didn't make a video about Slimmers in Madame is true. However, Doodletones did watch several videos that state that piece of information, whether it be Ponder's video or the collab with Nezzie and Ponder, which ended up on the best of the year list Doodles has been making for years, especially considering the fact that Doodles is on record stating that the prerequisite to be on his list is him watching the video. He has to watch your video for it to be on the list. So I don't buy this notion Doodles didn't know Slimmers' age. The art and slideshow community put heavy emphasis on it everywhere. Aka then proceeds to get into specific details about the FCK server and what was said about the ages, and this was Doodle's reaction.
There is issues, as I read through on the live stream the first half of the server, like a little bit of it, and the ages of some of the minors, one of them reiterated they were 17 right off the bat. And another one, like Slimmers, also reiterated they were 15. And I've looked through multiple points of the server where they've reiterated their ages. Even there was jokes made about those ages, about being a lolly, going to jail for the age of consent clause. Like they made it known that these people were not adults at several different points.
Okay. But that's not an inherent. I want to put that out there. It's not an inherent.
That's not an inherent. After trying to vaguely push that ages weren't discussed that much in the server, then being given examples from someone else who has seen it, that's not an inherent. Doodles then clarified that he didn't know the context behind the lolly joke, and then proceeded to claim that Slimmers apparently wasn't in the server when he was.
As far as the lolly jokes, I did not actually realize that was the reason those lolly jokes were being made in there, was because one of the members was 13. Mind you, I didn't see it at the time that I was in there. Actually, during the time that I was in the FCK, I don't even think Slimmers was there.
They were, because I just read through the chat log, and their reply was just a few things below yours. Like,
I've never met Slimmers. I never talked to Slimmers. I never was in call with Slimmers. I did not know Slimmers. And again, for a little while, I don't even think they were in the chat, because I distinctly remember a conversation between Toasty and I, where Toasty had said something along the lines of Slimmers no longer being in the chat.
I'm willing to believe that Slimmers did leave the FCK server at some point, solely because of the fact that her initial join date and then her account join date is different, which is January 2nd of 2020. So Slumers did leave and then came back on January 2nd of 2020, and she's been in the FCK server ever since. Doodle Tones was invited into the FCK server March of 2020. So not only was Slumers still in the server, but we also later discovered that Doodles messaged inside the Slumers NSFW chat. Not only did Doodles know about Slumers, but also knew of the chat dedicated to her NSFW artwork. Now, I already know a certain group of people are going to play semantics in order to defend their favorite people. So I have to make these clarifications. And in this case, they're going to do that with the title of the chat. As you can see, the chat that Susie Doodle messaged in is titled Slumers Art Shack Archived. But why is that? The FCK server originally had two chats for Slumers. Slumers Art Shack Safe for Work, which is still there, and a Slumers Art Shack Non-Safe for Work. I don't know why they made a non-safe for work chat for her, considering her porn was all over the server, but I digress, they did. In fact, Toasty's own personal Discord server had a very similar setup, a Slumers Art Barn and a Slumers Adult Art Barn. For that chat was also hidden or deleted. Evidence that was given to me by Ben the Looney. Now, if you remember, back in August of 2020, right after Ben the Looney was threatening to expose the group, Nezzie Monster went to Toasty Vanilla's DMs to tell him that he needed to remove the Slumers NSFW chat. She even recalled that chat in the 2023 Synod call. The Slumers NSFW chat could become a problem or an issue. Her words, not mine. Well, they didn't actually delete the chat. They instead retitled the Slumers Art Shack Non-Safe for Work to Slumers Art Shack Archived and hid it behind the admin access. You had to have access to the staff chats to get access to the chat. So when I was given access to the staff chats, that's how I found this. So yes, this chat is the NSFW chat, and yes, Susie Doodle was in it.
When Toasty, when I got in there and Toasty basically said that they just spam porn everywhere, I kind of just assumed that it was an 18+ server. I did not know anything beyond that point.
Okay. Okay, that's fair. Alrighty then. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure of your awareness of the situation because I just want to verify things first. So you were aware that they were a sex pest. Yes. Beyond what happened, like, was there anything else you were aware of their behavior at the time? Like, were you aware of what was going on their channels, or no? Okay.
No. I had dipped in like May when I figured out that they were kind of being excessively weird around children.
Well,
I think that was around the time. I want to say that was around the time that Gal released their video. Okay,
so you dipped around that. When was this? Do you know the date?
I think. I stopped posting in there May 23rd, 2020. So somewhere around there.
Now, I have to ask a follow-up question because you just said, like, you were aware of the posting, like you just said that. Why?
I think that was the reason I did. But yes.
Oh, okay. If you think that was the reason, I have to ask, like, why was no further things done afterwards? If that was the reasoning, because this is a question I do want to ask Nezzie as well. If you're aware of the children being harmed in that, like, being affected in that way.
Nezzie?
Like, no.
Nezzie did do stuff about it.
Oh, I know. But I'm asking, like, after you guys left, why wasn't anything further done? Because you guys are aware that this stuff can have effects on children. I'm wondering why wasn't...
The stuff that I heard about that Toasty was doing was in an entirely different chat.
Well, fair
enough.
I
wasn't in that chat.
Doodles claimed to have left the FCK server once they learned of the degenerate behavior being excessively weird around children. And then Locke asked the question we're all thinking. If you knew of that, why was nothing said? To which Doodles claims Nezzie Monster did something, of course referring to the DMs I've shown, because that was totally doing something. I want to focus on that last bit though, that the weird behavior was happening in another chat they didn't have access to. You had access to the main chat gamer zone, which I've shown is bad enough, but you were also in the NSFW Slumers chat. You clearly had access to plenty. Additionally, you still knew of it and left, by your own admission, Whether you had access or not doesn't change your admission to finding out, but fret not. Doodles, of course, backpedaled on it when he realized Laka wasn't dumb enough to not think of the implications. However, throughout this call, he stays firm in that he at some point found out about the problems with Toasty and the server, yet still didn't talk about any of it.
Yeah, no, it's like I guess if you were asking, yeah, if you're trying to ask me, like, why I didn't do, like, this large-scale investigation on Toasty, yeah, I wouldn't have known what to do at the time. Like, this was like 4 years ago, and I definitely didn't have any, like, experience in situations like this. I wouldn't have known what to do. Obviously I had dipped. A handful of other people had dipped. We were all kind of like very against Toasty just collectively. I didn't know anyone who kept in contact with them after this point. So
okay.
I don't
just
really
so we can
know
verify
what
ages.
more there was.
Because I know Nezzie was 19. How old were you at the time?
I was 23. So I definitely, like, if I had gotten involved in this stuff in that server, I would absolutely be a problem, but I didn't. There's, like, maybe one conversation that we had, about, some people drawing porn of YouTubers in there, but that conversation was already happening by the time I entered, and again, I also didn't know the ages of anyone, so,
Okay.
I don't know what you,
I think the best here for that. How about this? It's clear that you didn't know how to handle stuff like that because, you know, you never dealt with it at the time. I will say there is... I don't think you're a horrible person or anything. Wait. No cutting off. Remember, let people finish. You're not a horrible person. You're not someone that was egregious, that was actively trying to, like, do all that stuff. At the time, you were 23, and you weren't dealing with that stuff before. There is the raise of the eyebrow over time when you realize stuff like that wouldn't be appropriate, and more if you've seen, because you've been around this stuff like that. We're not saying that you're. I'm not saying that you're a horrible. Not saying that you're a horrible person or anything like that. I'm still going.
Let me clarify, please.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, it was a situation of, like, I didn't know what to do. Yes. Furthermore, I don't even know if there was anything that I could have done, because by that point, Gal's video would have probably had been out. If I'm remembering the timeline right, Gal's video would have been out by that point.
It's interesting that Doodles uses the Renmankins, Toby Majestic, and Toasty video as a crutch at this point in the call, because this is the same video that the slideshow community, who worships this diaper lover, hated. They absolutely disliked Ren's video, especially because Ren dared to use me as a source. They made it about Ren siding with Akumu. Doodletones is one of the people who questioned the video, stating, well, what evidence does Akumu have? So if we're going by this, Doodles' whole argument that stays mostly consistent throughout this call is that they can't figure out when, but they eventually found out about Toasty and what he was doing with these minors, and that he's being inappropriate with them. And that was why they ended up leaving the server. They couldn't pinpoint exactly when they found out, but that was why they left the server at some point. Alright, I'm willing to buy that. The problem then remains, why was nothing said, and why did you proceed to, also with Nezzie, act as though you had no idea what me or Renmankins were claiming about Toasty? That was October of 2020. Since you knew of this, and you were oh so against Toasty, all of you were, my question then becomes, why did Nezzie Monster claim that all of the people in the FCK or the friend group were adults when Nezzie knew for a fact that they weren't? And why did you not correct Nezzie Monster? Let alone, why did you pretend as though you had no fucking idea what the evidence would be against Toasty? Hear me out. Almost like you and Nezzie Monster, and just about anyone else that had anything to do with Toasty in the FCK server, were trying to bury it. Later, when Laka mentions the Senate call that me and Nezzie Monster had, Doodletones claimed that the call was held because, quote, Akumu kept harassing Nezzie for 4 years.
The call...
I'm sorry about that. Go ahead.
The call between Akumu and Nezzie was to try to work out things between them because Akumu had been harassing Nezzie for 4 years.
Okay.
First, That's not why me and Nezzie Monster had that call. The call between me and Nezzie Monster was done because I reached out to Lyle Convoy because he had connections with the art and slideshow community, and I asked if he could set up a call. Why did I ask Lyle to set up a call? As I've already shown you, Nezzie Monster kept lying and being dishonest about the false sexual harassment accusation. So I thought a call talking about that and the various things that have happened between us and the group would be productive. And it was productive, just not in the way that they hoped it would be. These two hoped that having the call would make all of this blow over and I wouldn't talk about it publicly, that it would just be over and done with, as if I wasn't going to clean the fucking closet out. However, their claim that this call was held because I wouldn't stop harassing Nezzie for 4 years is another example of how they revise events and how they retell the story, along with, of course, shoehorning in the constant victimization. And the second thing is, another SCC member, and I believe an admin of Senate at the time, Heaton Mitsuru, said this exact same thing during the call with me and Nezzie Monster. But the call totally wasn't biased. But back to the call. At 58 minutes in, Locke mentioned for the second time that I brought up the porn spam in the FCK server to both Doodles and Nezzie in the Senate call, to which Doodles said, because we knew.
Well, but that section of the call is what I'm trying to talk about. Like the rest of that section, Akumu's battle and Nezzie's, that is not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the section of the call where like there was a direct addressment.
But it's related.
Yes, it's related, but that's not the subject of what I'm talking about right now. We can address that in a minute, but I'm trying to tell you my main focal point of the matter is there was a section of the call that Akumu directly said to the both of you, like there was porn and stuff being sent in the FCK. You guys, and you noted that there was the inappropriate culture that Toasty had promoted and stuff, and that told me like you were at least aware of the inappropriate like culture that was promoted, and that's why I was asking the questions earlier.
Yes.
44 minutes in, Doodle Tones claimed that I was being straight up dishonest.
Yeah, like
I think it even goes further. I think Akumu is being straight up dishonest.
Well, I do agree with that because he's not doing this to help the victims. I've even noted that, but I'm only using parts that are like evidence I can show just up front. Like that's the only reason I've ever sourced him is like this stuff is verifiable, but he just put it in a format I can just show. That's the only reason. Even then, I don't support him.
So the reason why I claim that Akumu is just straight up dishonest is not because of like what he has shown or what he has talked about. It's how he frames it. And I've been telling this to Fly and Teddy for a while. He literally starts his FCK video listing off every single person who had joined the chat as if it was some sort of Epstein list. Not going as far as to make any sort of distinction between no distinction between the more guilty or less guilty parties.
First, I find it hilarious that Doodles claimed I was being dishonest in how I frame it, considering Doodles was insistent on telling everyone he didn't know, only to admit he did know and just did nothing because Renmankin's video, which he also tried to undermine in the past. He was insistent that he didn't know about Slimmers or the Slimmers in his FW chat, yet turned out to have messaged in it. However, because I don't right off the bat tell my audience who is more guilty and not, I'm dishonestly presenting it. Almost like these people prioritize telling their audience what to think rather than showing them. I prefer to do more showing than telling and to let you come to your own conclusions. And secondly, I have never compared the FCK to the Epstein list. Perhaps a Freudian slip? 3 minutes after this, Laka then asked Doodles why my video on Toasty and the fact I had a recorded admission was ignored. This is Doodles' response.
Like, I don't agree with Akumu at all. I'll be upfront on that. Like, but the stuff I do want to talk about is some of the, like, unfortunately, the stuff that is unsettling. Like, he did a video confronting, Toasty, talking about him sending porn to minors and stuff like that. And that video was made aware in some parts of the community, at least because Madlibs commented on it and several others. And it's a question that becomes like, it doesn't look good. And I'm just trying to find out, like, why was this not really taken seriously? Like, because, like, regardless of how you feel about the guy, like, I don't like him. But the fact that he had Toasty's admission in a video of that is the thing that disturbs me. And people looked at that and went, nah, ignore it. And it's a little disturbing.
I didn't look at that until I've had to look into everything about Akumu. But I do know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's my perspective.
The thing with Akumu, on that though, well, on that note, it's also, given the whole Madame situation, people were already kind of looking at him as rather disingenuous. You should know that.
That...
By that point,
But regardless of how... Go ahead. Sorry.
People are already looking at him as this lying kid who was going to bat for Madame for ultimately white knighty reasons, and maybe that's not correct. I don't know. I don't really care. It was never really my perspective of the guy, but that is how people were writing him off.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem I have, because this wasn't just him claiming that in the video. He interviewed him in a call and had an admission with Toasty outright verbally saying that. That's the issue I'm having here. There was verbal admission from Toasty, regardless of how people felt about Akumu. I'm wondering why the community didn't take that seriously, since there was an admission.
Oh, the narrative Doodle's friends helped peddle around me and my very name contributed to this being ignored? Well, who would have thought? At 56 minutes in, Laka asked Ellie why she blocked them, to which Ellie claimed she saw Laka in DMs with me, that I had been harassing and stalking her friends for literal years.
Can I ask a question then? Then why was I blocked?
Because I saw you in DMs with Akumu. And here's the thing. I'll put that on myself, that I probably should have asked, hey, why are you in DMs with Akumu and all that. But Akumu has harassed and been stalking my friends for literal years.
I'm their fucking boogeyman. This has been a long-standing problem within the art and slideshow community, especially the latter. But because the kind of audience they both attract consists of people who think that being easily gullible man-children who fall for any acclaimed victimhood or pathos appeal thrown their way means they're more mature people, they hardly ever question it. Heaton Mitsuru has accused Chuli of stalking because Chuli was continuing to see what Heaton was publicly posting on her Twitter account, despite her blocking Chuli. Several SEC members have accused Renmankins of stalking, citing even block evading, and I even asked around about this claim. So imagine my shock when I find out that the supposed stalking Ren has apparently done is just lurking on people's public Twitter feeds and getting around blocks to see public fucking tweets. This is pathetic. These people believe that if they block you, you're not allowed to see what they're publicly saying. If you do, they claim you're stalking them. They think that if they don't want you talking about them and you continue to, you're harassing and stalking them. That's how chronically online they are. These people are so fucking deluded, such control freaks, that have become so acclimated in the comfort of their hug boxes and safe spaces that they think they get some say in whether you can talk about them or not, whether you can see what they're publicly saying. If they block you, they have this expectation that you're suddenly not allowed to see what they post, and you're not allowed to talk about them. To the people that think like this, it is not stalking to see what someone is publicly saying, let alone about yourself. It's not fucking stalking, let alone harassment, just because someone you don't like talks about you. You don't get to publicly run your mouth about someone or something, and then decide that because you don't like them, they aren't allowed to look and see at what's in the public eye. Just because you dislike someone doesn't mean they have to cease talking about you, and that doesn't make it harassment if they persist to talk about you. That's not how it works, you pathetic crybabies. Of course, this wouldn't be the SCC. You weren't selective about when something is stalking or not. It wasn't stalking when they were watching my Twitter feed, Ponder, Nezzie, Mimi, or Mark Silverblood. Me looking at a Twitter account to get evidence, though. That's stalking. How about watching my Discord server for evidence? No one said that was stalking when the FCK admitted that in a video with 17k views, but in the same video when they accused me of stalking for doing the same thing, these idiots ate that shit right up. No one said stalking when these people were trying to join Madame's Discord server to spy, FCK included. A little fun fact, Nani, the fucking furry art tard, streamed herself trying to get into Madame's Discord server. No one said stalking then. They also talked about it in the FCK server. It's apparently not stalking when they're searching and hunting for the new social media or private social media accounts of people they don't like to announce it to the rest of everyone else out of their silly sense of justice, like Tippy. Yet they say it's stalking if someone has the audacity to look at a public Twitter account just because they've been blocked. The point is, not only have these crowds lost themselves in their control freak hug box mentality, but they can't even keep consistent in what they claim even constitutes stalking. They just proclaim stalking when they want to victimize themselves or others to the fact someone they don't like is either talking about them or seeing what they're publicly releasing and saying. At an hour and 23 minutes into this call, Ellie denies knowing anything, specifically denying knowing about Toasty.
That's why I have been as angry as I have been with you, because now people are probably thinking that I knew about ZZ and Toasty's porn spamming, which I wasn't even in the server when that happened. I didn't know Toasty was a sex pest. I didn't know Toasty was this, that, and the third. I didn't know any of that.
Ooh, unfortunately, Nezzie and Doodles eviscerated Ellie's claim in cover by releasing the snippets from Nezzie Monster's DMs with Toasty Vanilla, because inside them, Nezzie Monster mentions that a user by the name of Mavi, which is Ellie's previous username, had to block Toasty, that his antics led to Mavi blocking him. So clearly, Mavi, Ellie, knew a little bit more than what she likes to tell the public. These people are quite literally tripping each other in their frantic attempt to make this situation blow over. Near the end of the call, Ellie clarified that she totally isn't a part of the RCC, that she never was, that the SCC is totally different.
People are weird. I'm done with this fucking community, I swear to God. Sorry.
As well as people, I think it was Akumu was trying to say I was a part of the RCC, which... No.
In the past, you were a part of the community, but that, like, you left in, like, what, 2018?
No. I was never part of the RCC.
Were you part of the regular one, though? Because, like, you're...
I was part of the SCC.
Yes, the regular one. That
Slideshow community.
Right.
Yes, that one.
I think that this call, unless anyone needs me, is done, because I am...
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're all out. So we're done for today.
Well, no, real quick. The CC and the SCC are two very different areas.
So different, in fact, that the SCC just happens to follow the art community everywhere and are backing them in every endeavor, like a bunch of sycophantic brown-nosers. So different, despite the fact that the RCC's golden calf, their totally unbiased Octomama, came from the slideshow community. That's just how separate they are.
Okay.
Yeah, the SCC is a much more niche. The SCC is a much more niche community that focuses on like video critiques and stuff like that. We're all just a bunch of nerds that talk about, our, I guess, our special interests.
Special interests for the art community's special forces.
Yep.
So, because
that's kind of the long and short of it.
Part of the RCC, and that was just incorrect. I've never once associated myself in the RCC.
Yeah. I have also never associated with the RCC, and I've made videos about it, but Akumu still associates me as part of that community, so shrug.
It could just be because of your associations. I think that's probably why. Because, like some people, like, we all talk to someone in the RCC, so I think that might be why.
Yeah, I've made videos clarifying that I'm not, though.
Both Ellie and Doodles insist they've never associated with the RCC for them to possibly be lumped in. Really. That's your best. You both are friends and have collaborated with Ponder Sprocket, queen of the art tards. You both were literally in an art commentary group that was made on the basis of making connections between artists and YouTubers, with such hits from art commentary like Nani and Hopeless Peaches.
Fair enough. I don't really know how to talk about that subject, because it's like, that's such a weird thing to argue at all, because it's just like, it's like, it's okay.
Well, it shows that he has complete disregard as to who it is he's even talking about.
You know, that's fair. That's fair.
It shows that I pay attention to actions far more than words, like Nezzie insisting she knew very little when she knew quite a bit more thanks to the evidence. In fact, many of the things that she talks about in the DMs with Toasty are things that she vaguely referred to in the 2023 Senate call, that she wasn't going to talk about because it wasn't her story to tell. remember?
There was a lot of stuff that happened that you don't know about.
Well, okay, fair enough.
A few of the things, there was a lot of shit going on between Toasty and Teddy. It's not my place to say that. Between me and Toasty, there was a lot of uncomfortable stuff. He did uncomfortable stuff with Libby. Not my story to tell, but they did a lot of shit in the server that was very uncomfortable.
In regard, as I just showed you, Nezzie in 2023, in that Senate call, was remembering all the various things that she specifically mentioned 3 years prior in her DMs with Toasty Vanilla. Yet in 2024, her and the SCC to insist on this memory excuse. She's had her meds changed so much, so she can't remember much. That is such a load of horseshit, and I'm not eating it. I'm not eating from that plate. It's interesting that there was such a strong will to protect her server members and to protect Teddy when it came to accusing Person A of sexual harassment, when she had no evidence, and she provided no evidence for that accusation. Yet, when she had all this evidence, and all these various things that Toasty had done to her and her friends, and she knew what he was doing in a group chat, a Discord server, filled with minors. She knew of at least 2 minors in there. Where was that will to protect those minors at? I could keep going with this, but I think I've made my point. Returning back to the timeline, on April 14th, Nezzie Monster posted, "I don't know what's gonna happen. Nobody gives a shit about change. Nobody will believe me when I do attempt to defend myself or correct things about the FCK situation, so what even is the fucking point? Well's been poisoned. I'll complete my comms, and then I don't know." Nezzie and the others had convinced themselves that releasing the DM screenshots of her and Toasty, the ones I showed you previously, would make it any better for them. Lio and Doodles both showed them off, and even he brought them up as a means of defending Nezzie Monster on my stream. They believed that it was a correction, that Nezzie did something, even though the DMs showed that Nezzie knew a lot more and still didn't say anything about Toasty, at least publicly. On April 15th, Nezzie Monster put out yet another fucking Twitter thread. "I've lost my fucking glasses. My med dosage changed, I had a spiral, and I've been bed rotting. But therapy is tomorrow, so there's that." There's more to the FCK situation than people think because a lot of stuff didn't happen in there. It happened in private. It's complicated, but will be explained. I've also been talking to my therapist about this because the situation is a lot more complicated. Don't get me wrong, I shouldn't have posted what I did. I was 19 and all I thought was, oh, these people are around my age. So that's why as I got older, I locked all my stuff as being for adults. My Twitter, my server, my streams. I'm more careful because I'm older and I have an audience now. I want to keep them safe. There it is. And I don't want to disappoint people. Call me selfish, but I don't like letting people down. Makes me feel like shit. Then on June 4th, she made a tweet about how it was gay month and you weren't allowed to be mean to her. Some people, myself included, thought she was trying to use that as an excuse for the FCK shit, so others continued to question her. A reply said, "Get off the internet, you scumbag." And she countered with, "Make me bitch. I ain't leaving because I was a dumbass when I was 19. This eventually led to Nezzie Monster addressing the backlash that she was getting, or as the SCC and ArtCC would inconsistently call it, the harassment she was getting. If you for real thought this post was shielding myself from criticism, you are a fucking idiot. I have apologized numerous times. That shit also not only happened 4 years ago, but when I was 19. Of course I think differently now, you dipshits. Touch grass." Person who just said she was bed rotting is telling people to touch grass. Whatever. If it isn't obvious from the last 3 times she's put an emphasis on her being 19 at the time, particularly her, "I was a dumb 19-year-old, so I didn't know any better." Nezzie is hitching her wagon to the "I was young, dumb, and naive" excuse, which is very interesting considering she did know better at 19. So let me give you some examples. In March of 2020, the collab with Ponder, Nezzie was 19 when she made it and released it. She was talking about protecting young artists in that collab, that being one of her reasons as to why she was in support of cancel culture.
Previously, we went over how she condoned cancel culture. Anyone who condones it, why? First off, that's my question. Why would you condone it at all?
I condone it in instances where people are scamming their audience out of money by claiming that they're suing the YouTube community punching bag, and when that's brought to light from a single artist speaking up and shining a light on a past of problematic behavior.
I condone it when this person has a history of being shitty towards multiple artists because I want to protect other artists who can't resist her 2-for-1 exposure deal.
Plus, you know, Cancel Onision.
Oh yeah, cancel Onision.
She turned 20 on June 12th, as her DeviantArt account lists her birthday as June 12th of 2000. So since Nezzie puts emphasis on her being 19, what about when she was 20? In August of 2020, she was 20 years old, and that was when she accused Toasty Vanilla of sexual harassment in their DMs, where she cited him showing minors porn, having porn made of his friends, sharing it, spamming it, where she brought up V Omega showing minors porn, citing it as a bad thing to do. A few days later, she publicly falsely accused a 16-year-old of sexual harassment under the sentiment of protecting her server and protecting Teddy. Her first instinct upon finding out about the supposed sexual harassment with Teddy was to call it out. Why not with Toasty then? If Nezzie Monster truly didn't know any better at 19, did she learn the day she turned 20? If she didn't know any better at 20, why did she publicly accuse Person A of sexual harassment? Nezzie has insisted that she had no malicious intent with accusing Person A, that she genuinely believed he sexually harassed Teddy. If we're to believe that, it means her first instinct was to call it out. If Nezzie wasn't being malicious and truly wanted to protect people from sexual harassers, and that's why she publicly accused Person A, why didn't she publicly accuse Toasty? Nezzie very clearly knew better, because she used the justification of calling out sexual harassers, of protecting her server and protecting Teddy as the reasoning for falsely accusing Person A. But for some reason, that didn't apply to Toasty. How about the fact that Nezzie knew that lying was bad at 19, considering she got onto Madame for lying when she was 19, yet lied about me when she was 19. In October of 2020, when Nezzie was 20 years old, she lied in Ponder's server, covering for Toasty because Renmankins accused him of the same shit we're talking about now. In the Twitlonger in January of 2021, she lied about me claiming I withheld the evidence from her. So on top of Nezzie being shown to know better by her words and actions when she's claiming that she didn't know better, she is wanting charity and leniency for being 19 at the time, something she herself didn't want to give to anyone else. Whether it be Chuli for how Chuli reacted and talked about Feghost when Chuli was 16 and 17. Chuli was completely justified, but because Feghost was liked by these people, how dare she talk about him? It was too mean. Never mind the fact Feghost had Chuli believing that he sexually assaulted two people and wanted her to stay quiet about it. That is some demented shit, but how dare Chuli be mean to the degenerate? Lastly, how about me? On the surface level, it looks like Nezzie and Ponder were lenient with me because I was 16, especially from the constant grandstanding and belittling with my age. Many in her audience loved to claim they gave me the benefit of the doubt, except for the fact they falsely accused me of attempted doxing, lied by omission after falsely accusing me of doing that, withheld inconvenient information from their audience so that they could falsely accuse me, twisted my words into something entirely different multiple fucking times. There's plenty more, but all of that done with hundreds of thousands watching those very videos. So Chuli and me at 16 were not given any charity or leniency, but she wants that because she was 19 for part of the time. Fascinating how that works. 3 days later, an artist on Twitter publicized a Google document that contains screenshots of their conversation with Nezzie Monster talking about the FCK server. I already went in depth on this document in a Tism report, so I'll link it below if you'd like to see it in full or fact check me, because I'll be summarizing it here. The artist asked Nezzie Monster for an explanation. Why didn't Nezzie see the Slimmer's porn chat as a problem? Specifically, why she worded it as could become a problem. And Nezzie told them that she couldn't remember her mentality at the time, that 4 years of drugs doesn't help, and that she understood the accusation but denied knowing about the fucking grooming, then mentioned Thuman's video, and that it will explain more because she is interviewed by Thuman. In another reply, she said that nobody gives a shit that the victims themselves don't have an issue with me, that I was doing this out of maliciousness because I can't get over a video from 4 years ago, and that I apparently made it clear that I wanted her gone, so I diverted attention from the actual victims. Nezzie Monster also said that I lied about her age in my FCK server video. If you go and watch that video, I clearly state that Nezzie was 20. Nezzie Monster was 20, and that's a pretty important detail, especially considering the fact that Nezzie herself said in a tweet made this year that she was 19 to 20. Oops. So how did I lie about her age? I guess if I say it, it's a lie, but when she says the exact same thing, she's telling the truth. Nezzie then told the artist that people are multifaceted and everyone is a hypocrite, reciting the same old slideshow litany of copium. I may be a hypocrite, but it doesn't make me wrong. Followed by more perpetual victimhood with claiming I'm obsessing over her. It's been 4 years. I even apologized to him in a call once if I recall correctly. She doesn't recall correctly. The only thing Nezzie has apologized to me for is her segment in Madlibs' video that falsely accused a friend of mine. That was only after 3 years of her lying about it to the public. In the Senate call, she said if I was so convinced of my own point, then I should just tell people who were reciting her false claims just to fuck off. She said that she stood by the video on me. That's the opposite of apologizing for it. I recommend checking out the document yourself because the artist who spoke with Nezzie, and who made it, has made some very good observations in it, and they've even updated it to provide even more info. On June 12th, Nezzie quote retweeted someone who shared a screenshot from her DMs with Toasty that contradicted Nezzie's own claim. And they accused her of lying. First off, didn't lie. Second, I'm aware his stuff is still up. I said it can't be seen as because I wasn't 100% sure if it was because of their ages and because it was a word of mouth. I also had no evidence, and Teddy has been known to lie to me and others. There are a couple of problems with this. First, this doesn't actually explain anything because Toasty admitted in their DMs that he was sharing porn with Teddy. She had a confession from him, and Nezzie knew he was doing it in the FCK server. Second, Nezzie didn't need evidence to accuse my friend of sexual harassment, and according to Teddy didn't even say it was sexual harassment, just that she was uncomfortable looking back. So why did Toasty back in 2020 get such leniency when there's not only a fucking confession, but also what Nezzie Monster watched him do in the FCK server? Again, my friend was publicly accused of sexual harassment a couple of days after she privately accused Toasty of that. Third, a known liar is accusing someone else of being a known liar. Pot, meat, kettle. In 2020, Nezzie accused me of lying. In 2021, she lied about me withholding the evidence from her when she withheld the evidence. Just a few minutes ago, I went over that she lied to the artist, telling them that I lied about her age. Now in this tweet, she's saying Teddy is a liar. Do you see the pattern here? Fourth, while I won't dispute or defend Teddy, I have a question. Nezzie Monster called Teddy a known liar right here in June of 2024, but previously in April, tried to guilt trip Teddy into publicly defending her and Elimo Melee. If Teddy is a known liar, why did you want the word of a known liar to support and clear your name, Nezzie? Fifth, remember Nezzie Monster's DMs with the Twitter artist, where she said that no one cares about the fact that the victims supposedly don't have an issue with her. Even if that were true, that doesn't mean no one else can point out the problems here. Well, Jamesy, or OMGIJ252, who was one of the minors in the FCK, well, he replied to Nezzie Monster specifically about the Teddy is a known liar claim, to which he was promptly blocked by Nezzie. But the victims don't have an issue with her, though. The excuse that was later given was that Avi, AO Speedwagon, Nezzie's boyfriend, was blocking people. June 13th, Nezzie tweeted, I'm not talking about the FCK anymore. I am 24 and I was 19. It has been practically 5 years. I am done. I am not that person anymore. As much as I wish I could change things, I cannot. I am moving forward with my life. Then on July 25th, she put out another Twitter thread about it. I thought Nezzie was done talking about the FCK. She has said that nearly every fucking thread she's made about it, all the while putting out statement after statement saying the same excuses. She has to be clinically insane. I'm not a psychologist and I'm not trying to pretend to be. I'm just saying that this is the same exact habit that she did with the sexual harassment accusation. I accidentally accused person A, and Akumu was just upset over a video I made years ago. With the FCK server, her response has been, I was a dumb 19-year-old, so I didn't know any better. And Akumu is just upset over a video 4 years ago. He's obsessed and malicious. Of course, like her audience, leaving out what she did in those videos that could have me potentially upset about them. Right along with her perpetual victimhood that several of her friends like Heaton, Doodletones, Ellie Momelli, and even Lyle Convoy have validated and affirmed. Which is fucking hilarious when these communities and some of those very people I just mentioned love to accuse others of enabling. They were saying Renmankins was somehow enabling me, but somehow it's okay when they do it. But to wrap this timeline up, Chuli released a video on Heaton Mitsuru in the Slideshow Commentary Community, or SCC. Nezzie Monster made this tweet about Chuli's video, and then deleted it right afterwards. A little odd, considering deleting tweets is bad, and it means you're trying to hide something, per her own standard. Oh, ponder. Are we going to talk about that contradiction? Is anyone in the SCC going to speak up and accuse and condemn Nezzie like you all did me? Of course not. Nezzie Monster then privated her Twitter account because Elon changed the block feature so that it no longer hides your tweets from the people you've blocked. Shortly after that change, Nezzie nuked her account to run to Blue Sky with another public account under the exact same name. She's made various posts complaining about the flack that she's gotten, one of which is defending herself or just in general defending the act of deleting comments. You know, something else she and Ponder also got onto me for, but hey, it's okay for her to do that now. Once more, I ask, where is the art and slideshow community's moral arbiter? Apparently the Judge Judy of the art community, or Justice Incarnate, the big bad Ponder Sprocket. They have insisted that she completely and thoroughly debunked me, proved me wrong, who apparently disproved me, slaughtered me, tore me apart, tore my video to shreds, who burned me, who shit-rocked me, who would tear me apart if she responded to me in just a robot. This is one of my favorites from a longtime Ponder fan, Izaki-chan. Yes, it's him. You know someone is fucked up when they don't change after being called the fuck up and roasted by Ponder. So where's your god now? Where's your Queen Octomama? She sees you're begging. You're pleased for her to do something about me. She watches from the sidelines and has only said one thing, that she's avoiding talking about me or responding because I'm going about this in a destructive way. I've been transparent to a fault, many of my faults. I've been correcting myself the times I've been wrong, whether in the past or present. If such transparency is destructive ways, what does that imply? The truth only ever harms deceit, deception, and misinformation. Ponder Sprocket commentaries are apparently made to showcase and criticize wrongdoings and contradictions, to dispel false narratives. Her audience sure loves to claim that she does a great job bringing light to the facts and dispelling misinformation for good resolution. So why in the 4 years this has gone on has she said nothing about any of what I've gone over? I don't mean just the FCK server either. There's plenty that I've gone over in this very ridiculously long video that meets the parameters, the criteria for her commentaries. Since it was wrong for Madame to lie about Slammers and Ponder milked that all for what it was worth and then some, why say nothing when her own close friends and her surrounding community were doing it and have been? This whole thing is perfect for her coverage. If she actually stood by that bullshit litany in her intro. Ponder was even following some of it. Remember, she commented on Foxton's video, who was responding to me in response to Fuchsia Butter. No matter how you slice this fruitcake, there's going to be a lot of shit on your plate. So much so that I've made individual episodes covering what happened, most of which was right within the public view. Public videos that did very well and were shared across multiple discords within this community. I'd bet money that they were shared in hers too. Ponder knew of and covered my Slammers video when it only had 3,000 views. Fuchsia Butter's video did far better than that and was shared all over these two communities. Madlib's video did far better than my video and Fuchsia Butter's video and was shared everywhere. Public tweets that were seen and shared all over, and public Discord messages as well. But here's a good question. Why hasn't Ponder corrected the misinformation about me that she put out herself in the collab with Nezzie Monster? She apparently normally does correct misinformation that she's put out, but she hasn't with me. Why has Ponder resorted to hiding not just me from her channel, but also hiding some of my audience members when she got onto me for deleting Slammers' comment on a video about Slammers and deleting other comments? Conveniently around the time that I'm informing people about the flaws and offering my retrospectives for someone who told me they're sorry and even offered to help me share my side of things, to which I told her I would do it myself. It's interesting to switch up once my videos are actually finished and done for all to see. However, if I say it's damage control and trying to mitigate people finding out, her audience and defenders will say it's a bad faith assumption. I want consistency, real transparency, and acknowledgement of what really happened, because they keep avoiding acknowledging or acting like I'm the problem for talking about it. I don't have the size Ponder does, nor what the FCK had, and that audience will keep denying it and keep blaming me unless Ponder says it so. We saw that with Heaton and Chuli. The second Heaton found out Ponder disapproved of her antics with Chuli, she changed song and tune and apologized to Chuli, because these people don't stand on or buy anything that they claim to, what they tell you, the public. So what do you, the people who want Ponder to respond and come swinging at me, what do you expect Ponder to do? To tell you what you want to hear, just to give you the comfort and hope that she's tore me apart. You already glaze everything she does, but you want her to further contradict her public image that she's built, the litany intro that she's got, and die on this hill with the others. There's nothing to gain and plenty to lose in her doing so. What baffles me as I look back on all of this, as I've been looking back and editing this for you all, for communities hell-bent on insisting I was the immature party, on insisting I'm so immature, it sure is odd that I, the 16-year-old, was the one who was direct, open, and more than willing to discuss it directly with you all. It was you all and your favorites who banned me at every turn and ignored everything I talked about. I was direct with the FCK in an attempt at conversation. I tried several times throughout 2020 so that things could be cleared up. They didn't care and they didn't want to. Despite how pretentious or mean I was the one who tried to talk it out directly and even privately before they made a giant fucking mess of their false claims. A mess that inevitably I would have to clean up, which is another reason why we're here. I even tried to tell them to walk away so this wouldn't go in a direction that I knew they would just cry about afterwards, because that's what these communities do best. They pick a fight, they keep poking and prodding, but when it doesn't go the way they thought it would, when push comes to shove, when you make fun of them back, when you mock them back, criticize them in return, inform the public and their audience of their antics, suddenly you're stalking and harassing them. They love a slap fight on Twitter or YouTube, or even in the form of multiple video responses. Of course, only when they can dogpile people. The FCK especially. The second you defend yourself, you're the problem. It doesn't matter if you're objectively right. It doesn't matter if you have evidence on your side. They deemed you the problem. I want those who are hearing me out to try and put yourself in my shoes. You're 16. You decide to try and make a point about a community's recent actions, but in doing so you make some mistakes. You are wrong on a few things, and then an entire group of people take advantage of that to make all of your points seem as stupid as possible for content. They misrepresent you at every turn by twisting your words, and pretending you were claiming or saying things entirely different than what you actually said. They dedicate themselves to accusing you of shit you didn't do, falsely accusing you of deleting tweets to hide shit or deleting videos to hide them, of attempted doxing, or that you're working with doxers to dox people. They doctor screenshots to accuse you of things, lie about Google documents you've made to try and victimize complete fucking nutjobs. Their audience gives a massive outcry over what these people claim you did. Some of the things that they accused you of doing, they did themselves right afterwards, and that same audience didn't say a fucking thing. For example, deleting comments. Everyone holds that against you even after you stop doing it, yet no one talked about it when they did it. Fuchsia Butter, Ponder Sprocket, and recently Nezzie Monster who switched up on that. They said that you deleted your video when you didn't, but didn't say a fucking thing when the FCK members deleted theirs. They said you deleted tweets and comments to hide evidence against yourself, which is assuming your intent and something they claim they don't like. But when they delete their own tweets, their own comments, comments from others, or just evidence against themselves, nothing is said from those same people who tried to hold those claims over your head. While these people are smearing you, they're doing shit in their private little hug box that's far worse than what they accused you of doing to begin with. All the while they're making fun of you and using you for views. The collective audience of thousands. So an entire community then also make fun of you and repeat the same false accusations. Anytime you try to talk to these people directly or even advise them to walk away, it's thrown right back in your face. They tell themselves you're bluffing and that they don't take you seriously, but then when it doesn't play out like they wanted it to, they pretend to be a victim of your supposed harassment because of mean tweets and comments. You accuse them of what they did, and they misconstrue that so that people don't get a clear view. They claim you accused them of something you didn't, like telling the public that you're trying to call them a pedophile when you never did. Again, your words are always twisted. When you point out that they falsely accused you or your friends, they say you're falsely accusing them of making false accusations. And their stupid fucking audience ate that shit right up. Those same thousands of the audience either don't watch your response videos or they hate watch your response videos and ignore where you disprove the claims and prove what they did. They talk about how you deserved it because you said mean things, because you don't use someone's preferred fucking pronouns. That's the real problem for them. That man may have fantasized about murdering you, said that your blood was going to stain his hands. He may have told you to suck his pink pube dick, called you a cum chalice, an honorless shit puppet, lied about a Google document you used to make false claims against you, and used a Photoshop screenshot against you. But how fucking dare you refer to him as a man? Sure, he made fun of your voice, but you're gonna make fun of his? That's crossing a line, you cishet transphobic bigot. They victimize him and paint you as the bad guy. You're sitting there watching the same community of retards who previously told everyone else just a few months before that lying about a minor is a bad thing to do, that vilifying a minor is a bad thing to do, when someone else was doing that to a 15-year-old. Yet here they are, as a community, doing all of that to a 16-year-old. They're blindly believed and listened to by the same audience that watched them say those very things. No questioning over shit so obviously false and misconstrued that all anyone had to do was hear you out, or look into it themselves. But almost no one would. They can't fathom or accept that you could be correct about something because they don't like you, so they do anything and everything to avoid acknowledging it because you pointed it out, because you have evidence for it, because they don't like you. The same community that has constantly proclaimed that both sides should be heard out, that it's important to listen to both sides, ignored yours. The few that didn't outright ignore it would rather ignore your points and issues to complain about your language and your insults. These people could insult you all day and they loved it. You knew no one was going to come play Captain Kirk to defend you or protect you like they claim to do with other minors. No one else is going to dispel this false narrative. No ponder sprocket to swoop down from the art-tarred heavens and lay down some accountability. No, she partook in it. You are going to have to dispel this narrative yourself. Anytime you try to get your side out, you're told by their audience that you have an ego, that you need to realize and see where you were wrong. You're a narcissist, that it's pointless to respond, that no one will ever listen to you, that you might as well delete your channel, that you have no credibility. The same people who insisted mean YouTube comments and mean tweets classify as harassment.
And as of recording this video, I just received some screenshots of him saying in a server that he hasn't harassed anybody for months and that that's a false claim against him.
The best part is, I didn't harass anyone. I had 3, technically now 4, interactions with Slimmers. There is no history of harassment.
Well, if that is true, which I'm sure that it is, there should be no problem with me putting a bunch of tweets directed at certain people on the screen right now. If you're not watching this video but you're listening to it, I really encourage you to switch back over here right now for just a moment and take a look. Are you here now? Okay, good. Now, I don't want you to look at the actual tweets. I'll still be going over them later. You can still read them if you want. But what's important for this is I want you to look at the people who are tagged and the dates of the tweets. You'll notice something very interesting. That being that these tweets directed at specific people with no provocation or actual conversation being had are over a period of months. Huh. If only there was a word for going out of your way to bother and harass people for months on end. Or maybe a term. I wonder what it would be called. Another huge reason that I'm making this video is because, unfortunately, this kid has started to gain some traction. He's started to gain a few little cronies who want to participate in his harassment, as shown by everything I'm showing on screen right now. And that's not okay.
I believe it is trying to say that the consequences of the phone number being released isn't real.
I don't see how. It was a number that you could contact Slimmers at. It just happened to be a number she could disconnect very quickly when that harassment started. And that number being fake hasn't stopped people from harassing her.
As you can see on screenshots on top of screenshots we have of you, Akumu, sending hate towards Slimmers, saying you were going to punish her.
The same community who agreed with those people did exactly that to you. You get death threats, told that you shouldn't live, people wanting you assaulted, people imagining you getting beaten by the cops, doxing threats, doxing attempts, attempts to sign in on your accounts mass reported to shut you up, banned from Discord servers anytime you try to defend yourself or speak about what the favorite people did. Darkness Stone is just one example of that. People signing your email up to all kinds of fucking websites. Overall, you're treated as if you're inhuman, as if you're an embodiment of evil, boogeyman. They're Satan. You see that the same crowd and audience who falsely accused you of all this shit also claim to not take you seriously. They claim that you're just a joke they'll never take seriously, that you're a laughingstock or the laughingstock of their community. Yet they took you seriously enough to cook up movie-length hit pieces to accuse you of all kinds of things, calling you a serial harasser, that you work with doxers, going behind the scenes to tell people you're a doxer, junkie, or that you have cronies and spies everywhere. They call you a psychopath or a sociopath in either their autistic fucking wikis, oh yes, I remember the atrocious YouTuber wiki, or their hug boxes. They make Twitter threads to call you out. They constantly talk about or tease future impending videos on you that never came out, or bitch about you in Discord chats for months, sometimes years on end. You're a banned topic in some of their Discord servers because it triggers people. Your presence in the server apparently makes people feel uncomfortable and unsafe. They'll actively look for your Twitter account and then cry about your Twitter and their fucking vent channels. Yet in the next breath, they claim you're just a joke that they've never taken seriously and never will. All because you were deemed their bad guy. They could do whatever they want to you and against you, regardless of the fact it contradicted their previous moral standards that they claim to have. If you make comments and tweets, it's harassment. When their favorites or their audience did it, it wasn't. It was calling you out and holding you accountable. They can make fun of you, but if you do it back, it's harassment because you're the bad guy. They can tweet about you and comment on your videos, but if you tweet about them or comment on their videos, you're harassing them. They can falsely accuse you of shit, and that's them rightfully calling you out. But if you point out how it's false, prove that they've done the same thing they falsely accused you of that caused so much outcry from their audience, or that they did something far worse, zero outcry from that same audience. Your discrepancies such as deceit, false accusations, and misinformation are ignored. Anything and everything to downplay and not acknowledge it. Instead of acknowledging that they as a community enabled, validated, and partook in a smear campaign, false accusations which have followed you for years, they omit that and state that you're just petty or obsessive because you're talking about it. They say you're the liar. If not a liar, you're obsessed, malicious, bad faith, dishonestly framing, upset that they rightfully called you out, salty, coping, seething, or molding. They dodge acknowledging it, just like Ponder is doing. Now tell me how you would go about handling that. Because the art commentary community and the slideshow community think I was just supposed to sit there and take it. Any response I gave was twisted and cried about. How dare I make fun of them back? How dare I make mean tweets? Anything and everything I did in response was called harassment, doubling down, and refusing to accept where I was wrong. I couldn't take criticism and admit to my faults, all because I refused to placate and kowtow to their false claims. Because I didn't pretend and go along with what they said I did. Them and their favorites enjoyed lying about and making fun of me, but if I enjoyed telling truths about them or making fun of them, I'm just doing it for fun. I must be sadistic. I must be a psychopath or sociopath. I must lack empathy. Coming from the same community that gleefully enjoyed dogpiling, lying about, making fun of, mocking, and making memes about some mean 16-year-old. If I respond to that by talking about it, acknowledging what they did, or making fun of them, I'm the problem. I'm petty or obsessive because I point out their inconsistencies or their falsehoods. Because they can't accept being the butt of the joke. It reminds them of their daily personal lives. When dealing with all of what I just described to you, I didn't cry out that I was being harassed to get sympathy. I didn't suicide bait for sympathy. I didn't squeal about how it affected my mental health. I didn't give you my entire life story in some soy-laced speech to try and excuse anything I did on my end. I grew up poorly. My parents did this and this and this to me, so that's why I did this stupid thing on the internet. Feel bad for me. Yet these people constantly feel the need to clue everyone in on shit that is entirely irrelevant and that no one fucking cares for. They can't just own up to it and be done with it. They can't not make some sad excuse. There has to be some sob story because this community is all about pathos appeals and mafeels. It's okay for Ponder to talk about Fegos because of how it affected her. It's okay for Heaton to talk about Junkie years afterwards because of how it affected her. Yet I'm not allowed to talk about what I went through, what these people did, what these communities did. Any one of their figureheads, Ponder, Nani, Creep Show Art, Hopeless Peaches, and so on, could have looked into it at any point in 2020 or any of the years after before they ran off. Whether it be what they were doing to me, Fuchsia's degen hellhole of a Discord, the FCK's defensive lies to defend Toby whilst trying to smear Kai and Omnia, Toasty's antics, this could have been known and acknowledged much, much sooner. Question is, why didn't they talk about any of it? Especially when they at least knew of what the group was doing to me. It's a little hard to miss the hit pieces that were blowing up and shared from Discord server to Discord server. They didn't talk about it because I wasn't a sweet little lamb. Most of the people in these communities care about optics and how they're perceived by their peers. So they keep their true opinions private in fear of being ostracized or blacklisted for discussing it. The slideshow community especially has that problem, and I claim this not to make them look bad, but because several people in that community, or that were in it, have privately expressed this to me. Most of the art and slideshow crowd didn't even question what was going on. No thanks to the FCK members behind the scenes trying to blackball me by telling others that I harassed them or that I was a doxer, like Junkie. Which is particularly fascinating from two communities who claim, again, that they want to hear all sides out, who claim to give people the benefit of the doubt. It's the same people who insist Ponder, Stone, and Nezzie in their community gave me the benefit of the doubt, that they were lenient with me. If this was all about my supposed lack of evidence, they would be happy now, but they aren't. It was never about me not having evidence, and it wasn't about me defending or white knighting Madame, a lie that they've been pushing for years in an attempt to cover up what really happened in 2019 and 2020. This is about me having the gall to question their consensus and make fun of their community, to not take their crusade seriously, because I didn't participate in the politics they deem the proper politics. Hence the ad nauseum bitching and squealing about my transphobia that you've had to deal with throughout this entire video. I said mean things in my videos. I made mean comments and tweets. So they thought a community-wide mockery of me, dogpile, and smear campaign of false accusations would teach me a lesson and shut me up. That's also why they constantly tried to discourage me from ever responding and talking about it. Look, Akumu, I don't like you as much as the next guy, but I will tell you this. Don't release the video. It'll just get dislike bombed to hell and back. It's not worth whatever you want from releasing. It's just not. Dude, you lost these. No one here in the community likes you. No one. Even if somehow you can give a rebuttal from the arguments on the video. Everyone would prefer not believe in you. You give them the cheese and the knife. You should probably try to restart and delete your channel. Go to Reddit or something, or try to change your views on the topics that make your downfall. Improve yourself. These people clearly rely on ad populum fallacy or the appeal to popularity. They claim something is the case because the majority agree on it. I was defending and simping for Madame because the majority said so. I apparently defended Madame for trying to dox a minor because the majority said so. They tried to tell me that I lost because they believe that they decide that. They think that they decide what is true or not based on their community consensus, similar to how they also believe that they decide the credibility of others. You can see this especially with me. Back in October of 2020, several people threw a shit fit in the comments because I was used as a source. Not just Menti Shed. Slideshow Spurgs were even crying about it in their private circle jerks. When the names Junkie talked about Rin's video on Twitter back in 2021, several people replied to him, throwing a fit because Rin used me as a source. And I want to note that Rin's video was very much biased against me. Rin is dunking on me and shitting on me numerous times throughout the video anytime I come up, peddling many of the false claims from the art and slideshow community, especially from the FCK. No thanks to the fact that Madlibs was feeding Ren bullshit behind the scenes so that the video would fit to the FCK's narrative. And just to give you an idea as to just how petty Ren was and just how biased the video was, Ren didn't even link my Toasty video in the description. Instead, Ren uploaded it on a Google Drive and linked that in the description as a means of preventing me from getting views. But that wasn't good enough because Ren was still daring to talk about something negative that involved the FCK members, the precious group that both the art and slideshow community adored and loved so much, because Ren was still talking about the same claims that I was. And that was a problem for these people because I was talking about it, and it would give my word some form of credibility, and they couldn't have that. The same people who can't be consistent in their own standards, who refuse to question something because their favorite people claimed it, who happily cling to falsehoods and narratives, think that they decide whether other people are credible or not. Mind you, I had a literal recorded confession from Toasty, evidence of his disregard to showing minors pornography, along with just some of his very rampant degeneracy. Rampant degeneracy that many of these people knew about, Junkie included. It wasn't a secret. No. It was a taboo to talk about because Toasty was a part of the sacred crowd. He had certain special interests in this community who liked him, a community that also collectively dislikes me. Both reasons are why it was ignored for so long. If they acknowledged the problem and ventured into it, it would tug at the FCK and particularly that server, and subsequently they'd have to claim the same thing I had already been claiming. They'd have to validate what I was saying, so they did everything they could to dodge that. A quick and perfect example of this is yet again the discussion apparently from Ponder's Discord server, where they bitched about Jesp, aka Rin's video, on Toby and Toasty. They could have focused on the claims, or the testimony that Rin provided from Teddy the Draws, or the fact I had a recorded confession from Toasty, but no. Their focus and their concern was Rin was basically siding with Akumu, that I didn't have evidence. That's how they framed it. These people were and still are more concerned with them potentially siding with me that they avoid talking about it entirely. This is exactly how Toasty got away with it, and that's how the rest of the FCK got away with their various antics, because these people refused to talk about it, lest they agree or side with Akumu. Because I talk about what the FCK did, whether it be in their server or publicly, they refused to, out of their favoritism for those people, and out of their bias against me. It's a twofold problem, which is probably why they're not consistent in their standards, because they don't want to validate what I've pointed out, even when it's objectively true, because they hate me that much. These crowds think that because they don't like you, that inherently means nothing you say or have is credible or true. It can't be, ever. They'll do anything in their power to avoid you being given credit or used as a source of information. If a member of their community cites or listens to someone they don't like, they will bitch about it and make it that person's problem. They'll go as far as messaging people demanding that you don't listen to whoever they don't like, and to only listen to those they do like. Longtime art tard and slideshow orbiter, Jack Lockstyle, did exactly that. He directly messaged someone and demanded that they unfollow the FCK Leaks account and don't listen to me or FCK Leaks, to only listen to Lyle Convoy and Hopeless Peaches. Another testament to the fact these people are control freaks. Their we decide this delusion is far from the end of their control freak behavior. They also believe that they decide if someone is immature and thus needs to learn and grow, per their community's consensus. Nezzie Monster and her insistence that I needed to learn. Or just go to the comments section of Ponder and Nezzie's collab, especially in the last year or so. Those who ran back to the 2 videos proclaiming in the comments that I haven't changed, matured, grown, or gotten better, that I didn't learn my lesson, or that I've gotten worse, even claiming that I won't admit I'm wrong or admit to my mistakes. Hearing how this guy acts actually scares me due to just how similar he acts to my stepbrother. He looks at things from such a black and white viewpoint, goes by the my way or the highway viewpoint, where everyone else that doesn't agree with him is the enemy. With how young he seems, I can only know that this will get even worse, and he's shown to be very toxic in the future. Honestly, I hope he either learns out of this mindset or never gets a platform that supports it. 131 people agreed with that. In the replies of that same comment, we can only hope that people like him and your brother learn and eventually grow up. How about this one? It's been months since you guys dropped this video, and I just saw only 2 days ago he was still arguing he was in the right in his video's comments. I was hoping to see a mature response from him, like maybe he took this info, grew, and apologized, but he hasn't. Hard to believe he's supposed to be older than Slimmers. I feel like he's gonna stay one of those people. We tried to get him to see how bad his logic was in the hopes that he'd grow past this. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, and well, he's becoming more of a laughingstock with only a few equally childish and idiotic supporters. When someone accused me of using alts to dislike the collab, I clarified that I didn't and got this reply. Well, now that I know you're actually here, I hope you watched them and learned something. This next one is from my own comment section. I think you mean embarrass yourself. All you have done is embarrass yourself and prove to everyone that your ego is too big and that you will not change. I'm sorry, but you need to realize when you are in the wrong. Of course, the delusions don't stop there either, as they believe they hand out the second chances for someone to learn and grow. They decide whether someone can or can't, and whether they have or haven't. The earliest example I have of this is from the comments of Renmankin's aforementioned video on Toasty and Toby. A screenshot I took during the video's premiere of a user by the name of Bree G. Davis, who replied to me with this: blatant lies, despite the piles of evidence against you. Give real evidence and quit trying to prove negatives. Lash out at other minors and accept criticism, and maybe you'll be given a second chance on the platform. You're still young, so that means people will generally be more lenient unless you keep up the act. Yes, because you all were totally so lenient in your false accusations and denial of the evidence I brought to the table. Any evidence I've ever given and that I will ever show, they'll proclaim it's not real, that it's not there, because Ponder Sprocket filled their heads with the convenient cope that my evidence is non-existent. As I pointed out before, I had a recorded confession from Toasty in 2020, but because it was from me, it was non-existent. Remember Doodle's reaction in Ponder's server? What evidence does Akumu have? However, the focal point is the part that reads, and maybe you'll be given a second chance on the platform. How about a more recent example? From Ponder Sprocket's comment section, user Don't Be a Smartass was defending Ponder's hypocrisy of removing my comments from the eyes of the public, making excuses for her doing so. He's hidden because he's harassing the comment section like it's his job. I'd do it too after giving this man as many chances as he's been given to change and learn and grow. 6 people agreed with that, and this is another example of how their audience also loves to victimize others over the slightest, tiniest of things. I have another. This court jester individual responded to a tweet that noted me and Kumo are friends, bringing up the Madame drama, and of course gave the usual art-tard PR speak in relation to me and Madame. She claimed that I was in the trenches trying to defend Madame. When I responded to court jester and got into the specifics of what happened, they replied back and claimed that I did an interview with Madame, stroking her ego and kissing her ass. That I'd never have a successful commentary career. Later stating a successful commentator would be providing new and insightful commentary instead of seething over getting humiliated by a bigger creator for talking out of your ass 5 years ago. You're just mad because you're never gonna live that down, that you're always gonna be the Madame simp. She then posted screenshots of our back and forth, asking if she should watch my retrospective video on Ponder Sprocket and Nezzie monster, which led to this next interaction where she claimed that I was apparently mad, and that I'm always going to be the guy that Ponder apparently dragged through the dirt, that I needed to grow up and get a job. When another user asked her what I did, she claimed that I went on a tirade, slandering Slimmers and defending Madame, leading Ponder Sprocket to do a takedown of my videos and breaking them down point by point, that I'm still malding 4 to 5 years later and can't handle strangers thinking I'm weird over it. I was curious and took a quick search through her tweets only to find this reply to Omnia from back in 2021, during the copyright strike drama or situation with Kai Weiss. Akumu is in that guy who was white knighting hard for Madame/Princess Ash way back when? Because if that's the case, I'd strike down Akumu too. Akumu is not a trustworthy commentator. So I replied linking my part 1, to which she said I haven't matured beyond the freak that I was when I was 16. This checks the usual boxes we've seen in the art-hard narrative and behavioral habits. A, claiming that I white-knighted or defended or simped for Madame. B, propping up and overinflating what Ponder and Nezzie did in their collab. These people have been doing that for years. And C, downplay what they actually did in the collab and act as though I'm the problem for acknowledging and talking about it by claiming I'm salty over it. However, in this case, it's that I'm mauling or seething over it. It's more convenient for the narrative if they present it as though I'm in the wrong for speaking about what Ponder and Nezzie did, rather than acknowledge what Ponder and Nezzie did. And D, that I haven't matured since I was 16, because I defend myself and speak about what really happened. And those 4 art-tard habits are relevant because Court Jester was the first one to mention the Madame shit. She saw my name and immediately took it as an opportunity to peddle the same false history that they've been pushing for years now. But if I respond and I point that out, or I point out the flaws with it, or if I link videos I've made going in depth on the problems with it, I'm the problem. I'm coping, seething, or molding. I haven't moved on or matured past being 16, because I don't allow them to lie so boldly and it go unchecked. Which is really odd, because if that means I haven't matured past being 16, what does that say about you all who keep bringing it up? Court Jester herself. She's still talking about it and bringing it up. But if I talk about it, I haven't matured. It's really silly. A successful commentator would be making new and insightful content, as if my retrospectives aren't new and insightful. But I guess because they're talking about older events that involve her favorite people that she likes, somehow that means they can't be new and insightful, because it has information that's inconvenient for her. I've gotten a myriad of comments throughout this series from people telling me that they had no idea about any of this, and that they're baffled or confused and appalled by the fact that a lot of this was literally swept under the rug. And you might wonder how it was swept under the rug, because of people like Court Jester and her community who have been repeating this same fucking lie and cover story, that I was just defending and simping and white knighting for Madame, and that my videos are just me being upset that I was humiliated or dragged through the dirt. Not that these people lied and peddled false information and false accusations and tried to cover a bunch of fucked up shit. No, that can't be it. These people definitely aren't a monolith, though. Maybe that's still not enough. An even more recent example of this you need to change, grow, and be better delusional grandstanding comes from another art-tard, Artist Grim or Kira, who has also overestimated what Ponder is capable of. During our second conversation on Discord, which happened only because she didn't like the fact I was talking about what Ponder and Nezzie did in their collab, telling me to move on, that it was old so I shouldn't talk about it, which is rather interesting considering she justified Ponder discussing the situation with Fegoust, and that's from November of 2019. But me discussing what Ponder did in 2020, to me, is a problem. Early into our conversation, she said I was continuing to cope and seethe over Ponder and Nezzie's collaboration, later stating this: "Did Ponder make you think you pushed someone to suicide? Did Ponder say, hey, if you talk about this, I'll kill myself? No, she made a video pointing out your weird opinion on a situation that originally didn't involve you. You put yourself in that drama." It's interesting that Kira puts emphasis on the fact that I wasn't originally involved in it, but I put myself in it, because Ponder also wasn't originally involved in the Slimmers and Madame situation. She put herself in it, and went as far as smearing me, so that she could ride the coattails of it. But I guess that's okay. Ponder didn't get that option. Instead of holding on to it, grow, change, and become better, prove her wrong by acting better, not spamming hate everywhere she's mentioned. Yes, because informing people what she did, what she and Nezzie did, is spamming hate. Like I just showed earlier, over-dramatization and exaggeration for victim points, while belittling and downplaying what they did to make me look ridiculous or in the wrong for talking about it. But again, they're definitely not a monolith. Basically, if these people decide that something about you is a problem within a video, and if you don't kowtow to the way they do things and the way they make their videos, their beliefs, then it means you haven't changed or grown. For 4 years, I've talked extensively about where I was wrong in the Madame situation. That doesn't matter to them because it doesn't fit the narrative that they were fed and are eager to believe. Because I'm not entertaining their revisioning of the events, that I was defending, simping, and white knighting for Madame. I'm not validating their lies and affirming their delusion that I was entirely wrong, that Ponder and Nezzie were entirely right and called me out or dragged me through the dirt. Because I point out where Ponder and Nezzie and the FCK were not only wrong, but dishonest. I inform people about it. These people in their audience have told themselves that I'm just salty, malding, coping, and seething over Ponder and Nezzie because addressing the actual proven flaws within those videos would require them to criticize their favorites and no longer delusionally prop up these hit pieces. They say I'm stuck in the past or that I haven't moved on, despite the fact it was their constant bringing it up that brought us here. It's nothing more than an attempt at forcing my hand to confirm their bias and to validate the narrative. I must agree with what these people say happened, even though it's not true. Since I haven't agreed to that, that means I haven't improved, grown, or matured as a person. Me having a spine, defending myself where I was objectively correct, and not placating to their constant framing and biased retelling of the events means I haven't matured past being 16. It's a forced dichotomy. They expect me to go along with this idea that I did all these things that I didn't do, and expect me to apologize for these things that I didn't do. It's laughably retarded, as if I was ever going to seek their fucking approval, let alone take blame for shit I didn't do. There's a thought just lingering at the back of my head, and scratching at the door. What gives these people the idea that I want or need their approval? They assumed that I do because they believe their approval is a prerequisite for anyone, let alone me, to mature, flourish, and continue. The fact that I have without their approval, like some autistic little hall monitor, pisses them off. These people don't live in reality. They live in these tiny but very bitchy social circles that thrive off of echo chambers, and having these little rituals which are meant to keep their understanding of anything around them completely warped to how they wish the events played out. Take, for example, this comment complaining about me talking about Nezzie Monster throughout the years, but omitting why I am, or the several various tweets and comments claiming I'm just salty over Ponder and Nezzie's collab, but of course omitting what it is they did in the collab that could possibly have me just salty about it. It's a little ironic considering the fact that these people worship and prop up someone who claims to want to dispel misinformation and false narratives, and yet me doing that is a problem for them. A problem that leads them to omitting the very things that these people did to complain about me doing it, and are belittling me for talking about it. If this was Ponder, they wouldn't be doing that. They wouldn't be downplaying what these people did. They love to talk about old drama, especially to bring it up if they think they can hold it against someone they don't like, or if they've been wronged in the past. Like, again, Heaton when she talks about Junkie. When you talk about the old drama and specifically the things they don't want questioned so they can protect the warped retelling of events, their sacred timeline, how dare you talk about old drama? They've moved on, you need to move on, you're petty, you're obsessive, you're coping and seething. It's funny how that works. Think of the saying, history is written by the victors, but change it to, history is written by the majority who think they won and will do everything to convince themselves of that and convince everyone else of their narrative, and we've arrived at the core of their problem. These people view a situation through the lens of who does their herd agree with most, and then base it off of that to convince themselves that they're right and the other person is wrong, because the majority don't agree with that person. The only advantage these people have is numbers, so they recite their version of the history any chance they get in hopes of propagating it, so that it isn't ever questioned, so that their retelling of it becomes the consensus among themselves and any potential onlookers. It's history revisionism 101. After all, if so many people claim it happened that way, it must have. They think because they don't agree, I'm therefore wrong. This is why they have constantly tried to convince me and proclaim that I lost, that I need to take the L. Because deep down, they know that's not the case. They just mask the reality to convince others of it. Now, this last bit is specifically to and for the art community, the slideshow community, their audience, and even the FCK members. 2020. I told you people that I'd burn your community as a hobby. I told you this wouldn't end the way you wanted it to. In 2021 and 2022, I told you to leave it be or we'd reach this very point, that I was gathering a galore and cooking up something real special. You didn't take it seriously. After all, why would you? I was just some pretentious 16-year-old that you gay-opped, lied about, and smeared for a year with several hit pieces. And you defended the people who lied and made said hit pieces, and continued to peddle the lies and false accusations years after the fact. What could possibly come of that? You should be happy, because this is what you wanted. Why else would you continue to poke and prod if not because you sought the series I offered? You told yourselves that my promises, which you called threats, were empty, that I was bluffing, that it was adorable that I thought I was a threat, that it was cute that I thought I was intimidating. You people in your favorites openly admitted to using me for views and for content, but then you say my series is just me content farming and clout chasing. You threw tantrums over mean words and fucking pronouns, but not the deceit and falsehoods from your favorite people that were about a 16-year-old, which is only noteworthy because you're the same crowd who said lying about a minor was bad. How dare Madame do that, only to turn around and collectively do it on a scale even greater than Madame did. You are constantly making excuses for your fuck-ups and the fuck-ups of your favorite content creators. That's even if you acknowledge what they did. You are perpetual victims, actively looking for any means of professing yourselves or others as victims of X, Y, and Z. And your favorite thing that you love to play victim to is harassment. Anything and everything you don't like is harassment. I make tweets, it's harassment. I make YouTube comments, it's harassment. You think mean tweets and comments are harassment until you all are doing it. And you'll gang up on one fucking person while doing it and still manage to convince yourselves you're the good guys or the victims. I defend myself from your false accusations. It's harassment. Think someone looking at your public account and your fucking tweets qualifies as stalking you until you want to do it to other people. So you can't keep to your own word, let alone the rules you make up. You people are the poster children for the problem with participation trophies and why sheltering kids and young teens from how the real world works does more harm than good. But now the fuck-ups of your parents are the rest of the world's problems. In this case, the internet. You've gathered together and cultivated a horrendous ghoul that represents everything wrong with tribalism. Despite all of this, you've somehow managed to convince yourselves that you're more mature than every single person you don't like. Every single time. What are the odds of that? What makes you even think that? Because you limit yourselves from saying certain mean words? Because you have the proper politics? Because you think excusing people you like for breaking your rules and then trying to publicly hang those you don't like for supposedly breaking those same rules is nuance? Because you care about trivial shit like pronouns more than lies, deceit, false accusations, and so on? The selective outcry over insults? And when it is and isn't allowed? Or is it your cowardice with the constant subtweets and circle jerks? You're supposed to be the more mature party when so many of you spiral into shit fits and tantrums over fucking pronouns and refuse to admit something is true because someone you don't like is saying it. You people talk about how everyone should be heard, yet you're the same crowd who mass reported me in an attempt to shut me up and tried to sway me from responding and getting my side out. Even if we set aside the FCK's private actions, their Discord server, both your communities still look fucking stupid. You happily cheered on the FCK and co from video to video. Many of you were in their comments and on Twitter defending these people, pushing their false claims and misinformation. You were in their comment sections validating and cheering them on. You were right in the bandwagon just like they were. Don't forget the Discord servers either. Look at yourselves, now that something has come of your collective antics, that your attempt to deny, downplay, scapegoat, skirt around, all to prevent people from seeing, have completely failed and became a catastrophic mess for everyone to laugh at. Now you're so quiet. Where's the Twitter call-out threads? The call-out videos informing your audience about what they did, correcting the misinformation and narrative that many of you people partook and peddled in? Where are your silly little demands for these people to take accountability that you love to do to everyone else? I don't see any of those accountability calls, nor any of your hashtags. Why is telling the truth even to my own faults crippling your fucking communities? People leaving left and right, running off to the VTubing community. Some changing their names and wanting nothing to do with this little sickly husk. Now your favorites are oh so sorry. They wish they could change what they did. They regret it. Hits me right in the ticker. You're sorry now? Why? Why now and not when you did it? Not the 3 or 4 years after the fact when you hit it. You were just calling me out, right? Teaching me a lesson. Showing me my place. Giving me a reality check. Setting me down. Protecting those minors and the artists in the FCK, right? Protecting Slimmers from the big bad meanie on Twitter, right? You were just holding me accountable. So which is it? Take your pick. Those bullshit justifications were blown smoke right from the beginning. A cloud of dust to keep people blissfully ignorant. But the dust always settles. My personal favorite is the teaching me a lesson that I needed to learn. Not only because your sense of moral superiority is so grotesquely hollow, but because lesson learned and lesson shared. That's what this series is. You showed me, right? So I showed all. Why are you upset that I shared the lesson you eagerly wanted to teach me? Look at the fruits of your labor and be proud. Defended it tooth and nail up to this point. Why turncoat now? Many of you have just as much a part to play in this as I do. We wouldn't be here without you, and you know who you are. Stoked the flame despite me telling you to leave it be. But you couldn't do that. You all had to get your own on the big bad guy. Had to show me my place. You wanted me as the villain of this story. I was 16, and yet I was compared to All for One by your precious Ponder.
You know, I'm not familiar with this game, but I hope that Akumu is playing as All for One because the personality tie-in would be so perfect, I could laugh myself to sleep tonight.
Referred to as if I'm fucking Voldemort, and called Satan. You compared me to fucking Onision and Elliot Rodger. It's also why you couldn't pick a lane. 1 minute I'm a joke. I'm a laughingstock, or the laughingstock that you don't take seriously, that will never have an audience. The next minute, you and your favorites are fear-mongering your own community with me by claiming I was this serial doxer, harasser, and stalker. I've shown just a portion of the consequences of that. Let's put this in a really larpy way. Let's have fun with it. Sure, I had the Twitter handle Valanius, but it was you all who made me the antagonist of this story. You propped yourselves up as the good guys, the good people who were just trying to teach me a lesson, to get me to learn. So I became the end. Though this is clearly what you wanted, you all don't seem that pleased with it. Did you think this would play out like your Pony and Hedgehog cartoons? With the colorful, cheerful good guys teaming up so the supposed bad guy gets his dues by the good people. The heroes coming together to put a stop to his evildoer ways before more totally innocent artards get hurt. Because I've hurt so many people, right? Which, by the way, Akumu still stands behind all of his bigotry and continues to hurt people for fun. He literally hasn't grown up and still deserves to be called out. If you want someone to blame, start with the people who picked the fight with me again and again, then had the gall to victimize themselves and each other. Fuchsia Butter cried harassment, and many of you people validated it and said I harassed him. Madlibs cried harassment, and you people validated it. Miss Nezzie claimed harassment, you people validated it. Nezzie Monster cried harassment and stalking, you people validated it. Next, the mindless retards who cheered on the FCK despite what I was revealing in each video back in 2020. The people who made excuses for them. You didn't just enable them, you defended them, sided with them, and rewarded it. Look to those around you who ignored what they were doing because they were targeting someone you didn't like. Look to those of you who actively avoided addressing or mentioning what they did, so you could complain about me discussing them. Several in the comments, or Heaton, Ephraim, and many more who refused to speak up, yet were so vocal before. Hell, if you want someone to really blame, if it wasn't for Ponder Sprocket and Nezzie Monster, I wouldn't have found out about the FCK. Had they not made the collab, which so many of you glaze and inflate, Fuchsia Butter wouldn't have watched it and then been inspired to make his video on me. Had he not made his video on me, after being inspired by Ponder and Nezzie, I would have never heard of Fuchsia Butter and looked into him. I would have never seen him listing the members of the FCK in his Discord server, and thus never learned of their group. It's fascinating how just one choice or a series of decisions can bring about so much, and one long chain of events. A domino effect that was taking place right in front of you people, but you wouldn't allow yourselves to see it because doing so would require looking at the fuck-ups of you and your favorite people, and seeing them for what they are rather than the personas you love so much. Then make your way to the people who kept dredging up and pointing at the illusion of history that you all crafted, conjured up, and never corrected. So much for being against false narratives, though, because those people, the consistent ones who kept pushing it, like Concordia Harmony, who was dunking on me in Ponder's comments 4 years ago, later on complaining about the fact that I talk about what Ponder and Nezzie did in their collab. Also, thank you for proving, by the way, that this harassment you keep levying to Nezzie and Ponder is over a 4-year-old grudge that you refuse to let go because you're an actual child. The art tart habits in this are calling it harassment when it's not. They fucking love to use that word anytime it's convenient for them. Admitting what Nezzie and Ponder did in their collab to then complain about me talking about it, in this case saying that it's a 4-year-old grudge that I refuse to let go, even though it's their community who has consistently brought it up again and again and again, and I've just talked about what they actually did in the collab. And then calling me a child, basically saying that I haven't matured because I talk about what they did. Or there's this interaction where he's losing it because I brought up the FCK, that I keep hounding Nezzie about this and that it happened years ago, yet I apparently get my panties in a twist when someone brings up the Madame situation that I clearly want to move past, that I'm saltier than Crate. So calling me salty because I dare talk about what they did. But these people definitely aren't a monolith. Overall, he has shown a disdain or dislike because I talk about what these people did, because I talk about what Ponder and Nezzie did, saying that it's harassment I'm levying at them, reminiscent of Kira saying I was spamming hate because I was talking about it, and that it's a 4-year-old grudge that I can't let go. In the case of Nezzie and the FCK, that I'm just salty. Of course, just like the art tards I've shown you before, omitting what they did that could possibly have me so salty or upset, to avoid rationalizing my problems with them. And this gets even better when you consider the fact that he was in Mr. Enter's comment section last year peddling the same false accusations from Ponder and Nezzie's collab, that I was trying to get Slimmer's personal information, the false attempted doxing accusation. So I'm not allowed to talk about the collab that they made 4 years ago, otherwise it's harassment levied at Ponder and Nezzie. But he's allowed to repeat the false accusations that were levied at me 4 years ago from the very videos he doesn't like me talking about. This is because it's always been about maintaining that narrative around my name, and those 2 videos are very important components of that narrative. So I'm not allowed to talk about it without being salty or holding a grudge or being petty or being obsessive or coping and seething, But these people are allowed to continuously peddle the false claims from it, and it's none of that. And I'm sure that this will come as a shock to you, but he's also a member of Lao Convoy Senate, or as it's been rebranded, Catslayer. I could keep going with names, but you people know who you are. You people built the yellow brick road for me. You laid the foundation, and you lined up the dominoes. You sat there with me, whether you knew it or not, and placed each log of this very pyre that now burns. Each video, each lie about me, each defense of them, every contradiction of the very rules and standards you placed on me and others. You gave me the very hand you loathe, which is especially odd because you also insisted that I was bluffing, convinced yourselves that I was bluffing. You said again and again that I had no evidence for my claims, insisted that I had no evidence, so I documented everything for our special moment. Yet you now complain that I have so much, that the special moment is here. To put this in the most overdramatic and LARPy way I can, since overdramatic LARP seems to be the only thing you can really grasp, and I say this based on the people you all have propped up throughout the years, whether it be the entire slideshow community, or Doodle Tones, or Ponder Sprocket, even Fuchsia Butter. You nurtured the very cocoon that surrounded me, yet you're appalled and shocked by what popped out, as if I did not tell you people ahead of time we would end up here if you didn't leave it be. I left breadcrumbs and hints and foreshadowing all over the place. I've accepted the fact that many of you will never be honest and transparent about what happened. I've accepted the fact you will never be consistent in your standards. You will not hold these people to the same standards you tried to hold me to. For a community so insistent that I haven't changed, I've shown 4 or 5 years worth of the same habits, the same lies, and the same attempts to cover everything up. It's projection. You obscure the actions and wrongdoings on your side, and then project them onto your opposition. A quick and perfect example from your crowd is Nye Tie-Dye. During one of the many shit fits over me and Lao Convoy's Catslayer, this one involved Nyx seething over everything about my video. Nye said, people like him like to pretend his shit doesn't stink. And this is from the same guy who tried to accuse me of hiding my video in order to validate Ponder and Nezzie's conspiracies. In another tweet, he complained about me deleting Slimmers' comment on my video. So again, I ask, where is your tweet talking about the fact the FCK members took down several of their videos? Fuchsia Butter or Mad Libs? How about the fact they deleted evidence against themselves? Nezzie telling Toasty to get rid of these Slimmers in SFW chat because it could become a problem. Nezzie recently deleted a tweet and defended deleting comments on her Blue Sky account. Fuchsia Butter deleted tweets back in 2020 and most recently, in 2024, deleted the Discord messages in his server that were talking about murdering me or mass reporting my video, then deleted his original Discord account. How about Ponder, who has been deleting my comments and other people's comments? There's not a single tweet from you, Nye, talking about any of that. You're an SCC member and you've said nothing about Doodle's antics. Yet I think my shit doesn't stink. Point is, you people will continue to try and pin the blame on me, to make me out to be the one at fault, because I kept my word. You will continue to recite the same narrative about me, but none of that will make a difference now. The retrospective series is here. The timeline is here. People can see the FCK for who they are and what they did, and people can now see your communities for who you all are, for having supported and defended them along the way, for having covered for them as long as you have. No amount of cope, no amount of blaming me, no amount of calling me obsessive because I kept my word and documented everything will change this reality. I told you what they did in their videos and you didn't care. I tried to tell you what they were doing behind the scenes and you made me out to be crazy and continued to defend them. All because smearing me and getting an own on me was your priority. And look how well that worked out for you. This doesn't make me big brain or very intelligent. This doesn't even come close to an ego boost. I told you where this would go when I was 16. I'm not waving it around to prop myself up and say I'm this big bad tough guy. I put emphasis on it because you claimed I'm bad faith. How can I be bad faith if I told you it would go this way? I've been upfront since the beginning about where this would go and what was taking place. Me and this series is the total sum of your compounding failures. You've suffocated your own community with your never-ending bullshit, constantly placing the weight of your failures and inadequacies on the shoulders of everyone else but yourselves. Which is fucking hilarious from a community that wants to talk about accountability. Now you think running to other communities is your refuge, when you were so determined to have your smear campaign follow me. No. You wanted your lies about me to follow me, so the truth about you is going to follow you. It's more than fair. I guess the question I should ask now is, did I get to work? Since it was so funny when I said it before. Mimi Diggs and the FCK thought it was funny. If I didn't get to work yet, well, don't worry. I still have 2 more episodes in the series after this. Plenty more to show your community off. And a funeral, that is. I hope you've enjoyed or gotten a laugh out of this ridiculously, autistically long video. It's taken me a couple of months to put together. I think I'm gonna end this the same way it all started.
This is my perfect victory! That's right! I win!